Chapter 1. The Super Beast Synthesis System. 2 centuries ago, a cataclysmic resurgence of spiritual energy awakened countless flora and fauna, granting them innate advantages that propelled them into a frenzy of evolution, transforming them into monstrous tree beasts. These creatures boasted formidable physical strength and remarkable agility, reproducing at an astonishing rate and swiftly generating overwhelming hordes that not only disregarded humanity's conventional weaponry, but also relentlessly assaulted urban centers. In the wake of losing 80% of the population and vast territories, humanity discovered that many previously unattainable cultivation techniques had become accessible. However, aside from select few prodigies, the majority of individuals found their progression painfully slow, rendering them incapable of effectively resisting the beastly tides. Consequently, they were compelled to establish fortified cities to safeguard the remaining populace. "Damn it, it seems there's no escape," Yang Kun muttered, standing on the balcony of a dilapidated second floor, gazing down at 4 ferocious dogs the size of calves, barking furiously and battering the door. Their acute sense of smell rendered any chance of evasion futile, and 2 agile spirit cats were attempting to scale the walls, posing an even greater threat than the dogs. Yang Kun wiped the sweat from his brow, silently grateful for the securely locked door and the heavy objects he had stacked behind it. Although he was temporarily safe from being devoured by the beasts, he was nonetheless trapped without food in the room. Having arrived in this Earth-like world half a month ago, Yang Kun noted that it was significantly larger than his home planet. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, technology had regressed, serving merely as a supplementary aspect of life. 3 days prior, in an effort to protect his sister, he had crossed paths with Long Tianqing, the notorious heir of the Long family, one of the 3 major clans in the city of Songbei. Long Tianqing was infamous for his heinous deeds, a debauched scion who committed various atrocities within the city. Consequently, Yang Kun found himself coerced by the task department of the base, compelled to explore the old city of Songbei for information regarding the beasts. In this apocalyptic era, neglecting missions meant starvation, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Accompanying him were a dozen cultivators who, perceiving him as a mere mortal, were unwilling to include him in their ranks. Aware of his status as a liability, Yang Kun trailed behind them at a safe distance. However, he witnessed the grim fate of his companions when a small wave of beasts descended upon them, devouring everyone in sight. Had he not been cautious and hidden behind a large rock, he too would have met a similar demise. Just as he prepared to flee, he was detected by 2 exceptionally keen-nosed dogs. If there had been only one, he might have stood a chance, but facing 2 left him no option but to run for his life. Fortunately, he stumbled upon an abandoned second floor, where he managed to evade death. Yet his frantic escape had attracted 2 more dogs and 2 spirit cats, leaving him trapped inside. Though he had found temporary refuge, the absence of sustenance would inevitably lead to starvation. Moreover, the cacophony of barking below could very well summon more beasts, and should a powerful bull-like creature arrive, even the sturdy iron door and the heavy barricades would prove ineffective against its onslaught. He had witnessed a cultivator, armed with a bulletproof shield, being pierced through by such a beast. "What should I do? Am I destined to perish here?" Yang Kun lamented. Having experienced death once, he had no desire to face it again. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated, ding. Binding Super Beast Synthesis System. 1050. 100. Binding successful. Newbie gift package acquired. Would you like to claim it? Claim. As someone who had traversed from Earth, Yang Kun understood the significance and power of the system that had just manifested. He never anticipated that his golden opportunity would finally present itself. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the technique Demon Subduing Spell. By casting this spell on an unresisting beast, you can tame it as your own. A book inscribed with Demon Subduing Spell materialized in his hands. After perusing it, Yang Kun grasped its application, realizing he must confront these formidable beasts head-on. Given his current status as an ordinary human, he might be able to grapple with a single dog, but facing 2 or more would spell certain doom, especially with 4 dogs and 2 spirit cats looming. Chapter 2. Subduing the Synthesis of Fierce Dogs. After a brief exploration of the second floor, Yang Kun discovered a 2-meter-long rope and a large iron rod. Armed with these, he approached the iron door, only to find it marred by numerous dents and claw marks, indicating that the door might not withstand the dog for long. Cautiously, he removed the heavy objects and secured the two door handles with a rope, allowing only a narrow opening. After several loops to ensure the rope would not snap, he cautiously opened the door. Sure enough, a dog's head attempted to force its way inside, its body straining to follow, but the gap was too narrow. Yang Kun dared not hesitate. The dog possessed immense strength, and if the rope were to break, he would be in grave peril. Summoning all his might, he swung the iron rod, striking the dog on the head. At that moment, another dog leapt onto the first, pushing its head through the opening, attempting to widen the gap. Yang Kun swiftly aimed the iron rod at this dog's head, striking it repeatedly until it collapsed before pushing it out. Unexpectedly, the smaller spirit cat seized the opportunity to slip inside, clawing at Yang Kun's arm and drawing blood. This was indeed an oversight. The gap he had created should have been insufficient for the spirit cat to enter, but it appeared the two dogs had managed to widen it slightly, facilitating the cat's entry. With no time to contemplate, Yang Kun swung the iron rod at the spirit cat, but its reflexes were too swift to catch. Each of its counterattacks came perilously close to him. Meanwhile, the other two dogs were still straining against the door. If he did not dispatch the spirit cat quickly, the dogs would soon break through, sealing his fate. As he deftly wielded the iron rod against the spirit cat, he quickly devised a plan, casting a glance toward the kitchen nearby. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward the kitchen, and to his surprise, the spirit cat followed him inside, unaware of his intentions. Hiding by the door, Yang Kun waited for the cat to rush in before emerging with a sinister smile, swiftly shutting the door behind him. The kitchen was completely enclosed, and given the spirit cat's destructive capabilities, it would be unable to escape. With no immediate solution to subdue the spirit cat, he decided to confine it for the time being. Not wishing to waste precious moments, he neglected to tend to his wounded arm and returned to the entrance. He discovered that the gap had widened further, and the rope showed signs of significant wear. Should he delay any longer, the dogs would surely burst through. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of strikes on the two dogs until they lay incapacitated on the ground. After pushing the two dogs out, Yang Kun opened the door, gripping the iron rod tightly as he fixed a fierce gaze on the remaining spirit cat. To his astonishment, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, the spirit cat bolted away, leaving Yang Kun to breathe a sigh of relief. Drawing 4 drops of blood from his arm, he let them fall onto the heads of 4 fierce hounds, simultaneously forming a mystical gesture with his hands as he recited an incantation. Before long, a connection was established between the hounds and Yang Kun, effectively transforming them into his demonic beasts, which he could control, even commanding them to turn upon one another. Beep. Detection of a synthesizable demonic beast. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes, Yang Kun replied without hesitation, knowing that his desperate battle was for this very purpose. As soon as he spoke, the 4 hounds vanished from sight, replaced by a vast screen before him, adorned with 9 squares. The hounds occupied 4 of these squares, each crowned with a circle containing the number 1. The number 1 represented their rank. They were all first-tier fierce beasts. For the past 2 centuries, humans had classified demonic beasts into 6 tiers. Fierce beasts, beast kings, ancient beasts, celestial beasts, wild beasts, and divine beasts, with each tier comprising 10 levels. These 4 hounds were all first-tier fierce beasts, but how was synthesis to be achieved? Swipe your finger to merge one hound with another, or the host may enable automatic synthesis. Chapter 3. The Novice Treasure Chest. Let's enable automatic synthesis, Yang Kun declared. Instantly, the 4 hounds merged into one, and the number above its head transformed to 3. It appeared that 2 first-tier fierce beasts could synthesize into a second-tier fierce beast. Furthermore, 2 second-tier fierce beasts could yield a third-tier fierce beast. Beep. As this is the host's first synthesis of a demonic beast, you are entitled to a novice treasure chest. Will the host claim it? Claim it. A golden treasure chest materialized on the screen, which Yang Kun promptly clicked to open. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 points of spiritual energy. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the technique, Zunguju. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10 cubic space ring. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired food, 10 apples, 10 portions of Yangzhou fried rice, 10 roasted sweet potatoes, and 10 bottles of mineral water. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a refined magical artifact, the White Rainbow Sword. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Yang Kun gazed in delight at the treasures that had appeared before him. They were indeed rare and precious. Not only had he acquired techniques and medicinal items, but he was also fortunate to have food, especially since 80 of the land was now overrun by demonic beasts, rendering food scarce and unappetizing. Moreover, the magical artifact was a rare find, as even the prominent figures in the base city during the foundation stage lacked such items. The space ring was even more precious. Yang Kun had yet to encounter anyone in the Songbei base city possessing such a treasure. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the immediate acquisition of spiritual energy. Had the cultivation not been exceedingly arduous, the beast tides would not have besieged the city, leading to the current apocalyptic scenario. Yang Kun infused the 5 points of spiritual energy into his body, and he felt an immediate transformation. His senses sharpened considerably. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your strength has reached the first layer of Qi training. Was this the power of a cultivator? He donned the space ring, which had recognized his blood, and used his magical energy to store all the food and artifacts within it. Casting a glance at the wound on his arm, he headed towards the kitchen. It was time to deal with the spirit cat. Upon entering the kitchen, Yang Kun surveyed the area but found no sign of the spirit cat. It seemed the creature was hiding in an unseen corner, preparing to ambush him. Yang Kun smirked, unbothered. Although his current strength was still inferior to that of the spirit cat, he was adequately prepared to thwart its ambush. Moreover, he had summoned a more powerful third-tier fierce hound, so he released it. The once small hound had now grown to a height nearly matching Yang Kun's own 1.7 meters, its mouth revealing fangs larger than those of a tiger, emanating a fierce aura, yet it cautiously licked Yang Kun's clothes with a submissive demeanor. Yang Kun was not surprised by the hound's affectionate gestures, as he could distinctly sense its emotions within his spiritual consciousness. This sensation was peculiar. Not only did he control the hound, but he also felt a paternal bond, as if he were its father. Find that spirit cat and teach it a lesson, then bring it before me. In response to Yang Kun's command, the hound sniffed the air and barked loudly at the cabinet nearby. Woof, woof, woof. Yang Kun bent down and indeed spotted the spirit cat, poised to pounce from beneath the cabinet. Meow. The spirit cat glared fiercely at Yang Kun, and upon seeing him reappear, it lunged forward in a sudden attack like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 4. Insufficient Aptitude. Yang Kun watched as the creature leapt into the air, seemingly aiming for his throat, yet it remained motionless. Just as the spirit cat's claws were about to reach him, a massive paw from the third-tier hound intercepted it, pinning the spirit cat to the ground. Another paw struck the spirit cat forcefully, delivering 5 or 6 blows, as it cried out in distress yet could not move an inch. Though the spirit cat was agile, its power was only at the first tier, while its assailant was a formidable third-tier hound. It had not forgotten its master's command. Having discovered the spirit cat, it would not allow it to harm its owner. Seeing the spirit cat had been sufficiently subdued, Yang Kun dripped a drop of blood onto it and invoked a spell to subdue demons. Soon, he gained control over the spirit cat and gestured for the hound to release it. The formerly fierce spirit cat now displayed a docile demeanor. Yang Kun stroked the spirit cat, smoothing its fur as it lay obediently on the ground, appearing to relish the moment. Wishing to tend to his wound, he allowed them to roam freely. The hound wagged its tail and dashed out to play and forage, while the spirit cat remained lazy, lounging on a nearby chair in a state of semi-slumber. Yang Kun, uninterested in their antics, retrieved the Yunnan Baiyao from the space ring and sprinkled it onto his injured arm. As he prepared to head upstairs to bandage it with white gauze, he noticed that the wound had already healed, leaving no scar behind. The system truly delivered quality. By now, it was 6 in the evening. In high spirits, Yang Kun tidied up the chaotic aftermath of the earlier scuffle, clearing a table for dining. He retrieved a portion of Yangzhou fried rice from the space ring and savored it at the table. Given that 80 of the land was overrun by demonic beasts, the arable land for humans was exceedingly scarce. forcing most to subsist solely on demonic beast meat. Only a select few elite individuals could afford grains, and even then, it was merely coarse rice. Nothing could compare to the delicately prepared Yangzhou fried rice. Meow. Noticing the spirit cat's yearning gaze, Yang Kun took out another serving of fried rice and placed it on the chair where the spirit cat lay. Watching the spirit cat's satisfied expression, he patted his full belly, secured the door, and ascended the stairs. Nighttime was a revelry for the demonic beasts, and Yang Kun resolutely chose to remain indoors. Even with his third-tier hound, he was no match for the terrifying beast tides. Now, he must cultivate an even greater strength to ensure his survival, safeguard his sister, and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. As for avenging Long Tianxing, with the newfound system at his disposal, it is merely a trifling matter. Yang Kun returned upstairs, seated himself cross-legged on the humble bed, and retrieved the technique Zungu Ju from his ring, immersing himself in earnest practice. Time swiftly passed during his cultivation, and when Yang Kun opened his eyes once more, it was already around 8 o'clock the following morning. A night of training left him not fatigued, but rather invigorated. Yet, a bitter smile graced Yang Kun's lips instead of elation. It appears my spiritual root aptitude is tragically lacking. No wonder I have not awakened until now. Despite an entire night of diligent practice, he had failed to refine even a trace of spiritual energy, with no progress in cultivation whatsoever. Yang Kun could not fathom that the techniques produced by the system would be so inadequate. It must be due to his woeful spiritual root aptitude. From what he had gathered, many practitioners in the Songbei Bay City advanced from the first to the second level of Qi training within a mere 2 months. Those of exceptional aptitude could reach this level in just a month. As for him, relying solely on his cultivation to achieve the second level of Qi training would likely require 2 to 3 years. After over 2 centuries of development, the classification of cultivation levels has become increasingly precise. The first level of Qi training requires a spiritual energy value of 5, while the second level demands double that, reaching 10. The 10th level requires a 10-fold increase, culminating in a spiritual energy value of 50. Once the spiritual energy value reaches 100, one breaks through to the foundation establishment stage. At this rate of cultivation, when will I possess sufficient strength to protect my sister? Chapter 5. The Beast Treasure Chest. Yang Kun couldn't help but sigh, preparing to descend the stairs for a bite to eat before contemplating ways to enhance his strength. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received Beast Treasure Chest 2. By taming beasts, you can earn corresponding treasure chests daily. Without hesitation, Yang Kun clicked to claim it and promptly opened the level 1 red treasure chest, which had been produced by the spirit cat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 spirit power point and 10 bananas. Thanks to the host's possession of a spatial ring, tangible treasures are automatically stored within it. While spirit power directly integrates into the host's body, Yang Kun felt the infusion of spirit power and noticed a slight increase in his cultivation, which had stagnated overnight. A glance into the spatial ring revealed that he indeed had acquired 10 bananas. Next, Yang Kun opened the level 3 red treasure chest. Since the level 1 treasure chest had yielded spirit power, he was confident that the level 3 chest would not disappoint. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 spirit power points, 10 coconuts, and 1 beast essence fruit. As expected, the contents of the level 3 chest were significantly more valuable. It seemed that enhancing his strength would rely on the synthesis of beasts. With the 3 spirit power points absorbed, Yang Kun felt a marked improvement in his cultivation. He was now just a fraction of spirit power away from reaching the second layer of Qi training. He paid little mind to the coconuts that had appeared in his spatial ring and instead examined the beast essence fruit. The fruit was small yet radiated an enchanting crimson hue. Note: the beast essence fruit is meant for beasts and can activate and purify their bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the beast's power, and it also exerts a suppressive effect on other beasts with inferior bloodlines. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Yang Kun realized the fruit could indeed enhance and purify the bloodlines of beasts. However, he decided to hold off on feeding it to them and stored it in his spatial ring instead. It appeared that the system intended for him to continuously synthesize beasts, so he decided not to rush back to Songbei Bay City. Although the old city posed great danger to others, it was, for him, a paradise. He wondered how his sister was faring. When she was nearby, he often found her antics troublesome, yet after 3 days without seeing her, he missed her terribly. Had it not been for the broken communication device during their escape, he could have reached out to her. Having consumed 2 apples and sipped coconut juice, Yang Kun considered it breakfast. Descending the stairs, he noticed the absence of the spirit cat and wondered where it had gone. He summoned it back only to discover that the ferocious dog had returned with a live beast chicken in its mouth. The emotions he sensed from the spiritual sea informed him that this beast chicken had been brought back by the dog for his breakfast. Truly, the dog was worth its weight in gold, providing food without any concern for its own sustenance, while the spirit cat required his feeding. The contrast was stark. Yang Kun instructed the dog to release the beast chicken, only to find that it was still alive and, to his surprise, a hen. Now that breakfast was over, he could tame it and enjoy beast chicken eggs daily, which would undoubtedly be delightful. Yang Kun bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. As he invoked the demon-subduing spell, to his astonishment, he sensed the emotions of the demon chicken within his consciousness, which seemed to express gratitude for his decision not to slay it. What an extraordinary creature this spirit chicken was. He pondered whether by continuously synthesizing demon chickens and purifying their bloodlines, he might eventually cultivate a phoenix. After this reflection, he left the demon chicken to guard his home and mounted the formidable 3-tiered fierce dog, cradling the spiritual cat as he ventured into the old city, anticipating an abundance of demon beasts. Chapter 6. Second layer of Qi cultivation. The old city served as a grain cultivation base in the Songbei region and stood as the first line of defense against beast tides. For reasons unknown, it had previously been besieged by demon beasts, resulting in the demise of its defenders. From the fierce dog's awareness, Yang Kun learned that the high-ranking demon beasts had retreated, leaving only the lower-tier ones to roam the city. After 2 hours, under the protection of the fierce dog and spiritual cat, Yang Kun traversed the entirety of the old city. He discovered a total of 988 fierce dogs, 425 spiritual cats, 1,473 demon chickens, and 98 fierce cattle, all of which were first-tier demon beasts. The sole second-tier demon beast he encountered was a fearsome tiger, its size comparable to that of a former elephant, though merely second-tier in strength. It surpassed even the 3-tiered fierce dog. Yang Kun dared only to observe from a distance. Among the first-tier beasts, the fierce dog was outmatched by the spiritual cat, which in turn fell short against the fierce cattle, while the fierce cattle could not contend with the fearsome tiger. This hierarchy underscored the significance of bloodlines among demon beasts. Thus, Yang Kun resolved to first synthesize all the fierce dogs, if possible. He would also subdue some spiritual cats before daring to confront the fierce cattle and the fearsome tiger. Approaching a solitary fierce dog, Yang Kun commanded the 3-tiered fierce dog to ambush it, while instructing the spiritual cat to provide support. The strength of the 3-tiered fierce dog was formidable. With a single pounce, it overpowered the solitary fierce dog. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the lone fierce dog, though immobilized, continued to bark fiercely at its assailant. However, a swift strike from the 3-tiered fierce dog silenced its protests, allowing Yang Kun to step forward and subdue it with his blood. Just as he prepared to move on to his next target, he unexpectedly encountered another solitary spiritual cat, none other than the one that had fled the previous day. Yang Kun commanded the freshly subdued fierce dog and spiritual cat to close in from either side, while he advanced with the 3-tiered fierce dog, effectively cutting off all escape routes for the spiritual cat. The encirclement tightened, provoking the spiritual cat into a desperate counterattack against Yang Kun. The 3-tiered fierce dog aimed a paw at it, intending to pin it down as it had done with the fierce dog, but to his surprise, this spiritual cat proved to be even more agile, evading the strike. Yang Kun's own spiritual cat, poised for action, sprang from the left, engaging in a fierce struggle with its counterpart. Unexpectedly, despite both being first-tier spiritual cats, Yang Kun's companion found itself at a disadvantage. However, with the arrival of Yang Kun's first-tier fierce dog into the fray, the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. As the formidable level 3 fierce dog unleashed its true power once more, the unsuspecting spirit cat was struck down, rendered motionless upon the ground. Yang Kun, with a drop of blood, subdued the spirit cat in accordance with the law, resulting in its classification as a level 1 spirit cat, which was subsequently fused with existing ones to create a level 2 spirit cat. Ding! Due to the host synthesizing a new beast, a random treasure chest is available. Shall the host claim it? Claim. An orange-yellow chest materialized on the screen, and Yang Kun casually clicked to open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 points of spiritual energy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained provisions. 10 servings of beef ramen, 10 oranges, 10 beggar's chicken, and 10 bottles of mineral water. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a vial of detoxification elixir. Previously, Yang Kun was merely 1 point away from advancing to the second layer of Qi training. With the infusion of 5 points of spiritual energy, he felt a surge within him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your power has reached the second layer of Qi training. Achieving this advancement from the first layer to the second in just 1 day seemed rather swift. Indeed, compared to the first layer, the second layer brought a significant enhancement in strength. Yang Kun felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his body, along with a remarkable increase in speed. Yang Kun retrieved the detoxification elixir, opened the vial to inhale its pungent aroma, which dissuaded his interest, prompting him to stow it back into the spatial ring. Chapter 7. Frenzied synthesis. In the ensuing 2 hours, Yang Kun rode the fierce dog across 8 locations, each harboring only 1 or 2 fierce dogs. By the end of the morning, he had subdued 24 fierce dogs and encountered 3 solitary spirit cats, which he also captured. 24 level 1 fierce dogs were synthesized into 12 level 2 fierce dogs. Those 12 were further combined into 6 level 3 fierce dogs. The 6 level 3 fierce dogs were then fused into 3 level 4 fierce dogs, and 2 level 4 fierce dogs culminated in a single level 5 fierce dog. For level 1 spirit cats were synthesized into 1 level 3 spirit cat. Yang Kun discovered that he had ultimately synthesized 1 level 5 fierce dog, 1 level 4 fierce dog, 1 level 3 spirit cat, along with the original level 3 fierce dog, totaling 4 mystical beasts. The level 5 fierce dog had grown to the size of a menacing tiger, its appearance even more ferocious. With its fur transformed from a mundane yellow to a resplendent golden hue, Yang Kun noticed it could alter its size at will, and he commanded it to shrink to the size of an ordinary puppy to avoid drawing attention while on the road. Ding. The synthesis of a level 5 fierce beast has been detected, fulfilling the conditions for spatial upgrade, thereby increasing the mystical beast capacity by 3 slots. Yang Kun observed that the screen, which previously accommodated only 9 slots, had expanded to 12. To his surprise, the spatial area could indeed be upgraded, making future synthesis much more convenient. Now, as noon approached, he decided to have a bite to eat before heading to the southwestern corner of the old city, where 8 fierce dogs awaited. With the sun shining brightly, Yang Kun noticed a large willow tree ahead that could provide shade. He instructed the 3 fierce dogs to forage for food, while leaving the spirit cat to guard, and he made his way toward the shelter of the willow tree. Seated upon a large stone beneath a willow tree, Yang Kun extracted 3 roasted sweet potatoes and a bottle of water from his spatial ring. After taking a sip of water, he set the bottle aside and tossed a roasted sweet potato to the spirit cat, while he himself indulged in one with hearty bites. Once he felt satiated, he mounted his 5th level fierce dog, cradling the spirit cat, and directed the other 2 fierce dogs to scout ahead as they made their way to the farm. Upon nearing the farm, Yang Kun observed a gathering of 8 fierce dogs. He ordered 3 of his fierce dogs and the spirit cat to encircle the group. Although outnumbered, the 4 beasts possessed strength far superior to that of the 8 first-level fierce dogs, and in a mere moment, they had subdued them all. After drawing blood to tame them, Yang Kun discovered that the 8 fierce dogs had merged into a single 4th-level fierce dog. Alongside his original 4th-level fierce dog, they combined to form a 5th-level fierce dog. The 2 5th-level fierce dogs then fused into a 6th-level fierce dog. Including his existing 3rd-level fierce dog and the 3rd-level spirit cat, Yang Kun now commanded 3 formidable beasts. Though fewer in number, their prowess had significantly escalated. As Yang Kun proceeded towards his next destination, the distant cacophony of barking fierce dogs and frantic human footsteps reached his ears. He carefully stowed away his 3 beasts and ascended a tree within the farm to observe the source of the commotion. He beheld 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, rushing towards him, pursued by over 50 fierce dogs and 5 fierce bulls. A frown creased his brow. He wondered how these individuals had provoked such a multitude of ferocious beasts. While he was unperturbed, the sheer number of threats posed a considerable challenge. Due to the distance, the features of the 5 were indistinct, Yet as he watched them engage in combat, he discerned that the most formidable among them was a tall woman with a striking physique, clad in a black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring legs and slender waist. She surprisingly possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi training. Among the group, a man dressed in opulent attire exhibited a 2nd layer of Qi training, while the other 2 bodyguards were at the 5th layer. Yang Kun noticed that the woman in the white dress appeared to be an ordinary person. Although she seemed somewhat familiar, the distance rendered it difficult to ascertain her identity. The 5 individuals sprinted towards the farm, the tall woman wielding a long sword as she defended against their pursuers. However, each assault from the 5 fierce bulls caused her to scramble in response. Despite her high cultivation level and occasional use of an ice wall technique for defense, the bulls, with their tough hides, were undeterred by blades, rendering her attacks ineffective. The formidable horns atop the bulls were sharp and powerful. Each charge left her reluctant to confront them head-on, and the ice walls shattered upon impact. Dragon Young Master. Ahead lies the Old City farm. It has iron gates that should provide us some respite. We should take refuge inside, one of the bodyguards suggested, gesturing towards the farm while looking at the elegantly dressed man. Dragon Young Master furrowed his brow at the sight of the farm, pondered momentarily, then waved his hand, leading the group into the safety of the farm. The tall woman rushed into the farm, prompting the 2 bodyguards to swiftly close the large gate and barricade it with heavy objects. However, the presence of 5 ferocious bulls outside rendered the durability of the gate uncertain. Once the 5 individuals entered the farm, Yang Kun caught sight of the woman's familiar visage, his heart jolting with surprise. It was none other than his sister, Yang Xiaoyan. At the age of 13, Yang Kun had encountered his 8-year-old sister, and from that moment on, they had relied on each other for survival. He had vowed to ensure her happiness. After enduring 8 years of hardship, he was astonished to see that the 16-year-old Yang Xiaoyan had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her delicate yet charming face resembling that of a little beauty. Coupled with her innocent and lively demeanor, her every smile exuded an irresistible allure, catching the attention of Long Tianxing, the notorious playboy of Songbei Bay City. Yang Kun regarded the opulent young man with cold disdain, questioning why his sister had ventured into the old city with him. Could it be due to himself? Earlier, in a desperate attempt to escape from the vicious dogs, he had destroyed his communication device, severing contact with his sister. Long Tianxing must have found her, informing her of his plight, thus prompting her risky journey to the old city. This foolish sister of his, how could she be so naive? Yet, despite the turmoil, Yang Kun felt a swell of gratitude, even a hint of tears. Having never encountered the tall woman before, Yang Kun was uncertain of her intentions. Thus, he resolved to refrain from acting impulsively, choosing to assess the situation before making any decisions. After all, as long as he was present, his sister would remain unharmed. Meanwhile, young Master Long sat upon the stones cleared by his bodyguards, taking a moment to breathe before glancing at the tall woman. Fortuitously, he had requested Lin Yuan from his father for protection, otherwise, he would be in peril. Lin Yuan was strikingly beautiful, even more alluring and mature than Yang Xiaoyan. Throughout their journey, Long Tianxing had subtly suggested to her that should she become his woman, she could shed her status as a servant and possibly ascend to become the matriarch of the Long family. Yet, Lin Yuan feigned indifference to his advances. Her formidable strength necessitated his reliance on her protection. Despite possessing leverage over her, he dared not confront her directly. Thus, young Master Long could only gaze at Lin Yuan's enticing figure, swallowing hard, prioritizing survival for the moment, and contemplating how to manipulate her once he returned to his family. Chapter 9. Lin Yuan takes action. Listening to the incessant battering of the bulls against the iron gate, young Master Long inquired, "How long can this gate hold?" Estimating it would not withstand half an hour, he realized the bulls' might was overwhelming. Should the gate succumb, they would find themselves surrounded with no escape, facing certain death. Hearing the bodyguard's words, Long Tianxing shot a fierce glare at Xiaoyan. Had it not been for his desire to possess her, he would not have come to the old city, nor would he be pursued by these beasts. Ironically, he might meet his demise here. Since death seemed inevitable, why not take advantage of the situation before the end? Lin Yuan's prowess was too formidable for him to manage. Could he not make use of her instead? Xiaoyan, in our quest to locate your brother, we find ourselves ensnared in this perilous situation, where death looms as a distinct possibility. How do you intend to compensate me for this predicament? Long Xiao, You promised me that as long as you assist in finding my brother, I would become yours. Yet, he remains elusive. I must see him alive or dead. Xiaoyun gazed in horror at Long Xiao's lecherous grin, swiftly brandishing a small knife against her throat. Do not approach, or I will not hesitate to take my own life rather than allow you to succeed. Previously, when Long Xiao sought to coerce her, she had resorted to this tactic to evade Long Tianxing's advances. Later, when Long Tianxing leveraged her brother's fate to intimidate her, she threatened to end her life to compel him to help her locate him. Long Tianxing, under the impression that Yang Kun was long deceased, had brought Xiaoyun to the old town to shatter her hopes, yet they found nothing but a broken communication device after scouring the entire area. At this moment, Long Xiao, growing impatient, shrugged and signaled his 2 bodyguards to advance. Xiaoyun, being an ordinary person, stood no chance against the 2 seasoned guards, who swiftly seized her arms and wrested the knife from her grasp, rendering her immobile. You think death is so easily attained? Before you perish, you must serve me well. Long Xiao, with a lascivious expression, stepped closer, one hand gripping Xiaoyun's wrist while the other caressed her cheek. With her hands restrained, Xiaoyun attempted to kick Long Tianxing, but he caught her foot, forcing her to look towards the tall woman. Yuan Jia, please save me. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyun, you are truly delightful. No wonder I am so fond of you. Seeking aid from my household servant? Had it not been for my father rescuing her, she would have perished from starvation in the streets. Long Xiao laughed heartily, casting a glance at the tall woman, suppressing a gulp. If he did not require her protection, he would have dealt with her as well. Are you truly prepared to repay kindness with malice against your benefactor? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment. Her eyes filled with compassion and conflict as she regarded Yang Xiaoyun, yet she ultimately refrained from intervening. Observing this, Yang Kun shook his head. They could no longer afford to wait. He released 3 demonic beasts and swiftly descended from the trees. Just as Long Xiao was about to strip Xiaoyun of her clothing, a hand yanked him away from her, simultaneously sending the 2 bodyguards sprawling. It was none other than Lin Yuan who acted. Both Long Xiao and Yang Kun were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, yet neither interfered with the beasts, merely instructing them to avoid harming the 2 women. Long Xiao, realizing he was obstructed by the tall woman, frowned menacingly. Lin Yuan, it appears you have truly forgotten your gratitude and have turned against your master. Remember, you have ingested my family's secret poison, the 5 poisons fragmented spirit powder. Only our family possesses the antidote. Lin Yuan shielded Xiaoyun behind her, gripping her sword firmly as she focused intently on Long Xiao and his companions. Long Tianxing, I have long repaid the kindness bestowed upon me by the Long family. I have committed countless misdeeds for you, and since I am destined to perish today, I refuse to stand by and watch you harm Xiaoyun. Chapter 10. A collective dread at that moment. A 6th-level ferocious dog, a 3rd-level ferocious dog, and a 3rd-level spirit cat charged forth from the depths of the farm. The countenances of the 5 individuals shifted dramatically, as none had anticipated the presence of malevolent beasts lurking within the confines of the farm. Their prior lack of reconnaissance led them to recklessly enter the premises, resulting in their current predicament of being besieged from within and without. However, as they beheld the formidable prowess of the 3 beasts, an involuntary tremor coursed through them. Long Xiao even collapsed to the ground, while Lin Yuan's expression soured considerably. How could there possibly be such a multitude of high-level beasts here? Historically, humans have never been able to contend with beasts of equal cultivation. If there were only a single level 6 beast, Lin Yuan might have managed to hold her ground. But with the presence of a level 3 ferocious dog and a level 3 spirit cat, she found herself utterly defenseless. Although the number of external ferocious beasts was considerable, they were all merely level 1, presenting at least a glimmer of hope for survival. Even if the 5 ferocious bulls were formidable, she could still evade them with agility. As they posed no threat to her, she could exploit certain opportunities and traps to potentially turn the tide against 1 or 2 bulls. Lin Yuan's earlier distress stemmed from her need to protect Long Xiao and Xiaoyun. Otherwise, she would not have been so reactive. Xiaoyun, the strength of these emerging beasts is overwhelming. We must break through from the outside. It may still afford us a sliver of chance. All right. I will heed Sister Yuan's guidance, Xiaoyun replied, her gaze fixed on the 3 ferocious beasts, the foremost of which towered above the ferocious bulls outside, causing her heart to flutter with trepidation. Simultaneously, Long Xiao grasped the situation, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yuan and Xiaoyun, instructing the 2 bodyguards to assist him as he charged towards the entrance. However, Despite their swift reactions, the level 6 ferocious dog was swifter still. Upon reaching this elevated rank, its speed and reflexes had undergone significant enhancement. In a single sprint, the level 6 dog dashed past Xiao Yun and Sister Yuan. Its overwhelming presence startling Xiao Yun to the point of causing her to fall to the ground. This delay allowed the level 3 ferocious dog and level 3 spirit cat to close in on the two women. Just as Xiao Yun and Sister Yuan braced themselves for a desperate struggle, the ferocious dog and spirit cat refrained from attacking. At that moment, Yang Kun stepped before Xiao Yun and Sister Yuan, reassuring them, "Do not fear, they will not harm you." Meanwhile, the level 6 ferocious dog had already outpaced Long Xiao and the others, reaching the entrance first, turning back to face the trio, and letting out a deafening bark. Long Xiao, gazing at the level 6 ferocious dog, felt an involuntary surge of fear and contemplated retreating to join Xiao Yun and Lin Yuan in their defense. Especially since Lin Yuan possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi. However, he quickly abandoned this notion upon witnessing the pursuing level 3 ferocious dog and level 3 spirit cat surpassing Xiao Yun and Lin Yuan without inflicting harm. Instead, they encircled the three of them. Seeing Yang Kun arrive, Xiao Yun immediately burst into tears and ran into his embrace, her tears and snot unceremoniously smearing his clothing. "Brother, do you know how much I have missed you during your absence? Although I am aware that Long Tianqing intends to bully me, I still long to see you. Even if it is just to catch a glimpse of your lifeless body or tattered remnants of your clothing. Brother, I could not find your clothing fragments earlier. Only your communicator. I guessed you were still alive, but I never anticipated it to be true. Brother, Long Tianqing had bullied me before. If I were to be bullied again, I would not survive. Why did you only appear now?" Sob. "It's all right. It's all your fault, brother. But you are here now, aren't you?" Yang Kun, upon seeing his sister safe, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He affectionately ruffled her hair and jested. "You say you never expected me to be alive. Are you wishing for my demise?" No. Ahem, I was just thinking of you. It's all your fault for making me worry," she retorted, lightly pounding her small fist against Yang Kun's chest without any force. Chapter 11. Sending young Master Long on his way, Yang Kun patted his sister's shoulder and gestured towards Lin Yuan. "All right, sister, there are others present. Shouldn't you make an introduction? We wouldn't want them to mock you. Brother, this is Lin Yuan. If it weren't for Sister Yuan, I would have been bullied by Long Tianqing. You must express your gratitude to her," Xiao Yun said, finally releasing her embrace around Yang Kun's arm and leading him to face Sister Yuan. "Sister Yuan, this is the brother I mentioned, Yang Kun. He is truly handsome and possesses a wonderful character." Yang Kun had witnessed the scene where Lin Yuan rescued Xiao Yun and believed that her assistance extended beyond that moment. Otherwise, Xiao Yun would not trust her so completely. Thus, he extended his hand. "Hello, I am Yang Kun. I must thank you for saving my sister." "It was nothing. Merely a small effort," Lin Yuan replied coolly, her hand brushing against Yang Kun's for a brief moment before she turned her gaze towards Long Xiao and his companions. "Ahem, brother, Sister Yuan is the kind of person who appears cold but is warm-hearted. You two should spend more time together," Xiao Yun encouraged. Yang Kun remained non-committal to his sister's matchmaking. It was prudent to address Long Xiao and his companions before rekindling old memories. "Don't worry, once I handle those three, we can catch up," he assured. Yang Kun, with his sister and Lin Yuan in tow, approached the circle surrounding Long Xiao and his companions. He stepped forward alone and greeted, "Long Tianqing, young Master Long. It has been a few days. How have you been?" Upon realizing that these fierce beasts were under Yang Kun's control, Long Tianqing felt a sense of security wash over him. He did not believe that Yang Kun would dare to kill him, yet his gaze remained cold, as if assessing a corpse. He was curious about how Yang Kun had managed to command such formidable beasts, but that was of little importance. Once he returned to the base, he could reclaim them, and Yang Kun would inevitably meet his end. "I never expected, Yang Kun, that you would return from this mission not only alive but also have gained an opportunity to become a beast tamer. It seems you owe me your gratitude." "Indeed. A proper thank you to young Master Long is in order. Perhaps we could consider sending him off to the afterlife, shall we?" Yang Kun had only been in this world for a little over half a month and was still unfamiliar with its intricacies. To his surprise, there were indeed beast tamers here, but he was more than just a beast tamer. It would be prudent to inquire further with Lin Yuan later. "You cannot take my life. My father is the head of the Long family, and my brother is a cherished disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." Should you choose to end my life, my father will not let you escape unscathed. You would surely endure excruciating torment until death. Long Tianqing cast a fierce glance at Yang Kun, then leered lewdly at Xiaoyun, saying, "And your sister will undoubtedly be sent to serve at Chunhua Tower, subjected to cruel treatment until her demise. Such beauty is truly a pity to waste. You fool, how dare you utter such words at this moment? I shall ensure that you do not escape my wrath. Lin Yuan, you are but a servant of the Long family, if memory serves me right. If you do not consume the antidote within 3 days, you shall die a bloody death." Long Tianqing had not anticipated that Yang Kun would indeed seek to kill him. He turned to Lin Yuan, attempting to coerce her. "If you eliminate Yang Kun, not only will I provide you with the antidote to restore your freedom, but I can also introduce you to the base. If you perform well, perhaps the Xiaoyao sect will take notice and select you as a disciple. To leave me to die is certain doom. Killing Yang Kun, on the other hand, promises a bright future. Surely, you know how to choose?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's large eyes glistened with tears. She did not wish for Sister Yuan and her brother to become enemies, and thus looked pleadingly at Lin Yuan. "Sister Yuan, please don't." Chapter 12. Detoxification. Do not worry, little one. Setting aside the fact that I am no match for the 6th level fierce dog, I would not lay a hand on him, if only for your sake. Lin Yuan gazed at the tearful Xiaoyun, gently patting her shoulder and offering a faint smile. "Is it not merely death? I was meant to perish a decade ago. After being saved by the Long family, I have only aided their tyranny. Living a life devoid of joy, perhaps it would be better to embrace death sooner." Yang Kun, upon noticing Xiaoyun's tears, felt compelled to act. "Sister, I cannot allow you to die." He turned to Long Tianqing. "You think only your Long family possesses the antidote to the 5 poisons shattering spirit powder? I too can counteract this poison." As he spoke, he retrieved an antidote pill and handed it to his sister. Xiaoyun took the antidote and approached Lin Yuan. "Sister Yuan, please take this antidote and see if it works." Lin Yuan accepted the antidote, glancing at Yang Kun, who met her gaze with sincerity, devoid of deceit. "Very well. It is merely a matter of dying. What do I have to fear?" Lin Yuan nodded at Xiaoyun, seated herself on the ground, and swallowed the antidote. Long Tianqing, witnessing Lin Yuan consuming the antidote, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what a farce. The 5 poisons shattering spirit powder, a secret concoction of the Long family, is renowned throughout the world. Apart from my family, no one can counteract this poison. Do you truly believe that simply presenting some random pill will suffice?" Yang Kun chose to disregard Long Tianqing, but moments later, Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of black blood. Xiaoyun, feeling a surge of anxiety, rushed to check on Lin Yuan's condition. Could it truly be ineffective? Yet Yang Kun remained unperturbed, for he alone understood the formidable potency of the elixir provided by the system. Indeed, it was not long before Lin Yuan opened her eyes, rose to her feet, and approached Yang Kun, kneeling before him. Previously, she had sensed the toxins entwined within her organs, impervious to her attempts to dispel them with spiritual energy. To her astonishment, upon ingesting the elixir, it transformed into a purifying stream, sweeping away the venom of the 5 poisons dispersal, which she subsequently expelled. At this moment, the toxins within her had already been neutralized. It was only after she meticulously sensed her body, confirming the absence of any residual poison, that she stood up. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I am at a loss for how to repay such a debt, but from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Should you issue a command, I shall obey without hesitation. Any adversaries who dare threaten your life must first contend with me." Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan knelt before Yang Kun, her alluring figure in form-fitting leather was unmistakably apparent to him. Yang Kun grasped her hand gently, assisting her to rise. The delicate sensation stirred something within him. "Rise, there is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Yang Kun, and from now on, you shall protect Xiaoyun." "Yes, esteemed elder." Lin Yuan's address was unyielding, and Yang Kun felt compelled to acquiesce. Observing Lin Yuan kneeling before Yang Kun, Long Tianqing was engulfed in uncertainty. Had Yang Kun truly succumbed to the poison of the 5 poisons dispersal? However, in the blink of an eye, Long Tianqing also knelt before Yang Kun, crawling to him and grasping his legs. "I was wrong. I should not have provoked you, esteemed elder, nor should I have spoken ill of you. Please, show mercy and allow me to go." Yet, with his head bowed, no one could perceive the malice hidden in Long Tianqing's eyes as he contemplated that. Despite not knowing how Yang Kun had cultivated to reach the second level of Qi training like himself, he was certain that in a surprise attack, Yang Kun would meet his demise. Suddenly, Long Tianqing drew a blood-stained dagger from his bosom, rising swiftly to thrust it towards Yang Kun's chest. In that instant, as Long Tianqing made his move, Lin Yuan gasped in shock, realizing that her earlier words had come back to haunt her. She sought to intervene, but found herself too late. Unexpectedly, before Long Tianqing could fully rise, Yang Kun delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling across the ground. Yang Kun regarded the dazed Long Tianqing with a shake of his head and a cold smirk. Are you curious as to how I discerned your intentions? I certainly did not anticipate your treachery, but your actions are decidedly peculiar. Despite being surrounded, you choose to abandon all fight and plead for mercy, which is inconsistent with your character. Your grave mistake was attempting to deceive me with your pleas. Even if you were sincere, I would not spare you, let alone your disingenuous supplication. I was prepared to grant you an opportunity for a fair duel, but now, you are unworthy. After speaking, Yang Kun turned to Lin Yuan, who wore an expression of guilt, and said with a smile, "There's no need for self-reproach. Go and deal with him. Consider this your first battle since joining me." Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod, then drew her long sword from her waist and charged towards Long Tianqing and his two companions. With Long Tianqing merely at the second level of Qi refinement and accompanied by two bodyguards at the fifth level, they posed no challenge to Lin Yuan. Her swordplay flowed with such grace that it resembled a dance rather than an act of killing, imbued with artistic beauty. As she moved, her figure soared through the air, revealing flashes of pure white, prompting a satisfied nod from Yang Kun. Allowing Lin Yuan to strike was not solely for aesthetic pleasure. He wished to assess her skill, knowing that with a demon beast watching from the sidelines, her life would remain unthreatened. Additionally, he sought to determine her loyalty, realizing that no one would foresee that the future Snow Empress, who would reign over all, would rise from this very moment. Yang Kun did not instruct Xiao Yun to avert her gaze. After all, it was a time of peace, and avoiding the sight of bloodshed was not an option. Yet, Xiao Yun's aversion to conflict led her to divert her attention to the spirit cat after a brief observation. In a matter of moments, the three adversaries lay bloodied beneath Lin Yuan's blade. She approached Yang Kun and bowed, stating, "Senior, I have not disgraced my mission. Long Tianqing and his companions have been vanquished. However, the Long family possesses a soul tablet for Long Tianqing, and they will undoubtedly be alerted to his demise immediately. If we flee now, we might still manage to escape." Yang Kun interrupted her. "No need to worry. Please inform me about the Long family situation." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Yang Kun's calm demeanor, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Returning to you, Senior. The Long family is one of the three prominent families within the Songbei base. Long Tianqing's father, Long Zhan, is the current head of the Long family, a formidable figure at the foundation establishment stage, and also the president of the Songbei base, supported by the Xiaoyao sect. No one dares to provoke them here. Do you think Long Zhan will come in person?" Yang Kun asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. At that moment, his thoughts were not of retreat, but rather of annihilation, aiming to deliver a shock to the Long family. Lin Yuan grasped Yang Kun's intentions, her eyes widening in realization, and she hastily cautioned, "That is unlikely. However, Long Tianqing's death will surely enrage Long Zhan. I anticipate that 2 or 3 elders at the 10th level of Qi refinement will lead a contingent of several disciples above the 5th level. While you may not fear them, it would be prudent to avoid confrontation for now. Only 3 elders will arrive." Lin Yuan pondered briefly before shaking her head. "That is improbable. The Long family has 10 elders, and is one of the 3 major families, with Long Zhan being the president of the Songbei base. 3 elders arriving would suffice to resolve numerous issues. Very well. Even if they lose 3 elders, it is still a notable setback for them. Their speed in reaching us should surpass ours. We will require 3 days, while they will likely need only a day and a half. That should provide us ample time." Yang Kun cast a cold smile towards the direction of the base. Chapter 14. The 7-level ferocious hounds. Meanwhile, within the grand assembly hall of the Long family at the Songbei base, a formidable congregation of powerful individuals gathered. At the forefront, clad in a black python robe, sat the patriarch of the Long family, Long Zhan, flanked by 10 elders of the clan, while a dozen elite disciples stood attentively in the center. 3rd elder, 5th elder, 8th elder, Take with you 30 elite disciples who have attained the 5th level of Qi refinement and venture to the old city. Discover the fate of my son, Tianxing. If the culprit is a beast, eradicate all creatures there. If it is a man, return with his head, commanded Long Zhan. The 3 elders stepped forward, bowing in respect, while the elite disciples echoed their agreement with a unified, understood, elder brother, patriarch. Just as the 3 elders set off towards the old city, the massive iron gates of the farm finally succumbed after half an hour, forced open by the ferocious bulls. 5 savage bulls charged in, accompanied by a pack of fierce hounds. Yang Kun's 5th-level ferocious hounds, along with other ferocious dogs and spirit cats, stood poised for the impending confrontation. Yang Kun glanced towards the entrance, watching his sister, who cradled a spirit cat, approach with a smile. Xiaoyun, once I resolve this predicament, let us retreat to my sanctuary and reminisce, shall we? He proposed. Yes, I want to see the mighty display of the big dogs, Xiaoyun replied, pointing at the 5th-level ferocious hound that had momentarily frightened her, seemingly oblivious to the shadow it cast moments prior. Lin Yuan observed the lively and endearing Xiaoyun, pondering how she would react upon learning of Yang Kun's intent to eliminate the vengeful elders and elite disciples of the Long family. Though Yang Kun spoke with apparent ease, the reality of facing over 50 ferocious dogs and 5 savage bulls compelled him to retrieve the Baihong's sword from his spatial ring, gravely handing it to Lin Yuan. Take this magical artifact, the Baihong's sword. You need only to engage the 5 savage bulls, avoiding direct confrontation. Entangle them so they cannot disturb me. And once I have subdued the hounds, dealing with them will be a trivial matter, he instructed. At that moment, Yang Kun's 6th-level ferocious hound had already engaged the 5 savage bulls. Despite the hound's superior strength, the bulls, possessing a more potent bloodline and displaying seamless coordination, prevented the 6th-level hound from overcoming even a single bull. Meanwhile, a 3rd-level ferocious hound faced an overwhelming 54 1st-level hounds. Despite some minor victories, even with the assistance of a 3rd-level spirit cat, the tides of battle remained unaltered. Thus, Lin Yuan took hold of the Baihong's sword, bravely stepping in to alleviate the pressure from the 5 savage bulls, allowing the 6th-level hound to plunge into the fray against the 54 ferocious dogs. Akin to a tiger among sheep, swiftly dispatching several hounds, Yang Kun followed closely behind, continuously subduing the hounds, which, upon yielding to his control, turned to attack their unyielding counterparts. As the number of subdued hounds grew, the tide of battle shifted in their favor. In merely 3 minutes, all the ferocious hounds lay vanquished under Yang Kun's command. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan's battle against the savage bulls was far more arduous. Armed with the Baihong's sword, she relied on her agility to evade and maneuver around them. She managed to evade the assault of 1 or 2 ferocious bulls, yet was unable to escape the onslaught of 5, resulting in her arms and legs being mottled with bruises. Lin Yuan, possessing only the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, could hardly unleash the true potential of the White Rainbow Sword. Although the blade's sharpness could slice through the hide of the bulls, that was the extent of its efficacy. Furthermore, as she possessed an ice element spiritual root, she was capable of casting minor ice spells, such as ice arrows and ice walls, which could offer a slight reprieve. However, these spells could only buy her a moment, failing to breach even the bull's dermal defenses. Witnessing Lin Yuan's dire predicament, Yang Kun wasted no time and commenced automatic synthesis. From the 54 level 1 ferocious dogs, Yang Kun ultimately crafted a level 7 ferocious dog, a level 5 ferocious dog, a level 4 ferocious dog, a level 2 ferocious dog, and a level 3 spirit cat, totaling 5 demon beasts. Chapter 15. Acquiring the formation. Once Yang Kun's 5 ferocious beasts entered the fray alongside Lin Yuan against the bulls, the tide of battle swiftly turned. A single level 6 ferocious dog was already capable of matching 5 bulls, and with the introduction of a level 7 ferocious dog, the bulls began to falter rapidly. The level 7 ferocious dog not only surpassed the level 6 in size and strength, but also boasted sharper claws and fangs. What once barely pierced the bull's skin could now directly penetrate their defenses, and its fangs contained a neurotoxin capable of paralyzing the bulls. As Yang Kun subdued one bull with the level 7 ferocious dog, he noted that the process of taming the bulls took considerably longer than that of the ferocious dogs and spirit cats. However, within 10 minutes, he had successfully subdued all the bulls, synthesizing one level 3 bull and one level 1 bull. The synthesized level 3 bull stood as tall as the level 7 ferocious dog, though it remained uncertain which of the two possessed greater strength. With the addition of the 2 bulls to his existing 4 ferocious dogs, 1 spirit cat, and the demon chicken at home, Yang Kun now commanded a total of 8 demon beasts. Although he had synthesized a level 7 ferocious dog, there was no room for further upgrades. It seemed that to create additional upgrade space, he would need to synthesize a level 10 ferocious beast, despite having only 4 slots remaining. This was still sufficient, and it appeared that his next objective would be to elevate the ferocious dogs to level 10. Ding! Due to the synthesis of a new demon beast, the host may claim a random treasure chest. Would the host like to accept? Accept. A golden treasure chest materialized on the system screen, and Yang Kun casually clicked to open it. This marked the second time Yang Kun had acquired a golden treasure chest. Based on his analysis, the rarity of the chests appeared to be categorized from red to violet, with gold being more precious than orange, and orange more so than red. Thus, he anticipated that this treasure chest would contain numerous valuable items. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 points of spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a formation, the Guardian Azure Dragon Formation, which possesses the effects of gathering spirit energy, defense, and invisibility. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the technique. Imu Changchun Gong. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the technique. Bingqing Yushu Eju. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring food. Yangzhou Fried Rice X10, Spicy Crayfish X10. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat X10, durian X10. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a super telescope. As 5 points of spiritual energy infused into his body, Yang Kun's spiritual energy reached a total of 19 points, indicating he was on the verge of reaching the 3rd layer of Qi training. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the 3rd layer of Qi training. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was watching Yang Kun, could not help but rub her eyes. Just moments ago, he was at the 2nd layer of Qi training, and now he had suddenly ascended to the 3rd layer. The rewards received were indeed substantial. Yang Kun paid little mind to the food and techniques within his spatial ring, as the 2 techniques would be perfect for his sister and Lin Yuan to cultivate. He retrieved the formation plate and flags, dripping a drop of blood onto the plate, which illuminated the methods for array layout and control. However, to set up the formation, he required spirit stones, a type of mineral rich in spiritual energy. Lacking spirit stones, he could not form the array at this time. Fortunately, there were no powerful beasts in the old city, only fierce dog guards, so there was no rush to set up the formation. After safely storing the formation plate and flags, Yang Kun took out the super telescope, positioning it before his eyes. After a few simple adjustments, he grasped its functionality. The telescope could automatically generate a map of the area within a 10-mile radius around him, allowing him to adjust the view to observe everything clearly within that expanse. It was akin to an alternative form of spiritual awareness. Although it could not compare to the nuances of true spiritual perception, it brought immense joy to Yang Kun. With the telescope, he could survey the surroundings effortlessly, making it considerably easier to deal with the elders of the Long family. Chapter 16. Beast Tamer. The rewards were commendable, seemingly due to the high bloodline rank of the fierce bull, which had yielded a golden treasure chest. After storing the telescope in his spatial ring, Yang Kun mounted the level 7 fierce dog, signaling his sister Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan to ride the fierce bulls, commanding the remaining fierce dogs to lead the way as they headed towards the previous 2-story building. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yang Kun returned with the 2 ladies to the 2-story building. On their way back, they encountered 4 spirit cats, which Yang Kun subdued, merging one into a level 3 spirit cat to form a level 4 spirit cat. He instructed the fierce beasts to disperse and forage while also guarding the area, as they still lacked spirit stones to set up formations. The 2 women went upstairs to tidy up the bedrooms while Yang Kun cleaned the dining table downstairs. He then retrieved 3 bowls of Yangzhou fried rice, a portion of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, a serving of spicy crayfish, a beggar's chicken, and 3 apples for dessert from his spatial ring. Xiaoyan, Lin Yuan, dinner is ready. Yang Kun called towards the 2nd floor. When the 2 descended, Xiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment at the sumptuous feast laid before them. Brother, I thought that outside the base, dinner would consist of simple pancakes. I never expected such a delightful spread. These delicacies must be beyond what those influential figures within the base could enjoy. Xiaoyun incessantly scooped up crayfish and stir-fried meat into her bowl, not forgetting to tear off a chicken leg to gnaw on with gusto. The delectable fare was enough to keep her mouth busy. Yang Kun chuckled and shook his head, turning to Lin Yuan. He said, "Go ahead and eat. My sister is just like this. I hope it doesn't embarrass you." "Not at all," Lin Yuan replied. "I never expected to encounter such exquisite flavors here." As she placed a small piece of bamboo shoot into her mouth, she savored its essence. Soon, Lin Yuan's inner foodie was unmistakably revealed. As she joined Xiaoyun in a spirited contest for the food, Yang Kun understood both of them well. Even within the base, their meals consisted of coarse grains, with no access to fine rice. While meat was plentiful, vegetables and seafood were exceedingly scarce, making it unaffordable for most. Outside the base, they could only resort to a type of coarse rice cake, a compressed food that could stave off hunger with just a small amount, but flavor was a distant dream. In the face of such abundant delicacies, few could maintain their composure. Yang Kun, not one to indulge excessively, observed that the two were nearly finished and turned to the cat-faced Lin Yuan, asking, "Could you enlighten me about the beast tamers?" Having been in this world for just over half a month, Yang Kun had participated in base defense battles, witnessed the might of the base's laser cannons, and seen the terrifying prowess of a foundational-level master wielding a sword with extraordinary grace, yet he had yet to encounter a beast tamer. This was largely due to his previous lowly status, which kept him from reaching such heights. In response to your inquiry, beast tamers possess unique soul techniques, granting them significantly stronger souls compared to ordinary individuals. They have the ability to communicate with and command beasts in combat. Because this profession focuses on enhancing the strength of the beasts rather than their own, their personal power tends to be relatively weak. What I know is rather limited. Lin Yuan, puzzled by Yang Kun's curiosity about beast tamers despite his own identity as one, continued, "Typically, a beast tamer can control only a single beast, which possesses far greater strength than ordinary creatures. Most of their time is devoted to fostering a bond with the beast, thereby assisting it in becoming stronger. Thus, one could say that in essence, the beast is the master and the beast tamer is the servant, correct?" Yang Kun could not help but shake his head. If that were the case, he would not wish to be a beast tamer. His relationship with beasts was one of dominance. He could control their very existence. Moreover, his method of strengthening them was through synthesis, requiring no emotional nurturing, making him far superior to the average beast tamer. Indeed, Lin Yuan mused. Taking a deep look at Yang Kun, she realized, upon reflection, that he could control not just one beast, nor a mere type, but all beasts. She could sense that Yang Kun was the unequivocal master of those creatures, not merely a servant as a typical beast tamer would be. Noticing Lin Yuan's puzzled gaze, Yang Kun smiled and said, "Indeed, I am not a beast tamer, but I can command and control beasts." Lin Yuan refrained from pressing further, believing that her senior must have his own methods. This clandestine matter was beyond her comprehension, prompting a shift in conversation. "Senior," Lin Yuan began, "tomorrow afternoon, the elders of the Long family will likely arrive in the old city." However, Yang Kun raised his hand to interrupt Lin Yuan, concerned that Xiaoyun might worry. With a reassuring smile, he said, "Do not fret. I have my own plans for this matter, and nothing will go awry." Upon overhearing their discussion, Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel anxious. "Brother, let us flee to Songyuan Bay City tomorrow. Once we conceal our identities, the Long family will surely be unable to locate us." Yang Kun praised her. "Xiaoyun, you are truly clever to devise such a brilliant plan. I am fortunate to have you by my side." Xiaoyun, with her innocent and endearing nature, was oblivious to Yang Kun's teasing and believed he was genuinely complimenting her, causing her cheeks to flush. "Really, brother? Of course it is true. My sister is the most remarkable. Here, take this cultivation manual. After dinner, try practicing it." Yang Kun retrieved the manual titled Imu Changchun Gong from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiaoyun. He had previously discreetly tested her spiritual root, revealing that she possessed a wood attribute celestial spiritual root, making this manual particularly suitable for her. While Yang Kun wished for Xiaoyun to witness the brutal reality of this world, he did not desire for her to engage in combat. Xiaoyun joyfully accepted the manual, carefully examining its contents before cherishing it close. "Thank you, brother." In this world, spiritual root qualities were paramount. Single attribute roots were the most desirable, classified as celestial roots. Following them were rare roots such as ice, lightning, and sword roots. The least favorable were the 5-element roots, derogatorily referred to as waste roots, of which Yang Kun was a bearer, leading to his painfully slow cultivation progress with minimal advancement. Subsequently, Yang Kun presented the Bingqing Yuxue Ju to Lin Yuan. As an exceptionally rare ice attribute spiritual root wielder, this manual was perfectly aligned with her abilities. Unlike Xiaoyun, Lin Yuan received the manual with a sense of gravity. Despite her excellent spiritual root, finding a compatible cultivation method was challenging. Previously, while at the Long family estate, she had only practiced water attribute techniques, which significantly diminished the potency of her spells. Thank you, Senior. Though Lin Yuan spoke little, she silently resolved to repay her benefactor's kindness. After acquiring the manuals, the two ascended the stairs together to commence their practice. Yang Kun shook his head with a smile, tidied the dining table, and discarded the leftover food for the spirit cat before heading upstairs himself. Despite his cultivation results being negligible, Yang Kun remained steadfast in his determination to persevere. While he could directly obtain spiritual energy, without diligent practice and mastery of the techniques, the spells he cast would lack potency. Furthermore, he did not believe his spiritual root was indeed a waste. Rather, he simply had yet to discover how to harness its potential. The following day, Yang Kun awoke from his meditation. Although he had made no tangible progress through the night, his understanding of spiritual energy application had significantly improved. Despite maintaining the same level of cultivation, his capabilities had transformed. Chapter 18. Qi Refinement, 9th Layer Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Beast Treasure Chest 8. Please collect it. Upon collection, the treasure chests from the Ferocious Bull are 2 in number, comprising a level 3 and a level 1 red chest. The treasure chest from the Spirit Cat is 1, a level 4 red chest. The treasure chests from the Fierce Dog total 4, consisting of a level 7, a level 5, a level 4, and a level 2 red chest. Lastly, there is a level 1 red chest from the Demon Chicken, which Yang Kun opened first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 spiritual power and 10 apples. As the spiritual power infused into his body, Yang Kun's spiritual power reached 20. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 4th layer of Qi Refinement. Yang Kun subsequently opened all the treasure chests, with the system notifications ringing incessantly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 spiritual power, 10 grapes, and 1 demon essence fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 spiritual power and 10 meat sandwiches. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 4 spiritual power, 10 fried dough sticks, and 1 demon essence fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7 spiritual power, 10 boiled meat slices, and 2 demon essence fruits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 spiritual power, 10 braised carp, and 1 demon essence fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 spiritual power, 10 shredded pork with green peppers, and 1 demon essence fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 spiritual power and 10 spicy tofu. As the spiritual power surged within him, Yang Kun felt it rapidly escalating, reaching a total of 46. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 9th layer of Qi Refinement. Yang Kun could not help but clench his fist, exhilarated by the swift enhancement of his strength. Additionally, the number of demon essence fruits had reached 7. Yang Kun paid no heed to the food. As it was now in excess, he could hardly exhaust, pondering whether to open a restaurant instead. Descending the stairs, he placed the food on the table and called out towards the rooms of Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan. Gourmets, it's time to eat. Gourmand Lin Yuan was the first to descend, and upon seeing the abundant feast laid out, she could not help but scrutinize Yang Kun anew. There was no way these dishes could have been prepared by him. Not only were the ingredients absent from his possession, but there was also no evidence of cooking, and she doubted his culinary skills. Despite her desire to inquire, she understood that some questions were best left unasked. However, as she observed Yang Kun closely, her astonishment deepened. She distinctly remembered that just yesterday, his cultivation was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi Refinement. How had he suddenly ascended to the 9th layer? After much effort to suppress her curiosity, Yang Xiaoyun ambled down the stairs. Upon glimpsing the delectable spread, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief and immediately leaped into Yang Kun's embrace, wrapping her legs around his waist. Brother, you truly are the best. This is all my favorite. Yet, Yang Kun felt a twinge of awkwardness, for his sister was not wearing a bra, and he could distinctly sense her softness as she clung to him. Xiaoyan seemed to sense something unusual about Yang Kun, promptly dismounting from him while shifting her focus. Brother, I am now a cultivator at the first level of Qi training, and you are merely at the second level. Watch as I surpass you soon. Xiaoyan is truly exceptional. She must devote herself to diligent cultivation, for your brother will rely on you for protection. Yang Kun praised his sister without revealing his own strength. Lin Yuan, smiling, reminded Xiaoyan, you must exert yourself. The senior now stands at the 9th level of Qi training. Although her progress last night was modest, with the adoption of suitable techniques, her strength had significantly improved compared to the previous day. Yet, as she observed the deep bond between the siblings, a twinge of loneliness and envy stirred within her. For she was alone. Chapter 19. Sweeping away the ferocious dogs of the old city after the three of them finished their meal with great satisfaction. Yang Kun entrusted the two women with guarding the house. He mounted a 7th-level ferocious dog, took out a telescope, and prepared to eradicate all the ferocious dogs within the old city. The ferocious dogs Yang Kun had synthesized yesterday were scattered, comprising only the 54 dogs brought by Xiaoyan and her companions in the afternoon, alongside 8 dogs from the farm. Today, however, Yang Kun selected a group of ferocious dogs, totaling at least 50. Using the telescope, Yang Kun identified the old city square as his first target. Not far from their residence, the square housed 58 ferocious dogs. The 7th-level ferocious dog dashed forward swiftly, reaching a small park in just 20 minutes. Observing the distant pack of ferocious dogs, Yang Kun dispatched 7 beastly companions, effortlessly resolving the encounter within 5 minutes. After subjugating the beasts, he opted not to synthesize them, but instead directed the 7th-level ferocious dog and the 3rd-level ferocious bull to proceed to the next location. Half an hour later, Yang Kun arrived at the old city park, which contained 130 ferocious dogs. The battle concluded 12 minutes later, resulting in the subjugation of all 130 dogs. He then led his entire pack to the next target. By noon, Yang Kun had visited 8 locations, successfully subjugating a total of 720 ferocious dogs. From these 720 ferocious dogs, he synthesized 360 second-level ferocious dogs, which further merged into 180 third-level ferocious dogs, then into 90 fourth-level ferocious dogs, and subsequently into 45 fifth-level ferocious dogs. Initially possessing 1 5th-level ferocious dog, he synthesized 23 6th-level ferocious dogs, which then transformed into 11 7th-level ferocious dogs, leaving him with 1 6th-level ferocious dog. With 1 7th-level ferocious dog already in his possession, he synthesized 6 8th-level ferocious dogs, which then became 3 9th-level ferocious dogs, culminating in the creation of 1 10th-level ferocious dog, leaving him with 1 remaining 9th-level ferocious dog. In the end, Yang Kun boasted a total of 5 ferocious dogs, 1 10th level, 1 9th level, 1 6th level, 1 4th level, and 1 2nd level. Ding! It was detected that the host had synthesized a 10th level ferocious beast, fulfilling the conditions for space upgrade, resulting in the addition of 3 beast spaces. The space has finally been upgraded, now showcasing 15 slots on the screen. Yang Kun, through his telescope, observed that although there remained a multitude of scattered ferocious dogs, totaling 415, he chose not to subdue them for the time being. Instead, he commanded 5 ferocious dogs, 2 fierce bulls, and a spirit cat to drive all the beasts from the old city to the farm, excluding the demon chicken, including the second-tier malevolent tiger. Long Tianxing carried a communication device, and although he had no immediate opportunity to utilize it, Yang Kun was confident that the Long family would possess the means to locate the device. Meanwhile, Yang Kun diligently practiced the spells from the Zungu Ju within the confines of the farm, having now attained the 9th level of Qi training. Although he was not a match for the Long family's elders at the 10th level, it would not be an easy task for them to eliminate him. Yang Kun discovered that the most suitable and easily mastered spell for him was the Chaotic Spirit Seal. This spell lacked lethality, but, upon contact with the opponent, could disrupt their spiritual energy for an entire hour. Once their spiritual energy was in disarray, their strength would be significantly diminished, and Yang Kun would not need to engage them directly. 3 hours later, Yang Kun finally mastered the Chaotic Spirit Seal. He noted that despite his lack of innate talent, he was relatively quick in learning the techniques. After practicing for an hour, the 8 ferocious beasts had successfully herded all the remaining beasts in the old city to a nearby grove not far from the farm. Concealed behind a large tree outside the farm, Yang Kun peered through his telescope and discovered a dense congregation of ferocious beasts. The most numerous were the ferocious dogs, totaling 415, followed by the spirit cats, an astonishing 385, 93 fierce bulls, and only a single malevolent tiger. Although these beasts were all of the first tier, even the current Yang Kun dared not provoke them, especially the spirit cats. 385 of them represented a veritable disaster. Yang Kun would rather confront the malevolent tiger than stir the ire of the spirit cats. The collective power of these beasts was utterly terrifying. While surprises were prepared, they awaited the arrival of the Long family. Chapter 20. The arrival of the Long family. Yang Kun directed his telescope towards the path leading from the base to the old city. And at a distance of 10 miles, he finally spotted the silhouettes of the Long family elder and his disciples. The three individuals at the forefront were likely the Long family's elders at the 10th level of Qi training, followed by 30 elite disciples of the 5th level or higher. Yang Kun estimated that they would arrive within half an hour. On a hillside 10 miles away, the third elder, Long Nu, handed the communication device to the other two elders, stating, "Elders Wu and Ba, look here." The communication device indicates a location just 10 miles ahead, which should correspond to the old city farm according to the map. It cannot be mistaken. Let us hasten towards it and eradicate the beasts there to fulfill our mission. The fifth elder, Long Yishan, furrowed his brow. He did not believe that anyone could have slain Long Tianxing, given the Long family's reputation in Songbei Bay City. He found it implausible that anyone would dare to provoke them. Furthermore, even if someone had indeed killed Long Tianxing, it was unlikely they would remain at the farm. In their rush, there would likely yield nothing. Although the eighth elder, Long Fei, remained silent, he nodded in agreement. With a target 10 miles ahead, he urged for a swift pace, aiming to arrive within 20 minutes. The third elder, Long Nu, shouted to the 30 disciples trailing behind, "Yes." The disciples had been on the road for over a day, and though fatigue weighed heavily upon them, none dared to voice their discomfort. In just 20 minutes, the three elders led their 30 elite disciples to the old city's farm. Upon entering the farm, they stumbled upon the bodies of Long Tianxing and his two bodyguards. Each had been slain by a sword, and the distinctive wounds bore the mark of the Long family's butterfly 13 swords. This indicated that the assailants were indeed from the Long family, and the only individual with the capability and opportunity to commit such a deed was Lin Yuan. Although not a member of the Long family, Lin Yuan was merely a servant. Yet her exceptional talents and numerous contributions had earned her the right to wield the butterfly 13 swords technique. But why would Lin Yuan kill Long Tianxing and the others? As the three elders pondered this perplexity, a disciple suddenly cried out in alarm, "It's bad. Look outside, it's a beast tide." When the three elders and the other disciples turned their gaze to the farm's exterior, dread washed over them. Before them lay a formidable sight, at least 600 ferocious beasts, truly a minor beast tide. This was a result of Yang Kun's command. Upon discovering the Long family's presence in the farm, he had ordered 8 beasts from the pack to incite the horde towards the farm. The beasts, driven by their instinctual hunger for human flesh, surged forward, especially with their fellow beasts leading the charge. Third elder Long Zhan's brow furrowed at the sight of the encroaching beast tide. This is illogical. It's impossible for the moment we enter the farm to be surrounded by beasts. Someone must be orchestrating this from the shadows. However, the 600 beasts had completely sealed off the farm, relentlessly advancing towards them. With only one exit available, escape seemed futile, leaving them with no choice but to fight for their lives. Yet, what if the puppet master intervened? With no viable options, Long Zhan resolved to first eliminate the immediate threat posed by the beasts before addressing anything else. Stay calm. All disciples heed my command. Form a back-to-back arrow formation and find a way to break through. The 3 of us elders will lead the charge. Quickly, the Long family members, under the elders' guidance, formed an arrow formation to confront the beast horde. Yang Kun, concealed within a tree, nodded in approval. It must be said that this straightforward strategy was the most effective. It ensured their rear was protected. All disciples possessed a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of Qi refining, facing only first-level beasts directly. With the 3 elders at the forefront, absorbing the brunt of the pressure, their chances of breaking through were significantly heightened. Once they broke free, the beast tide would no longer pose a threat to them, and Yang Kun, standing alone against the Long family, would indeed find himself outmatched. However, Yang Kun would not allow them to succeed. Chapter 21. fierce battle, Yang Kun commanded the third-tier ferocious bulls, leading the herd to confront the three elders head-on, impeding the advance of the Long family's members. The bulls, with their tough hides and immense strength, while not a match for the elders, were nonetheless formidable enough to thwart any attempts to slay them. Yang Kun further ordered the 10th tier, 9th tier, and 6th tier ferocious dogs to unleash their fury upon the elite disciples of the Long family trailing behind. Although the Long family's elite disciples were competent, they stood little chance against the 10th tier dogs, who were certain to bring about their demise. Moreover, Yang Kun dispatched a cadre of 4th tier spirit cats, dividing them into two factions, a small contingent to support the bull herd and obstruct the progress of the three elders, while the majority would assist the ferocious dogs in ambushing the Long family's elite disciples. The sheer number of spirit cats, coupled with their agility and ability to leap to great heights, made them a formidable force, especially as they perched atop the backs of the bulls and dogs. Yang Kun could already envision the ensuing chaos, with the cats dancing wildly and executing surprise attacks. In response to this sudden turn of events, the third elder, Long Zhan, paled and promptly alerted his comrades. With one hand wielding a blade, he pushed back the nearest bull while simultaneously casting a binding spell to ensnare the 8 spirit cats before him. He understood that this was orchestrated by someone, yet he pondered who could possibly command such ferocious beasts. The 5th elder, Long Yishan, and the 8th elder, Long Fei, also managed to repel the bulls, unleashing spells to counter the spirit cat's assaults. However, despite the Long family disciples' efforts to fend off 2 or 3 spirit cats, they found it nearly impossible to halt the onslaught of a dozen. Soon, several disciples were unable to defend themselves, suffering scratches to their faces, arms, and heads, some even losing their sight to the ferocious claws. Meanwhile, the lurking 10th tier and 9th tier ferocious dogs launched a frenzied attack, claiming the lives of 5 elite disciples of the Long family in the blink of an eye. The already terrified Long family disciples, witnessing their comrades fall, became even more panicked, and the bloodshed only heightened the ferocity of the beasts. In another heartbeat, 8 more elite disciples were slain. The 3 elders, witnessing the massacre of their disciples, were filled with rage, abandoning any thoughts of breaking free, and retaliated with fervor. Countless spells were unleashed recklessly, and blades, empowered by arcane might, cleaved through the air. In an instant, over 20 spirit cats perished beneath the onslaught of magic and steel, while 5 or 6 bulls fell into pools of blood. Seeing this, Yang Kun felt a pang of sorrow. To him, these creatures were his prized assets. As the 3 elders continued their ruthless slaughter, he could no longer remain a passive observer. Channeling all his spiritual energy into his right hand, he unleashed the Chaos Spirit Seal against the most powerful adversary, the 3rd elder. A handprint radiating a white spiritual light soared from a tree beyond the farm, striking towards the 3rd elder. Long Zhan immediately sensed something amiss upon seeing the white handprint, recognizing that it was the work of someone lurking in the shadows. Without hesitation, he conjured a wooden barrier to shield himself while aiming his blade toward the source of the luminous threat, preparing for the worst. The luminous entity surged forth with astonishing swiftness, piercing through the wooden barrier effortlessly. The 3rd elder, his expression drastically altered, swung his blade towards the white handprint. Yet, it seemed as though his strike met nothing but air, devoid of resistance. In an instant, the handprint embedded itself within his being. Surprisingly, he felt no pain, nor did he experience any sense of confinement, yet he dared not dismiss the efficacy of the handprint. Soon, he sensed the uncontrollable turbulence of his internal spiritual energy. Although he remained uninjured, his strength had been halved. Yang Kun, too, was taken aback, for after unleashing this chaotic spirit mark, he found that a significant portion of his internal energy had diminished, indicating the necessity to augment his own power. Chapter 22. The complete annihilation of the army. Though the chaotic spirit mark drained spiritual energy, its effects were decidedly pronounced. Among the assembly, the 3rd elder was the most formidable, a seasoned elder at the 10th level of Qi training, possessing spiritual energy exceeding 90. He was merely 10 points shy of a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage with the help of a foundational elixir. However, influenced by the chaotic spirit mark, his prowess fell below that of the 5th and 8th elders. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself assailed by a ferocious tiger. A massive paw struck his chest. While the tiger's jaws clamped down on his right arm, tearing it off with a single vicious pull. The fifth elder, Long Yishan, upon witnessing the third elder's injury, gasped in alarm, tightening his grip on his spear to fend off the two rampaging bulls before him. Thrusting his weapon toward the attacking tiger, the tiger retreated, evading the thrust of the fifth elder's spear, and turned its attention back to him. Meanwhile, the eighth elder also noticed the wounded third elder. With no time to safeguard his disciples, he charged towards the ferocious tiger. Just as they prepared to confront the beast, they were ambushed by a level 10 ferocious dog and a level 9 ferocious dog. As they attempted to retaliate, it was too late. The fifth elder was bitten on the thigh by the level 10 dog, and with a single savage bite, his left leg was severed. The level 9 dog inflicted deep, lengthy gashes upon the eighth elder's back, with his left leg severed and paralyzed by the dog's venom. The fifth elder was brutally gored by a previously overlooked level 3 bull, its horn piercing through his chest. The fifth elder, Long Yishan, had fallen. Old 5. The third elder barely managed to withstand the bull's charge, grief-stricken that his injuries had cost his brother his life, tears streaming down his face. Hearing the third elder's anguished cry, the eighth elder could not contain his own sorrow. Fifth brother, I shall fight these beasts to the death. He brandished his great sword relentlessly, forcing the tiger back, only to be ensnared by the bull and a spirit cat. Eighth brother, your strength is paramount now. Do not concern yourself with our safety. Find a way to break through and escape. Lin Yuan has slain Long Tianqing. She must have allies behind her. Return to the Long family and have the patriarch avenge us. The third elder, Long Zhan, urged, reflecting on how none had anticipated their downfall in the old city when they departed from the Long family. Elder Long Fei, upon hearing Long Zhan's words, could not help but weep profusely. Though he yearned to perish alongside his comrades and the ferocious beasts, he recognized the truth in his third brother's words. Indeed, third brother. These 3 words seemed to have drained him of all his vigor. Elder Long Fei ceased to hesitate, wielding his great sword with fervor, no longer burdened by the need to protect anyone. To his surprise, he charged forth. However, a cry of anguish erupted from behind him. Third elder Long Zhan had been besieged and slain by the vicious tigers and fierce hounds. All of the elite disciples had met their demise as well. Without daring to linger or lament, Elder Long Fei desperately fled towards the outskirts of the farm. Yet, as he burst forth, a stranger suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. This young man bore a youthful visage and a smile that seemed devoid of malice. Nevertheless, Long Fei understood that this seemingly amiable individual was responsible for the deaths of his 2 brothers and the multitude of Long family disciples. Long Fei refrained from attacking, aware that he was no match for the young man at that moment. However, a singular question burned within him, prompting him to inquire, why? The young man, Yang Kun, responded, because Long Tianqing provoked someone he should not have, and you came to avenge him. It is as simple as that. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kun swung his sword toward Long Fei's head. The head fell, and Elder Long Fei breathed his last. Chapter 23. The Wrath of Long Zhan. This marked Yang Kun's first genuine act of murder, yet he felt no discomfort. It appeared that the harsh realities of the apocalypse had hardened him, but perhaps this was for the best, enabling him to survive more effectively. What lay ahead was his battlefield. He sought not merely to use these ferocious beasts to annihilate the Long family, but also to amalgamate all the beasts themselves. In this struggle between the clam and the heron, he intended to be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Meanwhile, within the council hall of the Long family at the Songbei base city, the family head, Long Zhan, sat elevated yet trembled with rage. His beloved third brother was dead. His fifth brother was dead. His eighth brother was dead, along with 30 elite disciples. All had perished. The pain was not merely emotional, but visceral. This loss represented nearly a third of the Long family's strength, leaving only 50 elite disciples remaining. With such diminished power, who among them, apart from those in the foundation establishment stage, could hope to achieve anything substantial? He could not believe that this devastation was the work of mere beasts. Someone must be scheming against the Long family. The earlier death of Long Tianqing might have been a bait, and he suspected that the demise of the 3 elders and the 30 elite disciples could also be part of a grander scheme. Yet even knowing this was a trap, he found himself ensnared, still oblivious to the identity of the orchestrator. The more he contemplated, the more his fury mounted, leading him to slam his hand upon the table with such force that it splintered into dust. All the disciples and the 7 elders present were shuddered. For the patriarch's strength was truly formidable. How dare they oppress the Long family in such a manner? Have we determined who is scheming against us? Is it the Yuan family or the Qin family, or perhaps a collusion between the two? The elder Long Yuan shook his head and spoke. Both families have several undercover agents within our ranks, one of whom holds a high position in the Qin family. However, none of our intelligence can confirm their involvement, nor can we ascertain that either family has made any moves towards the old city. Long Zhan glanced at Long Yuan and nodded. The elder was responsible for the coordination of the family's operations and the arrangement of their undercover agents, having never made a mistake. It appeared that the true instigator was neither of the two families. Who could it be? Regardless, we must venture to the old city. I shall lead the expedition personally. Except for the elder and the fourth elder, who will remain to oversee the affairs of the Long family, and a few indispensable disciples, everyone else will accompany me. I am eager to see who will prevail. Will you devour me, or shall I shatter you? Long Zhan sighed in resignation and made his decision, to which all present bowed in acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "The eldest young master has returned. The eldest young master has returned." Hearing that his eldest son was back, Long Zhan felt a slight alleviation of his sorrow, though he could not fully rejoice. Soon, a man clad in white robes strode into the assembly hall, drawing the gaze of all within. The newcomer had thick brows and large eyes, exuding an elegant demeanor. Sunlight seemed to gild his figure. Indeed, it was Long Tianqing, the eldest young master of the Long family. Unlike the debauched second young master, Long Tianqing, the eldest young master, Long Tianqing, was of exceptional talent and diligent in his pursuits, a true legend. At the age of 18, he broke through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. By 19, he had defeated the young generation of Songbei Base City, and by 20, he was selected as a disciple by the Xiaoyao sect. The Long family had risen to prominence, overshadowing the other two families, precisely because Long Tianqing was a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. 3 years had passed, and he had finally returned. Chapter 24. Long Tianqing and the Dog King. As Long Tianqing entered the assembly hall, he cast a sweeping glance over the elders and elite disciples, dismissing all but the elder, who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Finally, he bowed respectfully to his father. Seated at the high table, unfilial son Tianqing greets father. "It has been 3 years. Are you well?" "My son has returned. My son has returned," Long Zhan replied, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed upon Long Tianqing, his heart swelling with sorrow, yet he struggled to find words. Observing his father's distress, Long Tianqing could not help but inquire, "Father, do you bear any troubles? Perhaps I can alleviate your worries." Upon hearing his eldest son's thoughtful words, Long Zhan could no longer contain his grief. "Your wayward brother has perished, and the identity of his murderer remains unknown. I had sent your 3rd, 5th, and 8th uncles along with 30 elite disciples to the old city, but they have all perished as well. I was preparing to lead a group to exact vengeance. The culprit lies with the Yuan and Qin clans. Do they dare to provoke our Long family with their meager strength? It remains uncertain, yet there are no indications that either clan is involved. There is no need for my father to fret. I surmise the perpetrator possesses at most 2 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. During my 3 years at the Xiaoyao sect, I have attained the 2nd level of foundation establishment, and I am accompanied by 13 fellow disciples. My senior brother has reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, while even the weakest among my junior brothers has attained the 10th level of Qi refinement. With our collective strength, we shall undoubtedly apprehend the culprit." Having concluded his words, Long Tianqing summoned a flying sword to send a message, and soon 13 valiant figures arrived. Zhao Wu and Song Lei, along with their fellow disciples, greeted the head of the Long family. The matter concerning the Long family was already communicated to me by junior brother Long. It appears a venture by our brotherhood should suffice. Thus, one of the Long family members prepared a grand celebratory feast, awaiting the return of the esteemed heroes from the Xiaoyao sect. After expressing their gratitude, Zhao Wu and Song Lei joined Long Tianqing and his brothers, guided by a disciple of the Long family, towards the old city. In the farm, the beasts had battled the Long family members for over an hour and were now utterly exhausted. Yang Kun commanded 8 ferocious beasts, including the 10th level ferocious hound, to block the entrance of the farm. With each beast he subdued, Yang Kun could amalgamate them into a single entity. The first to charge forth was a 2nd level malevolent tiger, although its strength was comparable to the 9th level ferocious hound. Yang Kun also possessed a 10th level ferocious hound and a third-level ferocious ox. Armed with the white rainbow sword, Yang Kun provided support. And soon the second-level malevolent tiger was subdued. After successfully taming it with a drop of his blood, Yang Kun, along with the combined might of the second-level malevolent tiger, the 10th-level ferocious hound, and the third-level ferocious ox, proceeded to subdue each ferocious beast in succession. As the number of tamed beasts increased, the battlefield became increasingly manageable. Half an hour later, all the beasts had been subdued by Yang Kun. Subsequently, he did not need to intervene, dedicating his time entirely to taming the creatures. In the end, Yang Kun successfully subdued 392 ferocious hounds, 264 spirit cats, 75 ferocious oxen, and 1 malevolent tiger. 352 ferocious hounds were fused to form 1 9th-level ferocious hound and 1 4th-level ferocious hound. Originally, Yang Kun had a 10th-level ferocious hound and a 9th-level ferocious hound, ultimately discovering yet another 9th-level ferocious hound. The 2 9th-level ferocious hounds combined to create 1 10th-level ferocious hound, while the 2 10th-level ferocious hounds merged into 1 1st-level dog king. Upon summoning the dog king, Yang Kun beheld its towering form, standing over 2 meters tall and stretching 4 meters in length. Its fur began to shed, replaced by a layer of hard scales that enveloped its body. Its forelimbs thickened significantly, and its paws glimmered with an evident sharpness. Despite the dog king's formidable strength, it displayed an endearing demeanor towards Yang Kun, resembling a devoted child. Chapter 25. The Bountiful Fisherman. Yang Kun speculated that each ferocious hound required a drop of blood for taming, while amalgamating into a dog king necessitated 1,024 ferocious hounds, equating to 1,024 drops of blood. Blood is indeed thicker than water, and Yang Kun believes that as the strength of the dog king increases, their bond will deepen. With that in mind, he decided to gift a demon essence fruit to the dog king. As he tossed the fruit to the dog king, it swallowed it, and surprisingly began to shrink, ultimately enveloped by its own scales until it resembled a small egg. Although Yang Kun was unaware of the exact nature of the transformation, he recognized that the dog king was growing stronger and awakening its ancestral power. Thus, he carefully stored the dog king's egg in the beast's space. Subsequently, Yang Kun synthesized 264 spirit cats into 1 9th-level spirit cat and 1 4th-level spirit cat. He had previously possessed a 4th-level spirit cat, which was transformed into a 5th-level spirit cat, starting with 1 1st-level fierce bull and 75 fierce bulls. He synthesized them into 19 3rd-level fierce bulls. Additionally, 1 3rd-level fierce bull was merged into a 7th-level fierce bull and a 5th-level fierce bull. After completing the synthesis of all fierce beasts, aside from the dog king, Yang Kun found himself in possession of 6 fierce beasts, 1 9th-level spirit cat, 1 5th-level spirit cat, 1 7th-level fierce bull, 1 5th-level fierce bull, 1 4th-level fierce dog, and 1 2nd-level evil tiger. Though he now had only 8 beasts, including the demon chicken, their prowess far surpassed that of his previous companions. Reflecting on the demon chicken, Yang Kun remembered that all the other beasts in the old city had been cleared away, leaving only the demon chickens. While their strength was lacking, they could still yield treasure chests, which made them valuable, especially since there were a significant number of them, 1,473 to be precise. Enough to synthesize a chicken king. Therefore, Yang Kun had no intention of letting them escape. Using a telescope, he tracked the demon chickens and commanded his 6 fierce beasts to corral them. Despite their astonishing numbers, the demon chickens were weak, and under the pursuit of the 6 fierce beasts, they scurried toward the 2nd floor. At that moment, in the courtyard of the 2nd floor, Lin Yuan was instructing Xiao Yun in swordsmanship. Xiao Yun, after sheathing her long sword, bounded over to Lin Yuan with a pout, gazing up at the stern-faced instructor with puppy dog eyes. "Sister Yuan, look, I've mastered the first move of the butterfly 13 swords. Can we call it a day? You wish to protect your brother, don't you? He has reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation, while you are still at the 1st level. Shouldn't you be more diligent in your training?" Lin Yuan had been guiding her in practice during the morning and teaching her sword techniques in the afternoon. Xiao Yun was earnest and dedicated, blessed with talent, but occasionally distracted by her playful nature. "Oh, very well, let us continue." Xiao Yun's cheeks flushed as she recalled her earlier bravado about protecting her brother, wondering if he had been secretly amused at her claims. Observing the innocent and adorable Xiao Yun, Lin Yuan found it hard to be strict and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. "All right, You've practiced enough for today. It's time to take a break. Sister Yuan, you're the best. Under the thrill of excitement, Xiaoyun embraced Lin Yuan, bouncing with joy. Suddenly, she noticed the darkened sky outside, a mass approaching ominously. She released herself from Yuan Jie's embrace and pointed ahead, exclaiming, Yuan Jie, look, what is happening? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan felt an odd sensation as Xiaoyun hugged her. She realized the girl was not wearing anything beneath her clothing. Pushing aside the unsettling thought of Xiaoyun having embraced Yang Kun earlier that morning, Lin Yuan cast a strange glance at Xiaoyun before turning to where she was pointing. Before them loomed countless monstrous chickens, darkening the sky as they flew in unison like a brooding cloud. Chapter 26. The Chicken King. Lin Yuan furrowed her brow at the sight of the sky, filled with flying chickens. Although she was unafraid of them, the sheer number approaching was indeed peculiar. Grasping Xiaoyun's hand, she stepped outside to investigate further. At that moment, Yang Kun rode in on a formidable level 4 beast, arriving ahead of them at the small second floor. Observing the astonishment on their faces, he chuckled reassuringly, Do not worry, it won't affect us here. Upon hearing Yang Kun's voice, both women felt a wave of relief wash over them. Indeed, all the monstrous chickens halted on the hillside before the small building, gathering together under the watchful eye of the fierce beast. Wait for me. I shall return shortly, Yang Kun declared as he charged into the throng of monstrous chickens. At that moment, the relentless pursuit of the fierce beast had left the chickens thoroughly exhausted. They lay in a hollow at the foot of the slope. Yang Kun tirelessly executed a blood dominance technique, taking over more than 1,000 chickens. Over the course of an hour, he successfully subdued them all. The process went smoothly, with the chickens lining up patiently, although the repetition became somewhat tiring. Upon subduing all the chickens, Yang Kun had lost 1,473 drops of blood. Were it not for his cultivation having reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, he would not have had enough vitality to spare. Despite feeling somewhat drained, the thought of synthesizing a chicken king filled him with elation. Automatic synthesis, he commanded. The 1,474 monstrous chickens merged into a singular entity, a chicken king, a level 9 beast, along with an level 8, a level 7, and a level 2 chicken. Ding. As the host has synthesized a new beast, a random treasure chest is now available. Will the host claim it? Claim. An orange-yellow chest appeared on the screen, and Yang Kun casually tapped it open. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 points of spiritual power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained food. Yangzhou fried rice x10, oranges x10, boiled meat slices x10, bottled water x10. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a foundation establishment pill. As the 5 points of spiritual power coursed through his body, Yang Kun's total reached 51 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. In no time, he achieved the 10th layer of qi refinement and acquired a foundation establishment pill, indicating promising prospects for his future cultivation. Disregarding the contents of the spatial ring, Yang Kun turned his gaze towards the newly synthesized Rooster King. Its tail feathers and wings had elongated significantly, adorned with 3 vibrant plumes atop its head. The creature had grown considerably in size, although its weight had relatively diminished, rendering its physique more harmonious, which surprisingly struck Yang Kun as aesthetically pleasing. The beak and claws of the rooster had elongated, gleaming with an evident sharpness that was anything but ornamental. As he beheld the Rooster King, Yang Kun suddenly found himself intrigued by the prospect of pitting it against the Dog King in a contest of strength. He wondered who would emerge victorious. With this thought, he tossed a demon fruit to the Rooster King, and after consuming it, the rooster transformed into an egg, much like the Dog King had before. Having experienced the transformation of the Dog King, Yang Kun was unfazed and promptly returned the Rooster King to the beast space. He then sent away 4 demon chickens, 2 spirit cats, 2 fierce bulls, 1 ferocious dog, and 1 malevolent tiger to forage for food before returning to his small courtyard. Ignoring the curious gazes of the two, Yang Kun addressed Lin Yuan, saying, Lin Yuan, please take Xiaoyun to the Songyuan base city for a while. I intend to annihilate the forces sent by the Long family, which will surely provoke their wrath. The leader of this expedition is likely the head of the Long family. Before he could finish, Xiaoyun interrupted, No, I don't want to be separated from my brother, otherwise I will cry. With that, she began to wail loudly. Yang Kun had initially thought her tears would be mere theatrics, yet to his surprise, it began to rain heavily. It seemed that his arrival in the old city had significantly affected Xiaoyun. With a pained expression, Yang Kun, unable to bear her tears, relented. All right, but you must not leave the second floor. Feeling a pang of heartache, he realized he would have to set up a formation. This time, in addition to completely annihilating the Long family's forces, he intended to clear the demon beasts from the old city and reap considerable rewards from the elders of the Long family. Among the various weapons and techniques acquired, he collected 22 low-grade spirit stones, which, although modest in quality, would suffice. The Qinglong Guardian formation required only 5 spirit stones to establish. Chapter 27. Setting up the formation. Yang Kun retrieved the flags and array plate for the Qinglong Guardian formation, placing a flag at each of the cardinal points around the open space of the second floor. He then infused each flag with a spirit stone. Once the flags absorbed the spirit energy, they erected a square shield, enveloping the second floor. Yang Kun then placed a spirit stone into the array plate, embedding it underground on the second floor, thus completing the formation. With a surge of his spirit energy, the formation concealed the whereabouts of the second floor. While the formation lacked offensive capabilities, its defensive strength was formidable, and it could also gather spiritual energy. Invisibility was merely an auxiliary effect of the formation. After setting up the formation, Lin Yuan felt the concentration of spiritual energy within the second floor had more than doubled compared to before. Following this, Yang Kun prepared the evening meal, and after dining together, the three began their cultivation. The night passed without incident, and soon the dawn of a new day arrived. Last night, Yang Kun's cultivation saw no significant progress. However, he had gained complete mastery over the spiritual energy within him. Surprisingly, he felt quite content with this state, as it sufficed for him. After all, he did not require cultivation to experience rapid growth and strength. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a beast treasure chest 12. Please claim your reward. Finally, the moment had arrived. Yang Kun discovered that the 2 treasure chests were a vibrant orange-yellow, signifying 2 beast kings. He wondered what treasures awaited him within them. Without hesitation, he opened both chests. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 11 points of spiritual energy, 10 roast chicken, 3 demon fruit, and a demon subduing bell, which can automatically subdue ferocious beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 11 points of spiritual energy, 10 spicy strips, 3 demon fruit, and an azure dragon battle robe, which enhances spiritual energy recovery speed by 10% and increases speed by 10%. Indeed, the treasures of the Beast King chests were remarkable. Although the points of spiritual energy and demon fruit were modest, the subsequent 2 items were truly delightful. Without a moment's pause, Yang Kun proceeded to open all the remaining chests. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 4 points of spiritual energy, 10 apples, and 1 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9 points of spiritual energy, 10 fried dough sticks, and 3 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 points of spiritual energy, 10 tomato scrambled eggs, and 2 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 7 points of spiritual energy, 10 braised beef, and 2 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 points of spiritual energy, 10 stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and 1 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9 points of spiritual energy, 10 scallion tofu, and 3 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 8 points of spiritual energy, 10 dragon fruit, and 2 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 7 points of spiritual energy, 10 old tofu, and 2 demon fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 points of spiritual energy, 10 stir-fried cabbage with meat. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 points of spiritual energy, 10 braised lion's head. As the 80 points of spiritual energy fused within him, Yang Kun's total spiritual energy reached 131 points. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's strength can transcend the foundation establishment stage. Please consume the foundation establishment pill promptly. Yang Kun sat cross-legged. Without hesitation, he consumed the foundation establishment pill. The spiritual energy within him surged violently under the guidance of the pill, accompanied by an intense pain that was almost unbearable. Nevertheless, Yang Kun endured. An hour later, A small sea of consciousness formed in his mind, while a spiritual sea emerged in his dantian, each about the size of a jujube pit. Yet, Yang Kun felt no dismay. He believed that as his strength increased, so too would the size of these seas. Chapter 28. Foundation Establishment Stage Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has reached the first layer of foundation establishment. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yang Kun projected his consciousness outward, sensing clearly within a radius of 500 meters. In the adjacent room, Lin Yuan and Xiao Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. At that moment, Lin Yuan's cultivation had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, while Xiao Yun was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd layer. Yang Kun could not help but mutter a word of disdain, for Lin Yuan was unaware that Xiao Yun had only practiced for a single day. However, considering the presence of a formation that gathered spiritual energy, Yang Kun felt a sense of relief. The two indicators of reaching the foundation establishment stage are the emergence of the spiritual sea and the consciousness sea. With the spiritual sea, one gains access to a vast reservoir of spiritual power, and with the consciousness sea, one acquires divine awareness, which possesses boundless applications. It is only through divine awareness that one can manipulate flying swords. At that moment, Yang Kun noticed a foul substance clinging to his garments. Understanding this to be impurities expelled following his breakthrough, he casually performed a water manipulation technique he had only recently mastered, cleansing himself of the grime. He then conjured a ball of flame to dry both his clothes and body. Subsequently, curious to test his divine awareness, he infused a sliver of spiritual power into an apple, causing it to sway and levitate. Under his control, he placed it upon the dining table below. Yang Kun found this process exceedingly entertaining and began to manipulate various dishes, bringing them downstairs. Once the table was laden with food, Yang Kun had become quite adept at using his divine awareness and spiritual power to control objects. He then conveyed his thoughts to Lin Yuan and Xiao Yun in the adjacent room using spiritual energy and divine awareness. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Xiao Yun, engrossed in their cultivation, heard Yang Kun's voice. Time to eat. The two food lovers snapped out of their meditative state, exchanging a profound glance filled with astonishment. Yang Kun's voice had resonated within their minds, a feat requiring divine transmission, which indicated he had attained the consciousness sea. Could it be that Yang Kun had reached the foundation establishment stage? They both inwardly chided him for being extraordinary, yet wasted no time in descending the stairs, only to find Yang Kun emerging from his own room. Brother, have you broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Xiao Yun asked, blinking in confusion as she gazed at him. Yang Kun, recognizing the shock within their hearts, approached Xiao Yun and affectionately ruffled her hair. Indeed, if you wish to protect your brother, you must work hard. Xiao Yun, indignant, swatted his hand away and turned to descend the stairs. No, I've decided. I want my brother to protect me. Yang Kun resorted to a plethora of delectable treats to appease his proud little sister. However, due to Yang Kun's provocation, both Xiao Yun and Lin Yuan overlooked Lin Yuan's breakthrough, and after finishing breakfast, they returned upstairs to immerse themselves in rigorous practice. In truth, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, Yang Kun no longer felt hunger even if he skipped meals. Nonetheless, he still relished the experience of dining, especially when the food was so exquisite. Meanwhile, he took out a telescope but found no sign of visitors from the Long family, indicating he still had half a day to prepare. The morning swiftly passed, and Yang Kun had mastered the chaotic spiritual imprint with ease, effortlessly executing it while simultaneously learning a new spell. The Illusionary Divine Seal, a spell that necessitates the collaboration of one's consciousness, does not possess the power to slay enemies. However, it can induce illusions in adversaries, greatly diminishing their prowess once ensnared by the illusion. In fact, they may even turn against their own comrades, a truly insidious tactic. Yet, Yang Kun finds it quite appealing. For spells are devoid of intrinsic morality. Their worth is determined solely by the wielder. If employed to vanquish evildoers, then it is indeed a commendable spell. In Chapter 29, Celestial Dog and Phoenix, Yang Kun donned the Azure Dragon Battle Robe, an act which required blood to acknowledge its master. Upon wearing it, he discovered a significant enhancement in both his speed and the recovery of his spiritual energy, along with an added layer of spell defense. Truly, a remarkable treasure crafted by the system. Next, Yang Kun retrieved the extraordinary demon-subduing bell, a copper bell reminiscent of a dog-esque collar. After recognizing its mastery through blood, he understood its simple yet effective mechanism. The bell's chime would resonate within a 20-meter radius, casting a spell of subjugation upon any ferocious beast lacking resistance, thereby rendering them his loyal companion. Upon comprehending the bell's usage, Yang Kun fashioned a collar akin to a dog-s bell. At that moment, two voices emerged within his consciousness, startling him momentarily. To his surprise, it was the Dog King and the Chicken King, having awakened after consuming the demon essence fruit, now capable of conversing with him. Yang Kun opened the space for demon beasts, releasing the Dog King and Chicken King. The Dog King, now smaller in stature, bore resemblance to a wolf with a scaly body and, curiously, wings that were too diminutive for flight. Its peculiar appearance evoked memories of the celestial dog from the Shanhai Jing. On the other hand, the Chicken King sported long, colorful plumage, resembling the phoenix from the same ancient texts. Could it be that the Dog King awakened with the bloodline of the celestial dog? While the Chicken King embraced the lineage of the phoenix, Yang Kun felt a surge of joy. These were legendary creatures from the Shanhai Jing. Sensing Yang Kun's elation, the Dog King's voice resonated within his mind as it affectionately nudged his pant leg. Yang Kun, stroking the Dog King's head, contemplated a name. The moniker Dog King seemed unappealing. Since it resembled the fabled celestial dog, he decided, "My surname is Yang. From now on, you shall bear my name. Your name shall be Tian-go. Is that agreeable?" The Dog King responded gleefully in Yang Kun's consciousness. "Ha, Tian-go is splendid. Henceforth, I shall be known as Tian-go." With that, the Dog King added, "By the way, take good care of this bell." Yang Kun placed the extraordinary demon-subduing bell around Tian-go's neck, who joyfully shook and played with it. Observing the Chicken King's envious expression, he gently caressed its beautiful plumage, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Phoenix, if that pleases you." "Phoenix, I am named Phoenix, a name so melodious." "Ha ha ha, I am called Phoenix." "Ding, it has been detected that the host possesses the bloodline of the celestial dog Beast King. Henceforth, any Beast King with the celestial dog bloodline may be synthesized." "Ding, it has been detected that the host possesses the bloodline of the Phoenix Beast King. Henceforth, any Beast King with the Phoenix bloodline may be synthesized." "Ding, it has been detected that the host has named the celestial dog and the Phoenix, thus increasing the exclusive space by 4. Yang Kun stored the celestial dog and the Phoenix in the beast space, and he observed that above the original 15 compartments, 4 golden compartments had appeared, with the celestial dog and the Phoenix each occupying one. Initially, Yang Kun lamented the lack of upgraded space after synthesizing a level 1 Beast King, but to his surprise, naming them granted him exclusive space. It was truly marvelous. Although there were still 2 exclusive spaces available, Yang Kun was not in a hurry to name them. He wished to wait for new Beast Kings before bestowing names. Pondering which 2 ferocious beasts they might be, perhaps a spirit cat or a ferocious bull, Yang Kun did not consider the vicious tiger, as their numbers were exceedingly scarce. He had encountered only one in the entire old city. However, the strength of the vicious tiger was formidable, comparable to a level 9 ferocious dog. So he was in no rush to synthesize. Chapter 30. The Dilemma of Long Tianqing Calculating the Time. Yang Kun speculated that the members of the Long family should be arriving soon. After retrieving a telescope for reconnaissance, he found no sign of anyone. However, new ferocious beasts had appeared within the old city, likely having arrived from elsewhere. Yang Kun discovered 120 ferocious dogs and 80 spirit cats, but no ferocious bulls or demon chickens. The number of these ferocious beasts was insufficient, and their strength rather low. They posed no threat to foundation-building cultivators. Upon reaching the foundation-building stage, one could wield flying swords capable of slaying enemies from 100 meters away with a single strike. Nevertheless, Yang Kun was confident he could eliminate all 200 ferocious beasts within a minute. Thus, he was reluctant to waste these creatures. Yang Kun gathered all the ferocious beasts into the beast space, summoned the celestial dog, and rode it toward the location of the newly discovered ferocious beasts. The celestial dog, having attained the status of Beast King, exhibited greatly enhanced speed, and within a quarter of an hour, he reached the first target point. Here, there were 32 ferocious dogs. And with the demon-suppressing bell and the celestial dog, Yang Kun subdued and synthesized a level 6 ferocious dog in under a minute. After storing the level 6 ferocious dog, he rode the celestial dog to the next location. In less than an hour, Yang Kun had subdued 120 ferocious dogs and 80 spirit cats, synthesizing one level 7 ferocious dog, one level 6 ferocious dog, one level 4 ferocious dog, one level 7 spirit cat, and one level 5 spirit cat. Previously, Yang Kun possessed one level 4 ferocious dog and one level 5 spirit cat. He synthesized them into one level 5 ferocious dog and one level 6 spirit cat. Taking out the telescope, he spotted 15 individuals approaching the edge of the old city, one of whom was a young servant clad in the attire of the Long family. They have finally arrived. A cold smile spread across Yang Kun's face as he stored away all the ferocious beasts, with the presence of foundation-building individuals. The ferocious beasts would serve no significant purpose. Even the fierce bull's defenses cannot withstand the brilliance of the flying sword, nor can the speed of the spirit cat outpace it, unless their strength reaches that of a beast king. Moreover, Yang Kun yearned to test his own abilities. Since his ascension as a cultivator, he had yet to engage in true combat. Therefore, he did not release the phoenix, instead riding the celestial hound towards the farm. This time, Yang Kun aimed to lure these individuals into the territory occupied by the demon beasts, intending to annihilate them with the help of the creatures. He had no intention of confronting them directly. Extracting a map, he ultimately set his sights on Linshan City, adjacent to the Old Town. Linshan City is in proximity to Wulan Mountain, a significant stronghold of the demon beasts. The beasts within Wulan Mountain not only outnumber others, but also possess greater strength, with many at the foundation establishment stage. Although Yang Kun was not yet daring enough to venture into Wulan Mountain, Linshan City was sufficiently enticing. Now, he needed to contemplate how to attract them there. Upon Yang Kun's arrival at the farm on the Celestial Hound, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect had already gathered. The farm was strewn with the remains of several corpses, gnawed upon by ferocious beasts. Long Tianqing had searched diligently and finally identified the bodies of Long Tianqing and 3 elders. Zhao Wu observed Long Tianqing, who was intently examining several corpses, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Brother Long, have you discerned the identity of the murderer?" Zhao Wu, a warrior at heart, had readily accepted this task, expecting an exhilarating battle upon reaching the Old Town. To his dismay, they encountered neither a single person nor a ferocious beast. The beasts were likely manipulated by a beastmaster. Aside from my brother and my uncle, who were slain by a human, all others fell to the beasts. Long Tianqing's brow tightened in contemplation, stating, "The injuries on my brother suggest that a servant of the Long family delivered the fatal blow, while my uncle fought valiantly against the beasts, only to be slain by a human after exhausting his strength. What perplexes me is why a foundation establishment stage murderer would resort to a horde of beasts to finish off my uncle." Chapter 31. Provocation. I can provide an answer to that question, but why should I divulge it to you? At that moment, Yang Kun rode into the farm atop the Celestial Hound. He surveyed the 15 individuals present, specifically noting 3 of them. The young man in flowing white robes, resembling Long Tianqing, appeared to be his brother, possessing the strength of the second foundation establishment stage. Another was a short, stout individual, as rotund as a pig. Yet he was at the first foundation establishment stage. The last was a ruggedly handsome man clad in animal skins, exuding a formidable battle aura. Astonishingly, at the third foundation establishment stage, the remaining 12 were merely at the 10th level of Qi training, hardly worthy of Yang Kun's attention. Long Tianqing fixed his gaze intently on Yang Kun, scrutinizing the peculiar beast he rode, which, despite its odd appearance, unmistakably exuded an aura of ferocity. In a cold tone, he remarked, "You ride a fierce hound, which clearly signifies you are a beastmaster. Furthermore, your presence here, coupled with your knowledge of the truth, reveals that you are the one who has mercilessly taken the lives of over 30 members of my family." Upon his declaration, Zhao Wusong and others advanced, firmly fixating their attention on Yang Kun and the hound. "It seems your wits have not been devoured by your dog. Perhaps you should consider offering your brain to it instead?" Yang Kun, however, remained unfazed, affectionately stroking the hound's head and chuckling. The hound responded with a menacing snarl, baring its teeth at Long Tianqing, barking as if it yearned to devour his intellect. Before Long Tianqing could respond, Songbei erupted in rage. "You presumptuous child! Do you not realize we are human beings? How dare you offend us? Surrender now, lest we capture you and subject you to a torturous fate." Clearly aware of his culpability, Yang Kun retorted, "You inquire about my guilt while knowing full well I am the culprit? You, an ignorant swine of the Celestial Freedom sect, are far less astute than the pig from earlier. Even my hound would scorn you." Remarkably, the hound seemed to comprehend, vigorously shaking its head in disdain. Pleased by the hound's behavior, Yang Kun continued to pat its head. "You dare challenge me? I shall end your existence." Songbei, infuriated by Yang Kun's words, unleashed a palm strike, conjuring a bolt of lightning that transformed into a fearsome thunder dragon, lunging towards Yang Kun with ferocious intent. Yang Kun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this hefty adversary possessed a rare affinity for thunder elemental energy. Although Yang Kun could wield basic lightning spells, they paled in comparison to the formidable might exhibited by Songbei. Faced with this strike, Yang Kun felt powerless, as he had mastered only 2 major spells, neither capable of countering such a formidable lightning attack. However, glancing at the azure dragon battle garment draped over his shoulders, he recognized it was time to test its defensive capabilities. In an instant, the thunder dragon surged forth, yet the azure dragon battle garment shimmered with draconic energy, absorbing the lightning entirely without inflicting the slightest harm upon Yang Kun. Overjoyed, he turned to the hefty adversary and declared, "A reciprocal exchange is only fair. Now you shall receive a taste of my power." With that, Yang Kun executed a palm strike, invoking the chaotic spirit seal, sending forth a white handprint towards the hefty foe. The handprint soared swiftly, descending upon Songbei before he could react, who hastily retrieved a shimmering shield to protect himself. Yet, the white imprint effortlessly pierced through the shield, striking him directly. As the chaotic spirit seal impacted, Songbei found himself perplexed when nothing seemed to occur. However, his expression soon shifted dramatically. He realized that the spiritual energy within him was trembling uncontrollably, slipping beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, his formidable strength, having attained the foundation establishment stage, granted him a spiritual sea that gradually quelled the tumultuous energies within. Chapter 32. The Terror of the Illusory Divine Seal. Brother Songbei, how are you faring? Long Tianxing inquired with concern as he approached Songbei, who was seated on the ground. Just at that moment, an invisible seal struck Songbei's head. It was Yang Kun executing the illusory divine seal upon him. Since this seal required spiritual consciousness for its manifestation, it was formless and could instantaneously affect its target. The moment the illusory divine seal impacted the stout figure, Songbei suddenly perceived Yang Kun charging at him from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a palm thunder towards Yang Kun. Long Tianxing did not anticipate that Songbei would suddenly attack him, leaving him unprepared. Consequently, he was struck by the palm thunder in an instant. The terrifying bolts of lightning wreaked havoc upon Long Tianxing's body, but fortunately, due to his superior strength, he was able to expel the electricity with his formidable spiritual energy. Yet, he could not fathom why Long Tianxing had suddenly turned against him. "Brother Song, what is the matter? Why have you attacked Brother Long? Brother Song, have you lost your mind? This is Brother Long. First, restrain him. Brother Song has fallen under that demon's spell. He is already possessed." As the brethren of the Xiaoyao sect sought to inquire about the situation and the reason behind Songlei's aggression towards Brother Long, Songbei, in a fit of rage, launched a relentless assault. Countless lightning-based spells erupted forth recklessly, while he wielded the thunder sound sword to slay 8 of his fellow disciples. Songbei had realized that after one of his palm thunders struck Yang Kun, the latter had suddenly multiplied into 14 figures, each continuously challenging him. Although he did not comprehend the phenomenon, there was no time for contemplation, as the 14 Yang Kun figures charged at him with fury. In response, Songbei summoned the thunder sound sword and, under his command, engaged the 14 Yang Kun in a frenzied onslaught, managing to eliminate 8 of them. However, soon after, 2 of the Yang Kun figures retaliated by sending forth 2 flying swords towards him. After retracting the thunder sound sword to defend against the 2 flying swords, Songbei discovered that the spiritual energy within them was formidable. Upon collision, the flying sword sent his own thunder sound sword careening away. At that moment, a golden light enveloped him, binding his spiritual energy and rendering his body immobile. The 2 flying swords had been wielded by Zhao Wu and Long Tianxing, with Zhao Wu imprisoning Songbei's spiritual energy and sealing his movements. Zhao Wu, however, was incensed, questioning what kind of sorcery had been employed on Songbei, compelling him to injure Long Tianxing with palm thunder and to wield the Thunder Heart sword, leading to the demise of 8 disciples. Of course, Yang Kun would not reveal that it was due to Songbei being ensnared by his illusion, the illusory divine seal. Moreover, this seal's efficacy diminished against individuals with greater strength than Yang Kun, such as Zhao Wu and Long Tianqing. Conversely, those adept in spiritual consciousness techniques would find it entirely ineffective. However, Songbei was evidently not among them. What a splendid spectacle of self-destruction. Alas, this black pig is simply too weak. It leaves one wanting for more. Yang Kun sat atop the celestial hound, clapping his hands vigorously, as if he had merely witnessed a theatrical performance. Zhao Wu placed Songbei on the ground, rising to his feet and glaring fiercely at Yang Kun. It was he who had slain 7 of his junior brothers, leaving Zhao Wu in a quandary on how to explain this to their master. The thought of his master's usual severity sent a shiver down Zhao Wu's spine. In an instant, he pointed at Yang Kun. An verdant flying sword shot forth, piercing towards him. Observing Zhao Wu's decisive action, Long Tianqing sheathed his own sword, confident that with Zhao Wu's intervention, Yang Kun would surely be no match. As the flying sword approached, Yang Kun drew forth the Baihong's sword, engaging it in a fierce duel with the green sword. Yang Kun was capable of wielding his sword against foes, yet his control was limited to a distance of 500 meters, as that was the extent of his spiritual awareness. Beyond that range, the sword would falter and drop to the ground. Despite Yang Kun's capabilities, he was outmatched by Zhao Wu, whose green sword bore significantly more spiritual energy. Each collision sent tremors through the Baihong's sword. Nevertheless, the quality of the Baihong's sword surpassed that of the green sword. While the latter was merely an inferior magical weapon, the former was of superior grade. Thus, it did not get knocked away, although in terms of endurance, Yang Kun could not compete with Zhao Wu. However, Yang Kun did not intend to eliminate them by his own hand. With a firm pat on the celestial hound's rear, it surged forth beyond the confines of the farm. Zhao Wu and Long Tianqing, taken aback by Yang Kun's sudden retreat, promptly took to the skies in pursuit. The remaining 5, caught in indecision, ultimately resolved to remain behind and await their 2 seniors' return. Although their flight was swift, the celestial hound's speed eclipsed theirs. To entice his pursuers towards Lingshan City, Yang Kun maintained the hound's speed just slightly faster than theirs. Before long, the trio arrived at Lingshan City, where ferocious beasts abounded, many of a formidable caliber. Among them, a spirit cat reached an impressive level 8, the highest Yang Kun had ever encountered in his own cultivation. There were also 5 level 7 ferocious dogs, 8 level 6 ferocious bulls, 7 level 6 spirit cats, and an uncountable number of beasts at levels 2 through 5. Upon reaching Lingshan City, Yang Kun was astounded by the sheer number of high-level beasts, far exceeding his expectations. Yet, he did not linger, urging the celestial hound to charge straight into the heart of Lingshan City. Behind him, Zhao Wu and Long Tianqing furrowed their brows. Although they were unafraid of the level 8 spirit cat or the level 7 ferocious dogs, they were acutely aware that this was the territory of demonic beasts. The city would likely harbor even more powerful creatures, and should they be besieged by countless high-level beasts, they could slay many but would inevitably tire and fall prey to the ferocious creatures. Moreover, such a commotion would likely attract the attention of a foundation-building beast king, leaving them with no escape, as the 2 individuals had just experienced the terrifying speed of the beast king. They understood that had it not been for Yang Kun intentionally slowing down, they would have been utterly unable to catch up. Although they were acutely aware of Yang Kun's ulterior motives, they found themselves ensnared, watching as he entered the city of Linshan without taking any action, leaving them without a plausible explanation. Exchanging glances, they steeled their resolve and pursued Yang Kun. Upon noticing their approach, Yang Kun felt a sense of relief. The trio's speed swiftly surpassed the ferocious beasts they had just encountered. However, the beasts did not relent and relentlessly pursued them. Consequently, all the ferocious creatures they had encountered converged behind them, rapidly forming a formidable tide of beasts. At that moment, Long Tianqing blocked Zhao Wu's path, pointing toward the massive tide of beasts behind them. Brother Zhao, that individual's intention is evidently to utilize the beast tide to eliminate us. We cannot continue the chase, otherwise, as the tide grows, our escape will become impossible. Zhao Wu, gazing at the approaching tide, felt a surge of trepidation, his brow furrowing as he replied. But how do we explain this to our master? How will you justify this to your father? Long Tianqing gritted his teeth and replied firmly, Brother, I yearn to eliminate him even more than you do, Yet this path is fraught with peril. If we lose our lives, it will not be worth it. We must return to the Long family and devise a new plan. Reluctantly, Zhao Wu acquiesced. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Let us depart. With a heavy heart, he resolved to retreat for the first time without engaging in battle. Although it was due to Yang Kun's machinations, all he could perceive was his own retreat. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Yang Kun mounted his celestial dog, soared into the air, and concealed himself atop a grand tree. Controlling the celestial dog, he launched an assault on the two, simultaneously releasing a phoenix that soared toward them. Chapter 34. The beast-tide assault. Zhao Wu and Long Tianqing were taken aback to discover that Yang Kun possessed yet another beast king. For was it not the case that a beast tamer could only control a single beast? However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the two beast kings had already begun their assault. The celestial dog unleashed a torrent of dark wind from its maw, enveloping the two in an instant. The dark wind carried an immense suction force, threatening to swallow them whole. Nevertheless, with Long Tianqing at the second level of foundation establishment and Zhao Wu at the third, they were considerably stronger than the celestial dog, enabling them to disperse the dark wind. Yet, the wind also harbored a paralyzing toxin that rendered them momentarily incapacitated. Meanwhile, the phoenix expelled a stream of crimson demon fire, which bore a hint of true phoenix flame. Although merely a trace, it was not something the two could extinguish easily. Ultimately, the duo unleashed a barrage of water-based spells to extinguish the demon fire, leaving them singed and soot-covered. Incensed by the attacks from the two beast kings, they abandoned thoughts of retreat and wielded their flying swords to engage the two creatures. Despite the beast king's formidable skin defenses, the might of two magical swords wielded by Foundation establishment practitioners proved to be a formidable force. Only the hardness of the claws can withstand the assault of the magic sword. Thus, faced with the onslaught of the magic sword, one can only continuously unleash black winds and demonic flames while attempting to seize the sword with their claws. Yang Kun, on the other hand, incessantly employs the chaotic spirit seal and the illusory divine seal to disrupt the spiritual energy and consciousness of both parties. Otherwise, the Tengu and Phoenix would not stand a chance against them. He also urges the two beasts to close in on the pair, seeking opportunities to strike. Given that the physical bodies of humans are vastly inferior to those of demonic beasts, once the beasts close the distance, humans become no match for them. The formidable power of foundation-building cultivators lies in their ability to wield flying swords. Although wielding a magic sword enhances their power, it also renders them more susceptible to harm from the beasts. Meanwhile, the beast tide has finally arrived from the rear. Yang Kun conceals himself within a large tree, holding his breath and restraining his aura, refraining from intervening. The current situation involves high-level ferocious beasts, unlike the first-level beasts encountered before. Although Yang Kun's techniques are exceedingly concealed, they can still be detected. Dragon Tianqing and Zhao Wu, engaged in a fierce battle with the two beasts, have no time to hide and find themselves surrounded by the beast tide, unable to escape. Although foundation-building cultivators can fly with swords, they can only glide at low altitudes. Ascending to greater heights depletes their spiritual energy, and a fall could prove fatal. With their magic swords entangled by the Tengu and Phoenix, the two can only continuously cast spells to fend off the approaching horde. However, the sheer number of demonic beasts in the tide is overwhelming, and their strength is formidable. The most powerful among them is no longer the 9th-level spirit cat, but a 10th-level ferocious bull. The strength of the ferocious bull is tremendous. Even a 3rd-level bull can contend evenly with a 10th-level elder from the dragon clan, although the 10th-level bull has not yet reached the beast king level. Should it close in, even foundation-building cultivators cannot withstand its terrifying charge. In desperation, the two can only retract their magic swords, spinning them around themselves to fend off the ferocious beasts rushing toward them. Yang Kun refrains from allowing the Tengu and Phoenix to continue their assault, instead watching the two closely to prevent their escape. The two resemble a meat grinder, slaughtering countless ferocious beasts, yet the onslaught is relentless, with each beast undeterred by death. Ultimately, after the sacrifice of numerous ferocious beasts, a 9th-level spirit cat approaches Dragon Tianqing. Its claws slash across Dragon Tianqing's face, causing 3 jets of blood to erupt from him. With the spirit cat closing in, a 9th-level ferocious bull charges at Dragon Tianqing, delivering a powerful blow to his body. Hastily, Dragon Tianqing takes flight on his sword, narrowly evading the attack. The Tengu then spews out black winds towards him. While the winds cannot draw him into the Tengu's maw, they do obstruct his movement. In midair, he becomes a target for the demonic beasts. Countless spirit cats, propelled by the ferocious bull, leap high into the air, pouncing upon the airborne dragon Tianqing. Chapter 35. One dead, one wounded. However, previously expending a considerable amount of spiritual energy in pursuit of Yang Kun, he now grasps a spirit stone to gradually restore his energy, though the recovery is painfully slow. After a fierce battle with the celestial dog and phoenix, Dragon Tianqing found himself besieged by a horde of feral beasts, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Consequently, after evading several waves of spirit cats, he could no longer sustain flight and was forced to descend once again, wielding his sword to engage in combat with the ferocious beasts. However, it was not long before an 8th-level savage dog clamped its jaws around his leg, and with a single bite, severed it entirely. For a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, facing a ferocious beast up close rendered him nearly as vulnerable as a cultivator in the chi refining stage. The physical defenses were utterly inadequate against the beast's sharp fangs. Simultaneously, another savage bull charged fiercely at Dragon Tianqing, its long horns piercing through his chest. "Brother Zhao, run. Go back and have master and my father avenge me. I want that brat to suffer." Dragon Tianqing shouted desperately, his voice fading into silence. The second-layer foundation establishment cultivator, Dragon Tianqing, had perished. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu was not faring much better. Although stronger than Dragon Tianqing, he was under heavy scrutiny from Yang Kun. The celestial dog and phoenix, while not directly attacking, loomed ominously nearby. The phoenix, despite not soaring like a bird, could still glide at low altitudes. Each time Zhao Wu took to the skies on his sword, the phoenix would rise as well, unleashing demonic flames that forced him back down. Upon hearing Dragon Tianqing's final words, Zhao Wu struck down the savage bull before him. Witnessing Dragon Tianqing's demise right before his eyes, he wasted no time and ascended on his sword, attempting to flee. However, he was soon driven back down by the phoenix's infernal flames. Faced with an overwhelming number of savage beasts, Zhao Wu made a resolute decision to employ blood spirit escape, a technique he had stumbled upon in the past, known only to him due to its severe side effects that could diminish his cultivation realm. He had never dared to use it before, but the prospect of sharing Dragon Tianqing's fate compelled him to act. With determination, Zhao Wu bit his fingertip, extracting a single drop of essence blood, the quintessence of the human body. An ordinary person possesses only 3 drops, while Zhao Wu, having reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, had merely 7 in total. As he chanted an incantation, forming hand seals, the drop of blood radiated a brilliant light. It transformed into a shimmering layer of crimson, enveloping Zhao Wu entirely. Yang Kun furrowed his brow as he witnessed the flash of bloodlight. He was astounded that Zhao Wu could escape in such a manner. It was now too late to pursue him, but it mattered little. He needed to deal with the remaining beasts in the area. Despite the recent losses inflicted by Zhao Wu and Dragon Tianqing, numerous savage beasts still thronged around. Under Yang Kun's command, the celestial dog and phoenix launched themselves fiercely against the multitude of beasts. There was no need for spells. Physical combat was most exhilarating for these demonic creatures. With powerful charges and collisions, countless savage beasts fell, and under the influence of the demon suppression bell, many were automatically subdued. As Yang Kun dispatched the celestial dog to subdue the ferocious beasts, Zhao Wu had already appeared 10 miles away. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life, Zhao Wu discovered, to his dismay, that his strength had diminished to the 1st level of foundation establishment. After confirming his location, he soared towards the realm of the Xiaoyao sect. Urgent healing and restoration of his cultivation were paramount, leaving little room for concern for the few individuals at the farm. Chapter 36. Bountiful Harvest. It took Yang Kun over an hour to subdue all the ferocious beasts. Ultimately, he had tamed more than 400 vicious dogs, 700 spirit cats, and over 200 ferocious bulls, yet he did not encounter any malevolent tigers or demonic chickens in this region. Most of the beasts here possessed high levels of power, and in the end, Yang Kun synthesized 3 dog kings, 2 cat kings, and 1 bull king. He also acquired 1 level 10 vicious dog, 1 level 9 spirit cat, and 1 level 7 ferocious bull. The appearance of the cat king differed from that of the spirit cat. Although the spirit cat had grown in size, its form remained feline. In contrast, the Cat King resembled a tiger, yet its fangs were exceedingly long, evoking memories of the legendary saber-toothed tiger. The Bull King, however, had not changed much in appearance. Still resembling a bull but sprouting 3 sharp spikes on its back, reminiscent of the mythical beast, the Azure Bull Spirit. By fusing one Dog King with the Celestial Dog, its strength surged to the 2nd tier of Dog King. After merging the other 2 Dog Kings and synthesizing them with the Celestial Dog, its prowess ascended to the 3rd tier of Dog King. Following the synthesis of the 2 Cat Kings into a 2nd-tier Cat King, Yang Kun tossed a demon essence fruit to the Cat King and another to the Bull King. This fruit is yours from now on. You shall be known as Saber-Toothed Tiger, and you shall be the Azure Bull. With the awakened bloodlines of the Azure Bull and the Saber-Toothed Tiger secured within the beast space, Yang Kun mounted the Celestial Dog, preparing to journey towards the Old City Farm. After all, this was Linshan City, perilously close to the beast stronghold of Misty Mountain. Encountering a high-level beast king would spell disaster for Yang Kun. He speculated that there were still individuals at the farm, and the fleeing Zhao Wu was likely too preoccupied to think of them, with only 4 hours having passed since their departure from the farm. At this moment, Yang Kun possessed 4 beast kings, along with a 2nd-tier malevolent tiger, leaving him with merely 4 vicious beasts. Nonetheless, even if he were to encounter a 5th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, he felt no trepidation. Yet, on his journey, he unexpectedly came across a considerable number of demonic chickens. Although they were all 1st tier, Yang Kun was determined not to let them slip away. Half an hour later, he succeeded in synthesizing a Chicken King, and upon merging it with the Phoenix, the Phoenix's strength escalated to the 2nd tier of Chicken King. After retrieving the Phoenix into the beast space, Yang Kun did not linger and continued directly towards the Old City Farm. An hour later, he arrived at the farm, confirming his suspicions that the 5 individuals had not yet departed. At that moment, Songbei had fully recovered and emerged from the illusion. Upon seeing Yang Kun, rage surged within him, yet he was alarmed by the absence of Long Tianqing and Zhao Wu. The sinister being has made his appearance. While both of the senior brothers are nowhere to be found, have they already fallen victim to him? Just as he attempted to flee upon mounting his sword, Yang Kun commanded the Celestial Dog to eliminate them, leaving not a single one alive. Without further ado, the Celestial Dog lunged forward, swiftly dispatching 4 of them with ease. Although these 4 possessed a cultivation level of the 10th stage of Qi refinement, they were no match for the Celestial Dog's ferocious assault. At that moment, Songbei had barely managed to escape 100 meters, yet the Celestial Dog's speed surpassed his own, catching up to him in an instant. Songbei sought to employ lightning techniques to hinder the Celestial Dog, but the strikes merely ricocheted off without impeding its advance in the slightest. With a powerful leap, the Celestial Dog propelled itself off the ground, its diminutive wings flapping fervently. It swiftly clamped down on Songbei's leg, dragging him from the air before sinking its teeth into his neck, piercing through with razor-sharp fangs. Thus, Songbei met his demise. Despite being at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment, he had encountered a 3rd-tier canine monarch in the Celestial Dog. After claiming 5 lives, Yang Kun rode the Celestial Dog back towards the 2nd floor. Chapter 37. The Reaction in the Long Family of Songbei Bay City. At the moment when Long Tianqing's soul tablet shattered, the family head, Long Zhan, collapsed into his chair, as if he had aged a century in an instant. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before him, and suddenly, Long Zhan sprang to his feet, his chair reduced to dust beneath him, his aura terrifyingly powerful, swirling without a breeze. Who is it? Who could it be? I shall have your flesh torn asunder. Long Zhan could not restrain his anguished cries, and in mere moments, his hair turned completely white. He had but 2 sons. His younger son, Long Tianqing, though lacking in talent, was cherished by him. As for his elder son, Long Tianqing, he was his pride and joy, and it was unimaginable that he would meet such an untimely end. In just a few days, the Long family had suffered a significant loss of power, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain their standing in Songbei Bay City. Moreover, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, having witnessed the Long family's demise, could very well direct their ire towards them. After all, the Xiaoyao sect was a major sect, one that the Long family could not afford to offend. It was imperative that before the Xiaoyao sect sought retribution, he capture the enemy and offer his apologies. Come forth. Account for our numbers. I shall personally pursue the murderer into the old city. Long Zhan exhaled fiercely. He must take matters into his own hands. This was not only to avenge the blood of his sons, but also for the sake of the Xiaoyao sect. Should he fail to act, it was likely that the Long family would face utter annihilation. In Songbei Bay City lies a mountain known as Xiaoyao Mountain, home to the Xiaoyao sect. The sect consists of 3 peaks: Xiaoyao Peak, Hehuan Peak, and Tianyang Peak. At this moment, within the council hall of Tianyang Peak, Tianyang Zi sat in a position of authority. A member of the top 10 elders of the Xiaoyao sect, Tianyang Zi had achieved the 9th level of foundation establishment. Qin Yuxiong and the 2 vice mountain masters flanked him, both possessing a cultivation level of the 7th stage of foundation establishment. Below them, Zhao Wu knelt on the ground, gravely injured, his aura unstable, as if he were on the brink of a fall in cultivation. Zhao Wu briefly reported the previous events to his master, Tianyang Zi, who then instructed him to return to his cave dwelling for seclusion and recovery. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's account, Tianyang Zi was immediately consumed by fury. Although the Tianyang lineage boasted thousands of disciples, he had only 9 true apprentices. He could disregard the Qi refinement stage disciples. But Long Tiancheng and Song Lei were 2 whom he held in high esteem, and it was unimaginable that they had fallen to that man's hand. Even Zhao Wu, whom he regarded as a son, had sustained such grave injuries that his realm was on the brink of regressing to the Qi refinement stage. Were it not for his current obligations preventing him from leaving Tianyang Mountain, he would have willingly journeyed to the old city to tear that man apart. Qinyu, you shall undertake a visit. This matter stems from the Long family, so inquire about their culpability. If the Long family fails to meet my expectations, their existence shall be deemed unnecessary. Above all, ensure that scoundrel is captured. I wish to extract his soul and refine his essence, subjecting him to a fate worse than death. Understood, Qinyu replied, rising to accept the command and departing the grand hall. Once outside, he soared into the air on his sword, swiftly making his way from the serene Xiaoyao Mountain to the Long family's western district at the Songbei base. He soon arrived above the Long residence. Longzhan, are you aware of your sins? Meanwhile, Yang Kun returned to the 2nd floor of his building. The formation he had set earlier showed no signs of disturbance. He deactivated the formation and stepped into the courtyard, sweeping his consciousness around to find Lin Yuan and Xiao Yun engaged in their cultivation. Not wishing to interrupt, he ascended directly to the 2nd floor and entered his room. Yang Kun did not engage in cultivation. Instead, he took a moment to organize the spoils from his recent endeavors. Chapter 38. Dividing Treasures from Long Tiancheng. Yang Kun had acquired a storage bag containing 500 spirit stones, a white spiritual sword known as the Flowing Cloud Sword, numerous gold-attributed techniques, and 3 vials of elixirs, Jiang Pill, Qingling Pill, and Kaiyuan Pill, all enhancing cultivation for the Qi refinement stage, with the Kaiyuan Pill being the most effective, even usable upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. The Flowing Cloud Sword was indeed the same one he had previously wielded, albeit a low-grade spiritual sword. The techniques, upon cursory inspection, were unimpressive, yet Yang Kun chose not to discard them. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the storage bag, as no such item was found on Song Lei. However, its capacity was limited, measuring only 3 cubic meters. From Song Lei, he obtained the Thunder Sound Sword, also a low-grade spiritual sword, several lightning-attributed techniques, just 30 spirit stones, and a vial of Qingling Pill. It appeared that Song Lei's wealth paled in comparison to Long Tiancheng's. After all, Song Lei hailed from a humble background and would not have been selected by the Xiaoyao sect had he not possessed exceptional talent and a lightning spiritual root. Among the dozen disciples of the Xiaoyao sect at the 10th level of Qi refinement, aside from the 100 spirit stones acquired, there was little of interest to Yang Kun. He lamented not having retained Zhao Wu, for his possession would surely have been far more abundant. Moreover, Zhao Wu's escape would undoubtedly lead to Yang Kun incurring the ire of the Xiaoyao sect. However, he remained unconcerned, for by the time they sought him out, his strength would have ascended to another realm altogether. The most significant gain this time is the enhancement of several Beast King's powers. Yang Kun placed 20 spirit stones into a storage pouch, along with the Flowing Cloud Sword and 3 vials of elixirs obtained from Long Tiancheng. He then took the storage pouch, the Thunder Sound Sword, and the Qingling Pill to the entrance of Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan's quarters. Using his spiritual sense, he communicated with the 2, and they soon emerged. To his astonishment, Xiaoyun had already reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement within just a few days, truly extraordinary. Lin Yuan remained at the 8th level of qi refinement, but was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yang Kun handed the storage pouch to his sister and entrusted the Thunder Sound Sword and Qingling Pill to Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan envied the storage pouch, she understood that she could not compare to Xiaoyan. Possessing a magical sword and elixirs was already a considerable fortune. It is worth noting that even the head of the Long family does not possess a magic artifact, highlighting their rarity. Long Tianqing's artifact was obtained only after he contributed significantly to the free and easy sect. After receiving the storage pouch, Xiaoyan curiously examined it, unsure how to utilize it. Under Yang Kun's guidance, she pricked her finger to drop a drop of blood, thereby recognizing the pouch as hers, and subsequently opened it. Upon pouring out its contents, Xiaoyan was stunned to see so many spirit stones and elixirs. She took 10 spirit stones and a vial of Jiang pill and offered them to Lin Yuan. Sister Yuan, take these. I do not need so many right now. Lin Yuan repeatedly declined, but Xiaoyan insisted, urging her to accept. Yang Kun was pleasantly surprised by Xiaoyan's generosity, but did not oppose her. Rather, he felt a sense of pride in her. If Xiaoyan gives it to you, just accept it. It was only after Yang Kun spoke that Lin Yuan relented. Taking the spirit stones and elixirs, Lin Yuan smiled gently at Xiaoyan and expressed her gratitude to Yang Kun, saying, "Thank you, senior. No need for thanks. Now, let us go downstairs for a meal." Yang Kun waved his hand and led the way down, where he prepared a feast of delightful dishes. As Yang Kun observed that the two had nearly finished their meal, he spoke directly, "We will leave here tomorrow for Songyuan Bay City." "Brother, why?" Xiaoyan halted her eating abruptly, looking at Yang Kun with curiosity. She understood that for others, the old city was akin to hell, while for her brother, it was a paradise. Although she did not grasp the entirety of the situation, she could sense the underlying tension. "Why must we suddenly go to Songyuan Bay City?" "Because today, not only did I slay Long Tianqing, the eldest son of the Long family, but I also eliminated members of the free and easy sect. It is likely they will come seeking retribution soon. Given the strength of the free and easy sect, it is merely a matter of time before they locate this place. And I fear for your safety. I don't want to leave. Wherever you are, brother, that is where I want to be. Be good and listen. Besides, I will be going as well." Yang Kun chuckled at Xiaoyan's adorable demeanor and affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, if brother is going, then I will go too. Hee." After dinner, Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan returned upstairs to continue their cultivation, while Yang Kun practiced the chaotic spirit seal and the illusionary divine seal in the courtyard. Today, these two spells proved to be remarkably effective. In addition to spellcasting, he also focused on the art of sword control. From today's battle, Yang Kun realized that his combat abilities were indeed lacking, were it not for the aid of demon beasts and clever strategies. Eliminating the members of the Xiaoyao sect would have been nearly impossible. Moreover, he could not solely rely on these external aids. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly helpless. Although he could not autonomously enhance his cultivation, strength is not solely defined by cultivation level. Through previous battles, Yang Kun discerned that the human physique pales in comparison to the robust bodies of demon beasts. Without weapons, humans would stand no chance against them. Upon reaching the foundational stage of the Zongu decision, Yang Kun discovered an astonishing body refinement technique, the indestructible golden body, which could render one's physique as powerful as that of a demon beast. He was determined not to overlook this body refinement method. Thus, Yang Kun spent 3 hours practicing the chaotic spirit seal and the illusionary divine seal, followed by another 3 hours honing his sword control technique. Afterwards, he prepared to delve into the practice of the indestructible golden body. This technique resembled the hard skills from the martial arts world of his previous life, requiring continuous striking of the physical body. With no one to assist him, he had the Tengu control the force, repeatedly striking him without causing actual harm. However, when Yang Kun's fists landed on the Tengu, it felt as though he was pounding against stone. Not only did he fail to injure the Tengu, but his fists also ached from the impact. The Tengu retaliated with a claw strike, instantly pinning him to the ground, unable to rise. Though it would not injure him, it was undeniably painful. Yang Kun stood up again, continuing to spar with the Tengu, only to be knocked down once more. This cycle of rising and falling continued. After 2 hours, Yang Kun's body was left bruised and battered, completely exhausted on the ground. Yet, he found himself smiling. While his physical strength had not increased, his ability to withstand blows had certainly improved. He also noticed that despite his body being battered, as long as he continuously channeled spiritual energy, he could recover swiftly. Half an hour later, all traces of his injuries had vanished. In fact, he felt that his physical power had significantly increased, and he could even absorb the spiritual energy from the air. While still not comparable to the speed of a normal cultivator, Yang Kun was elated. This indicated that he could cultivate normally in the future. He was unsure if this was due to his breakthrough to the foundational stage or the body refinement practice. Chapter 40. The 7-Star Sword Formation Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Demon Beast Treasure Chest 8. Please claim your reward. Claiming the reward yielded a total of 4 Beast King treasure chests and 4 Fierce Beast treasure chests. Yang Kun first opened the 4 Fierce Beast treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 spiritual power points and 10 bananas. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 7 spirit points, 10 egg-filled pancakes, and 2 demon fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9 spirit points, 10 old tofu, and 3 demon fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 spirit points, 10 mapo tofu, and 3 demon fruit. These rewards were derived from the red treasure chests of the level 2 evil tiger, level 7 ferocious bull, level 9 spirit cat, and level 10 ferocious dog. Subsequently, Yang Kun opened for Beast King treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 13 spirit points, 10 braised pig trotters, and 4 demon fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 12 spirit points, 10 spicy potato shreds, and 4 demon fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 11 spirit points, 10 spicy crayfish, 3 demon fruit, and a vial of beast spirit elixir, which allows one to dye their hair with the essence of a demon beast without detection. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 12 spirit points, 10 scrambled eggs with tomatoes for demon fruit, and a complete set of the top-tier artifact, the 7-Star Sword. This time, only the orange Beast King treasure chests of the saber-toothed tiger and green bull contained extraordinary treasures, while those of the celestial dog and phoenix did not. Likely a privilege exclusive to the initial encounter. As 76 points of spirit energy merged within him, Yang Kun's total spirit points reached 207. Meanwhile, the total number of demon fruit accumulated to 48. Had he not previously consumed 4, he would have had 52 now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Though he had merely reached the 2nd level, Yang Kun felt elated, for his strength was formidable enough to face even those at the 5th level without trepidation. Yang Kun utilized his spiritual sense to inspect the space within his ring. Discovering that it was already 80 occupied, he pondered when he might upgrade the space of the ring. Without further contemplation, Yang Kun retrieved the vial containing the beast spirit elixirs, opened it, and found 7 elixirs inside, emanating a foul odor, prompting him to return it to the ring. He resolved never to consume such a repugnant concoction. With his ability to synthesize demon beasts, he had no need for such elixirs. Contemplating further, Yang Kun took out the complete set of the 7-Star Sword, comprising the swords of Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. These 7 swords could form an unparalleled 7-star killing formation. After a brief study, Yang Kun performed a blood oath to claim ownership and stored them back in the ring. He then placed an array of delectable dishes on the table. With a sweep of his spiritual sense upstairs, he discovered that Lin Yuan had broken through to the 9th level of Qi training, while Xiao Yun had reached the 2nd level. He sent a spiritual transmission to summon them for dinner, which astonished the 2 women. Achieving the 2nd level of foundation establishment in just one day was indeed remarkable. After the meal, Yang Kun, accompanied by the 2, rode 3 ferocious beasts toward the Songyuan base city. The choice of ferocious beasts was due to the saber-toothed tiger and green bull still being in slumber, while the other 2 beast kings were reluctant to allow anyone other than Yang Kun to ride them, truly prideful creatures. Nevertheless, the trio's travel speed was not sluggish. Within half a day's time, they arrived at the vicinity of Songyuan base city. However, the city of Songyuan base lies at the very heart of the region, and it will require approximately half a day to reach. At midday, during their meal, the saber-toothed tiger and the azure bull regained consciousness. A notification chimed, indicating that the host possessed the bloodline of the saber-toothed tiger and azure bull. Henceforth, any beast with this lineage could be synthesized. After their meal, the trio continued their journey and, before nightfall, arrived at the outskirts of Songyuan Bay City. Chapter 41. Qi Xiao within the Old City. Qin Yu and Long Zhan soared at low altitude on their flying swords, while 6 elders from the Long family, accompanied by 50 elite disciples, meticulously searched every corner of the Old City. At that moment, only a sparse few ferocious dogs roamed the area, swiftly dispatched by the two. Yet, there was no trace of the assailant. Just as Qin Yu and Long Zhan's fury reached its zenith, an elder from the Long family reported that a disciple had detected the lingering scent of someone who had resided in a small second-floor building within the Old City. Upon receiving the address, Qin Yu and Long Zhan hastened ahead, their speed truly remarkable. The residual aura in the small second-floor building belonged to a servant of the Long family, undoubtedly implicating that wretch in collusion with the perpetrator. Long Zhan's divine sense swept across, and the presence of Lin Yuan could not escape his notice, nearly causing him to spit blood from a mixture of sorrow and rage. It appeared the individual had already fled. Since the head of the Long family recognized the culprit, he urged immediate return to sketch a portrait. He would also take a copy back to the sect, determined to apprehend this person. Our Xiaoyao sect would also provide a likeness of the assailant to the Long family. With these 2 portraits, the capture of the perpetrator would surely be expedited. In a fit of rage, Qin Yu struck with a palm, reducing the small second-floor building to a cloud of dust. Earlier, he had sought accountability from the Long family, yet they had displayed an uncharacteristic humility, offering some compensation to Xiaoyao sect along with a promise of 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, Qin Yu spared the Long family, though the fire of his wrath remained unquenched, leading him to obliterate the small building. Elder Qin, even without further explanation, would have undertaken such an action. Long Zhan clenched his fists, the bones creaking under the pressure of his immense strength. Regret washed over him. It had been a grave error to assign Lin Yuan to escort Long Tianxing to the Old City. No, the mistake had been his initial decision to save her due to her extraordinary spiritual roots. Little did he expect that both of his sons would meet their demise at her hands. When we capture her, do not be hasty in executing her. Deliver her to my Xiaoyao sect, Qin Yu declared with a fierce countenance. Indeed, Elder Qin. Nevertheless, the two did not relent and ventured toward Lingshan City. As Long Tianxing and Zhao Wu were engaged in fierce combat there. As they made their way to Lingshan City, Yang Kun had gathered the 3 ferocious beasts and was leading Lin Yuan and Xiao Yun along the main road outside Songyuan Bay City. A luxurious spirit vehicle sped towards them from behind, due to its excessive velocity. It could not halt in time and was moments away from colliding with Yang Kun and the 2 women. In a flash, Yang Kun, along with the 2 ladies, darted to the sides. This is a novel type of spirit vehicle, powered by spirit stones, boasting remarkable speed and a prohibitively high cost, approximately 8,000 spirit stones for this luxurious model. Driving such a vehicle is a symbol of status. The average person cannot even afford to use it, as it consumes spirit stones. As the 3 individuals observed the spirit vehicle, it came to a halt ahead, and 4 individuals disembarked. What the hell, are they blind? They dare to block our young Master Qi's car. Seeing their shabby attire, one might wonder if they intended to provoke young Master Qi. With their mere trio, how could they dare to challenge him? If young Master Qi were to run them over, it would be a futile death. The young Master Qi they referred to was indeed a striking figure, well-dressed, and a talented young master at the 7th level of Qi refinement. His gaze fell upon Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, and he couldn't help but be dazzled. To encounter 2 such beautiful girls here was unexpected, yet he wondered who this impoverished fellow was to be in the company of such beauties. You have offended me just now. I can be magnanimous and let it slide, but those 2 girls must stay while you may leave. Young Master Qi pointed disdainfully at Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, addressing Yang Kun with contempt. Xiaoyun noted that the opponent was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and felt no fear, not to mention her brother was already at the foundation establishment stage, and even Lin Yuan was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, the fact that the other party possessed a luxurious spirit vehicle indicated a position of considerable prestige. It is worth noting that although Long Tianxing was the most notorious scion in Songbei Bay City, he did not own a spirit vehicle. Feeling slightly anxious, she grasped Yang Kun's hand, not wanting her brother to offend anyone. Yang Kun lightly patted Xiaoyun's hand to reassure her. He had previously learned that Songbei Bay City was merely the weakest city in Songxi Province, while Songyuan Bay City was the provincial capital, which spoke volumes about its strength. Lin Yuan, teach them a lesson. Lin Yuan stepped forward, and with a wave of her hand, a flurry of ice arrows enveloped the 5 individuals completely. Young Master Qi was no fool. Unlike the useless Long Tianqing, he recognized he was no match for Lin Yuan upon seeing the ice arrows approaching. He retrieved a shield from his storage bag, which expanded under his control, protecting the 5 of them within its confines. The ice arrows collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds, yet the shield remained unscathed, prompting young Master Qi to laugh triumphantly. "Little lady, what do you think of my magical artifact? You cannot breach its defenses." In response, Lin Yuan unleashed a storm of ice rain. The ice beads fell from above, forcing young Master Qi to raise the shield over his head to fend off the assault. "An eye for an eye. Allow me to show you my earthen prison trap." Under young Master Qi's incantation, an earthen prison trap materialized beneath Lin Yuan. Just as it was about to engulf her, Lin Yuan smirked mockingly, and with a swift motion, the entire trap was encased in ice. Though she could not yet freeze 1,000 miles, sealing the earthen prison was well within her capabilities. At the same time, the 5 individuals found themselves ensnared in an icy embrace, transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, their expressions and postures forever captured in frozen stillness. Observing their futile struggles, Lin Yuan bowed respectfully to Yang Kun, inquiring if this was acceptable. "Indeed, let us proceed," Yang Kun replied with a shake of his head, fully aware that Lin Yuan's gesture was merely an attempt to elevate his status. He understood that Lin Yuan's icy confinement would last but 5 hours, serving merely as a lesson for the 5. Subsequently, Yang Kun boarded Qi Shao's luxurious vehicle, skillfully maneuvering it towards Songyuan Base City. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Welcome Pine Hotel within the city. The hotel staff, upon noticing the opulence of the vehicle, hurried to assist him, guided by the attendant. Yang Kun approached the front desk and requested 2 lavish VIP rooms, each priced at 102 taels of silver. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy and the impact of the apocalypse, traditional currency had lost its value. Gold, silver, and spirit stones had become the new standard. Naturally, Yang Kun would not resort to using spirit stones for payment, as it would be an imprudent choice. Although he had previously lacked funds, he had garnered a significant fortune, approximately several million taels of silver, from the Dragon family and the Xiaoyao sect. Thus, he paid the 200 taels of silver without a second thought, generously tipping the attendant 5 taels. The trio followed the attendant to their rooms, which were spacious and impeccably clean, much to Yang Kun's delight. Rather than ordering from the hotel, they dined in Yang Kun's room. Despite the establishment's high-end appearance, the food paled in comparison to his own culinary skills. After the meal, a knock resonated at the door. Chapter 43. The true Qi Hao at Yang Kun's gesture. Xiao Yun opened the door, revealing Qi Xiao. Upon recognizing him, Xiao Yun attempted to close the door, but Yang Kun welcomed Qi Xiao inside. Yang Kun was not surprised by his arrival, having summoned him intentionally. Entering the territory of another while driving away in their luxury vehicle would have been unexpected had Qi Xiao not come. Once Qi Xiao was inside, Yang Kun settled into the sofa, casually assessing Qi Xiao before him. "I have met the esteemed elder," Qi Hao began, acknowledging his prior offense against the elder Meng Lang, for which he sought to make amends. He presented a storage bag to Yang Kun, who accepted it, discovering it contained 500 spirit stones. This gesture of contrition was indeed substantial. Aside from the spirit stones, the bag itself held considerable value. "Very well, I accept your apology. You may leave now," Yang Kun remarked, tossing the storage bag to Lin Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan possessed a storage bag of her own, and the 500 spirit stones would serve her well in her cultivation pursuits. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Qi Hao remained motionless, instead regarding Yang Kun with caution and inquiring, "If I am not mistaken, esteemed senior, you hail from the old city of Songbei Base City, correct?" Xiao Yun and Lin Yuan were taken aback, with Lin Yuan drawing the Thunder Sound sword, prepared to confront Qi Hao. Yang Kun, however, exhibited neither surprise nor alarm at Qi Hao's knowledge of his origins and his actions against the Long family and the Xiaoyao sect. It was to be expected that the Long family and the Xiaoyao sect, upon failing to locate him, would circulate his likeness and conduct extensive searches. Given the influence of the Qi family, it was hardly surprising that they would have their own covert operatives within Songbei Base City to uncover such matters. Yang Kun maintained his composure, even managing a faint smile. "Indeed. However, will you inform the Long family?" "Certainly not. Why would I offend a senior for their sake? If you were to join the Qi family, we would ensure your safety, along with that of the two ladies, and could even offer substantial remuneration in spirit stones. Qi Hao gradually bent forward, gazing earnestly at Yang Kun. Upon hearing Qi Hao's words, Yang Kun scrutinized him closely. It was unexpected that Qi Hao, despite being a prodigal, could articulate such sentiments. It appeared that the Qi Hao of the day was merely a facade, while the true essence of his character was unveiled now. It seemed that family power struggles have persisted through the ages. Yang Kun regarded Qi Hao with a bemused expression. Do you wish for me to join the Qi family, or merely yourself? In the daylight, he played the role of a debauched heir, yet behind the scenes, he engaged in remarkable diplomacy. Qi Hao was no ordinary individual. Observing that Yang Kun grasped his intentions, Qi Hao solemnly stated, "To join me is to join the Qi family. I would not shortchange you, esteemed senior. How does a monthly salary of 1,000 spirit stones sound?" Yang Kun merely shook his head, disinterested in the familial power struggles and finding little utility in spirit stones for his cultivation. Seeing Yang Kun's refusal, Qi Hao assumed it was due to dissatisfaction with the proposed remuneration and countered, "What if I offer you up to 1,500 spirit stones?" "You are mistaken. While spirit stones are indeed valuable, they hold little significance for me. Furthermore, I prefer not to entangle myself in such troublesome matters. So I must graciously decline your generous offer." Yang Kun tossed the keys to the luxurious vehicle back to Qi Hao with a smile. "I borrowed this splendid car from you, young Master Qi. Now, it returns to its rightful owner." Qi Hao accepted the keys, studying Yang Kun for a moment before turning to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, he glanced back. "The door of Qi Hao shall always remain open for you, esteemed senior. You are welcome to visit at any time, and I assure you that your affairs will remain strictly confidential." With that, he departed. Chapter 44. The purity value of bloodlines. After Qi Hao's departure, Yang Kun instructed Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan to return to their respective rooms. Yang Kun had no desire to become embroiled in Qi Hao's affairs. Had the matter been straightforward, he might have considered it. However, the struggle for power within families clearly demanded a considerable investment of time. At this moment in the hotel, Yang Kun found himself unable to physically train and thus resorted to practicing the Zunguju. Although his progress was slow, it was better than nothing and served to solidify his foundation. In recent days, he had experienced a series of upgrades. Despite the limitations imposed by the system, his foundational strength remained robust. However, Yang Kun felt his control over spiritual energy was still lacking. The night swiftly passed, and Yang Kun retrieved the monster treasure chest. As he had not synthesized additional formidable beasts, he gained 76 points of spiritual energy, bringing his total to 283 points. Still insufficient to advance to the third layer of foundation establishment. He possessed 23 Yao Yuan fruits, combined with the previous 48, totaling 71. The Yao Yuan fruit could only awaken bloodlines upon the first consumption, while subsequent uses would only enhance the strength and purity of the bloodline. Among Yang Kun's 4 beast kings, the phoenix had the weakest bloodline, and thus, the least power. Next was the Tengu. Despite being a third-tier dog king, it could only match a second-tier cat king, the saber-toothed tiger, and was no match for the first-tier green bull. Therefore, Yang Kun resolved to first elevate the bloodlines of the phoenix and the Tengu. He provided 40 Yao Yuan fruits to the phoenix and 30 to the Tengu, instructing them to consume the fruits to enhance their bloodline concentration. Upon finishing the Yao Yuan fruits, the phoenix was enveloped in a red flame, causing the room to become exceedingly warm. Although Yang Kun had already reached the second layer of foundation establishment, he still felt the heat. The Tengu, on the other hand, transformed into a pitch-black figure, its wings on either side enlarging, giving it an appearance reminiscent of a black hole capable of devouring all. After recalling the 2 enhanced bloodline beast kings into the monster space, Yang Kun unexpectedly noticed an additional indicator of bloodline purity appearing at the bottom of the interface. He discovered that the maximum bloodline purity for all beasts was 10,000, with the bloodline purities of his 4 beast kings being Tengu 33, Phoenix 42, Saber-toothed Tiger 4, Green Bull 5. The bloodline concentrations of the other fierce beasts were Fierce Dog 2, Spirit Cat 3, Fierce Bull 4, Evil Tiger 15. This indicated that the bloodline concentration of the Yao Chicken was merely 1, the Fierce Dog 2, the Spirit Cat 3, the Green Bull 4, and the Evil Tiger 15. Thus, although all were first-tier fierce beasts, The Yao chicken was weaker than the fierce dog weaker than the spirit cat weaker than the green bull, while the green bull was still inferior to the evil tiger. Furthermore, bloodline concentration was unrelated to the cultivation level of the beasts. Both the saber-toothed tiger and the green bull had consumed a Yao Yuan fruit to awaken their bloodlines, granting them an edge of 1 point over the spirit cat and the green bull. However, with the Yao Yuan fruits, Yang Kun was confident he could elevate all the beasts' bloodlines to their maximum potential. In the end, he was left with a single Yao Yuan fruit. But he felt no urgency, as more would be available the following day. After the three had breakfast, Yang Kun took Xiao Yun and Lin Yuan for a stroll around the Songyuan Bay City. Indeed, Songyuan Bay City lived up to its reputation as the capital of Songxi Province, with its fortified walls and economic development far surpassing that of Songbei Bay City. Yang Kun once resided in the Songbei Bay City for a period of time. Although he lacked both wealth and power during that era, it was undeniable that Songbei Bay City was incomparable to Songyuan. Not only were there numerous hotels and restaurants, but there were also many large-scale commercial establishments filled with countless precious artifacts and elixirs. In contrast, Songbei Bay City was dotted with only small shops. Yang Kun was not merely wandering. He sought spiritual herbs to aid in the enhancement of his physique, enabling rapid growth of his physical form. Accompanied by two women, Yang Kun approached a spiritual herb shop, where a courteous attendant in a blue attire promptly approached them. "Esteemed guests, please come in. Are you here to purchase spiritual herbs or elixirs? We have an extensive selection that is sure to satisfy your needs." Though he could only discern Yang Kun's cultivation level as that of the second tier of qi refinement, it was evident that Lin Yuan, possessing the 8th tier of qi refinement, was no ordinary companion, suggesting Yang Kun's background and prowess were indeed formidable. Upon entering the shop, Yang Kun observed that, despite its modest size, it offered a diverse array of spiritual herbs and elixirs, though the latter were priced quite steeply. The previous elixirs he had acquired, Jiang Pill, Qingling Pill, and Kaiyuan Pill, were all available here, albeit at a premium. Even the least expensive Jiang Pill was priced at 30 spirit stones, the Qingling Pill at 50 spirit stones, and the Kaiyuan Pill, being the most expensive, at 100 spirit stones, each bottle containing 10 pills. Although Yang Kun had no immediate need for these elixirs, he considered purchasing some for the two women. However, the spiritual herbs he sought were nowhere to be found. Consequently, he presented a prepared list of required herbs, indicating 3 bottles of elixirs. "Please check if you have these spiritual herbs, and I would like to acquire as many as you possess. Additionally, prepare 2 portions of these 3 elixirs for me." The attendant took the list, assessed it briefly, and replied, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I will attend to it immediately." He then proceeded to gather the herbs, departing without a hint of concern regarding theft. Simultaneously, a divine sense from above scrutinized the trio. Yang Kun merely smiled, unfazed, as he had already sensed the foundation-building cultivator observing from the upper floor, albeit at the first tier. Little Yun was filled with curiosity about everything within the spiritual herb shop, inspecting each item in turn. Soon, the attendant returned with a storage bag, carefully presenting it to Yang Kun. "I apologize, esteemed senior, but the list of spiritual herbs you requested includes 3 rare items: Linglu antler, Baishi grass, and Bear King essence. Unfortunately, we do not have those in stock, but we can provide 10 portions of the others. How would you like to proceed?" Yang Kun furrowed his brow slightly, but was not surprised. These 3 herbs were indeed quite rare. "Very well, how much will it total? Also, do you have any information regarding the availability of these 3 herbs? I am willing to compensate accordingly with spirit stones." Responding to the senior, "These 10 potions amount to 225 spirit stones, while this elixir costs 360 spirit stones, making a total of 585 spirit stones. After rounding off, the senior only needs to pay 580 spirit stones. As for these 3 types of potions, I am uncertain where they can be found. However, the Treasure Pavilion will be hosting an auction tonight. Perhaps you might find something worthwhile there." Upon finishing his words, the attendant retrieved the potions from his storage bag and placed them before Yang Kun. After inspecting them thoroughly and finding no discrepancies, Yang Kun produced 580 spirit stones and stored the potions within his spatial ring. He handed 2 elixirs to the 2 ladies and was preparing to leave when, to his surprise, he encountered an acquaintance at the door. Although Chi Hao was slightly taken aback upon seeing Yang Kun, he quickly exchanged greetings and hurried into the shop, calling out to the attendant. Quickly take me to see your manager. I need to save my father. Hurry. The attendant, seemingly recognizing Chi Hao, promptly led him upstairs. Seeing this, Yang Kun decided not to rush off. A wisp of his divine sense floated upstairs, and with his strength, he would not be easily detected. There, he observed an elderly man of about 70 seated in a chair. It was the manager who had previously probed Yang Kun's foundation-building stage with his divine sense. Chi Hao knelt before him, tears streaming down his face. "Qingyun, I implore you, please save my father." The manager sighed helplessly, extending his hand to assist Chi Hao to his feet. "Child, please rise. I am aware of your father's condition. I visited him once before. However, detoxification is not my specialty, and I truly find myself powerless in this matter. You are a renowned physician in Songbei province. I cannot think of anyone else to turn to. I beg you, please accompany me. If you refuse to go, I will not rise." Chi Hao persisted, repeatedly bowing his head until it struck the ground with loud thuds. "Very well. Your filial piety and the fact that your father was injured while saving the people of Songbei City have touched me. I shall accompany you, but I fear I may not be of much assistance. Your presence will be sufficient. Thank you, revered one." Upon hearing this, Yang Kun speculated about Chi Hao's family situation. If it were another issue, perhaps he could not assist, but if it involved detoxification, he could certainly give it a try. Previously, he had helped Lin Yuan with detoxification using just one detox pill, and he still had 9 remaining in his possession. Before long, Chi Hao emerged with the foundation building stage manager. Chapter 46. Huang Zhong noticing that Yang Kun had not yet departed, Chi Hao was momentarily taken aback. But there was no time for contemplation. He greeted Yang Kun and prepared to leave. Observing Chi Hao's heartfelt devotion to saving his father, Yang Kun took the initiative to speak. "Perhaps I can resolve your father's predicament. I will accompany you." Hearing that Yang Kun could save his father, Chi Hao did not question it and expressed his gratitude repeatedly, illustrating his desperation to save his father. The revered Qingyun cast a curious glance at Yang Kun, but chose not to inquire further. Soon, several individuals boarded Chi Hao's luxurious vehicle, speeding through the streets until they arrived at the Chi family's parking lot. The Chi family, a prominent clan within the Songbei city, boasted formidable security. However, guided by Chi Hao, the group smoothly entered the estate. In this post-apocalyptic world, possessing such an expansive residence was a testament to one's power. As Chi Hao led the group towards the main house, a middle-aged man, resembling Chi Hao closely, approached, accompanied by a menacing elder. This man was Chi Hao's elder brother, Chi Long, who was 12 years his senior, resulting in a lack of fraternal affection between them. Chi Long frequently bullied and marginalized Chi Hao, so upon seeing the individuals Chi Hao had brought, he maliciously mocked. "Ah, so this is the company my disappointing brother has chosen. The renowned Master Qingyun, a famed alchemist. But I doubt he can remedy the poison afflicting our father." Master Qingyun, upon hearing Chi Long's words, furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in his statement. He was merely here to do his part and leave the rest to fate. However, Chi Hao glanced at Master Qingyun and then at Yang Kun, who nodded slightly, prompting Chi Hao to boldly confront Chi Long for the first time. "He is undoubtedly superior to the nameless wretch you associate with. Do you truly believe he can cure the poison afflicting our father?" Chi Long dismissed Chi Hao's retort with a scoff, bowing slightly as he addressed the elder. "Indeed, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well, lacking in experience. This esteemed figure is the renowned poison master, Huang Zhong. It is likely only he who can alleviate our father's affliction." Chi Hao was taken aback, not solely due to Huang Zhong's notoriety, but also because of his infamous reputation. It was said that he had harmed many with his toxic arts, and unless one surrendered their entire fortune to purchase an antidote, they would be left to perish from the poison. Typically, he preyed upon smaller families, refraining from antagonizing larger clans, bolstered by the support of a golden core master, rendering him untouchable and infamous. Yang Kun cast a peculiar glance at Huang Zhong and Chi Long, shaking his head in silence. Chi Hao, initially inclined to curse, realized that perhaps only someone adept in the art of poison could indeed save his father. Therefore, for the sake of his father, Chi Hao lowered his head. Addressing Huang Zhong, "Esteemed elder, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Huang Zhong merely huffed in response, ignoring him entirely as he proceeded into the main house with Chi Long. Chi Hao awkwardly smiled at Master Qingyun and Yang Kun before ushering everyone inside. At that moment, Chi Hao's father, Qi Ba Tian sat upon the bed, his complexion darkened and his breath shallow, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. The wound at his waist bore the marks of a vicious serpent, showing signs of festering decay. Chapter 47. The hidden hand master Qin Yuan had met the head of the Qi family before, yet he held no confidence in addressing the poison afflicting him. He stepped forward to pay his respects. Your efforts are appreciated, and even if the poison cannot be dispelled, it is of no consequence. Qi Batian remarked with a cheerful smile. The esteemed Qin Yuan examined Qi Baishan's wounds, expertly slicing away the decayed flesh with a knife before sealing the injury with golden needles and applying a mixture of detoxifying herbal juice. However, despite an initial glimmer of efficacy, the potency of the snake venom swiftly overpowered the remedy, for its virulence was exceedingly formidable. Observing from the side, the poison master Huang Zhong coldly remarked, "This snake venom targets the heart, primarily surrounding the master of the Qi family, and it absorbs spiritual energy to strengthen itself. If you can indeed neutralize the poison, I shall take your surname as Qing." Ignoring Huang Zhong's taunt, Qin Yuan awkwardly smiled at Qi Hao and stepped aside. Qi Batian offered Qin Yuan a comforting smile, stating, "You have done your utmost. There is no need for regret." Meanwhile, Qi Delong disdainfully glanced at Qi Hao and Qin Yuan before respectfully addressing Huang Zhong. "I implore you, Elder Huang, to take action. If you can save my father, the Qi family shall reward you handsomely." With Qi Delong's assurance, Huang Zhong retrieved a black pill and handed it to him, saying, "Take this pill, and it will antidote the snake venom." Yang Kun observed the pill, his brow furrowing slightly, for he had just received a telepathic message from the phoenix, expressing a desire to consume the creature within the pill. Yang Kun had suspected Huang Zhong's dubious intentions, and now his suspicions were confirmed. As Qi Delong prepared to administer the pill to Qi Batian, Yang Kun intervened. "Hold on, that is a poison pill and cannot be used." If he did not intervene, Qi Batian would surely perish, and Yang Kun would be unable to save him, for the pill contained a cursed insect. The existence of poison and curses has long been intertwined, and it was not surprising that such an insect was found within the pill. Qi Delong's expression changed, not due to the poison pill itself, but because someone dared to interrupt. "Impertinent. You are merely a servant of Qin Yuan. You have no authority to speak here." Though Huang Zhong maintained a calm demeanor, anger simmered within him as he coldly glared at Yang Kun. "This pill is indeed poisonous. I employ a method of using poison against poison. Only in this way can we dispel the venom afflicting the master of the Qi family." Qi Delong concurred, stating, "Indeed, using poison against poison is perilous, but it is the only means to counteract the snake venom. What do you, a mere servant, understand?" Yang Kun disregarded Huang Zhong's glare. Stepping forward to address Qi Batian, Yang Kun pays his respects to the master of the Qi family. "Regarding the snake venom afflicting you, I possess a safer method. Would the master be willing to try it?" Qi Batian looked at Qin Yuan in confusion, as he had assumed that Yang Kun and his companions were disciples or servants of Qin Yuan, leading him to wonder if Yang Kun was indeed not one of Qin Yuan's people. "Master, is this brother Yang not following you?" "Master Qi, I am not acquainted with this brother Yang. However, he did purchase medicine from my pharmacy, which suggests he possesses a certain knowledge of herbs. Moreover, he is familiar with your esteemed son, Qi Hao, which merits consideration." Although the celestial master Qin Yuan harbored doubts about Yang Kun's ability to counteract the serpent's venom, he did not oppose the idea and even advocated for it vigorously, believing that the toxic pill in question was indeed inappropriate and that Huang Zhong's reputation was quite unsavory. Upon hearing the celestial master's words, Qi Batian offered Yang Kun a slight smile, saying, "In that case, we shall rely on this young brother." Chapter 48. Administering the medicine, Yang Kun nodded slightly and produced an antidote pill, confidently proclaiming, "This is an antidote I have crafted. It can neutralize all poisons. Once Master Qi consumes it, the effects will be evident." Lin Yuan, upon seeing the antidote pill again, gazed at Yang Kun in mild astonishment. Realizing that the elder was adept in alchemy, though she could find no other explanation for his possession of such a remedy. At that moment, however, Qi Delong's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in frustration, "How can you assure us that this pill is safe? If my father were to perish because of you, who would bear the responsibility? Why is your pill deemed consumable while Master Huang's is not? Are you brave enough to allow me to test it?" As he attempted to seize the pill from Yang Kun's grasp, Yang Kun deftly stepped back, effortlessly evading him. He gazed meaningfully at Qi Delong, questioning, "Might I inquire why young Master Qi is so eager? Do you not wish to save your father, but rather desire his demise, so that you may seize control of the Qi family?" After Yang Kun's words, Qi Hao and the others glared at Qi Delong with indignation, vigilantly preventing him from approaching. Qi Hao was taken aback by the notion that his brother might wish harm upon their father. It was well known that Qi Delong was the most likely candidate to inherit the family leadership, despite his affiliations with various factions. He understood that their father held a deep regard for Qi Delong, and over 70% of the elders favored him. Such slander. You are fabricating accusations against me. Father, you must defend me. His medicine is untrustworthy. His pill is indeed a vessel of malice. Impossible. My brother's medicine is effective. It previously saved Sister Yuan. You are all villains. We came with good intentions to offer aid, only to encounter such treachery. We shall not proceed with the treatment. Do not besmirch the elder's reputation, nor dare to question his medicine. Both Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan, incensed by Qi Delong's slander, retorted vehemently. If there were no ulterior motives, why not allow me to test it? Qi Delong, sensing his advantage, sneered. Silence. Qi Batian bellowed, striking the table forcefully, quelling all voices. Qi Batian did not place faith in either Qi Delong or Yang Kun, as the latter was merely an outsider. Thus, he commanded both disputing parties to cease their bickering, revealing his commanding presence. Despite being afflicted by the serpent's venom, he remained a formidable cultivator at the 10th level of Foundation establishment. After observing that everyone had fallen silent, Qi Batian turned to Yang Kun and remarked, Qi Hao merely questioned whether your elixir could save me. Why then do you accuse him of harboring malicious intent, even suggesting he wishes to take my life? In response to Qi Baishan's inquiry, Yang Kun offered a slight smile, soothing his agitated sister, and replied in a calm tone. It is quite simple, as Qi Xiao has suggested. We need only to validate the efficacy of the elixir, or perhaps invite the esteemed Qing Yun to examine it. With that, he handed his elixir to Qing Yun. Upon receiving a nod from Qi Batian, Qing Yun gently pricked the elixir with a golden needle, then brought it to his nose to inhale, ultimately tasting a small amount of the powdered substance. This elixir contains a variety of detoxifying herbs and indeed possesses some purifying properties. However, my brief assessment cannot fully ascertain its capabilities. It may counteract the serpent's venom, and thus, the head of the Qi family can proceed with assurance. Hearing Qing Yun's words, Qi Batian accepted the antidote from Qing Yun and ingested it. Chapter 49, Awakening Bring It Forth. Meanwhile, Yang Kun fixed a cold gaze upon Qi Delong, swiftly pulling him closer. Although Qi Delong had attained the 10th level of Qi cultivation, he was no match for Yang Kun. With a flick of his hand, Yang Kun sealed Qi Delong's spiritual energy, retrieving the toxic pill from his grasp and handing it to Qing Yun, who similarly pricked the pill with the golden needle. However, this toxic pill was deemed too dangerous for consumption. As Qing Yun pierced the pill, it shattered, revealing a white worm resembling a silkworm crawling out, which Qing Yun promptly ensnared with his magical power. This is a poison parasite. It can be used not only to control individuals, but also to cause their demise. This is a larval parasite, and it undoubtedly has a maternal counterpart still within Qi Delong. In response to the crowd's confusion, Qing Yun elucidated. Upon hearing Qing Yun's explanation, Qi Hao indeed discovered a larger and more formidable mother parasite within Qi Delong. Just as Qi Hao reached out to capture it, Yang Kun restrained him, using his spiritual power to completely bind the mother parasite before allowing Qi Hao to retrieve it. Observing Qi Delong's capture by Yang Kun, Huang Zhong attempted to flee on his sword, but was intercepted by a 5th-level foundational elder from the Qi family. Huang Zhong, being only at the 4th level of foundation, stood no chance against the elder. However, he remained unfazed, confidently walking into an adjacent room, convinced that the Qi family's strength would not dare to eliminate him or provoke his master. Before long, Qi Batian expelled a mouthful of toxic blood and opened his eyes, having completely eradicated the serpent's venom from his body. Although he had just undergone detoxification, he was keenly aware of all that had transpired. Casting a fierce glance at Qi Delong, disbelief etched across his face. I never imagined that despite my high regard for you, you would seek to usurp power and commit patricide. Is power truly that significant to you? Guards, take Qi Delong to the Qi family dungeon. See to his punishment. Soon, 2 guards from the Qi family dragged Qi Delong away, leaving the household's disgrace for all to witness. Qi Batian slightly bowed to the gathered crowd, then turned to the Qingyun master and expressed his gratitude, saying, I must extend my thanks to you, master. How? Please fetch 1,000 spirit stones to present to the master. After several polite refusals, the Qingyun master ultimately accepted the spirit stones and departed first. Once the Qingyun master had left, Qi Batian turned to Yang Kun with a look of remorse, kneeling before him. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused to you due to our family's disgrace. I hope you will not hold it against me. Were it not for your keen insight into the treachery and the precious elixirs you provided, my life would surely have been forfeit today. The debt of gratitude I owe is immeasurable. I am at a loss as to what you desire, but whatever it may be, I, Qi Batian, shall gladly provide. Yang Kun helped Qi Batian to his feet and gently waved his hand. It is merely a chance encounter. If the Qi family were to face other issues, I might not be able to assist. However, I do have 2 matters that require your help. Qi Batian, interpreting Yang Kun's sincerity as mere politeness, nonetheless felt compelled to assure him, please, do not hesitate to express your needs. Within the confines of Songyuan City, there are few things I cannot accomplish. Encouraged by Qi Batian's boldness, Yang Kun spoke. For the first matter, I wish for you to assist in arranging for my younger sister to attend Songyuan Academy. It would be ideal if she could study there. In this world, Yang Kun's deepest concern was for his sister. Chapter 50. The second matter. Upon hearing that her brother wanted her to stay at the academy, his sister, Xiaoyan, pouted with displeasure. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to be apart from you. I want to stay with you. Yang Kun gently stroked Xiaoyan's head, speaking softly and tenderly. Dear sister, you must understand that we have 2 formidable enemies. Only when I grow stronger can I protect us. I must often venture into areas rife with fierce beasts, but your strength is too fragile for such dangers. If you study diligently and reach the foundation establishment stage, I promise to take you with me, all right? Though Xiaoyan longed to be with Yang Kun, she recognized the truth in her brother's words and reluctantly pouted. Fine, but I want Yiyin to come with me. Of course, little imp, Yang Kun chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair before turning to Qi Batian. Qi Batian, amused by the deep bond between the siblings, smiled slightly after witnessing Yang Kun's successful persuasion of Xiaoyan. That is easily arranged. It is merely a matter of accommodating 2 individuals at Songyuan Academy. I will ask how to handle it. He attends the academy as well and can accompany them. This request posed no difficulty for the Qi family, yet it highlighted Yang Kun's deep concern for his sister. Upon meeting with Qi Batian, Yang Kun continued, the second matter I wish to inquire about is whether the Qi family possesses spirit deer antler by Xichao and the blood of the Bear King. If so, I would be willing to acquire them at a fair price. I am interested in any quantity available. Hearing Yang Kun's words, Qi Batian furrowed his brow slightly before responding. These items are not commonly used, and thus are quite rare. The blood of the Bear King, however, we do have some, as my father once defeated a Bear King and procured its blood. The other 2 items, unfortunately, are not available in our family. As for spirit deer antler, it is virtually non-existent in Songyuan Base City, let alone within Songxi Province. Such mystical creatures are primarily found in the northeastern provinces. It is possible to encounter them at the auction held by the Treasure Pavilion. The bang may be found near the lairs of venomous snakes. I once encountered many during a base defense and was even bitten by one. I suspect there are snake dens within the lair of these beasts. Though the dangers of such places are significant, and the plant itself is highly toxic and difficult to harvest. After Qi Batian spoke, an elder from the Qi family presented him with the blood of the Bear King, which he then handed to Yang Kun. Upon receiving the Bear King's blood, Yang Kun noted the quantity was ample, sufficient for 10 portions, and he placed it into his spatial ring. I am most grateful to the head of the Qi family. Although I did not find the other 2 items, the information you provided is immensely valuable, he expressed. Qi Batian shook his head earnestly, saying, this is far from adequate. Tonight, the Treasure Pavilion is hosting an auction, and our family possesses an invitation. Should spirit deer antler be available, I will spare no effort to secure it for you. Brother Yang, as for the Bangshag, it may prove challenging, but I will send someone to investigate the Misty Mountain. I will ensure you are informed immediately upon any discoveries. Appreciating Qi Batian's keen efforts, Yang Kun did not decline the offer, recognizing that accomplishing such tasks solely by his own strength would indeed be troublesome. You have been a tremendous help, esteemed head of the Qi family. Thank you once more. Brother Yang is too kind. Allow me to attend to some family matters. and then I will escort you to the auction. Howard will ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality, just as I would, Qi Batian instructed, before exiting to attend to another room. Chapter 51. Journey to the Treasure Pavilion. Yang Kun understood that Qi Batian was addressing the matter concerning Huangzhong. He surmised that Qi Batian would ultimately let Huangzhong go, as Qi Batian would not dare to take his life, despite the near peril Huangzhong had caused him. Behind Huangzhong stood an ancient figure of the Golden Course stage, and the Qi family's strength was no match for such an opponent. For the sake of the Qi family, Qi Batian would surely spare Huangzhong. However, this was of no concern to Yang Kun. Should he encounter Huangzhong again, he would resolve the matter decisively. Yang Kun knew that by thwarting Huangzhong's plans this time, he had likely made an enemy of him. Even if Yang Kun chose not to eliminate him, Huangzhong would not let him off easily. However, it was not yet the opportune moment to take action, for doing so would only bring trouble to the Qi family. Reluctantly, he decided to spare him, for now. Yang Kun, meanwhile, requested the 2 goo worms from Qi Hao. Before departing, the Qingyun master had entrusted the goo worm he had confined to Qi Hao. Without much thought, Qi Hao handed over the 2 worms to Yang Kun, who then reinforced their seals and placed them within his spatial ring. Subsequently, Qi Hao regaled Xiao Yun and Lin Yuan with tales of Song Yuan Academy, while Yang Kun listened with keen interest. After a little more than 10 minutes, Qi Batian returned. As Huangzhong departed, Yang Kun cast a glance his way. Huangzhong, noticing Yang Kun's gaze, shot him a fierce look before leaving. Yang Kun merely smiled, unfazed. Even now, Huangzhong was no match for him, and in the future, he would be even less so. Afterward, Qi Batian led Yang Kun, Xiao Yun, Lin Yuan, and Qi Hao to 2 spirit vehicles, heading towards the treasure pavilion. Qi Batian and Qi Hao settled into a low-profile, yet luxurious Land Rover, while Yang Kun drove Qi Hao's splendid vehicle. The 2 cars sped away, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the parking lot of the treasure pavilion. Here, the stark contrast between Song Yuan and Songbei was evident. Not a single spirit vehicle graced Songbei. Yet over 30 were parked here. While they could not rival the Qi family's 2 vehicles, they were still quite impressive. The least expensive among them required 3,000 spirit stones. To put that into perspective, previously, when Qian Yu of the Xiaoyao sect confronted the Long family, they surrendered a mere 1,000 spirit stones to appease him. Yang Kun, however, possessed fewer than 1,000 spirit stones himself, even with the 500 spirit stones Qi Hao had offered as an apology. Yet, Yang Kun was confident that in the future, he would amass an inexhaustible wealth of spirit stones. With Qi Baishan's presence, no one dared to slight Yang Kun and his companions. They even entered without scrutinizing Qi Baishan's invitation. The attendants of the treasure pavilion directly escorted them to a luxurious private box reserved for the Qi family. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the auction stage below, which was neither crowded nor intimidating, allowing them to enjoy the experience without fear of being noticed. Upon entering the box, there were initially beautiful attendants to serve them, but after consulting with Yang Kun, Qi Batian kindly dismissed them. Inside the box, peculiar spirit fruits, unfamiliar to Yang Kun, caught Xiao Yun's full attention. Noticing Xiao Yun's pitiful attire, Yang Kun could not help but smile, saying, "Go ahead and eat, but only one. No more than that." Qi Batian, charmed by Xiao Yun's adorable demeanor, affectionately remarked, "These are the unique jade spirit fruits from the treasure pavilion. Not only are they delicious, but they also aid in cultivation. However, they are of no use to me. Let Xiao Yun enjoy them all. The sister of brother Yang is truly adorable. I yearn for a daughter of my own, yet alas, I have been blessed with 2 unremarkable sons. Sigh, it is not insurmountable. Master Qi is still relatively young, and it is not too late for him to seek a daughter now." Yang Kun, observing Qi Baishan's recovery after the removal of the snake venom, chuckled lightly. Although Qi Batian has surpassed 50 years of age, for one engaged in the cultivation of immortality, such an age is still considered youthful. Those in the foundation establishment stage can live for over 2 centuries. Chapter 52. The auction commences. Qi Baishan's expression grew slightly somber, lost in thought, before he finally broke the silence with a wry smile. "Brother Yang, you are unaware of the circumstances. Howard's mother passed away during childbirth, succumbing to complications. Thus, I have always harbored the belief that he was the cause of her demise, leading me to harbor ill feelings towards him. Although I am aware of his brother's continuous bullying and my own negligence, I never anticipated it would culminate in this. It is indeed my fault, sigh." With guilt etched upon his face, Qi Batian cast a sorrowful glance at Qi Hao, tears welling in his eyes, hesitating to speak further. Qi Hao, feeling utterly uncomfortable, found himself at a loss, for his father had never shown him such tenderness nor acknowledged his own failings. Yang Kun, sensing the weight of the moment, sighed as well. Surprised by the revelation, he sought to alleviate the awkwardness with a gentle remark. This is all rooted in the profound love shared between Master Qi and your esteemed wife. And now, things have improved, have they not? Indeed, Brother Yang speaks true, the past is behind us. This world ultimately belongs to the youth. It is time for me to relinquish some authority. Qi Hao, you shall join me henceforth and learn to manage the affairs of the Qi family. Ah no, I am still young and wish to indulge in play for a while longer. Besides, you are still youthful. Father, I will return when I am capable. If that pleases you. Upon hearing Qi Batian's words, Qi Hao was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing that such words had escaped his father's lips, and he vehemently shook his head in refusal. This response left both Qi Batian and Yang Kun perplexed. Had he not previously feigned a frivolous demeanor while secretly amassing power? Qi Batian was well aware that Qi Hao's clandestine alliances were substantial. Should Qi Delong confront him, victory was not assured for Qi Delong. Why then, when invited to assist in managing the family, did he now exhibit such reluctance? Not only were Yang Kun and Qi Batian puzzled, but even Xiao Yun and Lin Yuan, who were enjoying spiritual fruits, regarded him with curiosity. Realizing that all eyes were upon him, Qi Hao grew anxious and offered an explanation. On one hand, I wish to avoid being bullied by my brother. On the other, I have sensed his intentions to secretly harm father and seize power. However, I remain unclear on his specific methods, so I have been quietly gathering strength in anticipation of his covert assaults. Now that the truth has come to light, I can truly indulge in my frivolity. Tomorrow is the family assembly. Should you choose not to attend, I will not hesitate to discipline you, Qi Batian declared, feigning a gesture to strike him, only to be stopped by Yang Kun. At Yang Kun's subtle prompting, Qi Hao ultimately consented. Before long, a jovial, rotund man took to the auction stage, adorned with spectacles. Despite his plump appearance, his words were quite entertaining. Welcome, everyone, to our esteemed auction. I assure you that everything auctioned here is as genuine as the flesh upon my own frame. Some of my old friends may recognize me, while others, new acquaintances, may not. No matter, my name is Yu Peng, the chief auctioneer and appraiser of the Treasure Pavilion. I shall be your host for today's auction, and you may affectionately refer to me as Fat Yu. Indeed, Fat Yu is quite the crowd pleaser. As soon as I finished speaking, a wave of applause and cheers erupted. Haha, Fat Yu, it's been a while. You still look as portly as ever. Very well, I have faith in Fat Yu. Enough chatter, let us commence the auction. No one wishes to linger on your ample form, huh? Some jested at my expense, yet I took it in stride, responding with a smile. Without further ado, let us officially begin the auction. Please welcome our first item. As my words faded, a striking woman approached, gracefully carrying a treasure draped in crimson cloth. Her figure was slender and alluring, adorned in audaciously revealing attire, with black lace accentuating her every curve. Yang Kun's spirit perception swept over the red cloth, but was thwarted, leaving him in suspense regarding the nature of the treasure concealed beneath. Thus, he shifted his focus to the captivating lady, for men naturally gravitate towards beauty. Noticing Yang Kun's diverted attention, Qi Batian chuckled and explained, "These women are specially trained by the Treasure Pavilion, and they are indeed for sale. If Brother Yang finds her appealing, he may bid on the item she carries. And when she presents the treasure, he can claim her as well. Of course, should the funds suffice, acquiring her for a night is also an option. And possessing a treasure of such caliber would undoubtedly yield further delights." Yang Kun, however, shook his head. He was not inclined to entangle himself in such matters just yet. Moreover, he discerned that the lady possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Qi refinement. It was evident she had trained in techniques aimed at assisting men in their pursuits. Though he understood her predicament, he found himself unable to accept the situation. Indeed, the mere appearance of the woman captivated the attention of the assembled crowd, and even in the private rooms on the 2nd floor, aside from the Qi family's quarters, many were intrigued by her allure. Naturally, interest in the treasure she held was equally piqued, for to acquire the woman, one must first claim the item in her grasp. Fat Yu regarded the lady with an expression of desire, yet he was mindful of his duties. Pointing to her, He addressed the audience with a knowing smile that all men would understand. Do you find her beautiful? Does your heart race? Yet, I must confess, I am far more enamored with the treasure she bears. As he spoke, he dramatically unveiled the item beneath the crimson cloth, revealing a resplendent sword, a supreme magical artifact radiating brilliance. The corpulent man placed the exquisite sword upon the table before him, caressing its surface with admiration as he introduced it. This magnificent creation, the crystal glacial sword, is a masterwork by the renowned artifact master, Wei Wuxie, forged from millennium-old glacial essence. Surely, the illustrious name of Master Mo is known far and wide. He continued, as the opening treasure of this auction, there is no starting bid. However, the minimum increment shall be 1,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. Meanwhile, Yang Kun scrutinized the exceptional sword, acutely aware that he himself possessed no artifact of such caliber, with his finest being merely of superior quality. The reputation of Master Mo was formidable, his fame in Songbei province rivaling that of the esteemed Qingyun, albeit one adept in alchemy and the other in artifact forging. The artifacts crafted by Master Mo were exceedingly sought after, often in short supply, leading to fervent bidding from all present. I shall begin with a bid of 1,000 spirit stones, exclaimed one enthusiast. 1,000 spirit stones? That is trifling. I bid 2,000. Another countered. We, the Song family of Song Yuan, bid 3,000 spirit stones. No one shall contest me, proclaimed a scarred bald man who rose from the crowd, casting a fierce glance at others. Many recognized him as Song Yidao, the head of the Song family, second only to the Qi family in the Song Yuan-based city. Though he intimidated many ordinary bidders, there remained those undaunted by his presence. Preposterous. The masterpiece of Master Mo cannot be acquired for a mere 3,000 spirit stones. The Lingyue sect of Songdong offers 5,000, declared a middle-aged man of scholarly appearance, whose demeanor suggested a certain somberness. Recognized as Liu Changxiu, an elder from the Lingyue sect of Songdong, his sect's strength rendered them unafraid of the Song family. As Liu Changxiu's words echoed, another contender arose, Tai Lingqiang, the head of the Tai family from Songnan-based city, boldly stating, to think one could seize this treasure for merely 3,000 spirit stones is sheer folly. The Tai family bids 6,000 spirit stones. With a fierce glare, Song Yidao fixed his eyes on Liu Changxiu and Tai Lingqiang, snorting in anger. The Song family bids 8,000 spirit stones. At that moment, a voice emerged from a private box adjacent to the Qi family S on the second floor. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Surely, no one will contest me, Ling Tianjun? His tone, though unassuming, radiated an undeniable confidence. 100 medium-grade spirit stones equated to 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Could this be Ling Tianjun, the young master of the Ling family? One of the 8 prominent families of Songbei province? Murmured the crowd, expressing their discontent at his audacity. This is quite brazen. The highest bidder should prevail. Yet it seems this has become Ling Tianjuan's private playground. However, caution soon prevailed as someone whispered, "Silence. Who else could it be but him? Do not provoke him. He could easily crush us with a mere flick of his wrist." The atmosphere fell into a hush as the rotund man cast a dark glance at Ling Tianjuan's private room. Originally, this exquisite magic sword could have fetched at least 15,000 spirit stones, but due to Ling Tianjuan's interference, its value had diminished by 5,000. Nevertheless, the Ling family and Ling Tianjun were not individuals he could afford to offend. In the Qi family's room, observing Yang Kun's puzzled expression, Qi Batian took the initiative to explain. The 8 great families are the most powerful clans in Songbei province, each possessing elders who have attained the golden core stage. Beyond their formidable strength, these families have also contributed significantly, which is why they enjoy such a formidable reputation. Were it not for the 8 great families stationed in Songbei Valley to deter the hordes of ferocious beasts, the province would not enjoy the peace it does today, as the valley serves as the direct entrance for the beastly invasion. Even among the 8 great families, there are notorious wastrels, with Ling Tianjun being one of the most infamous. Another equally notorious figure is Su Dawei, and Yang Kun must be exceedingly careful not to provoke either of them. Yang Kun casually nodded, dismissing the warning, casting a fleeting glance at Ling Tianjuan's room, hoping he would not cross paths with him. Otherwise, he might find himself embroiled in trouble. Through Qi Baishan's internal connections, Yang Kun had confirmed that the auction would feature spirit deer antlers, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, Going once, going twice, sold. Congratulations to young Master Ling Tianjun for acquiring this exquisite crystal light iced soul sword. After the announcement, a stunningly attractive woman approached Ling Tianjun's room with the sword and did not re-emerge. The rotund man, having made a decisive call, could only hope that this young master would refrain from causing further disturbances in the upcoming auction. Indeed, once Ling Tianjun spoke, no one dared to offend him, thus securing the crystal light ice soul sword in his possession. It remained uncertain whether the beautiful woman was also acquired by Ling Tianjun. If he took action, it was likely she would find it difficult to refuse. Many in the crowd felt a pang of regret, lamenting that a delicate flower had been placed upon a heap of dung, oblivious to the fact that they too were but inconspicuous piles of refuse. Next, let us welcome our second auction item with resounding applause. Entering was another stunningly beautiful woman, holding 10 bottles of the Celestial Spirit Pill, a potion for enhancing cultivation, far superior to the opening source pill. The auction was conducted in batches of 2 bottles, with each batch starting at a minimum of 400 spirit stones, though no batch sold for less than 800 spirit stones. The highest batch fetched 1,500 spirit stones, demonstrating the immense popularity of the Celestial Spirit Pill. Following this, an array of magical artifacts, elixirs, treasures, and mounts were presented, yet Yang Kun found himself disinterested, or rather, it would be more accurate to say, he was impoverished. This auction profoundly impressed upon Yang Kun the stark reality of his own financial limitations. Though he had not participated, he remained far from drowsy. Instead, he was captivated by the myriad treasures on display, which greatly broadened his horizons. Below, a treasure entrusted to this auction house by a bidder was presented, a substantial quantity of 10 portions of spirit deer antler, which, when consumed in slices, could significantly enhance one's physical prowess. The starting bid was set at 1,500 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 500 stones. Unexpectedly, there was a moment of silence, as no one made a bid, leaving the portly gentleman momentarily embarrassed. After all, this was merely a substance to enhance physical strength, not one's cultivation or spiritual energy. What use could it serve? Even if one's body were to grow stronger, it would hardly stand a chance against fierce beasts. It would be far wiser to bolster one's cultivation or acquire a suitable magical artifact instead. Such a trivial item, who would be inclined to purchase it? Just as this thought lingered in the air, a voice floated down from the second floor. I will take it for 1,500 spirit stones. The speaker was none other than Yang Kun, who, in his mind, fervently hoped no one would contest him. However, another voice echoed, revealing that the bidder was Ling Tianjun. At that moment, he was cradling the very woman who had just made her debut on stage, presumably already won over by him. 2,000 spirit stones, he declared. Not an extravagant sum, certainly, and it could be entertaining to acquire. Yang Kun furrowed his brow, but followed suit with 3,000 spirit stones. 3,500 spirit stones. For 1,000 spirit stones. If young Master Ling intends to bid further, I shall withdraw. Yang Kun glared at Ling Tianjun's private box, contemplating whether Ling would indeed continue. 4,000 spirit stones for a mere portion of spirit deer antler. How extravagant, he thought. If it is so, then it shall be yours. Unbeknownst to Ling Tianjun, who had placed the bid, he assumed it was the Qi family's box, mistakenly believing it to be Qi Delong's whims. He had no intention of being overly eager to secure it. Upon hearing Ling Tianjun's mocking words, Yang Kun felt a wave of relief. He understood that the Qi family would not dare to challenge Ling Tianjun, and he, too, was wary of crossing him. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Ling for his assistance. After Yang Kun secured the bid, a provocatively dressed woman swiftly delivered the spirit deer antler. After Qi Batian promptly settled the payment, he inquired whether Yang Kun wished to acquire the woman as well. Under the fiery gaze of Xiao Yun, Yang Kun declined, not due to her presence, but because he had no interest in the woman herself. Upon receiving his rejection, the woman departed the box, dejected. Meanwhile, the auction items continued to gain fervor. The grand finale featured a spirit artifact, the Nanyang Furnace, a prestigious alchemical stove that not only enhanced the success rate of alchemical endeavors, but was also an extraordinarily powerful treasure. The competition was fierce, although the Qi family participated. They withdrew after 3 rounds of bidding. Ultimately, the Nanyang Furnace fetched an astronomical price of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones from the Qin family. one of the 8 great clans renowned for their business acumen across the nation. The Qian family may not be the most powerful among the 8 great families, yet it undeniably ranks as one of the wealthiest. In Chapter 56, the auction at Songyuan Academy reached a pinnacle due to the exorbitant prices. No one expected what was merely a routine auction at the Treasure Pavilion would attract 2 of the 8 great families. The Qian family's audacity in bidding such a high price stemmed from their lack of fear towards the Ling family. The bid of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was due to the rarity of high-grade spirit stones, while the existence of top-grade spirit stones remains legendary. Only the Qian family could possibly produce such a vast quantity of spirit stones. Of course, none of this concerned Yang Kun, who returned to a state of tranquility after leaving the auction. In contrast, Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan chattered incessantly, fervently discussing the evening's auction. Although neither had the qualifications to participate, their enthusiasm for the topic was undeterred. The young lady from the Qian family was truly impressive, standing her ground against Ling Tianjuan's intimidation and boldly declaring a price of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was incredibly satisfying. Indeed, they are immensely wealthy. Lin Yuan's brief remarks could not conceal her excitement. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 1 million low-grade spirit stones, converted to gold and silver. The amount would be staggering, and she lamented her lack of even the most ordinary currency. She cast a pitiful glance at Yang Kun, her eyes silently pleading for financial assistance. Yang Kun, noticing Xiaoyun's subtle intentions, jestingly replied, "Isn't my money your money as well? Upon returning, I shall give you 100 taels of silver, enough for you to indulge for quite some time." Although the auction utilized only spirit stones, this was because the Treasure Pavilion's auction was exclusively for cultivators, with transactions conducted solely in spirit stones. Many everyday necessities, however, could be adequately purchased with common gold and silver. Yang Kun drove his luxurious Ling vehicle, following Qi Baishan's Land Rover back to the Qi family estate. The Qi family had prepared an entire building for Yang Kun and his companions, and he casually chose one of the rooms, while Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan settled into the adjacent room. The night passed in silence, with the 3 immersed in their cultivation. At dawn the following day, Yang Kun awoke. Although last night's cultivation yielded minimal results, it nonetheless enhanced his mastery over spiritual power. He collected the Beast Treasure Chest, gaining 76 points of spiritual power, bringing his total to 359 points, and the number of demon fruit he possessed increased from 1 to 24. Ding! Congratulations! Host's strength has reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Yang Kun felt content. Even without synthesizing a demon beast tomorrow, his cultivation would ascend to the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Such progress would surely instill despair in his adversaries, as he was constantly growing stronger. He then provided 20 demon fruits to the saber-toothed tiger, raising the concentration of its bloodline to 24. After a simple breakfast, the trio, under Qi Hao's guidance, set off for Songyuan Academy. Songyuan College stands as the premier institution in the Songyuan-based city, boasting a robust faculty. The college's president, having achieved the milestone of the 10th foundation establishment, is supported by an array of formidable educators. Furthermore, the college is home to the largest library in Songxi province, attracting students from various families across the region. Among the vice presidents is a member of the Qi family, making it a rather uncomplicated affair for Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan to enroll. As they traversed the pathways of Songyuan College, they noticed numerous youthful figures curiously observing Yang Kun and his companions, with particular attention directed towards Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan. These 2 striking beauties were undoubtedly newcomers. The campus flowers were familiar to him, yet he had never encountered them before. Regardless of their status as newcomers, he had already claimed them for himself, leaving no room for rivalry. A group of country bumpkins, do they truly believe they stand a chance? Had they not noticed the 2nd young master of the Qi family walking beside them? Listening to the chatter around her, Xiaoyun felt a twinge of annoyance, while Lin Yuan shared her sentiments. However, Qi Hao took it upon himself to ease their discomfort, advising them to regard the onlookers as mere swine. This remark elicited laughter from Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, inadvertently causing the surrounding crowd to become infatuated. Had Qi Hao not been present, they might have already found themselves encircled by admirers. Chapter 57. Enrollment without paying heed to the surrounding spectators. Guided by Qi Hao, Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan met with Qi Rui, the vice president of the Qi family and Qi Hao's uncle, whose prowess had reached the 8th foundation establishment. Chi Hao briefly introduced their identities, emphasizing Yang Kun's background and his previous act of saving Chi Hao's father. Chi Rui regarded Yang Kun with curiosity but refrained from further inquiries, leading them amicably towards the academic affairs building. Under Chi Rui's guidance, Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan successfully completed their enrollment procedures. Subsequently, Chi Rui summoned a female instructor named Xiaoli, who he introduced with a smile. Teacher Xiaoli is one of our college's top 10 versatile educators, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th foundation establishment, and she is well-versed in hundreds of techniques and martial arts. Among the students listed on the college's 100 battles ranking, 15 are her protégés. Henceforth, she shall be your instructor. Do you understand? Hello, teacher. Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan greeted politely. Greetings. I will now take you to familiarize yourselves with the places where you will study and live, and Xiaoli replied, leading them away from the academic affairs building. With Chi Hao following suit, eager to join the excitement. Mr. Yang, would you prefer to tour the school, or? Chi Rui inquired, glancing at Yang Kun, who had opted to remain behind. Let us take a stroll. I have heard that the library at Songyuan College is the largest in all of Songxi province. I wonder if outsiders are permitted to view it. Yang Kun, though he understood Chi Rui's implication that he could take his leave, felt reluctant to abandon his sister and resolved to stay for a while longer to observe the situation. Certainly, he would not accompany his sister, as it would be of no benefit to Xiaoyun. Instead, he could observe with his spiritual sense and address any issues that might arise promptly. After all, he possessed a foundation-building strength of the 3rd layer, which now allowed him to extend his perception over a radius of 1,500 meters. Naturally, outsiders were not permitted to enter the library pavilion. However, Mr. Yang had bestowed a favor upon our Chi family, allowing for an exception. With this token, Mr. Yang could access the library pavilion, albeit only for a single day. As Chi Rui spoke, he handed a token crafted from ancient Polonia wood to Yang Kun. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Kun strolled towards the library pavilion, though his thoughts were primarily occupied with Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, who, under the guidance of teacher and Xiao, entered class 21. Following their introduction, Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan received a warm welcome from all their classmates. These are our new classmates. Let us ensure we foster a harmonious environment together. Welcome them. A chorus of applause erupted, but a few male students whispered amongst themselves. Wow, they are indeed new. And they are in our class. Has my spring finally arrived? These newcomers are breathtaking, rivaling our campus beauty by biting. Yet, I believe they eclipse by biting in beauty. One is adorable, and the other is aloof. Both styles I favor. All of this was, of course, overheard by Yang Kun, yet he remained unfazed. He was certain that such infatuations would not capture his sister's heart. Besides the male students' fanciful dreams, there were a few envious glances from female classmates. Nevertheless, Yang Kun trusted that both his sister and Lin Yuan would manage the situation adeptly. Meanwhile, Yang Kun had arrived at the entrance of the library pavilion. Standing before its doors, he sensed the presence of an elder within, a formidable figure at the 8th layer of foundation building. Yang Kun presented the token, which the elder glanced at dismissively before tossing it onto a nearby table, scrutinizing Yang Kun with a critical gaze. What is your relation to the Chi family? Very well. You may enter. You have one day. Thank you. Chapter 58. The Insect Clan. Upon entering the library pavilion, Yang Kun discovered its vastness, filled with books of every kind. They were meticulously categorized across numerous shelves, encompassing an array of texts on spells, martial techniques, and mystical beasts. Additionally, there were fewer volumes on alchemy, artifact crafting, and even formations. Curiosity piqued, Yang Kun casually opened a book on artifact crafting. Although the content appeared simple and straightforward, it was articulated with remarkable clarity. To forge a magical artifact, one must first possess a fire attribute spiritual root, followed by an understanding of the properties of various materials, such as the characteristics of metallic skeletons or rare treasures. Utilizing earth fire or foundation building true fire, one could refine the embryo of the artifact. Subsequently, various formations and spells must be inscribed upon the artifact embryo, and once it successfully takes shape, one can then craft a magical instrument. Afterward, Yang Kun perused a tome on alchemy. The process described therein was relatively straightforward. One must gather various rare herbs and, through the alchemical furnace, distill them into a gently effective elixir. Subsequently, This elixir must be solidified into the embryo of a pill, upon which intricate formations are inscribed, culminating in a finalized pill that retains its shape, thereby achieving successful alchemy. However, while the theory may appear simple, the practical execution is fraught with challenges. Whether it be the refinement of the embryo or the inscription of the formations, both require considerable skill. Thus, even with theoretical knowledge, practical experience is indispensable. Moreover, the requisite materials are not easily obtained. Should an alchemical endeavor fail, the loss is irrevocable, rendering the materials unusable. Consequently, alchemists are exceedingly rare. Although Yang Kun had absorbed the written knowledge, he found himself unable to practice alchemy, as the texts lacked detailed instructions, offering only rudimentary introductions without elaboration on techniques, timing, and other critical factors. Lacking interest in magical arts and combat techniques, Yang Kun turned to a book on formations. This volume elucidated the principles of formations. Yet the scope of knowledge required was vast, encompassing astronomy, geography, the celestial stems, and terrestrial branches, a myriad of physical and chemical reactions, as well as the intricate structures of various biological entities and materials, including quantum entanglement. Yang Kun found little allure in such complexities. With readily available formation flags and discs at his disposal, he felt no compulsion to delve into the profundities of formation studies. Ultimately, Yang Kun's attention shifted to a book concerning magical beasts. It began with an exploration of the characteristics of various creatures, the formidable sense of smell of the fierce hound, the nimbleness of the spirit cat, the immense strength of the ferocious bull, and the venom of the deadly serpent. Another section detailed an array of insectoid species, which had become formidable due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Their powers rivaled those of magical beasts, with some insectoid species proving even more terrifying. This book meticulously cataloged 10 of the most fearsome insectoid warriors, which piqued Yang Kun's interest, prompting him to take notes. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion involving Xiaoyan. The cause was the class beauty of Class 23, Jiao Wenjing, who, envious of the beauty of two girls, had usurped the title upon their arrival, enlisting her friends, Zhang Lili and Li Fangfang, to make things difficult for Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan. Although Qi Hao had been tasked with looking after his sister, he and Xiaoyan were not in the same class, making constant supervision impossible. Nevertheless, Yang Kun was confident that the two sisters could handle the situation independently. At that moment, in the corridor outside Class 21, Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan stood side by side, with Lin Yuan coldly addressing the three girls before them. "We have no interest in sparring with you, nor do you possess the qualifications to engage us." Jiao Wenjing, realizing that her attempts to provoke the two were futile, retorted bluntly, "That may not be for you to decide." With that, she launched an attack. As a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement, she summoned her spiritual energy, manifesting it as two vines that ensnared the two girls. Zhang Lili and Li Fangfang, at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refinement respectively, joined the fray. Zhang Lili unleashed a fireball, the size of a human head, hurtling it towards Xiaoyan, while Li Fangfang brandished a sharp sword, aiming directly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved her hand, conjuring an icy wall that ensnared two vines within its crystalline confines, effectively blocking the fireball and obstructing Li Fangfang's advance. Subsequently, she unleashed a spell of eternal frost, instantly transforming Jiao Wenjing and her companions into exquisite ice sculptures. Upon witnessing their complete entrapment, Xiaoyan vented her frustrations by delivering 3 forceful kicks, toppling them to the ground. Just as Xiaoyan prepared to continue her assault, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "Xiaoyan, cease your kicks. They are thoroughly frozen and cannot feel pain." "Oh, very well." Although Xiaoyan acquiesced, she still unleashed one final kick before following Lin Yuan into the classroom. Yang Kun, observing the scene, felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Lin Yuan and Qi Hao present, Xiaoyan was unlikely to encounter any difficulties. It was now time to address the matters concerning the Long family. Once resolved, the elusive Xiaoyao sect would surely follow. Yang Kun departed the academy without bidding farewell to Xiaoyan, wishing to spare her the sight of tears. However, prior to heading to Songbei City, he intended to make a brief visit to the Qi family to inquire about any news regarding the Serpent S Cave. Upon arriving at the Qi residence, Yang Kun noted the bustling activity, with numerous individuals entering and exiting, leaving him curious about the commotion. He casually intercepted a Qi family guard and inquired, "What is happening?" Why are there so many people coming and going? The guard, now familiar with Yang Kun, answered without reservation, Honored elder, there is a siege by demonic beasts. It appears a great beast tide has erupted, and the family head is preparing to lead a contingent to confront it. Yang Kun furrowed his brows, pressing further. Is the chief family head at home, or has he already departed for the city walls? It seemed that a beast tide had indeed broken out in Songyuan City. Given the frequency of these occurrences, small beast tides every 5 days and larger ones 2 or 3 times a month, being besieged by demonic beasts was not unexpected. A small beast tide consists of fewer than 20,000 creatures, while a large one exceeds that number. The family head, being the president of the Songyuan base city, would have rushed to the fortifications immediately. If you seek the family head, you may go directly to the city walls. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Kun took to the skies on his sword, soaring toward the city walls. At the city walls, Chi Batian gazed down at the seemingly endless horde of ferocious beasts. His brow furrowed in deep concern. The scale of this beast tide was unprecedented, with at least 100,000 demonic creatures present. Among them were over 10,000 high-level beasts, including 18 beast kings, rendering the situation alarmingly dire. The 8 great families had fortified the Songshi Valley, making it impossible for demonic beasts to penetrate. Thus, why were there so many here? Although the defenses of the Songyuan base city had never been breached, the question remained whether they could withstand such a massive onslaught. Yet, contemplating these matters was futile at this juncture. He had to issue commands without delay. Activate the level 9 red alert and engage all laser guns and cannons. Fire relentlessly at the beasts, and do not skimp on the spirit stones. The alarm resonated from the city walls, a sound that could envelop the entire city, a total of 9 resounding tones, the highest level of alert. Regardless of their activities, all citizens were summoned to participate in the city's defense. Countless guards on the battlements directed laser weapons at the throngs of ferocious beasts, simultaneously channeling the power of numerous spirit stone laser weapon absorbers. Beams of laser erupted from the weapons, severing the beasts in half with unerring precision. The laser cannons were even more formidable, sweeping across the battlefield and incinerating thousands of beasts in a single blast. In the meantime, Yang Kun had soared to the base of the city wall. A barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the walls, preventing his immediate entry. Thus he was compelled to ascend from below. Upon reaching the top, he was struck with awe. Having participated in the city defense of Songbei City, he found its walls incomparable to those of Songyuan City. The fortifications of Songyuan were crafted from rare materials such as dark iron and secret silver, adorned with countless intricate formations, resembling an immovable, colossal artifact of extraordinary craftsmanship. It even had the capability to manifest an immense protective shield surrounding the walls. Furthermore, it was equipped with 20 large laser cannons and over 300 smaller laser guns. Yang Kun was confident that many other powerful weapons lay hidden from his view. With such formidable defenses, what fear could they have against the encroaching beasts? However, upon gazing down at the horde of beasts, his confidence waned. The creatures swarmed relentlessly, their numbers seemingly endless. As Yang Kun extended his spiritual awareness, his brow furrowed in concern. Aside from the ferocious dogs, spirit cats, and fierce bulls he had already subdued, he observed the presence of wicked wolves, venomous snakes, ferocious boars, and enraged rams, 7 distinct varieties in total. Notably absent were the vicious tigers and demon chickens. Having perused a compendium of these feral creatures, he recognized that, at the same level, wicked wolves were akin in strength to ferocious dogs. Demon chickens were comparable to enraged rams, venomous snakes were on par with spirit cats, and ferocious boars were the most powerful, surpassing even fierce bulls. When provoked, a ferocious boar could instill fear even in wicked tigers. Moreover, the integrity of the city walls was compromised, as ferocious boars were known to burrow into fortifications. While a single boar might not topple the walls, their overwhelming numbers could easily breach the defenses. Yang Kun refrained from seeking out Chi Batian, the leader of the base's defense committee, fully aware that he must be exceedingly occupied at present, observing the endless stream of beasts being annihilated by the laser fire. He knew that soon even greater waves of creatures would surge forth. These were merely the vanguard of the beast army. He understood that despite the current intensity and the heavy losses inflicted upon the beasts, this was merely the prelude to the siege, a tactic designed to deplete the spirit stones of Songyuan City. Simultaneously, the citizens of Songyuan City continued to flock to the scene, swelling the ranks of those participating in the defense. As their numbers grew, the ferocity of the laser weaponry intensified. Indeed, after half a day's effort, all the laser cannons fell silent. As the majority of the spirit stones had been depleted, even the protective barrier atop the city walls had been withdrawn. The tide of monstrous beasts had suffered significant losses, amounting to over 50,000, yet all of the high-ranking ferocious beasts and a dozen beast kings remained unscathed. This indicates that the beast tide still retained 80% of its combat strength, an alarming situation indeed. It remains uncertain what course Qi Batian will pursue next. At that moment, Yang Kun unexpectedly spotted Xiaoyan, who was approaching alongside Lin Yuan and Qi Hao. He beckoned the trio to his side. Although not a member of the Guardian Society, as a foundation-building cultivator, he possessed a measure of authority. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, 32 foundation-building cultivators, including Yang Kun, had assembled, along with over 5,000 Qi-refining cultivators and a staggering number of ordinary citizens, over 60,000. The guards controlling the laser weaponry were, in fact, these ordinary people. At some point, 5 towering super mechas, each 10 meters in height, emerged below the city. These were the latest technological marvels, each operated by 50 Qi-refining cultivators at the 10th level, wielding colossal blades forged from mysterious iron and tungsten steel, capable of annihilating any ferocious beast. Additionally, 300 beast slayers appeared behind the mechas, specialized weapons designed for the sole purpose of exterminating beasts. They resembled massive spinning tops, equipped with sharp blades. With 10 Qi-refining cultivators at the 10th level controlling each one. Wherever the beast slayers passed, death would surely follow, and rivers of blood would flow. Yang Kun couldn't help but marvel. This was likely the last bastion of hope for Songyuan City. Chapter 61. Confronting the Pig King. Opposing the tide of beasts stood 18 Beast Kings, 6 Dog Kings, 3 Cat Kings, 2 Bull Kings, 2 Wolf Kings, 2 Snake Kings, 2 Sheep Kings, and 1 Pig King. From their formation, it was evident that the Pig King led the charge. Behind the Beast Kings were thousands of ferocious beasts ranked at levels 10, 9, 8, and 7, with lower-ranked beasts trailing behind. Yang Kun understood that the formal city defense battle had commenced, yet he could not fathom how many lives would be lost in this confrontation. All personnel, prepare for battle. Qi Batian bellowed, brandishing a magical artifact, the ringing blade, as he advanced to confront the 7th-level Pig King. Although Qi Batian was a 10th-level foundation-building cultivator, he found himself somewhat outmatched against the formidable Pig King. The great blade in his hands swung with force, yet it failed to breach the Pig King's defenses. In contrast, the Pig King's sharp tusks posed a significant threat to Qi Batian, and its most adept technique, the Pig Charge, could spell certain doom for anyone caught beneath its weight. Fortunately, Qi Batian managed to hold the Pig King at bay. Otherwise, no one would withstand its onslaught. Simultaneously, under Qi Batian's leadership, all foundation-building cultivators engaged in battle, either solo or in pairs, against the Beast Kings. In this moment, regardless of past grievances, all animosities needed to be set aside to confront a common foe. Among them were many familiar faces to Yang Kun, including Qing Yun, Huang Zhong, and Vice Principal Qi Rui. The 5 super mechas and 300 beast slayers, bolstered by over 1,000 10th-level Qi-refining cultivators, prepared to face the onslaught of thousands of high-ranking ferocious beasts. Then, all the lower-tier cultivators and ordinary individuals stood resolutely against the final onslaught of 40,000 inferior ferocious beasts. The lower-tier cultivators manned the city walls, repelling any monstrous creatures that dared to approach, while the common folk wielded laser guns to thwart the beasts' advance towards the walls. Yang Kun understood that the crux of this defensive battle lay not with the Beast King or the higher-tier ferocious beasts, but rather with the remaining 40,000 lower-tier beasts. Should they succeed in fending off these lesser beasts, the defense of the city would be secure. Failure to do so would result in utter defeat. Yang Kun unleashed 4 Beast Kings into the fray, blending them amongst the throng of lower-tier beasts, seizing the opportunity to subdue the monsters. With the presence of the demon-suppressing bell, Yang Kun felt no need to follow closely behind. Instead, he resolved to take the initiative, drawing forth the white rainbow sword and charging towards a level 4 Ram King. The Ram King, resplendent in its pristine white coat, bore 10 bony spikes protruding from its back, its 4 hooves transformed into razor-sharp claws, and its grazing teeth evolved into formidable fangs. Yang Kun couldn't shake the feeling that this Ram King bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Bai Zhe. Could it be that the Ram King possessed the bloodline of Bai Zhe? Under Yang Kun's deft control, the white rainbow sword transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards the Ram King in an instant. However, the Ram King merely shook its head, using its long, spiraled horns to deflect the sword away. Yang Kun was not taken aback. He once again directed the white rainbow sword towards the Ram King, only to find that it struck nothing but air. The Ram King had inexplicably materialized right before him, revealing its innate skill of spatial movement. Before Yang Kun could fully process this revelation, he thrust his palm forward, employing the chaotic spirit seal to disrupt the Ram King's spiritual power. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Ram King regained its composure and vanished once more. Yang Kun felt a pang of dread but had already summoned the white rainbow sword back to his side, soaring into the air with the weapon at his command. Where he had once stood, the Ram King appeared, prompting Yang Kun to draw forth the celestial pivot sword and lunge at the beast. Simultaneously, he unleashed the illusory god seal. The illusory god seal struck first, instantaneously affecting the Ram King and seizing the moment of confusion. The celestial pivot sword pierced the Ram King's flesh, leaving a long, bloody gash. Yet, the pain jolted the Ram King back to awareness, causing its eyes to blaze red as it reappeared in front of Yang Kun, lunging for his thigh. Yang Kun was momentarily stunned, astonished by the Ram King's ability to utilize its spatial movement to briefly ascend into the air. The beast kings he had encountered thus far, aside from the Chicken King which could fly, had been limited to ground combat. Therefore, while humanity may have struggled against the beasts, they could maneuver in low altitudes. Faced with such a formidable opponent in the Ram King, Yang Kun resolved to hold nothing back. He released the remaining 6 swords, arraying them before him to form the 7-star sword formation. 7 flying swords emanated brilliant beams of light, ultimately forming the shape of the Big Dipper. The Goat King materialized within this celestial spoon. Yang Kun commanded the sword array to suppress the Goat King, and in an instant, he was enveloped by the omnipresent sword light. Yang Kun wielded the white rainbow sword, soaring to the Goat King's forefront, and with a drop of his blood, he invoked the demon-subduing incantation upon the Goat King's head. Before long, Yang Kun had subdued the Goat King, offering it a demon origin fruit, subsequently placing it within the beast space. This was partly to ascertain whether the Goat King would awaken the bloodline of the Bai Zhe, and partly because the Goat King, having been wounded by the sword array, could hardly muster any combat prowess. Yang Kun glanced at the throng of 40,000 ferocious beasts, which had already succumbed to the Tengu's 4 beast kings, with over 5,000 demonic creatures subdued. He recognized that had it not been for the solitary demon-subduing bell, the tally might have doubled. Nevertheless, this arrangement ensured they would not attract the attention of other beast kings or foundation-building cultivators, as they remained at the rear of the beast horde, with everyone's focus elsewhere, thus remaining undetected. Observing the 4 beast kings steadily expanding their achievements, Yang Kun refrained from hastening the synthesis, instructing them to proceed cautiously until they surpassed 1,000 before beginning a fervent subjugation. Meanwhile, Yang Kun approached the side of the celestial cloud elder, with whom he was most familiar. The elder was engaged in combat with a level 2 dog king. Upon seeing Yang Kun arrive, the celestial cloud elder felt a fleeting shock, quickly replaced by relief, for he noticed Yang Kun was contending with a Goat King, which he deemed relatively weak, thus explaining Yang Kun's swift arrival after vanquishing it. Although the elder hovered in the air, the Dog King could unleash a gale of black wind, rendering his situation precarious. Despite the elder frequently using his alchemical furnace to emit flames and wielding a green flying sword to strike at the Dog King, the black wind could extinguish the flames, and the Dog King's formidable scales rendered it impervious to the elder's sword. With sharp fangs and claws, the Dog King could leap to heights of 5 to 6 meters, making it a formidable opponent for the foundation-level Celestial Cloud Elder. Had it not been for his ability to fly with his sword, he would have already fallen to the Dog King's ferocity. Yang Kun summoned the White Rainbow Sword, joining forces with the Celestial Cloud Elder's Azure Sword to engage the Dog King. The Dog King swiped its claws to deflect the Elder's Azure Sword, but was struck by Yang Kun's White Rainbow Sword. Though the Dog King's physical defenses surpassed those of the Goat King, It still suffered wounds as the white rainbow sword pierced through its scales, leaving trails of blood. With their combined efforts, Yang Kun landed multiple blows on the Dog King, causing more bloodlines to emerge across its body. Seizing the moment, Yang Kun unleashed the Illusion Divine Seal to confound the Dog King, simultaneously setting up the 7-star sword array to suppress it. Thereafter, within the confines of the sword array, he subdued the Dog King and confined it to the beast space. Upon exiting the array, the Dog King had vanished from sight. The Celestial Cloud Elder, pondering little further, simply assumed that Yang Kun had slain the Dog King and collected its remains. The flesh, bones, claws, and teeth of the Dog King are all exceptional materials, whether for alchemy or artifact forging. The Celestial Cloud Ascendant would not contend with Yang Kun for them, as the Dog King was slain by Yang Kun himself. In Chapter 63, Frenzied Subjugation, having dealt with the Dog King, Yang Kun instructed the Celestial Cloud Ascendant to proceed to the battlefield of the Super Mechs and Beast Slayers. Although over half of the 10,000 high-level demon beasts had perished, 2 of the Super Mechs had been damaged, leaving only 3 operational. The Beast Slayers had dwindled to a mere 100. Of the more than 1,000 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining, only around 800 remained. Without the presence of the Mechs and the Beast Slayers, it is likely that none would have survived. In comparison to the battlefields of Foundation Establishment cultivators and the city walls, this was the most brutal of all. The Celestial Cloud Ascendant said little, taking to the skies on his sword towards the fray, confident that his presence would improve the situation for the remaining cultivators. Yang Kun, however, did not assist the other Foundation Establishment cultivators, as the fighting at the city walls was equally fierce. Despite the presence of laser guns and over 4,000 low-level Qi refining practitioners, they were still no match for the demon beasts, primarily due to the overwhelming numbers of the beasts. The rear ranks of demon beasts were obstructed by those in front, preventing them from advancing. Otherwise, the city walls would have long since fallen. It was precisely this situation that provided the 4 Beast Kings with the opportunity to subdue the demon beasts behind them. At this moment, the 4 Beast Kings had successfully subdued over 10,000 demon beasts. Out of the 40,000 low-level demon beasts, 10,000 were slain by humans, and another 10,000 were subdued by the 4 Beast Kings, leaving only 20,000 remaining. Yang Kun's objective was to subjugate all these 20,000 beasts. Thus, Yang Kun ascended to the city walls, aiding the cultivators there in fending off the demon beasts, while simultaneously controlling the more than 10,000 demon beasts behind him, launching a fierce offensive against those in front. Meanwhile, his 7-star sword flew forth, guided by Yang Kun's will, weaving through the ranks of demon beasts and targeting the stronger 6th-level ferocious beasts. He did not aim to kill them, yet the force behind the 7-star sword was beyond what these 6th-level beasts could withstand. Any beast struck by the sword was sent crashing to the ground. The 4 Beast Kings, emboldened, transformed back to their original sizes, no longer needing to assess the strength of the demon beasts in front of them. They charged forward with unyielding ferocity. Any creature they collided with was rendered incapacitated, and once enveloped by the demon subjugation bell, they would be automatically subdued. Once subdued, they would join the ranks of the beast tide, attacking the demon beasts ahead. Furthermore, Yang Kun unleashed 4 ferocious beasts, while they were not kings. They were formidable high-level beasts. Although the evil tiger was only 2nd tier, its strength was comparable to that of a 9th-tier ferocious dog. Under the leadership of these 8 beasts, over 10,000 demon beasts launched a counteroffensive against the remaining 20,000. The sudden turn of events in the battle was so unexpected that both humans and beasts were caught off guard. What could possibly have caused the beasts behind to assault those in front? Could it be that the beasts are capable of betrayal? The Beast Kings, engaged in fierce combat with the foundation-building cultivators, were infuriated to witness their fellow beasts in conflict, abandoning their foes to hunt down the instigator of this chaos. However, they were met with fierce resistance from the foundation-building cultivators, who were determined to prevent the Beast Kings from joining the siege, while the Beast Kings sought to thwart the cultivators from countering the beast tide. This led to an overwhelming increase in pressure for the cultivators, particularly for Qibatian, who, despite not fully understanding the situation, found a strange satisfaction in the unfolding chaos as he gazed towards the city walls. The Pig King he faced was exceptionally fierce. Previously, he could harass it, but now he had to withstand its ferocity, forcing him to fight with all his might. Yang Kun noticed the cultivators were exerting themselves to the utmost, prompting him to hasten his efforts to subdue the beasts. In just over 20 minutes, he completely subdued 20,000 beasts. In total, he had tamed 31,200 beasts, and with this achievement, the battlefield fell silent. Chapter 64. Frenzied Synthesis. Yang Kun refrained from directing the more than 30,000 beasts to counterattack, for although their numbers were vast, they were all below the 6th level. The beasts began to automatically synthesize. The process took over 10 minutes due to the sheer volume of beasts. Ultimately, Yang Kun synthesized 34 first-level beast kings. Now, apart from the ferocious tiger, all the other beasts had ascended to the rank of beast king, comprising 6 dog kings, 6 cat kings, 5 bull kings, 5 snake kings, 4 wolf kings, 4 goat kings, and 4 pig kings. Ding! A notification indicated that the host had synthesized new beasts and could claim 4 random treasure chests. Would the host like to collect them? Yes. 4 orange-yellow chests appeared on the screen, but Yang Kun chose not to open them, as the timing was not right. He then commanded the 38 beast kings to counterattack the remaining 3,000 advanced ferocious beasts. The 38 beast kings surged into the fray, and in a matter of moments, the ferocious beast horde was utterly routed, succumbing within 3 minutes. Had it not been for the limited range of the demon subduing bell, the process would have been even swifter. From the 3,000 advanced ferocious beasts, an astounding 22 beast kings were synthesized, including 2 dog kings, 2 cat kings, 3 bull kings, 4 wolf kings, 4 goat kings, 3 snake kings, and 4 pig kings. Yang Kun prioritized the synthesis of the heavenly dog, saber-toothed tiger, and the azure bull into a 4th-level beast king. He also acquired a 2nd-level phoenix chicken king, a 3rd-level dog king, a 3rd-level cat king, a 3rd-level bull king, a 4th-level wolf king, a 4th-level goat king, a 4th-level snake king, a 4th-level pig king, and a 3rd-level goat king. Previously, Yang Kun had also subdued a 3rd-level dog king and 2 3rd-level dog kings, culminating in the synthesis of a 4th-level dog king. Then, by merging the 4-level canine king with the celestial dog, the celestial dog ascended to the rank of a 5-level canine king. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had synthesized a 5-level beast king, thus fulfilling the conditions for upgrading the beast space, rewarding 5 additional beast spaces. The beast space finally underwent an upgrade, totaling 24 spaces, which included 4 exclusive spaces and 20 beast spaces. Subsequently, Yang Kun commanded the 11 beast kings to encircle and eliminate 5 of the 16 canine kings. Witnessing this, the cultivators who had previously battled the canine kings voluntarily withdrew to assist Chi Batian and others. The skirmish became a scenario where 2 beast kings attacked a single beast king, with Yang Kun covertly supporting them by intermittently deploying the chaotic spirit seal and the illusionary divine seal, culminating in the resolution of the battle in less than 10 minutes. Among the 5 canine kings, aside from 1 6-level canine king, the other 4 were merely 3-level canine kings. Yang Kun adeptly synthesized the 4 3-level canine kings into a single 5-level canine king and subsequently merged it with the celestial dog, elevating the celestial dog to the status of a 6-level canine king. When the 6-level canine king was merged with the celestial dog, the celestial dog ascended to a 7-level canine king, boasting a bloodline value of 33 points, surpassing the strength of the 7-level pig king, whose bloodline value was merely 8 points. An 8-point bloodline 7-level pig king could overpower cultivators at the 10th level of foundation establishment. As Yang Kun commanded the celestial dog and the other 10 beast kings to confront the remaining 11 beast kings, the tide of battle turned decidedly in their favor. Although the 7-level pig king was formidable, it paled in comparison to the 7-level celestial dog, whose bloodline value of 33 rendered it insufficient. While the pig king's innate skill, the pig's charge, was unavoidable, the celestial dog, equipped with wings, could briefly take flight to evade it. However, despite the celestial dog's considerable strength, the pig king's resilience and vitality were astonishing. Even after being clawed and bitten by the celestial dog, covered in blood, and with one leg bitten off, it remained unyielding. In Chapter 65, departing from Songyuan Base City, the other beast kings faced even greater challenges against the saber-toothed tiger, with a bloodline value of 24, and the phoenix, boasting a bloodline value of 42. The saber-toothed tiger not only exhibited remarkable speed, but also possessed the innate skill of the tiger's roar. which could instill fear even in the immensely powerful 5-level Bull King. The Phoenix's true fire was insurmountable by any Beast King, incinerating everything in its path. Even the 5-level Snake King, which spewed venom, was reduced to a flammable liquid under the Phoenix's flames. Consequently, all Beast Kings were intimidated by the celestial dog, Phoenix, and saber-toothed tiger, yet they retained formidable combat capabilities, resisting subjugation by the demon-suppressing bell. Yang Kun could vanquish these 11 Beast Kings, but retaining them proved impossible. As apart from the Snake King and Bull King, who were both 5-level Beast Kings, there was also a 5-level Cat King, particularly the 7-level Pig King, whose vitality was exceptionally robust. Nevertheless, Yang Kun could not merely watch them escape. Ultimately, he commanded the 11 Beast Kings to leave behind one 3-level Sheep King, one 3-level Bull King, and one 3-level Cat King. After Yang Kun subdued the 3 Beast Kings, the 8 fleeing Beast Kings had vanished without a trace. However, Yang Kun commanded his beasts to pursue them, only to recall them to the beast space once they had escaped the perception range of the Foundation establishment cultivators. This is one of the advantages of the beast space. No matter how far the beasts run, they can be summoned back in an instant. Thus, apart from his sister and Lin Yuan, no one knew that all of this was orchestrated by him. There was no urgency in failing to capture those 8 Beast Kings. The gains from this encounter were already substantial. Qi Batian and the others stared in astonishment at the fleeing Beast Kings. Although the city was defended, they were baffled by the events that had just transpired. Under Qi Batian's command, everyone methodically retreated back to Songyuan City, as the losses from this beast tide had been catastrophic. When Qi Batian returned to the city wall, Yang Kun approached him after entrusting the care of Xiao Yun to Qi Hao and Lin Yuan. Qi Batian relaxed visibly upon seeing Yang Kun. Although he had been desperately entangled with the Pig King, he had been observing the battlefield and was astonished to learn that Yang Kun personally slain a Sheep King and assisted Qin Yun Shangren in defeating a Dog King, showcasing impressive combat prowess. With a smile, he said, "Brother Yang, you weren't injured in your battle with the Sheep King, were you? That Sheep King was quite formidable. Thankfully, you emerged unscathed. Do you happen to have any news regarding the Snake Cave?" Upon hearing Yang Kun's question, Qi Batian frowned, feigning displeasure as he replied, "Brother Yang, if you had my title of Qi Family Master, I might not be so pleased. I have no information about the Snake Cave." He turned his face away, dismissing Yang Kun. Yang Kun couldn't help but twitch his mouth, forcing a smile as he implored, "Brother Qi, do you have any news about the Snake Cave?" Finally, Qi Batian turned back, cheerfully patting Yang Kun's shoulder as he said, "Now that's more like it. There should be a Snake Cave on Wulong Mountain, which is near the Songshi base city. Once I finish my business at the base, I will accompany you there. This matter doesn't require your concern, Brother Yang. I can go myself. Besides, I need to return to Songbei base city first." "Very well, I shan't press the issue further. If you need anything, do contact me." "Indeed, I will. Farewell, Brother Yang." After bidding farewell to Qi Batian atop the city wall, Yang Kun took to the skies on his sword, departing from Songyuan base city. Chapter 66. Consolidating gains. Just moments after Yang Kun's departure, another streak of sword light soared into the air, following the direction Yang Kun had taken out of Songyuan base city. Meanwhile, as Yang Kun maneuvered the Baihong sword through the skies, he began to assess the spoils of this encounter. Setting aside the fact that he had synthesized so many Beast Kings, he had also acquired 4 orange treasure chests, which he had previously neglected. He casually opened them one by one. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 spirit power points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired food, 40 servings of beef noodles, 40 oranges, 40 beggars chicken, and 40 bottles of mineral water." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare treasure, 3 demon suppression bells." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a Foundation establishment pill." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 30 cubic space ring." As the spiritual energy flowed into Yang Kun's body, his spiritual power reached 379 points, bringing him ever closer to the 4th layer of Foundation establishment. The acquisition of the demon subduing bell and the space ring truly alleviated Yang Kun's significant challenges. Previously, his original space ring was cluttered with various miscellaneous items, occupying over 90% of the space. Now, with a larger space ring, he could categorize and store these items more efficiently. Furthermore, Having 4 demon-subduing bells would expedite Yang Kun's ability to subdue demon beasts, providing crucial time during critical moments. Although Yang Kun had already established his foundation, both his sister and Lin Yuan required foundation establishment pills to make their breakthroughs. Subsequently, Yang Kun combined the last subdued 3rd-tier Sheep King with the previously consumed 3rd-tier Sheep King, resulting in a 4th-tier Sheep King. He then merged the prior 4th-tier Sheep King with the one that had consumed the demon origin fruit, elevating it to a 5th-tier Sheep King, although it was still in the process of awakening its bloodline. The last subdued 3rd-tier Bull King and 3rd-tier Cat King were merged with the previously combined 3rd-tier Bull King and Cat King, yielding a 4th-tier Bull King and a 4th-tier Cat King. The 4th-tier Bull King was then combined with the Azure Bull, promoting it to a 5th-tier Bull King. Likewise, the 4th-tier Cat King was merged with the saber-toothed Tiger, raising it to a 5th-tier Cat King. At this juncture, Yang Kun possessed a total of 9 demon beasts, 1 7th-tier Celestial Dog, 1 5th-tier Saber-Toothed Tiger, 1 5th-tier Azure Bull, 1 5th-tier Sheep King, 1 4th-tier Pig King, 1 4th-tier Snake King, 1 4th-tier Wolf King, 1 2nd-tier Phoenix, and 1 2nd-tier Evil Tiger. Yang Kun then administered the remaining 3 demon origin fruits to the Pig King, Snake King, and Wolf King, anticipating their bloodline awakenings. The Sheep King resembled the legendary Bai Zhe, the Pig King akin to the mythical Dang Kong, and the Snake King reminiscent of the legendary Qing Long, all embodying auspicious beasts. The Wolf King retained its wolf-like appearance, and Yang Kun could not associate it with any divine beast, only recalling the legendary Sirius. Henceforth, the Sheep King would be named Bai Zhe. The Pig King would be called Dang Kong, the Snake King would be known as Qing Long, and the Wolf King would be referred to as Tian Lang. Ding. The system detected the host naming Bai Zhe, Dang Kong, Qing Long, and Tian Lang, resulting in the addition of 4 exclusive spaces. Consequently, the 8 Beast Kings entered their respective exclusive spaces, leaving only 1 2nd-tier Evil Tiger in the Demon Beast space below. Apart from encountering an Evil Tiger in the Old City, Yang Kun had not encountered any Evil Tigers in either Linshan City or during the recent Beast Tide, indicating that the bloodline of the Evil Tiger was exceptionally high, thus its scarcity and elevated status. After completing these tasks, Yang Kun appeared 20 miles outside of Songyuan Base City, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed someone trailing him closely behind. Since they were moving in the same direction and at the same time, it was evident that he was being followed. However, Yang Kun did not wish to complicate matters at that moment, so he employed the Azure Dragon Battle Robe to hasten his flight. Behind Yang Kun, the individual noticed his sudden acceleration and matched his pace. The two swiftly distanced themselves from the Songyuan Base City, nearing the Old Town. Yang Kun descended his sword light and halted, retrieving a telescope to gaze into the distance. Who could this person be? Chapter 67. The death of Huang Zhong. The reason for using the telescope was due to Yang Kun's spiritual awareness extending only within a radius of 1,500 meters, whereas the telescope could extend visibility to 10 miles, approximately 5,000 meters. About 1,600 meters behind him, a figure entered Yang Kun's sight. It was none other than Huang Zhong, with whom Yang Kun had previously had some grievances. Yang Kun had suspected he would not let him go, and indeed, he had followed. It was fortuitous that they were in such a desolate area, devoid of any beasts, providing the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Huang Zhong, being at the 4th level of foundation establishment, could maintain a spiritual awareness reaching 2,000 meters, allowing him to keep pace with Yang Kun. Upon noticing Yang Kun's stillness, Huang Zhong ceased his retreat, allowing a cold smirk to grace his lips. A distance of 2,000 meters was merely a matter of 5 minutes for him. Soon, he wielded a flying sword and appeared before Yang Kun. Hey, brat, why have you stopped running? Do you realize you're walking into a dead end? Waiting for your demise? He taunted. No, I am here to send you on your way. What do you think of this place? The scenery is exquisite, quite suitable for your grave. Yang Kun surveyed his surroundings, pointing as if he were a grave salesman showcasing burial sites. You truly are a sharp-tongued little fellow. Yet, I wonder if your strength matches your bravado. Prepare to pay with your life. With a furious shout, Huang Zhong unleashed a cloud of toxic mist towards Yang Kun. Yang Kun simply extended a finger, summoning a gust of wind that dispersed the poison, causing all flora it touched to wither into blackened liquid upon the ground. Seeing the ordinary toxins blown away, Huang Zhong resorted to his toxic arts, conjuring 2 venomous snakes, and 3 scorpions with his spiritual power, directing them at Yang Kun. Yang Kun summoned the white rainbow sword, shattering the 5 illusory creatures, but a frown creased his brow. For after being destroyed, the remnants coalesced into a massive toxic toad. When Yang Kun struck again, the toad swallowed the white rainbow sword whole, bouncing toward him with alarming speed. The sword consumed by the toxic toad contaminated Yang Kun's spiritual awareness, severing his flow of spiritual energy. In a panic, Yang Kun summoned all 7 of his 7-star swords, arranging them into a formation. A colossal Big Dipper-like array enveloped the toxic toad in an instant. As countless beams of sword light descended upon it, the toxic toad was instantly disintegrated, vanishing into nothingness. Observing his toxic arts thwarted, Huang Zhong showed no sign of concern. He retrieved a vial of poison from his robe, revealing it to be a spiritual artifact. The potency of such artifacts was enhanced by beast spirits, granting them combat capabilities far superior to regular magical tools. Indeed, as the mystical energy of Huang Zhong infused the vessel, a venomous serpent emerged from the jar. This serpent was likely the spirit of the poison jar, its ethereal form having been refined to resemble a tangible entity, emanating the oppressive aura of a 3rd-tier beast king. Although merely a 3rd-tier beast king, due to its draconic essence and lethal venom, its combat prowess could rival that of a 6th-tier beast king. Yang Kun fixated intently on Huang Zhong. In previous encounters, whether during the conflict with the Qi family or the battle against the beast king at the city wall, he had never witnessed Huang Zhong wield this poison jar, revealing a hidden depth of strength. Nevertheless, the venomous serpent fell short when confronted by him. With a mere gesture, Yang Kun enveloped the serpent in the 7-star sword formation. While the sword light could not penetrate the serpent's draconic scales, it effectively ensnared the creature within the confines of the formation. Simultaneously, Yang Kun unleashed a 7th-tier celestial dog. The celestial dog materialized before Huang Zhong, startling him into a state of shock. Having witnessed the celestial dog's formidable prowess firsthand, Huang Zhong realized he stood no chance against it. Unaware that this celestial dog was under Yang Kun's command, sensing peril, Huang Zhong attempted to escape by conjuring a blade of light. But a swirling black wind descended upon him. Although he dispersed the wind with a wave of his hand, a phoenix descended from the heavens, unleashing its true fire upon him. It is worth noting that the phoenix possessed an impressive bloodline value of 43, rendering Huang Zhong incapable of withstanding its divine flames. Unexpectedly, he gasped, "So you are the clandestine master of those beast kings," before being reduced to ashes. At that moment, an elder's consciousness emerged from the jar, only to be obliterated in an instant by the phoenix's flames. Chapter 68. The true canon of the 5 poisons with the demise of Huang Zhong and the elder's consciousness. Only the poison jar and a leather-bound tome remained. Yang Kun furrowed his brow, for only a golden core master could possess a consciousness avatar. The recently extinguished avatar was likely a remnant left by Huang Zhong's master, Ouyang Shidu, now aware of his disciple's demise. He must have realized that Yang Kun was the one responsible. Yet, Yang Kun felt no remorse, for had he spared Huang Zhong, it would have been his own life at stake, and Yang Kun was unwilling to embrace death. Meanwhile, the venomous serpent, having lost Huang Zhong's control, retreated back into the poison jar. Yang Kun picked up the jar, noticing intricate carvings of the 5 poisons adorning its surface, vividly depicting the venomous serpent, scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. It seemed more fitting to refer to this vessel as the 5 poisons jar. Additionally, it contained remnants of the potent toxins previously concocted by Huang Zhong, substances he had scattered earlier, which Yang Kun chose not to touch, opting instead to secure the jar for potential future use. Subsequently, Yang Kun retrieved the leather-bound tome, on which the title True Canon of the 5 Poisons was inscribed in bold characters. As he casually flipped through its pages, he discovered it to be a manual on the cultivation of venomous arts and the crafting of various toxic substances. However, at the conclusion of the 5 Poisons scripture, there exists a method of body refinement known as the 5 Poisons True Body. Merely contemplating this technique sends shivers down Yang Kun's spine, for it requires the use of the 5 poisonous toxins to cultivate the body. Ultimately, every drop of blood and every strand of hair within Yang Kun would be imbued with lethal poison, evoking a natural instinctive resistance within him. Thus, He could only temporarily store the 5 poisons scripture and the 5 poisons jar within his spatial ring, refraining from utilizing them. Yang Kun summoned the phoenix back into the beast space and released the celestial dog, setting his course towards the old city. In a cave within the Wulong mountain of the Songbei base city, Ouyang Shidu trembled as he awoke from his meditation. He discovered that his consciousness, which had been left in the 5 poisons jar, had been extinguished, leading him to deduce that his disciple Huang Zhong had been killed. A tragic loss for a worthy physical vessel. Unbeknownst to Huang Zhong, the reason Ouyang Shidu had been so indulgent towards him was that he viewed Huang Zhong as a potential host for possession. With his lifespan drawing to a close and an unwillingness to embrace death, Ouyang Shidu had contemplated the method of soul transference. However, this method was fraught with limitations. In post-possession, he would need to recultivate the 5 poison scripture, thus giving rise to Huang Zhong. Consequently, Ouyang Shidu not only indulged and protected him, but also entrusted him with the 5 poison scripture and the 5 poisons jar to ensure a seamless transition upon his possession. To his dismay, Huang Zhong had been slain. Although Huang Zhong had only attained the 4th level of foundation establishment, with the aid of the 5 poisons jar, even cultivators at the 7th level would find him a formidable opponent. Confronted by a cultivator at the 9th level, he might not have triumphed. Yet he should have been able to escape. Had he inadvertently provoked a formidable 10th level cultivator, regardless of their identity, status, or cultivation level, they must perish, not solely for having extinguished his physical form, but also to uphold his image. Yet, Ouyang Shidu must bide his time, for he was not yet prepared for possession. He needed to wait until that individual recognized the benefits of the 5 poisons' true body and cultivated it, thus allowing him to seize control of Huang Zhong's body. The 5 poison scripture he had imparted to Huang Zhong possessed a flaw, should Huang Zhong cultivate it. The path to possession would become exceedingly perfect. Though his consciousness could not relay messages and he remained unaware of Huang Zhong's killer. Once he cultivated the 5 poisons' true body, he would develop a connection to locate them. As the sun set, Yang Kun finally returned to the old city, only to find that the small 2-story building where he had once resided had collapsed into ruins. However, the darkness of night rendered travel inadvisable, prompting Yang Kun to decide to spend the night in the old city. Given his current strength, he felt no fear of the nocturnal beast tide, especially since he had previously swept through the old city twice, followed by purges from the Long family and the Xiaoyao sect. Although the city was in the process of recovery, it still harbored few ferocious beasts. In the interest of safety, Yang Kun had set up the Azure Dragon Guardian array, rendering it invisible. He utilized his spiritual awareness to gather ample dry wood and conjured a fireball, igniting the wood into a roaring blaze that illuminated his surroundings. Seated upon a large rock, he savored a portion of Yangzhou fried rice. At that moment, he noticed a tattered woman sprinting toward him from the direction of the Songbei base city, pursued by 6 individuals. The woman, possessing a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement, was visibly injured and unstable, making her an easy target for the 6 cultivators of the 7th and 8th layers trailing her. Yang Kun furrowed his brow but continued his meal, reluctant to intervene. However, upon noticing the flames, the woman desperately ran towards him while calling out, "I am Qin Yao from the Songbei base city. I beseech you, esteemed senior, to save my life. Should I return home safely, I will offer my deepest gratitude." Upon hearing her plea, one of the pursuers, a cultivator at the 8th layer of qi refinement, shouted back, "The Long family of Songbei base city is once again at work. We hope you will not interfere, esteemed senior." Or, before he could finish, Yang Kun sighed, casually tossing aside his chopsticks, which pierced the man's chest, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. "If you were not part of the Long family, I might have refrained from intervening. However, since you are, your fate is sealed." Following Yang Kun's swift execution of the leader, the remaining 5 members of the Long family were thrown into disarray, desperately fleeing in the direction from which they had come. Yet, their speed could not rival that of Yang Kun's flying sword. The white rainbow sword emerged, swiftly slaying one of them. Then, under Yang Kun's command, it darted toward another, dispatching him as well. In mere moments, all 5 were vanquished. The young woman, Qin Yao, expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life." She bowed sincerely to the man who had turned his back to her. Yang Kun retracted the white rainbow sword into his spatial ring and shook his head, replying, I merely eliminated members of the Long family. I did not save you. So there is no need for your thanks. You are no longer in danger. You may leave now." With that, Yang Kun released his pressure, emanating from his third layer of foundation establishment, intending to compel Qin Yao to depart. Yang Kun not only recognized Qin Yao, but was also quite familiar with her. She was the youngest daughter of the Qin family in Songbei Base City, renowned as the most beautiful flower in the region. Having previously aided Yang Kun in driving away thugs who had bullied him and his sister, Xiao Yun, she often brought food to them out of pity. Since then, Yang Kun had harbored a quiet affection for her. At her birthday banquet, he had received an invitation where, in a drunken state, he boldly confessed his feelings, only to be harshly rejected by Qin Yao. Since that time, Yang Kun and Qin Yao had ceased all communication. However, this was before Yang Kun had traversed into this realm, so he sincerely hoped that she did not recognize him now, for that would indeed lead to an awkward encounter. Yet, as Murphy's Law dictates, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Qin Yao could not help but gaze quizzically at his retreating figure and remarked, "But you, esteemed elder, have saved my life. I cannot fail to express my gratitude. That would not be in my character. Moreover, your silhouette bears a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine named Yang Kun. Alas, he was merely an ordinary man, and I fear he has fallen victim to the machinations of the Long family." Chapter 70. I am Yang Kun. After speaking, Qin Yao rose to her feet, yet, deterred by Yang Kun's lack of consent, she hesitated to approach him. The memory of her dear friend weighed heavily on her countenance, casting a shadow of sorrow upon her features. Yang Kun could perceive the genuine grief etched upon Qin Yao's face through his spiritual awareness. Her sorrow was authentic. "Oh, Miss Qin, did you share a profound bond with that dear friend?" Furthermore, the Qin family, alongside the Yuan and Long families, ranks among the three prominent clans of Songbei Base City. While their strength may not rival that of the Long family, they surely would not dare to provoke them recklessly. What, then, has compelled the Long family to pursue you? Qin Yao reflected upon the moment when Yang Kun had declared his feelings for her, only to be met with her harsh rejection. She shook her head and replied, "It was not a profound connection. Since the misunderstanding that transpired between us, we have not been in contact. As for the pursuit by the Long family, it stems from their sudden aggression toward both the Qin and Yuan families. The reasons remain unclear to me. I fought valiantly and managed to slay a Long family elder, but I was gravely injured in the process, leading to my being hunted by 6 disciples at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi training." Though Qin Yao was oblivious to the underlying motives, Yang Kun speculated that the Long family, having suffered significant losses, was fearful of being overtaken by a potential alliance between the Qin and Yuan families. Furthermore, they might have sought to vent their frustrations upon the Qin family for their inability to locate him. However, it was perplexing that, despite their diminished strength, the Long family would still dare to attack, risking their own annihilation. Perhaps they had allied with the Xiaoyao sect. This Long family patriarch certainly possessed audacity. From what I understand, the Long family's might is now less than half of what it once was. Is it not folly to assault the Qin and Yuan families? I once shared your view, Yang Kun mused, but they were accompanied by members of the Xiaoyao sect, and we were no match for them. According to the Long family, it was my departed friend, Yang Kun, who had slain 2 of their young masters, along with numerous elders and disciples. They have even circulated his likeness, seeking to apprehend him. Yet, I find it hard to comprehend how Yang Kun, an ordinary man, achieved such feats. The silhouette and voice of the esteemed elder resemble that of Yang Kun. Indeed, they are identical. Furthermore, the elder harbors enmity toward the Long family. Could it be that he is? Qin Yao shook her head, curiosity evident in her gaze as she contemplated Yang Kun's figure, lost in deep thought. Yang Kun could not help but smile bitterly within, aware that Qin Yao had made a guess. She found it difficult to comprehend how an ordinary person had transformed into a foundational stage practitioner. At this moment, he had no choice but to face Qin Yao. So he turned his head and said with a wry smile, "Indeed, I am Yang Kun, Sister Qin Yao." Qin Yao gazed at Yang Kun's face, her heart startled, her finger pointing at him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Why you? How could you have become a foundational stage cultivator? Were you hiding your abilities all along? Toying with me?" As she spoke, her expression shifted to one of anger, her eyes scrutinizing Yang Kun intently. "Sister Qin Yao, you misunderstand me. I was indeed an ordinary person before, Otherwise, you would not have so decisively rejected me. It's just that I recently encountered some fortuitous events, which allowed me to attain my current cultivation level. Yang Kun stood up and approached Qin Yao. Under the glow of the firelight, his figure appeared imposing. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Qin Yao looked at him with a peculiar expression and remarked, "It seems you are quite affected by my earlier rejection. Still unable to forget it. Indeed, so why did you refuse me back then, Sister Qin Yao?" Yang Kun asked earnestly, locking eyes with her. "If you had possessed the strength you have now, or if you had been able to cultivate back then, I would not have rejected you," Qin Yao sighed, gazing intently into Yang Kun's eyes. "After all, I am the only daughter of the Qin family. My parents have only me, and they would never permit us to be together. Thus, rather than allowing you to suffer at their hands, it was better for me to decline you." Yang Kun understood that, given the status of the Qin family and being their sole daughter, they would never allow an ordinary person without cultivation to marry their daughter. However, despite his understanding, the previous Yang Kun had still struggled to accept the reality of Qin Yao's rejection. Now, while curiosity lingered in his mind, he held no other thoughts regarding Qin Yao. Even though she was the most beautiful woman in Songbei Bay City and still harbored feelings for him, the end of the world had arrived. It was only when he could ensure both his and his family's safety that he would consider such matters. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to both parties. In truth, I am merely curious. Do not overthink it. Let us treat this as a fresh acquaintance. What do you think? Yang Kun extended his hand toward Qin Yao, smiling. "Hello, I am Yang Kun. Pleased to meet you." Qin Yao graciously shook Yang Kun's hand, giving it a firm shake. "Hello, I am Qin Yao. Equally pleased to meet you." Subsequently, Yang Kun led Qin Yao to sit by the fire and offered her some food. Her eyes brightened, and she began to eat heartily. Indeed, it seemed no girl could resist food. If not, he would have to provide her with something even more delectable. As they ate, Yang Kun inquired about the situation of the Qin family, but the outlook appeared rather grim. Due to the involvement of 5 foundational-level cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect, along with the head of the Long family and the esteemed elder, there were 7 foundational cultivators in total. In contrast, the Qin and Yuan families possessed merely 4 foundational cultivators, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with the Xiaoyao sect and the Long family. Before Qin Yao managed to escape, over half of the Qin family's disciples had already perished, and the current situation was undoubtedly even more dire. Yang Kun urged Qin Yao to attempt to reach out to her parents and familiar relatives, as he possessed a means to annihilate the Long family. But he required their cooperation. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao's communication device was damaged during the battle, a circumstance beyond her control, for not everyone could possess a spatial storage bag. Within the Songyuan Bay City, few were fortunate enough to own such a device, let alone Qin Yao herself. Although the Qin family held a decent standing in the Songbei Bay City, even the Long family, when placed in Songyuan, would not amount to much, leaving the Qin family even weaker. Yang Kun handed his own communication device to Qin Yao, suggesting she use it to contact them. He initially believed it would be futile, merely wishing to test the waters, yet to his astonishment, the connection was established. "Yao, are you safe now?" As soon as the communication device connected, a graceful matron appeared, her voice brimming with urgency as she expressed her desire to reach out earlier but had been unable to do so, fearing for her daughter's safety and the possibility of her capture. "Mother, I am unharmed. Thanks to Yang Kun. He saved me." Qin Yao gestured towards Yang Kun, stating that he had a plan to eradicate the Long family but required their assistance. However, upon hearing Yang Kun's name, her mother's expression shifted dramatically. Filled with fury as she exclaimed, "It is all because he killed 2 young masters of the Long family. Otherwise, they would not have dared to provoke us. You must leave him immediately and return to the family for your safety." Qin Yao's countenance darkened, her indignation flaring as she retorted, "Mother, if it weren't for Yang Kun saving me, your daughter would now be a lifeless corpse. Even if he had not killed those 2 young masters, the Long family would eventually attack us, seeking to dominate Songbei Bay City. Why must you lay the blame at his feet? You are my daughter. Why do you defend an outsider? Do you harbor feelings for him?" Her mother's furious voice reverberated through the communication device. Chapter 72. Weakness is the original sin. Startled by her mother's outburst, Qin Yao found herself at a loss, prompting Yang Kun to step forward and gently pat her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Greetings, Aunt Qin, I am Yang Kun. Do you believe the Long family directs their anger towards the Qin family due to their inability to locate me?" This is a classic manifestation of a weak mindset. I wonder if Uncle Qin shares this perspective? Indeed, if our Qin family possessed the strength of the Xiaoyao sect, how could the Long family dare to provoke us? They would likely be eager to pay their respects instead. Ultimately, weakness is the original sin. Yet, the path to strength is fraught with difficulties. Contrary to Qin Yao's mother. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, her father, Qin Yu, regarded him with newfound respect. Qin Yu, a man in his 50s, still harbored the spirit of a warrior, constantly yearning for the Qin family to grow stronger, even aspiring for them to become the 9th most prominent family in the province of Songxi. Yang Kun gestured for Qin Yao to take a seat before positioning himself before the communication device, a smile gracing his lips. Fortune favors the bold. If we extinguish the Long family, we shall acquire ample resources to fortify the Qin clan. I possess a strategy that could lead to their downfall. However, he pondered the implications of their actions, for the Long family was shielded by the Xiaoyao sect. What shall we do if the Xiaoyao sect intervenes following the eradication of the Long family? Yang Kun remained silent, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Qin Yu, understanding that his status would prompt clarity of thought. Indeed, after a brief contemplation, Qin Yu resolved to inquire, "What is your plan for the destruction of the Long family?" Seeing that Qin Yu had grasped the situation, Yang Kun replied with a grin. "You must be aware of how the 2 sons of the Long family and their disciples met their demise. If we can lure all members of the Long family to the Old City, I can annihilate them entirely. Yet, it is imperative that the Qin and Yuan families maintain a perimeter around the Old City to prevent any from escaping." His previous experience with Zhao Wu's escape had imparted a valuable lesson. Had it not been for him, none would have known he was responsible for the Long family's deaths, which had been attributed to an assault by demonic beasts. Qin Yu cast a peculiar glance at Yang Kun, realizing the latter's intentions, yet struggling to comprehend how he would orchestrate a beast tide to besiege the members of the Long family. Yang Kun, not denying the thought, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I can manipulate the demonic beasts to provoke a beast tide. Uncle Qin, you need only lead them to the Old City. And this endeavor requires the involvement of the Yuan family. I wonder if you could facilitate that? Leave this matter to me. I will handle the Yuan family as well." Following this exchange, Yang Kun and Qin Yu engaged in light conversation before deactivating the communication device, leaving Yang Kun and Qin Yao in a moment of silence. Their eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. The atmosphere momentarily became palpable, and Yang Kun felt a twinge of awkwardness. Just prior, Qin Yu had expressed considerable admiration for him, even urging him to take good care of Qin Yao. Yet, he harbored no romantic feelings for her. Despite her striking beauty, he was not the type to act irresponsibly. At this juncture, he could not offer Qin Yao any promises, nor would he deceive her emotions or body. Yang Kun spread several garments beside the fire, crafting a makeshift bed for Qin Yao to rest upon, while he summoned the saber-toothed tiger, engaging in physical training through the collision of flesh against flesh. The night swiftly passed, and as Yang Kun lay on the ground, using his spiritual energy to mend his body, Qin Yao remained awake, gazing intently at his figure. She was taken aback by his unwavering dedication. He had worked tirelessly to achieve his current prowess, confirming her initial impression of him. Yet, she recalled how he had initially urged her to leave, revealing a rather inconsiderate side of his character. Chapter 73, The Celestial Decision Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a demonic beast treasure chest 9. Please claim your reward. Upon claiming it, 9 treasure chests appeared on the interface. 1 was red, while the remaining 8 were a vibrant orange-yellow. Yang Kun opened them all. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 17 points of spiritual energy, 10 watermelons, and 5 demonic essence fruits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 15 spiritual power, 10 stinky tofu, and 5 demon fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 spiritual power, 10 steamed egg custard, and 5 demon fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 12 spiritual power, 10 spicy iron plate barbecue, and 4 demon fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 14 spiritual power, 10 stir-fried bamboo shoots with wood ear mushrooms for demon fruit, and 1 foundation building pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 14 spiritual power, 10 roasted sweet potatoes for demon fruit, and 1 summoning herb. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 14 spiritual power, 10 spicy cabbage for demon fruit, and the technique Heavenly Evolution Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 14 spiritual power, 10 eggplant with green beans, for demon fruit, and 1 beast frenzy pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 spiritual power and 10 stir-fried chili with meat. As the 115 points of spiritual power merged into his body, Yang Kun's spiritual power reached 494 points, while the demon fruit amounted to 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Only 6 more points of spiritual power remain to reach the 5th layer. Although he has obtained another foundation building pill, it holds no value for Yang Kun, and Xiao Yun cannot utilize it for now. Lin Yuan already possesses one. It seems this pill is intended to assist Qin Yao in breaking through to the foundation establishment phase. Despite the Qin family's prowess, acquiring a foundation building pill may not be an easy feat. The acquisition of the summoning herb is exceedingly convenient. Yang Kun had previously contemplated employing the Beast Kings to rush to Linshan City. However, given Linshan City's proximity to the Beast King's stronghold, Wulan Mountain, the reckless appearance of so many Beast Kings could lead to complications. Nevertheless, in his quest to annihilate the Long family, Yang Kun disregards the risks. The ability to obtain summoning herbs now allows him to effortlessly summon countless demon beasts, potentially triggering a beast tide. The allure of summoning herbs to demon beasts is undeniably potent. Yang Kun had previously encountered summoning herbs in the library of Songbei Academy, which accelerate the leveling speed of demon beasts, making them highly coveted. A bottle of beast frenzy pills contains 10 pieces. These pills can enhance the combat prowess of demon beasts by 30% without significant side effects, though the beasts will experience weakness for a period afterward. With these pills, Yang Kun feels confident in his ability to contend with Golden Core experts. Finally, Yang Kun produced the technique Heavenly Evolution Technique, a method for cultivating spiritual consciousness that can empower his awareness to the strength of the Golden Core stage even while in the foundation establishment phase. He recalls Lin Yuan mentioning that beast tamers possess secret methods for cultivating their spiritual consciousness. Though not a beast tamer himself, enhancing his spiritual awareness would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. However, upon closer examination, Yang Kun discovers that this technique is not designed for taming beasts, but rather for controlling a type of puppet mechanism. Furthermore, a powerful consciousness offers numerous advantages, such as the ability to manipulate multiple swords simultaneously. While others may wield a single sword, he could command 10, or even hundreds or thousands of swords at once. Previously, although Yang Kun wielded 7 swords simultaneously, it was due to the fact that the 7-star sword constituted a set of magical artifacts, a formation of swords. By mastering the celestial pivot sword, he could command the other 6. Given his prowess, he could only manipulate 2 flying swords at once, whereas individuals like Qi Batian could manage 5 or 6 magical artifacts concurrently, though Qi Batian did not do so. In Chapter 74, titled Betrothal Gifts, the final section of the Heavenly Transformation Technique reveals methods for crafting puppets and mechanisms, yet requires Yang Kun to advance the technique to its first level. The Heavenly Transformation Technique comprises 5 levels in total. Yang Kun is determined to cultivate this technique, but first, he must resolve matters with the Long family. After retracting the Heavenly Transformation Technique into his spatial ring, Yang Kun procured some food from within and shared a meal with Qin Yao. Her gluttonous nature had already surfaced the previous night, so she did not hesitate to indulge heartily. Once they finished their repast, Yang Kun utilized a telescope to survey the terrain, ultimately discovering that it was still the same location as the former farm, suitable for the concealment of beasts. Consequently, he summoned the celestial dog, who allowed Qin Yao to mount only after a period of calming. The celestial dog's speed was remarkable and remarkably steady, within mere minutes. It transported Qin Yao to the farm. This was Qin Yao's first experience riding a magical beast, and her excitement was palpable, prompting her to scream in delight. Upon arriving at the farm, Yang Kun dismounted, yet Qin Yao was reluctant to leave her perch. Yang Kun found it difficult to insist she disembark. However, the celestial dog was not indulgent. With a slight shrug, it dislodged Qin Yao onto the ground without causing her harm. Infuriated, Qin Yao glared at the celestial dog and exclaimed, "I am Yang Kun's wife. Be wary of my retribution." The celestial dog, however, remained indifferent, eliciting hearty laughter from Yang Kun. Subsequently, Yang Kun stowed the celestial dog away and retrieved the summoning grass, planting it in a vacant area outside the farm. After planting, the summoning grass emitted a peculiar and unpleasant odor, surprisingly appealing to the magical beasts. Yang Kun enveloped the farm with the Azure Dragon Guardian array to safeguard the summoning grass from being devoured, thereby ensuring sufficient magical beasts would be attracted. Here, take this. Cultivate diligently and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage swiftly. Your Qin family is on the brink of rising, he said. He then led Qin Yao to hide behind a large boulder on the farm and handed her a foundation establishment pill, encouraging her to practice earnestly. After a night's rest, her previous injuries had healed. Receiving the foundation establishment pill, Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at it. Then mischievously asked Yang Kun, "This isn't your betrothal gift to me, is it?" Faced with her fervent gaze, Yang Kun felt a sudden pang of embarrassment and stammered, "Ahem, no, we only just met yesterday. This is merely a token of our introduction. Such a precious token right upon our first meeting. Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Qin Yao pressed on, not letting Yang Kun evade her inquiry. Yang Kun found himself at a loss for words, realizing that reasoning with a woman was futile, for they never perceived things through the lens of logic. "If you don't want it, then you may return it to me," he retorted. Yang Kun reached out to seize the foundation establishment pill from Qin Yao's grasp, only to have her deftly evade him, carefully stowing it away. Such a miser. How can one demand the return of a gift? She mused, dismissing him with a pout before settling down to cultivate. Her spiritual energy had already surpassed 90, and she was but a short distance from the coveted 100, after which she could consume the pill to advance her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yang Kun noted that the Beast Kings, Bai Zhe, Dang Kong, Qin Long, and Tian Lang, had awakened after consuming the demon essence fruit. A notification chimed, indicating that the host possessed the bloodlines of these 4 beasts, enabling the synthesis of any beast with the same lineage. Yang Kun realized that since they had all partaken of the fruit, their bloodline values had increased slightly. Bai Zhe held a value of 3, Dang Kong 9, Qin Long 8, and Tian Lang 6. With 35 demon essence fruits at his disposal, Yang Kun resolved to foster balanced growth among the 8 beast kings. Allocating 5 fruits to Qin Yao, 7 to Bai Zhe, 1 to Dang Kong, 2 to Tian Lang, and 4 to Qin Long ultimately, their bloodline values could reach 10, leaving Yang Kun with 16 fruits remaining. Chapter 75. The beast tide rises in less than half an hour. A multitude of ferocious beasts gathered outside the formation. Though their levels were not particularly high, one was a second-tier ferocious dog, while the rest were all first-tier. Yang Kun understood that these comprised the entirety of the ferocious beasts within the old city. The dozen or so beasts were thwarted by the formation, unable to breach its defenses, wandering aimlessly outside, ensnared by the illusion array. Another half-hour passed, and hundreds of beasts charged forth, joining the previous few. Before long, most of the day had elapsed, with sporadic ferocious beasts crashing against the formation. The count outside had risen to over 1,000. Yet, this number was insufficient, and their strength was lacking. Yang Kun surmised that external factors were at play. Calculating the time, he anticipated that the beasts from Linshan City should be arriving soon. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he detected a new wave of ferocious beasts surging from 2 kilometers away, numbering over 5,000. Notably, a quarter of these were high-tier beasts, including a formidable dog king. Yang Kun understood that this beast king had sensed the presence of the summoning grass, thus inciting the beast tide. Concurrently, he noted another surge from a different direction, also comprising over 5,000 beasts. With a higher proportion of advanced creatures, 1/3 of them, among which were 2 beast kings, the dog king and the cat king. Soon, these 2 groups of beasts converged, charging towards the farm. Over 10,000 beasts, caught in the illusion array, continued to wander outside the formation. The 3 beast kings sensed something amiss. Acutely aware that the summoning grass was nearby, yet they could not ascertain its location. At that moment, Yang Kun received a communication request from Qin Yao. Upon connecting the communication device, a single piece of information was transmitted before Qin Yao promptly terminated the connection. "We have successfully drawn all the direct descendants of the Qin family to our location, expected to arrive at the farm in approximately an hour." During Yang Kun's wait, an additional wave of beasts surged forth, over 2,000 in number. Although this was a relatively small count, astonishingly, 2/3 of them were advanced demon beasts, including 2 beast kings, the goat king and the pig king. This new horde, joining forces with the previous one, amassed a total of around 15,000 demon beasts, with a staggering 4,000 of them being advanced ones. Yang Kun uprooted the summoning grass and stored it in his spatial ring, leaving only a single leaf in his hand. The current quantity of demon beasts was sufficient. Any further summoning could potentially attract ancient beasts, formidable entities comparable to Golden Core Masters, whom Yang Kun could not hope to confront. Taking out his binoculars, Yang Kun spotted Qin Yu and Madame Qin fleeing 3,000 meters away from the farm. Hot on their heels was Long Zhan, the head of the Long family, accompanied by 3 foundation-building disciples of the Carefree sect, along with several elders and over 50 disciples from the Long family. Although the head of the Qin family had not disclosed how he lured the Long family into pursuit, Yang Kun understood that both he and his wife had risked their lives to draw the enemy deeper into danger. Consequently, Yang Kun could not allow them to come to harm. He needed to provide a different bait to exchange for the Qin couple's safety. Thus, Yang Kun dismantled the formation, causing all the demon beasts to detect his presence. He then brandished the summoning grass leaf, leading the ferocious beast kings toward the direction of the Qin couple. In an instant, over 10,000 beast hooves thundered against the ground, causing the earth to tremble with their powerful momentum as the beast tide surged forward. Chapter 76. Truly Tempting. Before long, Yang Kun encountered the Qin couple. Though they had never met before, a mere glance sufficed for mutual recognition. Yang Kun stowed the summoning grass leaf and produced 3 pills, offering 2 to the Qin couple while consuming 1 himself. These were the beast spirit pills that Yang Kun had previously refused to ingest. Once consumed, they would emit the scent of demon beasts from within the human body, rendering the user impervious to attacks from demon beasts. Though the Qin couple found the aroma of the pills unpleasant, they trusted that Yang Kun would not endanger them. Moreover, seeing him consume 1 himself, they closed their eyes and followed suit. At that moment, over 15,000 demon beasts surged toward them. Yang Kun halted with the couple, and astonishingly, the beasts seemed oblivious to their presence, rushing past them toward the Qin couple. Meanwhile, the pursuers from the Long family confronted the oncoming tide of demon beasts. They soon realized that not only were the Qin couple behind the beasts, but the very one responsible for the deaths of the Long family's 2 young masters, Yang Kun, was also there, seemingly unnoticed by the horde. However, the demon beasts discovered that they had lost track of the alluring summoning grass, and before them stood a multitude of humans, who must have stealthily taken it away and concealed it. Consequently, the tide of demon beasts launched a furious assault against the members of the Long family and the Xiaoyao sect. Dragon Zhan cast a perplexed glance at Yang Kun, realizing that this individual was undoubtedly the architect of this entire scheme. Although he could not comprehend the full extent of the situation, he was compelled to confront these ferocious beasts. While he and the 3 foundation establishment disciples from the Xiaoyao sect could soar into the air on their swords, the elders and disciples brought by Dragon Zhan would surely face annihilation. Moreover, within the horde of beasts were 5 beast kings, a 3rd-tier dog king, a 2nd-tier dog king, a 1st-tier cat king, a 3rd-tier sheep king, and a 2nd-tier pig king. Although their strength was not formidable, they were sufficient to impede the 4 foundation establishment cultivators. The remaining elders and disciples had no hope of survival, and nearby were Qin Yu and his wife, as well as Yang Kun, eyeing them with malevolence. It was evident that this was a cunning plan devised by Yang Kun and Qin Yu to lure them into a trap, intending to annihilate them using the horde of beasts. Dragon Zhan lamented not bringing the grand elder of the Long family, Elder Qin Yu from the Xiaoyao sect, and another disciple from the sect. Otherwise, they would not be in such a passive position now. The elders and disciples of the Long family formed a defensive formation, vowing to eliminate Yang Kun and his companions before devising a means to rescue their own. Initially, the disciples of the Long family contemplated a reckless charge, but upon hearing Dragon Zhan's words, they formed a battle array, opting for defense rather than offense, thus prolonging their endurance. Meanwhile, Dragon Zhan, accompanied by the 3 foundation establishment disciples from the Xiaoyao sect, charged towards Yang Kun and his companions. Dragon Zhan, possessing the cultivation of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, led the trio, whose levels ranged from the 3rd to 5th layers of foundation establishment. As the 4 faced the onslaught of the 5 beast kings, they focused solely on defense, refraining from counterattacks, and prepared to maneuver past the beast kings towards Yang Kun and the others. Observing this scene, Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Yet he noticed Yang Kun remaining remarkably relaxed, though he felt a twinge of confusion that he did not voice. Among the three, only he possessed the highest cultivation at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, followed by Yang Kun at the 5th layer, while Mrs. Qin was merely at the 1st layer. In his estimation, if the four drew near, the three would undoubtedly falter quickly. As Dragon John and his trio approached Yang Kun, a sword formation suddenly manifested in the air, the 7-star sword array, which Yang Kun had casually set up earlier. Though the 7-star sword array was formidable, encountering Dragon John at the 7th layer of foundation establishment, it was unlikely to kill the four, serving only to provide a slight obstruction. Nonetheless, Yang Kun required just a momentary delay. Thus, when Dragon John and his companions found themselves ensnared within the confines of the 7-star sword array, besieged by the relentless sword Qi, Dragon John struck out to dismantle the formation, yet his right hand was wounded by the array's fierce sword energy. At that moment, Long Zhan discovered that he was surrounded by 8 beast kings, among which the most formidable, the Dog King, had surprisingly reached level 7. Although his cultivation level was the same as Long Zhan's, the overwhelming aura it exuded sent a tremor through him. Even before engaging in battle, Long Zhan realized that he was no match for the Dog King. Additionally, there were 2 level 5 beast kings, namely the Cat King and the Ox King, while 1 level 2 Chicken King and 4 other level 4 beast kings completed the assembly. We were ensnared, each seeking to escape. With that, Long Zhan dashed towards the Chicken King, the weakest among them, believing it to be his best chance of flight. However, just as Long Zhan ascended on his sword, the phoenix took to the air with a powerful flap of its wings and unleashed a breath of phoenix flame towards him. With a swift motion, Long Zhan conjured a water dragon to counter the fiery onslaught. To his astonishment, the water dragon not only failed to extinguish the flames, but became ignited itself, as countless droplets of water were instantly vaporized. At the same time, the celestial dog behind him unleashed a torrent of black wind, enveloping Long Zhan in an instant. In a desperate bid, Long Zhan slashed through the black wind with his sword, only to find the phoenix descending upon him, its claws seizing his shoulder. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a strike aimed at the phoenix's neck, which it caught deftly with its beak. In that critical moment, the celestial dog flapped its small wings, leaping forth to bite at Long Zhan's calf. Long Zhan had no choice but to summon a shield for defense. Yet the celestial dog easily shattered it with a single strike, clamping its jaws around his leg and pulling him downwards. Should he reach the ground, facing the celestial dog would mean certain death. Thus, Long Zhan displayed remarkable tenacity, not only fierce towards others, but even more so towards himself. He swung his sword at his own leg, causing the celestial dog to drop his limb as it lost its grip. With a tremor, Long Zhan steadied himself upon his flying sword, applying pressure to the severed leg to staunch the bleeding. Just as he was about to ascend, Yang Kun, who had been observing, struck out with a palm, casting the chaotic spirit seal. If this seal had been employed earlier, it might have only briefly disturbed Long Zhan's spiritual energy before being quelled by his vast spiritual sea. However, having just severed his own leg, his stance was unsteady, and his aura even more so. Upon being struck by Yang Kun's chaotic spirit seal, he lost his balance and fell from his flying sword. Although Long Zhan plummeted, being a cultivator at the 7th level of foundation establishment, he was not in mortal peril, aside from the relentless bleeding from his severed leg. Meanwhile, the celestial dog, poised and ready, lunged at Long Zhan's remaining leg, sinking its teeth into it. Amidst Long Zhan's anguished cries, the celestial dog bit through his other leg as well. Chapter 78. The tyrant also cowers at this moment. A phoenix descended from the heavens, its sharp talons fiercely plunging into Long Zhan's chest, leaving behind 4 deep wounds that exposed bone. Just as the Tengu prepared to strike at Long Zhan's neck to ensure his demise, Long Zhan could not help but shout desperately, "Yang Kun, spare my life. I will surrender all the wealth of the Long family to you. And I possess 2 secret vaults known only to me. If you let me go, I shall reveal their locations to you." Yang Kun raised his hand, halting the movements of both the Tengu and the phoenix, and casually glanced at the other 2 battlefields. The 3 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were currently besieged by the remaining 6 beast kings, their bodies riddled with wounds, some blinded, others poisoned, and some even pierced through by the azure bowl. Although they continued to resist with tenacity, death loomed just moments away. In another battlefield, over 10,000 demon beasts were assaulting the elders and elite disciples of the Long family. Yet no casualties had been reported thus far. Long Zhan was indeed deserving of his reputation as the head of the first family in Songbei Bay City. Unfortunately, he had encountered the formidable Yang Kun. Seeing Yang Kun's inclination to spare Long Zhan, Qin Yu felt compelled to intervene. Do not listen to him. It is of no consequence. He cannot turn the tide. Yang Kun, with a smile, approached Long Zhan and softly inquired, "Do you know why I would annihilate your entire family?" Long Zhan, in a frenzy of desperation, shook his head vigorously before reluctantly nodding. "I do not know. No, I do know. It is all because of my unworthy son offending Brother Yang. I shall apologize to you immediately." As he spoke, he prostrated himself before Yang Kun, grasping at his shoes. Yang Kun lowered his gaze, scratching his head, and replied with a tone that was neither heavy nor light. "What did you call me? When did I ever have a brother like you? I was unaware." Long Zhan quickly propped himself up, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground in panic. "I was wrong, Senior Yang. Please, I beg for your mercy. It was my wretched son who provoked you. Before this, I had never even laid eyes on you." Observing Long Zhan's reaction in the face of death, Yang Kun could not help but chuckle. Though he was the head of the Long family and could be considered a legendary tyrant in moments of peril, he was far less resolute than his son, Long Tianqing. At least Long Tianqing had dared to feign cowardice before attempting to assassinate Yang Kun, while Long Zhan truly displayed cowardice. However, Yang Kun could understand. Those with greater power, longer lifespans, and higher authority tend to value their lives more, becoming increasingly fragile when confronted with death. Yang Kun shook his head and remarked, "You are mistaken. If he had offended me, I would simply have kept my distance. But he should not have bullied my sister. She is my Achilles heel. Yet you chose to torment her. Thus your son, Long Tianqing, deserves to die." To his astonishment, Long Zhan, in a bid for survival, was willing to forsake everything. His son and his dignity became inconsequential in the face of his own mortality. Yes, Senior. You are right. Even if he is not dead yet, I shall ensure his demise. However, there exists another reason. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are perpetually at a disadvantage, and weakness itself is the original sin. Thus, I took his life, and then the elder of the Long family came forth. I eliminated the elder, and then Long Tianqing appeared. After I dispatched Long Tianqing, you, old man, emerged. Now that I am about to end your life, who will seek vengeance for you?" As Yang Kun spoke, he unsheathed the white rainbow sword and gently exhaled upon it. He had been anticipating Long Zhan to attempt his assassination, which would have provided him the opportunity to strike back. To his astonishment, Long Zhan had yet to make a move. His cowardice was truly pathetic. "No, I am not only willing to relinquish all my possessions to you, Senior, but I am also prepared to." Long Zhan's words were abruptly cut short as Yang Kun swung his sword, severing his head from his shoulders. "What a bore, you coward." Chapter 79. The Law of the Jungle. Yang Kun had not expected Long Zhan to be so feeble, failing to retaliate even in his final moments. After Yang Kun had slain Long Zhan, the three disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, who had originally sought mercy, dared not plead for their lives any longer upon hearing Yang Kun's disdainful remarks. They could only endure the relentless assaults from the 6 Beast Kings. Had the 6 Beast Kings not been toying with them, the three would have perished long ago. At that moment, Qin Yu observed Yang Kun with growing admiration. While Madame Qin resonated deeply with Yang Kun's assertion that weakness is indeed a sin. If the Qin family possessed a cultivator of Yang Kun's caliber, how could the Long family and the Xiaoyao sect dare to challenge them? It was only at this moment that she comprehended this truth. Yet, her gaze upon Yang Kun was laden with affection, surpassing even that of Qin Yu, as if Yang Kun had already become the son-in-law of the Qin family. Meanwhile, Qin Yu approached Yang Kun, a satisfied expression on his face as he pointed to the 3 foundation-building disciples being tormented by the Beast Kings. "Long Zhan may be slain, but we, the Qin family, could ascend to the stature of the Long family, offering our service to the Xiaoyao sect. However, let us spare those 3 disciples." Otherwise, Yang Kun did not respond to Qin Yu. Instead, he raised his hand and gestured across his throat. The Beast Kings understood his intentions and promptly executed the 3 foundation-building disciples. After the 3 were dispatched, Yang Kun turned to Qin Yu and smiled. "Uncle Qin, you may not be aware, but I have not only eliminated members of the Long family, but also disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, one of whom was a foundation-building cultivator with a thunderous spirit root." Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Qin Yu fell silent. He understood that regardless of whether Yang Kun spared them or not, the Xiaoyao sect would not forgive him, for in their eyes, weakness equated to sin. To the Xiaoyao sect, Yang Kun was a weakling. Thus, having killed their disciples meant that Yang Kun deserved to die. However, witnessing Yang Kun's decisive slaying of Long Zhan, Qin Yu comprehended that Yang Kun was a person of immense potential, possessing unwavering resolve and a keen intellect, as well as a ruthless disposition. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Now, he found himself pondering whether his daughter was worthy of Yang Kun. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No matter how he thought about it, he felt his daughter was unworthy of Yang Kun. Yang Kun remained oblivious to Qin Yu's thoughts. Having dealt with the foundation establishment disciples of the Long family and the Xianyao sect, his next objective was to rescue the Long family elders and elite disciples, who were now besieged by ferocious beasts. At that moment, the elders and disciples of the Long family were in a state of utter disarray. They had witnessed their seemingly invincible patriarch being grievously injured. And even more disheartening was the sight of their leader sacrificing his dignity and pride in a desperate bid for survival, only to be slain by Yang Kun, who was met with derision as a coward. While the three foundation establishment disciples did not plead for mercy, they were mercilessly tormented by the Beast King, ultimately facing an inevitable demise. Consequently, despair enveloped everyone present. They yearned to beg for Yang Kun's clemency, yet the specter of humiliation and death loomed, rendering their pleas futile. Despite the desire to resist, they found themselves trapped in a no-win scenario. However, human nature swayed them toward conformity. The first individual to kneel and plead for mercy prompted a cascade of similar submissions, culminating in a collective act of capitulation. Regrettably, they were unaware that the beasts were beyond Yang Kun's control. Once they ceased their resistance, they were swiftly consumed by the ravenous creatures. In a mere instant, those who had previously withstood the onslaught were devoured. Yet, Yang Kun harbored no sympathy for them, for the law of this world dictated that the weak would invariably be preyed upon by the strong. Chapter 80. The Siege of the Long Family. After eliminating all the members of the Long family, Yang Kun commanded the 8 Beast Kings to commence the eradication of the beast horde. With over 15,000 ferocious beasts, including 5 Beast Kings, they were utterly outmatched by the likes of the Tengu and Phoenix. The Tengu alone was capable of vanquishing the 5 Beast Kings, while the remaining 7 Beast Kings charged into the fray, scattering the horde in an instant. Moreover, Yang Kun had previously entrusted 3 demon-subduing bells to the Qingyao, saber-toothed tiger, and Dangkong. These bells, wielded by the 3 Beast Kings, could exert their influence over a radius of 60 meters, significantly hastening the process of subjugation. In less than 20 minutes, the 8 Beast Kings eradicated all the ferocious beasts, including the 5 kings. The disparity between them and the Tengu was insurmountable. Not only was there a vast difference in cultivation levels, but their bloodlines were also inferior. Whether it was the black wind of the Dog King, the roar of the Cat King, or the spatial mobility of the Goat King, none could breach the defenses of the Tengu. Only the Pig King's charge proved somewhat effective, yet it could easily evade such an attack. The Tengu's black wind and razor-sharp claws were beyond their capacity to withstand, especially with Yang Kun providing support. Soon, the 5 Beast Kings were left battered and bruised. Even so, the resistance was fierce. Yet, Yang Kun possessed ample patience. After half an hour of relentless torment, the 5 Beast Kings were finally subdued. Subsequently, Yang Kun amalgamated them into 1 level 5 Dog King, 1 level 4 Cat King, 1 level 4 Goat King, and 1 level 3 Pig King. Consequently, Yang Kun fused the level 4 Goat King with Bai Zhe, elevating Bai Zhe to the status of a level 5 Goat King. After securing all the Beast Kings, Yang Kun led the Qin couple to find Qin Yao, who was engrossed in her cultivation. Just moments ago, Yang Kun intended to take away all the demon beasts, which prevented him from leaving with Qin Yao. At that moment, he brought Qin Yu and his wife to find Qin Yao, and their eyes instantly filled with tears. Mrs. Qin stepped forward, grasping Qin Yao's arm while scrutinizing her closely. "My precious daughter, are you unhurt?" Qin Yao shook her head and cast a heartfelt glance at Yang Kun. "No. I owe my life to Yang Kun. Otherwise, you would never have seen your beloved daughter again." With that, she embraced Mrs. Qin, breaking down into heart-wrenching sobs. Subsequently, Yang Kun summoned the recently synthesized 5th-level Dog King, 4th-level Cat King, and 4th-level Sheep King. He mounted the celestial dog, allowing the Qin family to ride atop the three beast kings as they raced towards Songbei base city. Although they had dealt with Long Zhan and three disciples of the Xiaoyao sect who were in the foundation establishment stage in the old city, there remained a senior elder of the Long family and an elder and a disciple from the Xiaoyao sect in Songbei. Only by resolving these matters could the issues with the Long family be considered settled. The four demon beasts moved with astonishing speed, reaching the outskirts of Songbei base city in just over half a day, a journey that would normally take a day and a half. They dismounted from the beasts, and Yang Kun stowed away the beast kings before leading Qin Yao as three beams of sword light swiftly crossed over the city walls of Songbei. In stark contrast to the majestic walls of Songyuan base city, the fortifications of Songbei appeared somewhat desolate, lacking both formations and quality materials. Without pausing, the four made their way directly to the exterior of the Long family estate. At that moment, the Long family's residence had been secretly surrounded, with numerous individuals disguised as they monitored the entire estate. These were members of the Qin and Yuan families. The entire Long residence was under strict lockdown, as they had quietly eliminated the disciples guarding the soul tablets, leaving no one aware of the demise of Long Zhan and the others. Earlier, Yang Kun had instructed Qin Yu to inform the Yuan family, fearing someone might escape, thus ordering them to encircle the Long family. Chapter 81. The best choice. The four entered a tavern opposite the Long residence, where a man and a woman were seated by the window. The man exuded an air of elegance, while the woman, youthful and beautiful, was none other than Yuan Xian, the head of the Yuan family, and his youngest daughter, Yuan Xianqian. Last night, Qin Yu had called him, stating that a mysterious figure would bring about the downfall of the Long family, and that he should cooperate by sealing off the entire estate. Yuan Xian still pondered who this mysterious person was, as Qin Yu had remained tight-lipped. But his investigations revealed that the individual Qin Yu spoke of was none other than Yang Kun, who had single-handedly decimated half of the Long family's strength. Though Yuan Xian did not know Yang Kun well, he had heard tales of how, when Yang Kun was still an ordinary person, he had once professed his feelings to Qin Yao, only to be sternly rejected. This amusing anecdote had been shared by his daughter Qianqian, who was also present at Qin Yao's birthday banquet. However, Yang Kun suddenly ascended with remarkable speed, not only obliterating half of the Long family's influence, but also having been seen in Songyuan base city by individuals from the Yuan family, where he was known to have forged a brotherly bond with Qi Batian, the head of the Qi family. At this moment, Yuan Xian grasped the unimaginable potential that lay ahead for Yang Kun. In the Songbei base city, the Long family wielded the greatest power, followed by the Qin family, while the Yuan family was the weakest. Yet, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Xian, was a young man of vision and determination. At merely 35 years of age, he had already attained a foundation building level of 5, whereas Qin Yu, at the 6th level of foundation building, was 55 years old, and Long Zhan, possessing the strongest prowess at the 7th level, had reached 70. Although foundation building cultivators could live up to 200 years, the age of 70 was merely akin to being in one's 30s. Yet youth itself was a priceless asset. The transition from the foundation building stage to the golden core stage was exceedingly arduous, with 99% of foundation building cultivators failing to make the leap. Across the entire Songxi province, there were over 1,000 foundation building cultivators, yet only 10 who had reached the golden core stage. These were the esteemed elders of the 8 prominent families of Songxi province, alongside the master of the poison master Huang Zhong, Ouyang Shidu, and the wandering cultivator Ling Yundaoren. This represented a mere 1% probability. The younger one was, the greater their chances of breaking through to the golden core stage. Thus, Yuan Xian saw immense potential in himself. However, upon discovering Yang Kun's age, merely 20, he was astounded to learn that Yang Kun had already reached the 3rd level of foundation building. Such a terrifying talent compelled him to establish a connection with Yang Kun, and the most effective means to do so was through his daughter, Yuan Xianqian. While Yuan Xianqian may not have possessed the beauty of Qin Yao, she was exceptionally obedient and sensible, with a figure that surpassed Qin Yao's in allure, making her irresistible to men. He believed that as long as Yang Kun was not blind, he could not possibly resist such temptation. Qianqian, when Yang Kun arrives, you must perform well and strive to surpass Qin Yao to become his girlfriend. Father, I understand. Yuan Xianqian nodded. Although her impression of Yang Kun was not particularly favorable, she was indeed very considerate, recognizing that her family's future hinged on Yang Kun. Despite his previously ordinary status, Yang Kun had now become extraordinarily remarkable, to the extent that her father, Yuan Xian, had staked the future of the Yuan family on him. She would certainly comply and pursue a relationship with Yang Kun, potentially leading to marriage. Even if there were no feelings between her and Yang Kun, she understood that this was her duty as a woman of the Yuan family. Observing Yuan Xianxian's expression, Yuan Xian seemed to empathize with her feelings and thus advised her, "Xianxian, I understand your sentiments. You must trust me. He is undoubtedly your best choice." Chapter 82. Hell's door crashes in just as Yuan Xian's words fell. He noticed Yang Kun and Qin Yao arriving alongside Qin Yu and his wife. He ceased speaking, lifted a glass of wine, and savored it slowly. He was acutely aware that he was gambling, and thus, when he observed the gaze and demeanor of the Qin Yu couple directed towards Yang Kun, he comprehended that his wager was indeed a sound one. Shortly thereafter, the four ascended to the upper floors, and upon seeing Yuan Xian and Yuan Xianxian, Yang Kun's eyes indeed sparkled with interest. Simultaneously, Yuan Xian approached with Yuan Xianxian, feigning astonishment as he remarked, "I never imagined it was truly you who resolved the matter with Long Zhan and his associates. You must be Yang Kun." Yang Kun extended his hand with cordiality, grasping Yuan Xian's and responding, "Indeed, you must be the esteemed head of the Yuan family and the lovely Miss Yuan. Your presence is truly remarkable and enchanting." Qin Yu cast a cold glance at Yuan Xian, recognizing his pretense. He was undoubtedly aware of Yang Kun's identity. Otherwise, he would not have brought his daughter here, clad in such alluring attire. Nonetheless, despite this understanding, it was not prudent to unveil the charade. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among Yang Kun and the others, they settled at the table, with two beautiful women flanking Yang Kun. On his left, Qin Yao gazed at him with affection, and on his right, Yuan Xianxian wore a beaming smile. Yang Kun found himself in an awkward position, as one does not rebuff a smiling face, especially when it belongs to two stunning women, whose presence was indeed a delight to the eye. Once seated, the meal commenced, and the group engaged in casual conversation about mundane matters, as well as their impending assault on the Long residence. However, the dinner proved to be exceedingly uncomfortable for Yang Kun. After Qin Yao served him a dish, Yuan Xianxian followed suit, and he felt compelled to consume everything presented to him. After an hour of this culinary torment, Yang Kun finally concluded the meal. Subsequently, he descended from the restaurant and made his way to the entrance of the Long family estate. Despite Long Zhan having relocated many elite disciples, the Long family still retained numerous servants and guards, along with a handful of elite disciples. Furthermore, Elder Long Yuan and Elder Qin Yu of the Xianyao sect, accompanied by a foundational disciple, were on watch, ensuring they were not vulnerable to an assault from the Qin or Yuan families. Therefore, when Yang Kun reached the entrance, the two guards of the Long family were taken aback, as Yang Kun's likeness was plastered throughout Songbei Bay City. They recognized him immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastened to inform Elder Long and Elder Qin Yu, exclaiming, "Yang Kun has arrived." In their haste, they abandoned their posts and sprinted towards the inner courtyard of the Long estate, understanding that confronting Yang Kun directly would lead to their demise. Instead, they believed that summoning the elders to apprehend Yang Kun would earn them great merit. Yang Kun did not impede their flight. At this juncture, he had no fear of their escape. Before long, the remaining members of the Long family were all roused, with Elder Long Yuan being the first to arrive. Leading a group of individuals, Elder Long Yuan appeared quite aged, seemingly older than the 70-year-old Long Zhan, yet he possessed the strength of the fourth layer of foundational cultivation. Concurrently, Elder Qin Yu from the Xianyao sect, accompanied by a foundational disciple, approached from the opposite side, encircling Yang Kun amidst the three of them. Qin Yu gazed at Yang Kun, a cruel laugh escaping his lips. "Ha ha ha, Yang Kun, truly, you have chosen the path of hell when heaven offered you a way. Because of you, I have been waiting here for quite some time. Rest assured, you shall not perish just yet. However, once I bring you back to the celestial sect, I am certain you will wish for death. Ha ha ha." Chapter 83. The extraordinary mirror. Since you relish the notion of suffering, allow me to grant your wish. Yang Kun casually shook his head. Although Qin Yu also possessed the cultivation of the seventh layer of foundation building, his prowess paled in comparison to that of Long Zhan. "You arrogant child, taste my sword." Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed a fierce glare on Yang Kun, summoning a flying sword that surged toward him. In response, Yang Kun activated his Azure Dragon battle robe, vanishing instantaneously. Simultaneously, the white rainbow sword emerged, intercepting Qin Yu's blade. The two swords clashed, igniting a flurry of sparks. Meanwhile, Qin Yu conjured two earth golems to assail Yang Kun. These golems, forged from his mystical arts, were impervious to blades and possessed immense strength. With a single punch, they sent Yang Kun hurtling through the air. Yang Kun, however, withstood the blow from the earth golem, surprised by the magnitude of its force. Yet, with his proficiency in crafting puppets and mastering the celestial transformation technique, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. It would be impolite not to return the favor. Allow me to present you with a palm strike, he declared, employing the chaotic spirit seal against Qin Yu, before summoning a celestial dog. As the two earth golems attacked the celestial dog, they did not budge an inch. The celestial dog lashed out with a claw, and with a sharp crack, one golem shattered into pieces. It then latched onto another golem's leg, tearing it off with a swift twist of its head. After all, the golems were mere manifestations of Qin Yu's magic, incapable of withstanding the celestial dog's ferocious assault. Having been struck by Yang Kun's chaotic spirit seal, Qin Yu, who had just quelled the tumultuous flow of his spiritual energy, found himself suddenly beset by the celestial dog. Casting another glance at Yang Kun, Qin Yu was taken aback to discover he was indeed a beastmaster. While many held disdain for beastmasters, having encountered one previously, he understood their formidable nature all too well. Thus, Qin Yu no longer underestimated Yang Kun. Faced with the celestial dog, he exerted all his might, retrieving a mirror from his spatial ring. As Qin Yu infused his spiritual energy into the mirror, it expanded dramatically, casting a beam of light into the celestial dog's eyes. To his astonishment, another celestial dog sprang forth from the mirror, engaging in combat with the original. The celestial dog, witnessing a doppelganger that mirrored its form, erupted in fury, launching itself at the newly emerged canine. Yet, the duplicate, equally enraged, charged back, baring its fangs in retaliation. This mirror had astonishingly replicated a celestial dog, not only in appearance, but also in strength. The original celestial dog exhaled a black wind, and the duplicate followed suit, the two gusts merging into oblivion. The celestial dog took to the skies, and so did its replica. No matter how fiercely the original attacked, the duplicate mirrored every move with precision. This marked the second occasion Yang Kun had witnessed a non-weaponized magical artifact, the first being the five-poison cauldron, and now, a remarkable mirror. Upon reaching this point, Yang Kun comprehended that this was an artifact capable of utilizing shadow warfare. Whatever attack the celestial dog executed, the mirror could replicate it. Although Yang Kun understood that the mirror could not replicate the celestial dog's bloodline, the celestial dog had already become entranced by that illusion. The sole method to unravel this mirror's enigma was to defeat Qin Yu, yet it was imperative not to unleash the demonic beasts, for all would be ensnared by the mirror's allure. Relying solely on himself, Yang Kun found himself no match for Qin Yu, especially with the Grand Elder Long Yuan and that disciple observing closely. Though outside, the heads of the Qin and Yuan families lingered. The moment for their intervention had not yet arrived. It seemed he had no choice but to proceed as such. Chapter 84. Slaying Qin Yu. Yang Kun employed the illusory divine seal against Qin Yu, ensnaring him within the illusion. Enchanted by the mirage, Qin Yu experienced a brief disruption in his spiritual power, awakening the celestial dog. Yang Kun produced a beast fury pill and tossed it to the celestial dog, which, under Yang Kun's command, consumed the elixir. Although his illusory divine seal could bewilder Qin Yu, its effect was fleeting. Once the celestial dog ingested the beast fury pill, it emerged from the illusion, casting a profound glance at Yang Kun. However, Yang Kun had merely sought this fleeting moment, empowered by the beast fury pill. The celestial dog's strength surged beyond the mirror's limited capacity for replication. The previous incarnation of the celestial dog had already demonstrated prowess akin to the 10th level of foundation establishment, and after consuming the pill, while still inferior to golden core cultivators, it was no longer far behind. Consequently, as the mirrored celestial dog charged towards the real one, the latter effortlessly tore apart its replica, shattering the mirror in the process. With the mirror's destruction, the celestial dog fully emerged from the illusion, fixating its gaze fiercely upon Qin Yu. With a sudden lunge, it sprang before Qin Yu, its massive paws seizing both of his arms, and with a violent tug, dislocated them. Qin Yu let out a harrowing cry of agony, yet the celestial dog did not relent. It clamped its jaws onto Qin Yu's thigh and bit down ferociously. The sound of splintering bone resonated as the celestial dog brutally severed Qin Yu's left leg. It then viciously attacked the right leg, which too was swiftly bitten off. At this moment, Qin Yu was rendered so incapacitated by pain that he could not utter a sound. Finally, the celestial dog lunged for Qin Yu's neck, ending his life in a gruesome manner. As Qin Yu was dismembered by the celestial dog, Grand Elder Long Yuan and the Foundation establishment disciple attempted to intervene, only to be confronted by two fifth-level beast kings, the saber-toothed tiger and the azure bull, while the remaining 5 beast kings engaged with other members of the Long family. Thus, all present witnessed the horrific demise of Qin Yu, torn asunder by the celestial dog, a sight too gruesome to bear. Yet, their gazes towards Yang Kun were filled with profound terror, not only at his ability to command such a multitude of beast kings, but also at the sheer brutality with which he had dispatched Qin Yu. Outside, observing the Long family, Yuan Xuan was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Yang Kun possessed such a multitude of beast kings, each exhibiting extraordinary strength. Qin Yu, having witnessed this before, was not as surprised. Aside from the slight inconvenience caused by Qin Yu's mirror, none could stand against Yang Kun. Subsequently, the beast kings dispatched the Long family's elder, Long Yuan, and a foundational disciple, causing the remaining disciples to flee in a panic, akin to startled rabbits. However, upon reaching the entrance, they discovered their escape was thwarted. All exits had been sealed by the disciples of the Qin and Yuan families, who had been waiting there all along. After eliminating 3 foundational disciples, Yang Kun refrained from further action, confiscated Qin Yu's spatial ring, and soared out of the Long family estate on his sword, directly entering the tavern across the street. At that moment, Yuan Xianxian and Qin Yao gazed at Yang Kun in astonishment, as it was their first encounter with his lethal capabilities. Having obliterated the Long family, Yang Kun felt it was time to depart. He suspected that the members of the Carefree sect were already en route. Once they arrived, he instructed them to relay the prearranged narrative, which might enable them to rise as the new Long family. Chapter 85, Foundation Level 6. After conveying his instructions, Yang Kun ascended on his sword, leaving Songbei base city. Should he remain, the Carefree sect would undoubtedly target the Qin and Yuan families. Upon his departure, the Qin and Yuan families would adhere to their prior agreement, facing no danger. Rather, the Carefree sect would become their protector. They intended to shift all responsibility onto Yang Kun, claiming he was the one who killed the Long family patriarch, Long Zhan, and Elder Qin Yu of the Carefree sect, ultimately leading to the Long family's demise. Although the Long family had fallen, they would, like the Long family before them, offer tributes to the Carefree sect monthly, securing the sect as their ally. The only adversary of the Carefree sect would be Yang Kun. Yet they knew it would be impossible to locate him in the short term. By the time Yang Kun re-emerged, the Carefree sect would no longer be a match for him. They understood, however, that the Carefree sect would ultimately remain their enemy, and their sole ally would forever be Yang Kun. As Yang Kun departed, Qin Yao and Yuan Xianxian wished to accompany him, but he declined their request, citing their insufficient strength. His next destination was Wulong Mountain, home to the coveted 100-ton grass. After leaving Songbei base city, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Yang Kun descended from the light of his sword and mounted the saber-toothed tiger, hastening towards Songshi base city throughout the night. Previously, the Tiango had consumed a beast fury pill and was currently in a weakened state. However, Yang Kun knew that by morning, the Tiango would regain its strength. Throughout the night, Yang Kun encountered numerous ferocious beasts, yet their numbers were scant and their levels low. He chose to ignore them, allowing the saber-toothed tiger to emanate the terrifying aura of a beast king before surging past. As dawn broke, Yang Kun had yet to arrive at Songshi base city. A glance at his map revealed that he had only traversed half the distance, but he anticipated reaching his destination by afternoon. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have received the Demon Beast Treasure Chest 12. Please claim your reward." Upon claiming it, Yang Kun discovered he had acquired 11 orange treasure chests and 1 red treasure chest. Upon opening all the chests, he gained 160 points of spiritual power, elevating his internal spiritual energy to 654 points. Another notification followed. Congratulations, host. Your strength has reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. This direct breakthrough to the 6th level was not unexpected, as Yang Kun had previously been just 4 points short of breaking through to the 5th level. He had also obtained 49 demon fruit, adding to the 16 he previously possessed, bringing his total to 65. Consequently, he distributed 10 demon fruits each to the 5 beast kings, the green bull, the white zay, the tan kong, the green dragon, and the celestial wolf, thereby increasing their bloodline values to 20 points. Yang Kun was left with 15 demon fruits. Continuing on his journey, after a day's travel, Yang Kun finally reached the borders of Songbei Bay City as night fell. Prior to his arrival, he had conducted some research. Songbei Bay City was indeed stronger than Songbei Bay City, though only marginally, ranking second to last among the 5 base cities. Similar to Songbei, Songbei was home to the Wanjian sect, the most formidable force in the area. The Wanjian sect comprised 3 families, distinct from those in Songbei, as these 3 families all originated from the sect. While competition existed among them, it was not as severe. However, Yang Kun had no need to enter Songbei Bay City. His objective lay at Wulong Mountain, a stronghold of demon beasts, akin to the forbidden Misty Mountain near Songbei Bay City. Many adventurers gathered resources outside Wulong Mountain, but venturing deep within was strictly prohibited. Chapter 86. Yang Kun sword standing atop a dirt slope. Yang Kun gazed into the distance, where a grand mountain loomed before him, Wulong Mountain. His destination lay on the mountain's reverse side, near Songbei Bay City, specifically the Snake Den. Although he could have traversed from Songbei Bay City to the Den, it would require a longer route, consuming 2 days. However, equipped with beast spirit pills that enabled him to disguise himself as a demon beast, he contemplated a more direct ascent, allowing him to reach the Den by tomorrow morning, significantly quicker. Although it posed certain risks, Yang Kun deemed it worthwhile, having previously recognized the potency of the beast spirit pills. Indeed, the principle of true fragrance held steady. Thus, he stored away his saber-toothed tiger, retrieved a beast spirit pill, and after confirming that he radiated the aura of a demon beast, he commenced his ascent into the mountain. Upon entering the mountains, Yang Kun discovered an overwhelming multitude of demonic beasts, far more than he had anticipated. In addition to the 9 species he had already encountered, he also came across the malevolent rabbit and the ferocious monkey. Although Yang Kun harbored a desire to subdue and amalgamate them, he was acutely aware that his primary objective was to procure the 100-tongue herb, and thus, he could not afford to raise any alarm. Moreover, Yang Kun realized that the ferocious beasts did not coexist peacefully. He had witnessed wolves hunting enraged rams and vicious snakes preying upon malevolent rabbits. Yet, none of these formidable creatures dared to approach him, including the Beast King. During his journey, he encountered both a Wolf King and a Pig King, but they kept their distance, unwilling to draw near. It soon dawned upon Yang Kun that, despite maintaining a human form, he emanated an aura that was reminiscent of a demonic beast. The beastly clan would only transform into human shape upon reaching the ancient beast level. Consequently, the beasts perceived him as an ancient beast equivalent to a human in the Golden Core stage. Given that the Wulong Mountain was merely a minor hill within the stronghold of demonic beasts, it was likely devoid of any true ancient beasts. This realization brought Yang Kun a sense of relief. With such a false semblance of power, he could roam freely within Wulong Mountain. Emboldened by this newfound confidence, Yang Kun boldly approached the Wolf King, gently caressing its head. To his surprise, the Wolf King behaved like a docile dog, lowering its head in submission. Furthermore, it adopted a demeanor of eager compliance. Witnessing the Wolf King's behavior filled Yang Kun with delight, leading him to feel somewhat elated. He boldly mounted the Wolf King's back, directing it toward the depths of the mountains. The Wolf King, obedient and emboldened by Yang Kun's presence, traversed through numerous territories of demonic beasts without hesitation. Upon sensing Yang Kun's presence, the other beasts recoiled, cautiously waiting for him to pass. Yang Kun found this spectacle amusing. In that moment, he felt akin to a demonic beast, one that had achieved transformation into an ancient creature. He reveled in this newfound identity, lounging grandly upon the Wolf King's back while exuberantly singing a song from his past life. Ha ha ha, you can't defeat me. There's no way, I am truly formidable. Ha ha, you can't catch me. La 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 la. Ha ha ha, I've vanquished you all. Come at me together, I fear nothing. Ha ha. You can't outmatch me. La 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 la. As Yang Kun's melodious voice resonated throughout Wulong Mountain, it startled the birds and beasts alike. In an instant, the mountain descended into chaos. Chapter 87. Encounter with the transformed ancient beast. Thus, the various beast kings hastened to the Wulong Pond nestled within the depths of Wulong Mountain. At this moment, within the serene confines of Wulong Mountain, there lay a crystal-clear pond, where a beautiful maiden reclined gracefully. Her visage rivaled that of Lin Yuan, Qin Yao, and Qian Qian, whom Yang Kun had previously encountered. Yet her delicate attire, translucent and ethereal, only heightened her allure. Nearby, on a patch of open ground beside the pond, 6 formidable beast kings, each a level 10 entity, stood: the Pig King, the Goat King, the Wolf King, the Snake King, the Rabbit King, and the Monkey King. Is it true that an ancient beast has descended upon us, now transformed into human form? The maiden playfully stirred the water, creating shimmering ripples beneath the moonlight. All 6 beast kings nodded in unison. Although they had not witnessed the transformation firsthand, their subordinates had conveyed such news. Intrigued, the maiden mused, "Who could it be that graces my Wulong Pond?" With a gentle splash, she leapt from the water, vanishing into the depths of the Wulong Pond. Meanwhile, Yang Kun rode upon the Wolf King, singing merrily as he drew ever closer to the heart of Wulong Mountain, where the Wulong Pond awaited. Perched upon a nearby tree was the slender figure of a maiden, observing him with keen curiosity. The more she gazed, the more perplexed she became. Though Yang Kun exuded the essence of a beast, it was merely that of a level 6 entity, yet he appeared in human form, leaving her unable to discern his true nature. Nevertheless, she chose to remain concealed, quietly following Yang Kun, eager to uncover his intentions. Unbeknownst to him, the maiden's strength far surpassed his own. The Wolf King moved with remarkable swiftness, allowing Yang Kun to reach a destination that would have otherwise taken him until the following day. Dismounting from the Wolf King, he consulted his map once more, then set off towards the serpent's lair. Before him stretched a mountain riddled with small holes, from which fierce serpents slithered in and out, entangled in a chaotic dance. Yang Kun's heart soared with joy upon realizing he had arrived at the serpent's den. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, he spotted numerous 100-tongue herbs. Without hesitation, he gathered every last one in the vicinity of the lair. Yet, the hidden maiden wore a puzzled expression. This ancient beast had come merely for a handful of grinding herbs. In her time as a serpent, she had often utilized these very plants to sharpen her fangs. Understanding Yang Kun's purpose only deepened her intrigue, prompting her to approach him stealthily from behind. Her sudden appearance startled Yang Kun. Had a legion of beast kings ambushed him, he would have felt little fear. Yet, the emergence of a solitary maiden sent a chill down his spine. For this was Wulong Mountain, a realm dominated by beasts at night, and any maiden appearing here could not possibly be human. Thus, there exists but a singular answer: the transformation of an ancient beast. This creature is akin to a demon beast at the Golden Core stage, and one must acknowledge that a demon beast of equivalent cultivation surpasses humans in strength. Consequently, Yang Kun found himself trembling, for it is evident that one must not become complacent, otherwise, calamity shall surely follow. "Who are you, and what brings you to my territory?" Wulong Mountain. The woman gazed curiously at Yang Kun, her eyes filled with intrigue. Upon hearing her words, Yang Kun felt a wave of relief wash over him, for her inadvertent revelation indicated that she had not discerned his human identity. Chapter 88. An invitation. Yang Kun waved the grass in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "As you can see, my intention revolves around this grass. As for its purpose, it is perhaps best left unsaid to a celestial being such as yourself." The woman, upon hearing his words, harbored no suspicions. Every demon beast harbors its own secrets, and it is indeed inappropriate to pry. Moreover, like her, he was a transformed ancient beast, and as long as he harbored no ulterior motives, it would be unwise to offend him. However, she could not allow him to depart so easily. With a gentle smile, her eyes glimmering with mischief, she said, "I have yet to encounter another transformed ancient beast. Why not visit my humble abode? You could savor the unique spiritual fruits that Wulong Mountain has to offer." "This may not be appropriate. I have pressing matters to attend to and would not wish to impose upon you, celestial being," Yang Kun replied, his expression turning cold. "Is it then that you refuse to grant me the honor?" She retorted, her tone shifting. "In that case, I may have to demonstrate my abilities against you. With that, she adopted a stance and approached Yang Kun, seizing his collar. Leaning in closer, she inhaled near his neck, attempting to discern his true identity. Yet, she found that he exuded the scent of a demon beast. Though Yang Kun's expression remained unchanged, his heart raced with trepidation. In the face of a golden core cultivator, he might have had a fighting chance, but against a transformed ancient beast, such an opportunity was non-existent. The threshold between the golden core and the ancient beast was remarkably similar for both demon beasts and humans. To transform into an ancient beast, one must first enhance their bloodline's purity. A low bloodline concentration precludes any possibility of breakthrough. Thus, it was clear that Wu Linger had elevated her bloodline's concentration. Though the specifics remained unknown to Yang Kun, he was certain it was not insignificant. His greatest asset lay in the 8 Beast Kings. Yet, even with the consumption of beast enhancement elixirs, they would not match a transformed ancient beast. At this moment, he dared not summon the 8 Beast Kings, and thus he reluctantly conceded. Since the celestial being extends such a sincere invitation, how could I possibly refuse your graciousness? Very well, then let us depart. With that, she took to the skies, soaring gracefully above Yang Kun. Celestial being, might I request a ride? I have sustained injuries that have caused a decline in my cultivation, rendering me unable to fly, Yang Kun said, a hint of bitterness in his tone. The most significant distinction between transformed ancient beasts and beast kings lies in the former's ability to soar through the skies. The golden elixir stage is similar. One can soar into the sky without the aid of a flying sword. However, Yang Kun is merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment, making it impossible for him to fly. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, the woman found herself believing him, as she had previously sensed something amiss with his cultivation. And now it all made sense. Consequently, she descended from the air, seized Yang Kun by his clothing, and swiftly flew back to Wulong Pond. Her speed was astonishing. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Wulong Pond. By the pond stood a small pavilion where Yang Kun and the woman sat upon chairs. The Monkey King had brought spiritual fruits and tea, placing them on the table within the pavilion. Yet, Yang Kun felt a slight bitterness in his heart. He had encountered a shape-shifting ancient beast, 6 level 10 beast kings, and countless other beast kings and ferocious creatures along the way. If he were to reveal himself, the consequences would be dire. He truly regretted his previous recklessness. Why couldn't he have quietly ventured to the snake cave to pluck the 100-tongue herb, and then leave instead of behaving so foolishly? Meanwhile, the woman raised a fruit and offered it to Yang Kun, saying, "Sir, do try this spiritual fruit." She introduced herself as Wu Linger, adding, "I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, sir." Chapter 89. Unraveled Yang Kun. Yang Kun casually mentioned his name while holding the fruit he had never seen before. Exercising caution, he refrained from eating it until he observed Wu Linger enjoying one first. The fruit was delightful, both fragrant and sweet, warming his body. Upon hearing his remarks, the woman nodded and then lifted her cup of spiritual tea, inviting Yang Kun. "How about you try my spiritual tea?" Reluctantly, Yang Kun raised his cup and took a sip before placing it down, gazing at Wu Linger with curiosity. "The fruit is quite delectable, and the tea is also exquisite. But I wonder, Miss Wu, your invitation to me surely cannot be solely for the purpose of indulging in fruit and tea?" After witnessing Yang Kun savor the fruit and tea, Wu Linger smiled gently, saying, "Your name sounds delightful, Mr. Yang, but you are indeed human, are you not?" Hearing her words, Yang Kun's expression changed. This was not a question but a statement of certainty. Did Wu Linger truly know he was human? He believed he had left no clues. Yet could it be that Wu Linger was merely testing him? Thus, Yang Kun stood up, fixing a fierce gaze upon Wu Linger. "What do you mean by that, Miss Wu? You must be thinking that I am testing you and pretending to be angry in response, correct? Your disguise is quite perfect. Although there is a slight flaw in your cultivation, you have explained it well thus far." Wu Linger, however, disregarded Yang Kun's anger and instead chuckled softly, saying, "There is no need for you to be anxious, Mr. Yang. Let us sit down and have a proper conversation. If I had wished to end your life, you would not have made it this far. I am simply curious as to how a human like you exudes the aura of a demonic beast." Yang Kun cast a deep glance at Wu Linger, resignedly returning to his seat and conceding, "How did you discern that I am human, Miss Wu?" Due to Mr. Yang's impeccable disguise, he remains unaware that even when a beast assumes a human form, the essence of its original species can still be discerned. However, I find myself unable to unravel the truth about Mr. Yang. This, of course, is of little consequence. The focus lies on the grace Mr. Yang exhibits while indulging in fruits and tea, which starkly contrasts with that of a beast. With a smile adorning her face, Wu Ling'er gazes at Yang Kun, gently caressing the cup in her hands, and speaks deliberately. Though the prowess of beasts currently exceeds that of humans, they lack the refinement and elegance inherent to humanity. Mr. Yang may claim to have studied, yet my intuition has led me to believe, from the very first glance, that you are human. I have provided clarity for you, Mr. Yang. Might you offer me understanding in return? Upon hearing Wu Ling'er's words, Yang Kun felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. It must be said that the intuition of this female beast is remarkably acute. She has harbored suspicions about him from the outset. Despite his commendable disguise to Wu Ling'er, every detail presents a potential flaw. Thus, lying to her would serve no purpose. It could incite her wrath and lead to dire consequences. Therefore, Yang Kun decided to be forthright. I possess a pill that allows me to exude the aura of a beast, albeit only for a day. With that, he handed the pill to Wu Ling'er, who, after taking a whiff, returned it to him with evident disdain. This odor is truly foul. However, in the realms of alchemy and artifact refinement, beasts undeniably fall short of human capabilities. Are you an alchemist? Although Yang Kun yearned to affirm this, he recognized that deceit would only hasten his demise, so he shook his head and replied, "No, alchemy among humans also requires talent and practice. I lack such opportunities." Wu Ling'er nodded, seemingly unfazed, and with a knowing smile, remarked, "Mr. Yang, are you aware that the Zhu Yuan fruit and the oolong tea we just consumed are delicacies exclusive to our kind?" Upon hearing her words, Yang Kun's heart raced with alarm. Though he felt a surge of anger, he dared not express it. He could not fathom that Wu Ling'er would deceive him. Rather, he was left in the dark regarding the consequences should a human partake of such fare. If it were merely poison, he had antidotes that could counteract it. However, should there be other ramifications, he found himself at a loss. Yet, he was like a fish on the chopping block, powerless to resist. Wu Ling'er disregarded Yang Kun's visibly altered expression and continued, "Humans can indeed consume these, but it generates a malevolent energy known as demon essence within them. For a brief period, there may be no apparent issues, yet once it spreads, the ultimate outcome is self-destruction. I wonder what you require from me, Fairy Wu." To spare my life, Yang Kun conceded, recognizing that Wu Ling'er had no reason to deceive him. Killing him would be a trivial matter for her. Yet, she had chosen not to end his life, indicating she must have ulterior motives. Now, he needed to ascertain how he might survive while endeavoring to stall for time. Given sufficient opportunity, he could even turn the tables on Wu Ling'er. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Wu Ling'er smiled with a sense of pride, as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. She blinked at Yang Kun and said, "This will depend on what makes you unique. To be frank, I do not require your assistance in alchemy. However, if you possess any remarkable qualities, I might consider taking you on as a servant. In such a case, the demonic essence would not only be harmless to you, but could prove to be greatly beneficial." At that moment, Yang Kun felt a surge of frustration, contemplating the absurdity of being offered servitude while simultaneously needing to distinguish himself. Of course, becoming Wu Ling'er's servant temporarily, while secretly synthesizing demon beasts to enhance his strength, and ultimately overpowering her, was a viable strategy. Yet, Yang Kun was perplexed by the allure humans held for demon beasts and was uncertain how Wu Ling'er could ensure his loyalty. Thus, he required time for contemplation. Observing Yang Kun's deep thought, Wu Ling'er refrained from interrupting. She simply rose from her seat, stretched her limbs, and chuckled lightly. "It's fine if you cannot think of anything just yet, but it cannot be for too long. The dawn is nearly upon us. And if you have not reached a decision by noon, there will be no need for further consideration." Yang Kun nodded. Understanding this was Wu Ling'er's final deadline. She then departed from the pavilion, but the 6 beast kings remained in the open space outside, making it clear to Yang Kun that Wu Ling'er was watching him closely. Soon, dawn broke, sunlight cascading over Yang Kun, and at last, he heard the words he longed for. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a demon beast treasure chest 12. Please claim your reward." He accepted it. As with the previous day, Yang Kun gained 160 points of spiritual power and 49 demon essence fruits. With the influx of spiritual energy, his total spiritual power reached 814 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Having finally attained the 8th level, Yang Kun realized that in just 2 days, he could break through to the 10th level. Achieving the 10th level would open up numerous possibilities for him. He resolved to buy time for these 2 days, as the number of demon essence fruits had now reached 64. However, the priority was to enhance the strength of the demon beasts, with the celestial dog being the most formidable among them. Its bloodline value stood at 33, second only to the phoenix, and it had reached level 7 in strength. Hence, in the absence of synthesizing new demon beasts, Yang Kun decided to first elevate its bloodline value. He bestowed all 64 demon essence fruits upon the celestial dog. In no time, Yang Kun discovered that the celestial dog's bloodline value had surged to 97 points. Chapter 91. The birth poison pill. Yang Kun resolved that for the next 2 days, all demon essence fruits would be given to the celestial dog to enhance its bloodline. Within those 2 days, he anticipated the generation of 128 more demon essence fruits, allowing the celestial dog's bloodline value to reach 225 points. He was confident that with such a high bloodline value, even after consuming the Beast Fury pill, the celestial dog would be capable of enduring a confrontation with the ancient beast, even if it could not prevail. The time that the celestial dog has gained is ample for him to accomplish numerous tasks. Upon witnessing the exquisite delicacies emerging from the treasure chest, Yang Kun realized his unique talent, cooking. It can be said that there exists no food more delectable than these dishes. Yang Kun is confident that once Wu Linger tastes them, she will be utterly unable to resist their allure. However, Yang Kun cannot reveal that his culinary creations materialize out of thin air, so he must seek out Wu Linger to discuss this matter. Just as he intended to exit the pavilion in search of her, he was obstructed by 6 beast kings outside. Though they did not roar, each stood erect, brimming with vitality, and fixed their intense gazes upon Yang Kun, as if he were a sumptuous feast. Reluctantly, Yang Kun retreated back into the pavilion and called out loudly, "I have discovered my specialty and need to speak with the fairy Wu." As soon as his words fell, Wu Linger's figure suddenly materialized before him. She had changed into a snug, low-cut outfit paired with a short skirt, radiating youthful vibrancy. Compared to her previous allure, she now resembled a charming neighborly girl, evoking a sense of tenderness. "Surely, you do not wish to discuss your specialty with me?" Wu Linger remarked, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Yang Kun disregarded her enticing demeanor. He understood that treating Wu Linger like a seductress would lead to dire consequences. Thus, he spoke earnestly, "My specialty is cooking. The dishes I prepare are incredibly fragrant. Here are some of my previous creations. I invite you to taste them." With that, he retrieved from his spatial ring a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, a beggar's chicken, and a plate of mapo tofu, placing them on the table. Wu Linger surveyed the trio of dishes, their colors, aromas, and flavors captivating her. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and savored it slowly. Then, she tried a piece of tofu, smacking her lips in delight, and soon devoured all 3 dishes. Yang Kun, observing her satisfaction, grinned widely and said, "Indeed, quite remarkable. You have earned the right to be my servant. From now on, my meals will be entrusted to you. Consume this, and you shall address me as your master henceforth." With that, he produced a purplish-black elixir and handed it to Yang Kun. Yang Kun examined it closely but could not discern its secret. Reluctantly, he swallowed the potion. Upon seeing him do so, Wu Linger affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "Very well. Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. This elixir is a poison I have concocted. After consuming it, you must take the antidote every 7 days, or you shall meet a gruesome demise. Do you understand?" Yang Kun bowed his head, secretly amused yet feigning reluctance as he replied, "Understood, master." Meanwhile, he contemplated whether to poison her, for he still possessed a considerable amount of toxins from the 5-poison jar he had previously acquired. Unbeknownst to him, the efficacy of the poison against Wu Linger remained uncertain, and Yang Kun speculated that her true form might be that of a fearsome serpent. If this were indeed the case, the poison would likely not only fail to harm her but could, in fact, serve as a tonic. As for Yang Kun's fate, it appeared he was destined for a grim end. Chapter 92. Do you find the master beautiful? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yet for Yang Kun, those days were fraught with torment. After becoming Wu Linger's servant, she presented him with a tome entitled Demon Essence Transformation, asserting that through its cultivation, he could not only dispel the malevolent aura of the demon essence, but also fortify his physical form. Subsequently, she led him into the depths of the Wulong pool, plunging deeper and deeper into its chilling waters. Were it not for Wu Ling'er's protection, he would have surely succumbed to the frigid embrace of the pool. At the depths of the Wulong pool lay a palace, its entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with the characters for Wulong Hall. This was Wu Ling'er's abode. Wu Ling'er then activated the palace's array to grant them entry. To Yang Kun's astonishment, the interior of Wulong Hall was devoid of water, seemingly separated by the magical barriers. Wu Ling'er informed him that he could roam freely within the hall. During the following 2 days, Yang Kun devoted himself solely to practicing demon essence transformation and immersing himself in a carefully prepared medicinal bath to enhance his physique. The technique Wu Ling'er provided was commendable. When combined with indestructible golden body and the medicinal bath, he could sense his physical strength steadily increasing. However, he found himself confined within the Wulong Hall, unable to escape. What vexed him most was that each time he delivered meals to Wu Ling'er, she was clad in minimal attire, either in sleepwear or exceedingly short garments, constantly teasing and tempting him. As a normal man, Yang Kun found it nearly impossible to resist her allure, yet he knew he could not succumb. To do so would spell his doom. Thus, he experienced a sense of time dragging on interminably. Although merely 2 days had elapsed, it felt as though 2 years had passed. Yet, Yang Kun was left perplexed as to why Wu Ling'er acted in such a manner. Fortunately, the 2 days eventually came to an end, and he once again heard the voice that offered him a glimmer of hope. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Demon Beast Treasure Chest 12. Please claim your reward. Claiming it, Yang Kun noted that the spiritual energy he had acquired yesterday had propelled him to the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. With today's influx of energy, his total reached an impressive 174 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your strength has attained the 10th layer of Foundation Establishment. He then presented the demon essence fruit he had obtained to the Tengu, whose bloodline value finally reached 225 points. However, the immediate priority was to neutralize the poison within him. After consuming an antidote pill, Yang Kun swiftly rid himself of the innate poison. Next, he would leverage the trust he had garnered over the past 2 days to escape the confines of Wulong Hall. Thus, Yang Kun once again entered the boudoir of Wu Ling'er, carrying a meal. The room was adorned in delightful shades of pink, and Wu Ling'er, clad in a semi-transparent camisole, sat on a hammock with her eyes closed in meditation. Upon noticing Yang Kun's presence, she opened her eyes and sprang to her feet. In an instant, she was before him, and even more audaciously, she wore nothing beneath her dress. Yang Kun caught a glimpse of her beneath the fabric, quickly averting his gaze as he handed the meal to her. He intended to leave immediately, but realizing he needed to venture out, he spoke. Mistress, I require materials. I have exhausted my supplies. However, Wu Ling'er did not respond to his request. Instead, she twirled in front of him and softly inquired, Kun, do you find your mistress beautiful? Sensual? Chapter 93. The plan very beautiful, very sensual. Yang Kun swallowed hard. Undeniably, Wu Ling'er possessed striking beauty, a blend of allure and ethereal grace. If the mistress is so enchanting, why do you not allow yourself to be moved? As she spoke, Wu Ling'er wrapped her arms around Yang Kun's neck, compelling him to gaze into her eyes. Because a Kun is unworthy of the mistress and dares not entertain such thoughts. Hearing his words, Wu Ling'er kicked him away and tossed him a token, coldly declaring, Begone, a man with lustful thoughts, but no courage. But heed this, should you dare to flee, I will make your existence a living hell. Yang Kun retreated, contemplating silently, Wu Ling'er, wait for me. Once my strength surpasses yours, I shall pin you to the bed and exact my revenge. Were it not for the fear of her wrath, he would not have been able to endure such torment. After all, his cultivation did not necessitate preserving his innocence, nor was it solely reliant on himself. Thus, he bore no objection to the presence of women around him. His previous reluctance stemmed from their inadequate strength, as he could not protect them. Yet Wu Ling'er required no protection from him. Although her true form was that of a demon beast, her transformation into human form marked a significant metamorphosis. Yang Kun was indifferent to such distinctions. Despite the humiliation inflicted by Wu Ling'er, he remained unfazed. The paramount consideration was that he could freely enter and exit the Wulong Hall. Once outside, he would have the opportunity to release the celestial dogs and other beast kings. enabling him to subdue demon beasts continuously. The Wulong Mountain served as the stronghold of demon beasts, likely housing millions. Once he synthesized these myriad beasts, the Wulong Mountain would undoubtedly acquire a new master, and the dynamic between him and Wu Linger would shift. At that juncture, he would relish in the prospect of crafting her fate. Yang Kun utilized the token to exit the Wulong Hall, whereupon it emitted a green luminescence, shielding him from the frigid waters of the Wulong Pool. With the assistance of the talisman, Yang Kun swiftly ascended from the depths of the water to the surface. However, upon reaching the vicinity of Wulong Pond, he discovered that the 6 beast kings were nowhere to be found. It appeared that they were not lingering in this area. Their absence must have been due to the influence of Wu Linger 2 days prior. Nevertheless, exercising caution, Yang Kun refrained from taking immediate action, uncertain whether he was under Wu Linger's surveillance. Thus, he sought an opportunity to verify his situation and boldly strolled towards the periphery of Wulong Pond. His plan was to deliberately provoke some demonic beasts while foraging for wild game, inciting a conflict with the creatures of Wulong Mountain. Ideally, this would escalate into a confrontation, allowing him to ascertain whether anyone would intervene, thereby revealing whether he was being monitored. Before long, Yang Kun set his sights on a Monkey King, distinct from the one he had encountered earlier, possessing only the strength of a 6th-level Monkey King. The Monkey King was clutching a jar of monkey wine, and with an unexpected burst of audacity, Yang Kun snatched the jar from its grasp, catching the Monkey King completely off guard. By the time it reacted, Yang Kun had already secured the monkey wine within his spatial ring. Enraged, the Monkey King leapt and lunged at Yang Kun's head. Yet, Yang Kun was well prepared. Soaring into the air with his sword, and deftly unleashed a chaotic spiritual imprint that struck the Monkey King's body. At that moment, Yang Kun's cultivation had reached the 10th level of foundation establishment, granting him a substantial advantage over the Monkey King. The Monkey King's spiritual energy trembled violently, causing it to plummet from the air. Chapter 94. Provocation. The fall was not particularly high, and the Monkey King's agile physique allowed it to land unscathed. However, its fury intensified. Unable to reach Yang Kun, the Monkey King let out a furious roar, summoning a multitude of demonic beasts to its side. As more and more beasts gathered, the commotion even attracted the attention of a 10th-level Monkey King. Upon spotting Yang Kun, the 10th-level Monkey King regarded him with a puzzled expression, rubbing its eyes in disbelief. Surely, it could not be mistaken. It was indeed Yang Kun. But had he not been captured by the Great King and reduced to servitude? How could he possibly be here? However, the 10th-level Monkey King was unable to communicate with Yang Kun and could not comprehend his words. It listened as the lower-ranking Monkey King recounted the entire incident, explaining how Yang Kun had snatched the monkey wine, provoking the ensuing attack. The 10th-level Monkey King was taken aback. How could a mere human, now a servant of the Great King, dare to act so brazenly? Its eyes blazed with anger, and it unleashed its signature move, the Monkey King Fist, directed at Yang Kun. Although Yang Kun floated in the air, the 10th-level Monkey King utilized the trees to leap towards him. Yang Kun cast another chaotic spiritual imprint, which momentarily halted the Monkey King's charge, but it quickly regained its composure. Faced with the force of the Monkey King Fist, Yang Kun had no choice but to retaliate with a punch of his own. At this point, he was limited to 2 spells and his physical training. Within the indestructible golden body technique, there existed a martial art known as the indestructible Vajra Fist. Despite his brief training, Yang Kun's physique had indeed become significantly stronger. Moreover, Yang Kun has also practiced the demon transformation bestowed by Wu Linger. Although the duration was brief, simultaneously cultivating 2 body refinement techniques should yield some effect. As Yang Kun and the Monkey King exchanged powerful blows, they both crashed to the ground, creating 2 deep pits over a meter wide. However, both of them rose simultaneously. The Monkey King appeared somewhat disheveled but sustained minimal injuries, while Yang Kun involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, a testament to his shorter training period. Nonetheless, he successfully thwarted the Monkey King's assault. Yang Kun pondered that if he were indeed being watched by Wu Linger, she should have appeared by now. Meanwhile, within the Wulong Palace, Wu Linger frowned slightly, since Yang Kun had become her servant and entered the palace. She had been closely monitoring him during his fierce battle with the Monkey King. Initially, it was merely a source of amusement for her to take Yang Kun as her servant, yet she was taken aback to discover that in just a brief absence, Yang Kun's cultivation had astonishingly advanced to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Wu Linger had believed that Yang Kun had always been at this level, but had fallen due to some unforeseen circumstances and was merely recuperating. To her astonishment, in the span of 2 days without any cultivation, Yang Kun's abilities had surged remarkably, reaching the 9th level on the first day and the 10th level on the second. Upon closer observation, she realized that Yang Kun's cultivation had not merely recovered but had genuinely increased. This indicated that Yang Kun did not require training. Merely resting was sufficient for his abilities to ascend. She had long understood that Yang Kun's venture outside was not for the purpose of gathering materials. Yet, she was intrigued to discern his true intentions, which is why she had allowed him to venture forth. Furthermore, she felt confident that no matter his actions, he could never escape her grasp. While she had contemplated his escape and considered sending messages for help, she had not anticipated that Yang Kun would provoke conflict. What was his aim? Was he testing whether he was under surveillance? Wu Linger scoffed at the thought. If that were the case, she would refrain from intervening and observe how he would navigate the situation. Stealthily, she decided to follow him to uncover his true motives. Chapter 95. The onset of the beast-tied Yang Kun, perplexed, surveyed his surroundings. As Wu Linger had yet to appear, it seemed he had not provoked her sufficiently. A sly smile crept across his lips as he glanced towards the direction of Wu Long Palace, silently musing. Did she think she could control everything? I fear she may come to regret her decisions, he chuckled softly. Without further delay, Yang Kun ascended on his sword and soared towards the outskirts of Wu Long Mountain. Although the Monkey King could leap to attack him, that would only be possible if Yang Kun remained stationary in the air. The only creatures capable of flight were the Wolf King and the Goat King. However, while the Goat King could shift through space, he lacked the speed to match Yang Kun. The Wolf King, akin to the celestial dog, possessed wings but could only fly for brief moments, making it impossible to catch up with Yang Kun in the skies. Nevertheless, the swiftness of the demon beasts was remarkable, resulting in a scenario where Yang Kun flew above, drawing a host of demon beasts in pursuit behind him. In the skies above, Yang Kun's aerial maneuvers captured the attention of the myriad beasts below, rendering him a target in the skies. Among them, the Monkey King stood out as the sole beast capable of wielding weaponry, hurling stones the size of human heads with remarkable accuracy, striking Yang Kun multiple times. Fortunately, adorned in the Azure Dragon battle robe, he was granted enhanced speed to evade numerous attacks, alongside formidable defensive capabilities. Otherwise, he would have been grounded long ago. However, Yang Kun's intention was to attract as many beasts as possible. The greater their numbers, the less conspicuous a few beast kings would become amidst the throng. Yet, the moment was not ripe. The beasts were still insufficient in number, and Wu Linger was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, observing him. He needed to distance himself further, to increase the beast count and create greater chaos, thereby diverting Wu Linger's attention, which would afford him an opportunity. Thus, Yang Kun swiftly traversed a significant portion of Wulong Mountain. Beneath him a dense mass of beasts, far exceeding those that had once besieged Songyuan Base City, numbering around 500 to 600,000. He dared not glance downward, nor pause, for fear of being devoured in an instant. However, with the beasts in abundance, he could seize the opportunity to act covertly, releasing the 4 Beast Kings, Tang Kong, Azure Dragon, White Zay, and Heavenly Wolf. He equipped them with the demon-subduing bell but refrained from unleashing the Tengu, Phoenix, Blue Bull, and saber-toothed tiger, as there were no canine, avian, bovine, or feline kings present. Nevertheless, the 4 Beast Kings were sufficient. As they subdued a multitude of fierce beasts, they would continuously amalgamate, ultimately culminating in the creation of the 6 level 10 Beast Kings. Naturally, this process would require patience and gradual accumulation before a sudden outburst. Upon realizing the Beast Kings were in position, Yang Kun altered his course towards Wulong Pool. Just then, within an inconspicuous cave, Ouyang Shidu seethed with rage as he gazed at the throngs of beasts outside, compelled to operate the cave's formation at full strength. Damn it, who has drawn such a multitude of ferocious beasts? How curious! I sense the aura of the 5 poisons jar in this vicinity. After stabilizing the formation, Ouyang Shidu concealed his presence and stealthily exited the cave, pursuing Yang Kun's direction. Before long, Ouyang Shidu caught up with Yang Kun. Yet the countless beasts trailing him rendered any attack impossible. He understood that Wulong Mountain harbored ancient shape-shifting beasts, which he had glimpsed from afar. Although his strength surpassed that of the ancient beast, each battle exacted a toll on his life force. Should he venture out, he risked attracting the ancient beast's attention. His reason for remaining in Wulong Mountain was the uncountable ferocious snakes, whose venom he required to sustain his 5 poisons true body and prolong his lifespan. Even so, Ouyang Shidu had but 5 years left, necessitating utmost caution. As long as success is within reach, caution is never excessive. Thus, he inscribed a unique mark upon Yang Kun, ensuring that regardless of his whereabouts, he would always be reminded of it. Chapter 96. I will devour you whole before long. Yang Kun soared back to the edge of the Wulong Pond, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Master, if you do not save me soon, I may very well escape from Wulong Mountain." Inside the Wulong Hall, Wu Linger had no choice but to emerge from the Wulong Pond, dispersing all the demonic beasts with a wave of her hand. She then regarded Yang Kun with a puzzled expression and coldly inquired, "What on earth are you doing? If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall devour you whole." Yang Kun, feigning innocence, produced a jar of monkey wine from his spatial ring and half-truthfully gestured towards it, saying, "You see, this wine is quite the treasure. It serves not only as a beverage, but also as a seasoning for various dishes. Many savory meals require wine for flavor, otherwise, they lack aroma." Although Wu Linger recognized the truth in Yang Kun's words, she was unwilling to believe him even a single syllable, yet she found herself unable to refute him. "Then why did you not simply inform me? Why resort to thievery and incite such chaos among the demonic beasts? I stumbled upon this monkey wine by chance and was unaware that you would possess it. Besides, they were attacking me en masse. If I had not fled, I would have been devoured by them. Should I require it in the future, I will simply ask you," Yang Kun replied, gesturing innocently. "Do not toy with me. If I discover your deceit, I shall devour you whole. And what of your cultivation? Why have you suddenly attained the strength of the 10th layer of foundation establishment?" Wu Linger glared at Yang Kun fiercely. Though she sensed something amiss, she could not pursue the matter further and instead posed the question that had confounded her previously. Yang Kun was well prepared for this inquiry. He was aware that his rise in cultivation would certainly be detected by Wu Linger. Although he had indeed reached the 10th layer of foundation establishment, he still required 10,000 points of spiritual energy to break through to the golden core stage. And he was short by 9,000 points. Given his current rate of progress, he estimated that it would take nearly 2 months to achieve that breakthrough, allowing him to evade Wu Linger's scrutiny. "I was previously at the 10th layer of foundation establishment, but I fled into Wulong Mountain to escape my enemies, resulting in a drop in my cultivation level. My current state is merely a restoration of my former abilities." Though Wu Linger remained skeptical, she found no alternative explanations that made sense. Moreover, she could not dissect Yang Kun for research, so she relented. Nonetheless, she was confident that Yang Kun was in her grasp and could not escape her control. "For now, I shall let this matter rest. But if you pull any more tricks in the future, I will devour you whole." Yang Kun gazed upon Wu Linger's furious countenance, which still bore an undeniable beauty, and could not help but chuckle. "Master, you must not act so rashly. If you were to devour me, it would tarnish your image." Hearing Yang Kun's words, Wu Linger became incensed, lifting him and tossing him into the Wulong Pond. Subsequently, Yang Kun found himself bound and forbidden from leaving the Wulong Hall. Before long, 3 days had passed. After delivering the meal to Wu Linger's room, aside from the moment when she offered him the antidote, which Yang Kun pretended to accept, Wu Linger astonishingly refrained from further enticing him, suggesting she had lost interest in him. Yang Kun, in contrast, breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to resist, and the consequences could have been dire. Over the past 3 days, Yang Kun had meticulously controlled the 4 beast kings among the demon beasts, discreetly elevating them all to the 10th level. Additionally, he had subdued 2 other formidable beasts, the fierce monkey and the savage rabbit, though they only reached the 6th level monkey king and the 7th level rabbit king, respectively. Nonetheless, he had successfully acquired 2 random treasure chests, yielding substantial rewards. Chapter 97. The Earth Escape Talisman and the Spirit Severing Needle. Meanwhile, hidden outside the Wulong Pond, Ouyang Shidu wore a furrowed brow. He realized he had underestimated the situation. Although he had marked Yang Kun, that young man was unexpectedly a servant to the shape-shifting ancient beast and was now entirely immobilized. For 3 full days, he had not emerged. As a servant, he was devoid of freedom. If Yang Kun continued to remain hidden, Ouyang could not afford to wait indefinitely. His time was limited, with less than 5 years remaining. Would he need to rescue Yang Kun from the grasp of that shape-shifting ancient beast before attempting to seize control? However, he did not detect any allure of the 5 poison's true body on Yang Kun, although it was evident he had been cultivating other body tempering techniques. If he could acquire Yang Kun's physical form and cultivate alongside the 5 poison's true body, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Reluctantly, Ouyang Shidu resolved to take the risk. Obtaining Yang Kun's body would be worthwhile. With that thought, he leapt into the Wulong Pond. At that moment, Yang Kun opened the 2 random treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 spiritual power points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a rare item. A Kuei water bomb, capable of causing area damage within 100 meters. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a talisman, the Earth Escape Talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received food, 20 servings of Yangzhou fried rice, 20 spicy crayfish, 20 stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and 20 durians. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a low-grade spiritual tool, the Spirit-Severing Needle. Though the Kuei water bomb was a one-time item, its power was sufficient to intimidate a horde of beasts. The Earth Escape Talisman, also a one-time talisman, would allow Yang Kun to burrow through the earth, enabling him to escape up to 30 miles away. However, it required contact with the ground to be activated, and the Wulong Palace was isolated from the earth by the waters of the Wulong Pond. Thus, Yang Kun no longer needed to take risks as before. Once he exited the Wulong Palace and made contact with the ground, he could slip away. Most remarkably, he had also acquired a spiritual tool, albeit of low grade, yet its potency was commendable. Particularly as a needle-like spiritual tool, it was elusive and deadly, an essential asset for stealth. Moreover, when embedded in an enemy's body, it would seal the enemy's internal spiritual power. Once the enemy was unable to wield their spiritual power, they would be as helpless as fish on a chopping board. Uncertain of its efficacy against the formidable beings of the Golden Core stage, particularly concerning Wu Linger, Yang Kun hesitated to experiment. Though the influx of spiritual power was somewhat underwhelming, it was still better than having none. As 10 points of spiritual energy flowed into him, Yang Kun's total reached 1733 points. Despite the enhancement in strength, he remained at the 10th level of foundation establishment. He had, however, acquired 150 demon fruit, which he generously bestowed upon the Tiango, whose bloodline value now soared to 375 points. Yang Kun believed that even as a mere 7th-tier canine king, the Tiango could hold its ground against Wu Linger in a confrontation. Thus, he contemplated how to exit the Wulong Hall, for once free. He could utilize the Earth Escape Talisman to flee. Yet, disheartened, he realized that after the previous incident, leaving would not be a straightforward endeavor. If he did not escape, he could not synthesize new beasts, nor would he be able to obtain random treasure chests and the Earth Escape Talisman. It seemed a knot of despair had formed, but Yang Kun remained hopeful that a solution lay ahead. He decided to gather information before devising a plan. With a delectable meal in hand, he entered Wu Linger's chamber once more. This time, she was clad conservatively, and a bejeweled rain curtain obscured her visage from view. Yang Kun placed the meal on the table, cautiously scrutinizing Wu Linger, unsure of how to initiate conversation. To his surprise, she furrowed her brow and, with a curious glare, commanded, "Leave at once. Do not attempt any further mischief, or I shall devour you whole." Chapter 98. Moved observing Wu Linger's inexplicable ire, Yang Kun resignedly turned to depart. At that moment, she vanished from her hammock and soared outside the hall, calling out, "Which fellow cultivator dares to intrude upon my Wulong Pond? If you have entered, I implore you to reveal yourself." Just before, she had sensed an intruder lurking within the Wulong Pond, observing her in secret. Upon hearing Wu Linger's voice echo outside the hall, Yang Kun hastily followed her out. There, an elderly man appeared before the formation outside the Wulong Hall, his frail, gray visage marred by age spots, exuding an aura that suggested his imminent demise. His arms and neck were riddled with unsightly bumps akin to those of a toad, evoking a sense of revulsion. Yet the energy he emanated caused Wu Linger to furrow her brow. He was a 3rd-level Golden Core cultivator. This Wulong Mountain was a territory of demon beasts, and Wu Ling'er was taken aback that a human cultivator would dare venture here. Though she was merely a first-tier ancient beast, she was not without her strength, as she could summon millions of demon beasts from Wulong Mountain at will. Furthermore, the evident frailty of the intruder suggested that his potential prowess would be significantly diminished. It was possible she could outlast a third-level golden core cultivator. However, she preferred to avoid provoking a golden core cultivator unless absolutely necessary, as the consequences could be dire. In a similar vein, Ouyang Shidu harbored no desire to provoke her. However, upon the appearance of Yang Kun, he felt compelled to point at him and muster the courage to speak. I, the humble Ouyang Shidu, have encountered this fairy. He has slain my most beloved disciple, thus I must pay tribute to my disciple's spirit in the heavens. If the fairy would hand him over to me, I shall retreat and even bestow upon her 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. What say you, fairy? Wu Ling'er furrowed her brow as she gazed at Yang Kun, utterly perplexed by his audacity in offending a golden core cultivator, yet still managing to arrive here unscathed. Nevertheless, this did shed light on Yang Kun's prior explanation. He had been pursued by a golden core cultivator, which perhaps accounted for his diminished state. Moreover, Yang Kun caught sight of the man's visage and was struck with astonishment, for he bore a striking resemblance to the consciousness avatar he had previously vanquished from the Five Poisons Cauldron. He had not anticipated being found so swiftly. However, if Wu Ling'er consented, he could escape immediately using his Earth Escape Talisman. He then fervently contemplated synthesizing a demon beast, and once he had created an ancient beast, he would seek vengeance. But how would Wu Ling'er choose? He hoped she would agree, as it would be the most prudent decision. Yet, Wu Ling'er shook her head and firmly rejected his proposal, stating, I am not like your kind, who forsake loyalty for profit. Yang Kun is now my servant, and under my protection, no one may harm him. Thus, it seemed they were destined for a confrontation. This venue is too confined. Let us step outside to battle. Ouyang Shidu declared, vanishing from the spot and exiting the Wulong pool. Yang Kun understood that the space was too small, should Wu Ling'er revert to her true form. Her size would be insurmountable, and if she closed in on him, his fate would be sealed. Subsequently, Wu Ling'er let out a piercing cry and led Yang Kun out of the Wulong pool. Upon standing on solid ground, Yang Kun could scarcely believe how easily he had exited the Wulong palace. He was now poised to use the Earth Escape Talisman to flee. Yet when he glanced at Wu Ling'er, he found himself unable to muster the resolve to depart. Although Wu Ling'er had tormented and humiliated him, she had not truly harmed him, and just moments ago, she had been willing to confront Ouyang Shidu on his behalf, stirring unexpected emotions within him. Now that Wu Ling'er was prepared to engage in battle with Ouyang Shidu, how could he possibly leave? Chapter 99. The Fierce Battle. Meanwhile, all the demon beasts within Wulong Mountain had answered Wu Ling'er's summons and flocked to the Wulong pool, their eyes ablaze with fury directed at Ouyang Shidu. A sea of demon beasts filled the area, with 6 10th-level beast kings arriving first. Yang Kun also noticed his own demon beast, concealed among the throng, barely noticeable. Ouyang Shidu discerned Wu Ling'er's intentions, and after surveying the surroundings, he sneered, Does the fairy not understand that at our level, our magical power is boundless? While you might attempt to overwhelm me with a tide of beasts, I fear that half of them would perish in the process. Are you truly willing to sacrifice such a multitude of demon beasts for the sake of a mere human servant? Enough of the idle chatter. Are you afraid to fight? Wu Ling'er declared as she initiated the confrontation, vanishing from her position in an instant. When she reappeared, she stood before Ouyang Shidu, delivering a powerful punch. This was not a mere spatial shift. Her speed was astonishingly swift. In that case, I shall not hold back, Ouyang Shidu responded, retaliating with a strike of his own. His 5 poisons true body had reached a substantial level, and though it paled in comparison to Wu Ling'er's monstrous form, he remained undaunted. Crucially, his entire being was infused with potent toxins. Any contact with his body, or even inhaling the air he exhaled, would result in poisoning. He was confident that a single touch would ensure his opponent's downfall. In an instant, their fists collided with a resounding thud, causing both to stagger backward. However, Wu Ling'er only retreated 3 steps while Ouyang Shidu was forced back by 5. Although the 5 poisons true body possessed remarkable physical enhancement properties, the sheer potency of Wu Ling'er's form proved superior. At that moment, Wu Ling'er noticed that her hand, which had made contact with Ouyang Shidu, had turned a peculiar shade of purple. Gloating, Ouyang Shidu watched as Wu Ling'er placed her hand in her mouth, drawing in all the toxins and swallowing them. The flavor is quite agreeable, but alas, these toxins are far too feeble, lacking in comparison to my innate poison. Since you've come, it would be only courteous for you to experience the might of my toxic mist. With that, Wu Ling'er expelled a cloud of black toxic mist, which quickly enveloped Ouyang Shidu. To his surprise, he swiftly burst a lump on his arm, unleashing a torrent of green venom that met Wu Ling'er's mist, absorbing it entirely. Remarkably, the originally green venom transformed into a deep emerald hue. Under Ouyang Shidu's control, it returned to the lump, resuming its original form. However, his arm instantly darkened, signifying that absorption was not as effortless as he had hoped. His expertise lay in the mastery of poisons. Yet he was astonished to discover that Wu Ling'er exhibited immunity to his toxins, while he struggled to fully absorb her potent venom. Had he not entrusted the 5 poisons canister to Huang Zhong, only to have it seized by Yang Kun after his demise, he would not find himself in such a precarious position, casting a fiercely hostile glance towards Yang Kun. Consequently, Ouyang Shidu abandoned his reliance on toxins and summoned the Poison King's Sword, a treasured artifact housing the spirit of a venomous centipede. It morphed into a colossal toxic centipede that charged at Wu Ling'er. Concurrently, he conjured 5 toxic creatures. Unlike the illusions created by Huang Zhong, these manifestations were disturbingly vivid, as if they were truly alive. Under Ouyang Shidu's command, they lunged at Wu Ling'er with ferocity. In the heat of battle, upon witnessing Ouyang Shidu's relentless onslaught, Wu Ling'er unleashed a furious roar, reverting to her true form, a venomous dragon. With 2 serpentine horns adorning her head and 2 dragon claws emerging from her abdomen, she fiercely lashed out at the approaching venomous centipede, sending it hurtling away. Yet, to her dismay, the dragon claws of Wu Ling'er sustained injuries, and the wounds swiftly began to fester. Nevertheless, she pressed on, opening her mouth wide to swallow all the toxic substances conjured by Ouyang Shidu's malevolent powers. However, her serpentine form occasionally swelled, indicating the arduous task of absorbing the toxins was not trivial. Undeterred, Wu Ling'er continued her advance towards Ouyang Shidu, her dragon mouth agape, a powerful suction enveloping him, as if she intended to consume him whole. Since you relish swallowing, I shall oblige, Ouyang Shidu thought, sensing that he was too late to control the Poison King's Sword. As Wu Ling'er's vast maw approached, he released a surge of spiritual energy, rupturing all the blisters on his body, unleashing a torrent of multicolored venom that surged into Wu Ling'er's mouth. At this moment, she could not evade, and was forced to retreat, transforming back into her human form, spitting out a pool of toxic blood, her face and arms displaying a myriad of colors. Clearly, the potent toxins within those blisters could not be absorbed by her in such a short time, rendering her devoid of combat capability. Yang Kun had perused the description of these toxic blisters in the 5 poisons true scripture. They harbored lethal toxins, but this was indicative of a lack of mastery. In the perfected form of the 5 poisons, the body would revert to its normal state. Yet the toxicity was so potent that a single drop could poison an entire ocean. While Ouyang Shidu's 5 poisons form might not be as formidable, it was certainly not to be underestimated. The toxins within those blisters were likely the accumulation of his lifetime's work. Despite Wu Ling'er being a toxic serpent dragon capable of withstanding 80% of toxins, her physical form was insufficient, and a substantial volume of poison could incapacitate her. However, given sufficient time, she could absorb all toxins and elevate her strength further. Yet, it was evident that Ouyang Shidu would not grant her such respite. As he aimed to wield the Poison King's Sword against her, all the ferocious beast kings converged upon him. With a mere wave, Ouyang Shidu unleashed a cloud of toxic powder, a deadly concoction he had previously brewed, which would be ineffective against Wu Ling'er but overwhelming for ordinary beasts. Only the beast kings could withstand it, yet even they faltered under the onslaught of Ouyang Shidu's Poison King's Sword, despite their formidable rank. Indeed, as Ouyang Shidu asserted, at that level, numbers mattered little, but this was not entirely the case. Yang Kun stepped forward to support the weakened Wu Ling'er, guiding her to a nearby pavilion to sit down. He administered an antidote pill to her, and in that brief moment, countless demonic beasts succumbed to the poison, including the 6 10th-level beast kings, who lay poisoned and incapacitated by the sting of the Poison King's Sword. Subsequently, Ouyang Shidu circled in the air, continuously dispersing his toxic powder. Under the catalysis of his spiritual energy, it spread rapidly, enveloping hundreds of thousands of demon beasts, all of whom succumbed to his poison. At this moment, releasing such a vast quantity of toxins had diminished Ouyang Shidu's combat prowess by 99%. However, even the remaining 1% was insurmountable for anyone save for Wu Linger. Consequently, the remaining demon beasts were intimidated, and without Wu Linger's command, none dared to advance. The combat strength of a golden core cultivator was indeed formidable, which explained why the 8 great families could withstand the onslaught of the demon army in Songshi Valley, where millions, if not billions, of demon beasts resided. Yang Kun's expression turned stern as he unleashed the chaotic spirit seal and the illusory god seal against Ouyang Shidu. Taking advantage of a surprise attack, and with no obstacles in his path, Yang Kun struck with astonishing speed, almost in the blink of an eye, hitting Ouyang Shidu. However, due to Ouyang Shidu's cultivation reaching the golden core stage, the effects on him were momentary, and he quickly returned to normal. Nonetheless, this caused his body to sway slightly. Chapter 101. Yang Kun takes action during this interval. Dang Kong, concealed among the beast horde, appeared before Ouyang Shidu, utilizing his innate skill, Pig King Charge, which knocked Ouyang Shidu to the ground. At the same moment, a spatial shimmer announced the arrival of Bai Zhe, who instantaneously appeared before Ouyang Shidu and thrust his horns forcefully into Ouyang Shidu's body. Blood splattered onto Dang Kong and Bai Zhe, causing the 2 beast kings to stagger. Just then, the celestial wolf swooped in front of the recently risen Ouyang Shidu, opening its jaws wide and biting down fiercely on Ouyang Shidu's calf, severing his left leg. However, the celestial wolf too succumbed to Ouyang Shidu's potent poison and collapsed to the ground. This was only because Dang Kong, Bai Zhe, and the celestial wolf possessed relatively high bloodlines. They were merely poisoned, not fatally harmed. Enraged by the loss of his leg, Ouyang Shidu let out a furious roar, lifting the severed limb and shattering it against the demon beasts that surrounded him. Instantly, all those touched by the remnants fell lifelessly to the ground. Concurrently, the lurking Qinglong surged forth, coiling around the one-legged Ouyang Shidu. The serpent's body tightened around him, and as it opened its jaws, it sank its fangs into Ouyang Shidu's neck. However, it failed to incapacitate him. Instead, Qinglong was poisoned by Ouyang Shidu's blood, as its immunity to toxins was not as potent as Wu Linger's. Ouyang Shidu flung the incapacitated Qinglong aside, glaring fiercely at Wu Linger, and sneered. "This is the fate that awaits you for refusing to surrender that young man. You shall all perish. I shall deal with you now." Yang Kun stepped forward, his expression impassive as he regarded Ouyang Shidu as though he were a mere corpse, mocking, "Is that so? I fear, with your current condition, you won't survive much longer." Having briefly studied the 5 poisons true canon, Yang Kun understood that by expelling all toxins from his body, Ouyang Shidu rendered himself exceedingly vulnerable, which was precisely why he had been incapacitated by Yang Kun's beast. Moreover, Ouyang Shidu, already in a state of diminished vitality, found his aura of decay and decline intensified following this fierce battle. It can be asserted that Ouyang Shidu now stands at his most vulnerable juncture, ripe for demise. However, Yang Kun need not sully his own hands. He merely requires the intervention of the celestial dog. Having administered an antidote pill to Wu Linger, albeit potent and not wholly purging the poison, it nonetheless aids in suppressing the majority of its toxicity. This grants Wu Linger the opportunity to fully absorb the toxins. And though Yang Kun remains uncertain of the duration required, it should not take long. Upon hearing Yang Kun's utterance, Ouyang Shidu was instantly consumed by rage. It was due to Yang Kun that he had been reduced to this state, and he could hardly believe that Yang Kun had emerged unscathed. "You wretched boy, have slain my disciple, Huangzhong. Rest assured, I shall extract your soul to honor my disciple, and then I shall inhabit your body." Poor Huangzhong, chosen as a vessel unbeknownst to him. Yang Kun quickly comprehended Ouyang Shidu's words. Although Huangzhong was ostensibly his disciple, it seemed he was merely a vessel for Ouyang's ambitions. "You speak nonsense. Do not attempt to tarnish my reputation. Prepare to pay with your life." Seething with fury, Ouyang Shidu, his secret laid bare by Yang Kun, directed his treasured Poison King sword toward him. At that moment, a golden needle pierced Ouyang Shidu's body, darting inside, the result of Yang Kun's covert use of the absolute spirit needle during his speech. Ultimately, under Yang Kun's control, The needle struck Yang Shidu's golden core, sealing it in an instant. Yet, given a modicum of time, Yang Zidu could expel the absolute spirit needle. In the ensuing chapter, Yang Shidu's spiritual energy was sealed, causing the Poison King's sword aimed at Yang Kun to plummet to the ground, rendered powerless. Enraged, Yang Shidu sat on the ground, attempting to force the absolute spirit needle out of his golden core with his hands. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Kun would not grant Yang Shidu the luxury of time. The celestial dog appeared before him in a flash, unleashing a torrent of black wind that enveloped Yang Shidu's golden core. In an instant, the golden core was consumed. Yet being a golden core, it was indigestible for the celestial dog. Moreover, the core harbored deadly poison, incessantly yearning to escape the celestial dog's body. Fortunately, it was sealed by the absolute spirit needle, allowing the celestial dog, despite being poisoned, to focus solely on subduing the golden core within. Yang Zidu had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable canine. Logically, a 7th-tier dog king should not possess such strength, capable of devouring his golden core. Little did he realize the immense potency of the celestial dog's bloodline. Yang Kun remained confident. Even Wu Linger's lineage paled in comparison to that of the celestial dog. Were it not for the celestial dog's lower tier, it could effortlessly overpower both Wu Linger and Yang Zidu. Stripped of his golden core, Yang Shidu was instantly consumed by rage, drawing upon the tenacity of his 5 poisons true body as he advanced towards Yang Kun. Yet, bereft of spiritual power, he resembled a tiger without teeth, ferocious, yet incapable of inflicting harm. As he leapt on one leg halfway, a saber-toothed tiger and a green ox materialized before him. The saber-toothed tiger let out a fearsome roar, toppling Yang Shidu to the ground, while the green ox trampled over him, shattering his body into fragments. However, this assault came at a cost. The green ox succumbed to the poison and collapsed nearby. Simultaneously, a phoenix appeared high above Yang Shidu's head, unleashing a torrent of phoenix fire upon him. Despite the formidable strength of his 5 poisons true body, he could not withstand the searing blaze of the phoenix fire. Though he fought valiantly against it, he was gradually reduced to ashes. Upon Yang Shidu's demise, the golden core within the Tengu quieted instantly. Yang Kun commanded the Tengu to expel the golden core, subsequently sealing it within a 5 poisons jar. He refrained from extracting the spirit-absorbing needle, uncertain of Yang Shidu's true death. Thus, sealing it with the needle was the most prudent course of action. Yang Kun retrieved the remaining detoxification pills and administered them to the Tengu and the green ox. Seizing the moment while Wu Ling remained unconscious from toxin absorption, he swiftly mounted the Tengu and departed from Wulong Mountain. Ultimately, he did not harm Wu Ling, yet he dared not linger, vanishing in an instant. Just as Yang Kun completely left Wulong Mountain, Wu Ling awoke. With the aid of Yang Kun's detoxification pills, she successfully absorbed all the toxins, ascending to the status of a level 2 ancient beast. Had she confronted Yang Shidu at that moment, she felt confident in her ability to triumph over him, bolstered by her immunity to a portion of his poison. Subsequently, she transformed into a venomous dragon, opening her mouth wide to extract the toxins from all the beasts, before reverting to her human form. Due to Yang Kun, Wulong Mountain suffered the loss of half its beasts. Unbeknownst to her, only 20% had truly perished at the hands of Yang Shidu, while the remaining 30% had been synthesized by Yang Kun. She glared in the direction Yang Kun had departed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yang Kun, you shall pay for this. One day, I will capture you and torment you mercilessly. Chapter 103. Life and Death. Meanwhile, Yang Kun, having reached the region of the Songbei city, rode atop the Tengu and let out 2 forceful sneezes. Glancing back toward Wulong Mountain, he shook his head and mused, was it merely a deception? Must you harbor such animosity towards me? As night fell, Yang Kun finally arrived outside the Songbei city. He dismounted from the Tengu, stowed it away, and took to the skies on his sword, soaring directly into the city. Upon entering a hotel, he booked a presidential suite. Once inside the room, he arranged the Azure Dragon Guardian array and began to assess the gains from this venture. Yang Kun eliminated Yang Shidu, acquiring from him a precious artifact, the Poison King's sword. However, Yang Kun is currently unable to wield it, as it requires the refinement through a golden elixir before it can be utilized. In addition, he obtained a storage pouch containing over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which provided him with a modest fortune. Within the pouch, he also discovered a half-finished formation, which after his examination revealed itself to be a formation designed to assist in soul possession. It appears that Ouyang Shidu intended to seize Huang Zhong's body, but tragically met his demise at Yang Kun's hands, having delayed his pursuit due to the need to set up this formation. Ironically, it was Yang Kun's actions that inadvertently incited a beast tide, drawing Ouyang Shidu's attention. Furthermore, the only remaining item was a scroll made of beast skin, crafted from the same material as the 5 poison scripture. Upon a cursory glance, Yang Kun recognized it as a crucial component for cultivating the 5 poisons true body. Previously, Huang Zhong's cultivation of this body had its flaws. The essence of toxicity embodies death. Thus, to cultivate the 5 poisons true body, one must seek life amidst death. Only by balancing the duality of death and life can the 5 poisons true body achieve its ultimate form. At that point, a single drop of blood could either bring death or grant life, entirely dependent upon one's will. Indeed, with just a drop of blood, one could be resurrected. While immortality remains unattainable, it would be nearly within reach. Ouyang Shidu, compelled by this allure, found his lifespan dwindling, forcing him to seek a vessel for possession. Yet he ultimately could not escape death. Despite the immense temptation of the 5 poisons true body, Yang Kun ultimately chose to forego it, as the indestructible golden body and the demon transformation techniques were already sufficient for his current needs. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the system's interface. Having previously synthesized a level 10 Beast King, he was rewarded with 5 beast spaces. Now, Yang Kun possessed a total of 33 beast spaces, including 8 exclusive spaces and 25 general beast spaces. He owned 13 beasts in total, as follows: a level 7 Dog King, the Celestial Dog, with a bloodline value of 375, possessing the innate skill, Celestial Dog Swallowing the Sun; a level 5 Cat King, the Saber-Toothed Tiger, with a bloodline value of 24, possessing the innate skill, Tiger Roaring in the Mountains; a level 5 Ox King, the Azure Bull, with a bloodline value of 20, possessing the innate skill, Azure Bull Charge; a level 2 Chicken King, the Phoenix, with a bloodline value of 42, possessing the innate skill, Phoenix True Fire; a level 10 Goat King, the Bai Zhe, with a bloodline value of 20, possessing the innate skill, Spatial Movement; a level 10 Snake King, the Azure Dragon, with a bloodline value of 20, possessing the innate skill, Azure Dragon's Toxic Mist; a level 10 Pig King, the Dang Kong, with a bloodline value of 20, possessing the innate skill, Pig Charge; a level 10 Wolf King, the Celestial Wolf, with a bloodline value of 20, possessing the innate skill, Celestial Wolf Howling at the Moon; a level 7 Rabbit King, with a bloodline value of 2, possessing the innate skill, Howling Urine Corrupting Flesh; a level 6 Monkey King, with a bloodline value of 6, possessing the innate skill, Giant Ape Moving Mountains; a level 2 Evil Tiger, with a bloodline value of 15, possessing the innate skill, White Tiger's Fierce Kill; a level 5 Dog King, with a bloodline value of 2, a level 4 Cat King, with a bloodline value of 3. Among them, the Rabbit King resembles a rabbit, yet possesses elongated canine teeth, with ears that are both long and pointed, akin to the mythical beast known as the Howler. The Monkey King, on the other hand, has not undergone much transformation, yet has grown considerably larger, thus becoming immensely powerful and agile, reminiscent of the legendary Titan ape. Consequently, Yang Kun pointed at the Monkey King and the Rabbit King, declaring, "From henceforth, you shall be known as Titan and Howler." A notification chimed, indicating that the host had named Titan and Howler, thereby granting them 2 exclusive spaces. The 10 Beast Kings each possessed their own dedicated realms, while the Evil Tiger, along with the level 5 Dog King and level 4 Cat King, remained in the subservient realm reserved for lesser beasts. The Evil Tiger, being merely a level 2 ferocious beast, had yet to ascend in rank, leaving Yang Kun in a state of helplessness, for he had not even laid eyes on the Evil Tiger thus far. Chapter 104, Awakening Spirit. That evening, Yang Kun continued to immerse himself in the medicinal bath, having obtained a total of 10 doses of spiritual elixir. Previously, he had only indulged in 9 baths. Thus he required one final immersion. Sitting in the wooden basin, he experienced waves of tingling sensations on his skin as the potent essence of the bath seeped into his pores, which he absorbed. relishing the invigorating sensation of his skin strengthening. The indestructible golden body primarily focuses on fortifying the skin, and his previous encounters with the celestial dog had served to enhance both the strength and flexibility of his skin. Yang Kun surmised that upon the completion of this final medicinal bath, he would successfully cultivate the first layer of the indestructible golden body. The transformation of the demon essence is achieved by harnessing the demonic energy within, enabling one to convert spiritual power into demonic force at a ratio of 1:1. This transformation comprises 3 layers. Upon mastering the first layer, a spectral visage of a beast would manifest upon his body, augmenting both his physical strength and defense. Upon achieving the second layer, he would be capable of beastifying his limbs for combat. Furthermore, upon reaching the third layer of mastery, not only could he transform his body into that of a beast, but he could also unleash the innate abilities of the beast in battle. Thus, Yang Kun decisively expended 700 points of spiritual power to convert it into an equal amount of demonic force, coalescing within him into a vast ocean of demonic energy characteristic of a level 7 demon king. Consequently, his spiritual power diminished from 1733 points to 1033 points, though his cultivation remained at the 10th layer of foundational establishment. Being human, Yang Kun lacked both a demonic soul and body. Thus, to enact the transformation into a demonic form, he required the blood essence of a beast to infuse his ocean of demonic energy. Therefore, Yang Kun procured a drop of blood essence from the Azure Dragon, and after a series of intricate rituals, he successfully awakened his spirit. Simultaneously, his ocean of demonic energy took on the form of a serpent, coiling around the spiritual sea. Should he choose to enact this transformation, it would henceforth be referred to as the Azure Dragon transformation, which, with each application, would manifest an ethereal visage of the Azure Dragon for 1 hour. Each drop of blood essence could only be utilized once, necessitating further awakening after its use. The blood essence of a beast holds immense significance for the beast itself, as each creature possesses only 9 drops within its being. Although it is possible to cultivate additional essence, it requires a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the potency of the demon essence transformations varies according to different cultivation levels. The blood of the Beast King can enhance the illusion of the Beast King, while the blood of ancient beasts can augment the illusion of ancient beasts. Soon, dawn broke, and the potion in the basin where Yang Kun was situated transformed into clear water, radiating a faint golden light from his body. This signified the attainment of the first layer of the undying golden body, achieving the mastery of golden skin. Yang Kun drew forth the white rainbow sword and struck his right hand, only to find no trace left behind. In contrast, the top-tier artifact, the 7 Stars sword, merely left a white mark. Subsequently, Yang Kun retrieved a low-grade flying sword he had previously acquired, gripping it firmly in his right hand, astonishingly crushing it into 2 pieces. The might of the undying golden body was thus evident. If paired with the demon essence transformation, the strength of Yang Kun's physical form would be formidable, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. The second layer of the undying golden body involves cultivating golden tendons. The stronger the tendons, the greater the power exerted. However, cultivating golden tendons is significantly more challenging than mastering golden skin, though there is no rush. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Demon Beast Treasure Chest 13. Please claim it. Claiming it, Yang Kun proceeded to open all the Demon Beast treasure chests. He acquired 203 points of spiritual energy, which he subsequently converted into 200 points of demon power, elevating his demon power to the level of a 9th-tier Beast King, while his spiritual energy reached 1036 points. Yang Kun obtained 62 demon essence fruits, first bestowing 2 upon the Roar and Titan to awaken their bloodlines. He then allocated 6 to the saber-toothed tiger and 10 each to the Azure Bull, White Zay, Dang Kong, Azure Dragon, and Celestial Wolf, raising their bloodline values to 30 points. In the end, Yang Kun retained 4 demon essence fruits, choosing not to utilize them. Chapter 105, a fortuitous find. After tidying up, Yang Kun exited the room to cultivate the second layer of the undying golden body, the golden tendons. He required body refinement pills. The undying golden body technique only provided 3 recipes, and Yang Kun did not possess any ready-made pills. Thus, he needed to gather spiritual herbs for refinement. Although he was not adept at alchemy himself, he could seek the assistance of the Qingyun master. He believed the Qingyun master could concoct the pills, and in return for the commission, the master would receive 3 recipes, making it unlikely for him to decline. While the Songshi Bay City may not rival the Songyuan Bay City in grandeur, it still exhibited a lively atmosphere, adorned with numerous shops selling various spiritual pills and herbs, along with vendors peddling their wares on the streets. Yang Kun was in no hurry, leisurely strolling through the market stalls, where he encountered several intriguing items, such as various pills, spiritual herbs, and materials for alchemy and artifact forging. However, most were intended for qi refinement practitioners, which he found unnecessary. Some items were deceptively similar to genuine goods. Yang Kun spotted a spiritual artifact fabricated from the souls of ferocious beasts. Yet, he chose not to interfere, as the presence of both genuine and counterfeit goods was a normal phenomenon in such markets, relying on one's discernment. One might procure excellent items for minimal expenditure. Yet there was also the risk of squandering significant amounts of money. After walking for a while, Yang Kun unexpectedly stumbled upon something that piqued his interest. He picked up a rusted fragment of a sword from a street vendor's stall and examined it closely. The vendor, an emaciated old man, appeared aged, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He seemed invigorated at the sight of a potential customer. The gentleman had a discerning eye. Although the sword fragment was missing its tip, leaving only a 5-centimeter blade and hilt, it was originally a treasured artifact. Despite lacking a spirit, its power could rival that of a spiritual weapon. The vendor was not mistaken in his claims. Treasured artifacts are crafted by golden core cultivators in conjunction with the nurturing of their golden cores. Although this flying sword had lost its tip and thus much of its potency, its remaining strength could still be compared to that of a spiritual weapon. However, what captivated Yang Kun was not the fact that it was a remnant of a treasured artifact, but rather the bloodstains upon it. If he was not mistaken, these were the essence of a beast. Yang Kun nodded, placed the sword fragment back on the ground, and picked up a stack of talismans, all of which were of medium quality. Among them were cold ice talismans, giant blade talismans, and wooden prison talismans, totaling 100. With a smile, Yang Kun inquired, "How much for this stack of talismans, my good sir?" The vendor, noticing Yang Kun's waning interest in the fragment, but his curiosity about the talismans, perked up again, stating, "These are all medium-grade talismans capable of unleashing intermediate spells. One talisman costs 1 spirit stone, so for all 100, you would need to give me 95 spirit stones." Yang Kun casually gestured towards the fragment and proposed, "How about you include this fragment as well?" The vendor immediately shook his head vigorously, refusing, "That won't do. This is a fragment of a treasured artifact, equivalent to a spiritual weapon." Yang Kun smiled at this and replied, "I will give you 5 more spirit stones, totaling 100 spirit stones, for the fragment. If not for my penchant for collecting such remnants, I doubt anyone would purchase it. Although it is a fragment of a treasured artifact, the blade is far too short. Do you expect someone to buy it just to bludgeon others with it?" The vendor, clearly understanding the situation, reluctantly combined the fragment with the talismans and handed them to Yang Kun, exclaiming, all right, 100 spirit stones it is. Now that's the spirit of commerce," Yang Kun declared, "wishing you prosperous business." He then retrieved 100 spirit stones and handed them to the vendor, securing the talismans and sword fragment within his spatial ring. Chapter 106. Summer Fish. After departing from the street stall, Yang Kun made his way to the branch of the treasure pavilion located in the Songshi Bay City. Here, the treasure pavilion occupied the largest area and was adorned in the most lavish decor. It was likely that the items he sought could only be found within these walls. The treasure pavilion was not merely an auction house, but also a grand marketplace, offering an even more comprehensive range of precious items. Upon arriving at the entrance, a young attendant clad in treasure pavilion attire approached him. Although the attendant was merely at the 5th level of qi cultivation, he had encountered numerous prominent figures. Thus, despite Yang Kun's ordinary attire and youthful appearance, the attendant recognized him as a 10th level foundation establishment cultivator and did not dare to be negligent. In the entire Songshi province, there are only 10 practitioners at the Golden Core stage, or rather, now it should be 9. Golden Core masters are rare, making the 10th level of foundation establishment the pinnacle of power in Songshi province. This esteemed elder surely seeks some elixirs or magical artifacts. Please follow me, for our pavilion possesses an abundance of treasures. Yang Kun accompanied the attendant into the 1st floor of the treasure pavilion, where an array of various elixirs and magical artifacts dazzled his eyes. They soon reached the end of the floor, where the attendant gestured toward the staircase, saying, "Esteemed elder, as you are a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, the items below may not pique your interest. Therefore, you may ascend to the second floor, where there will be personnel to attend to your needs." Yang Kun nodded in agreement and ascended the staircase directly to the second floor. There, he noticed the space was considerably reduced, yet the items displayed were exceedingly precious. However, the prices were equally exorbitant. With a casual glance, Yang Kun discerned nothing priced below 3,000 spirit stones. Upon reaching the second floor, a beautiful young woman approached him, revealing herself to be a practitioner at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Until now, the only woman Yang Kun had encountered who was a foundation establishment practitioner was Madame Qin. The young woman, upon seeing Yang Kun, displayed a hint of surprise. Despite her extensive experience, she had never before encountered someone so young who had reached the 10th level of foundation establishment. At just 20 years of age, Yang Kun had transformed from an ordinary individual to a practitioner of the 10th level in less than a month. If the world were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly leave many in astonishment, prompting some to consider dissecting him for study. However, those wishing to study him would first need to weigh their own capabilities. Yang Kun followed the young woman into a private room. "What might the esteemed elder require? I, Xia Yuer, am more than willing to assist you. I seek an easy muscle elixir. Might your esteemed pavilion have it?" Yang Kun inquired, curious whether the formula provided by the system existed in this realm. Hearing his request, the young woman paused momentarily before asking again, and then shook her head with certainty. "Esteemed elder, I regret to inform you that I have never heard of such an elixir, and thus I am certain that our treasure pavilion does not possess it, neither in our branch nor in the main store." Yang Kun had anticipated this and felt no disappointment. He then produced a piece of paper and added, "I require these materials. May I inquire if your esteemed pavilion can procure them?" Yang Kun jumbled the ingredients for 3 different elixirs and included some superfluous materials, ensuring that the precise formula would remain unknown. Upon receiving the paper inscribed with the list of ingredients, Xia Yuer examined the densely packed names and said, "Esteemed elder, please hold on while I fetch you a cup of spirit tea. I will check the storeroom and return shortly." Afterward, she summoned a young girl to present a cup of spirit tea and left the private room, leaving Yang Kun alone with the young girl. Glancing at her, Yang Kun was inexplicably reminded of Qi Baishan's words from the last auction, and he shook his head. He did not need such means to seek companionship. Chapter 107. Xiaoer, the young girl, her face flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Yang Kun while recalling the words of the steward, Xia Yuer. She found herself at a loss for what to do. Although she yearned for a connection with such an esteemed senior, she understood that this remarkable individual before her, a young cultivator at the 10th layer of foundation establishment, had an immeasurable future and would likely not take notice of someone like her. Fearing that her actions might provoke him, she remained in a state of inner turmoil. In that moment of uncertainty, Yang Kun, having sensed her thoughts from the look in Xia Yuer's eyes as she departed, decided to address her directly. "What is your name, and how old are you? How did you come to join the treasure pavilion?" Upon hearing his words, the girl snapped back to reality and replied, "Respected senior, my name is Xiaoer. I lost my parents at the age of 5 and have been all alone, struggling to find enough to eat. In desperation, I entered the treasure pavilion." Yang Kun nodded, confirming his suspicions, and remarked, "We are all unfortunate souls, are we not? Were you also an orphan?" Taken aback by his inquiry, Xiaoer considered that someone of Yang Kun's remarkable cultivation must surely belong to a prominent family, for one could not achieve such prowess without resources, regardless of innate talent. "Indeed, I was also an orphan in my youth. Eventually, I took in a younger sister who was likewise orphaned, and together we supported one another to survive." Perhaps due to their shared experiences, Yang Kun recounted many of his past hardships, causing Xiaoer's eyes to glisten with unshed tears and alleviating the earlier awkwardness. A half-hour later, Xia Yuer returned with 3 storage bags. The items Yang Kun had requested were so numerous that a single bag could not contain them all. She had anticipated that the time would suffice for him to conclude his business. However, upon entering the private room, she discovered that the situation was not as she had envisioned. Casting a reproachful glance at the unhelpful Xiaoer, she placed the 3 storage bags on the table and stated, "We could only gather 2/3 of what you require, esteemed senior. Please take a look." Yang Kun accepted the storage bags and immersed his consciousness within to examine their contents. He found that all the materials for the muscle-strengthening pill were present except for one, the violent muscle grass. As for the materials for the muscle refinement pill, they were missing the fire essence grass and the spirit milk. The third pill, the golden muscle pill, was lacking in many components. However, Yang Kun felt satisfied with what he had received. He set down the storage bags and smiled. This is already quite unexpected. May I inquire as to the total cost? With this, the young woman's demeanor shifted from cloudy to bright as she replied, the total comes to 51,873 spirit stones. I shall give you a discount, esteemed senior. You need only pay 50,000 spirit stones. Yang Kun understood that this generous concession was due to his potential. And without hesitation, he produced 500 middle-grade spirit stones to hand over to the young woman. Upon witnessing that Yang Kun had paid with a medium-grade spirit stone, the young woman was filled with even greater joy. It is known that, although the exchange rate for medium-grade spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones is 1,100 to 1, a single medium-grade spirit stone is far more valuable than 100 low-grade spirit stones. She carefully stored the spirit stone and handed the storage bag to Yang Kun. Subsequently, she produced a purple gold card and said, "This card is a gift for you, esteemed elder. Henceforth, at any treasure pavilion you visit, you shall receive a 20% discount." Yang Kun accepted graciously, placing the purple gold card and the storage bag into his spatial ring before turning to exit the private chamber. "You are always welcome at the treasure pavilion. I will be at your service," she called after him. As Xia Yuer escorted Yang Kun down the stairs, she cast a piercing glare at Xiu'er, saying, "This is all you're doing. If it weren't for the elder's support, you would likely find yourself wed to that scion of the Zhao family, Zhao Junyan." Yang Kun, a cultivator at the 10th level of foundation establishment, possessed keen hearing and understood that although Xia Yuer was scolding Xiu'er, her words were intended for his ears. However, he was preparing to return to Songyuan Base City to visit his sister and could hardly concern himself with such trivial matters. Chapter 108. The secret market. Shortly after leaving the treasure pavilion, Yang Kun did not venture into other shops, for he recognized that if the treasure pavilion lacked what he sought, then other establishments would be even less likely to possess it. Just as he departed, a third-level foundation cultivator intercepted him. "Brother, did you fail to find what you desired at the treasure pavilion? I know of a place that might have it." Yang Kun scrutinized the man, whose shifty eyes suggested he was not trustworthy. Yet, uncertain of where else to search, he impatiently inquired, "Where?" The man glanced around furtively before leaning closer to whisper, "Have you heard of the black market?" Yang Kun had indeed heard of it. The black market dealt in goods acquired through nefarious means, making it a clandestine realm of trade. Moreover, the authenticity of items sold in the black market could not be guaranteed, requiring one's discernment. Furthermore, upon exiting the black market, one's safety was not assured. It was possible to attract unwanted attention and face dire consequences. Despite the risks, Yang Kun was confident that he could defend his possessions. Yet he found the entire affair cumbersome. He frowned and asked, "Where is it?" "Brother, this is not a place for discussion. Follow me," the man replied, leading the way. Without hesitation, Yang Kun followed him. Winding through the streets of Songbei Base City for half an hour, they soon arrived at a bustling market filled with ordinary folk. They stopped before a grocery store selling commonplace household items. The man entered first and greeted an elderly woman. "I have brought another esteemed guest. Remember to credit me." A cultivator at the 10th level of foundation establishment could indeed be considered a valued patron. The elderly woman cast a glance at Yang Kun and was surprisingly able to discern his cultivation level. She then produced a silver mask, a black cloak that could shroud his body, and a jade token, which she handed to Yang Kun, before opening the door behind her and saying, "You may enter now." Yang Kun accepted the mask, donned the cloak, and stepped through the door that the woman had opened. Inside lay an abyss of darkness. Fortunately, Yang Kun's keen eyesight rendered him unperturbed. As he ventured further inward, he soon encountered another door, guarded by two masked figures clad in black, both of whom were cultivators at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Evidently, this black market possessed some influence, as even the gatekeepers were of such formidable rank. Yang Kun presented the jade token to one of the cultivators, who, after verifying its authenticity, opened the door, allowing Yang Kun to pass. To his astonishment, he found himself in a grand hall filled with over 30 individuals, all of whom were cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Apart from a notably rotund man, all were cloaked and masked, and no one engaged in conversation. Yang Kun understood that the corpulent man was too conspicuous, his size making it impossible to remain unrecognized, even with a mask, so he had chosen to forego one. Moreover, Yang Kun noticed that 4 black-clad individuals, also at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, stood vigilantly around the perimeter of the hall, ensuring the black market's operations ran smoothly. Upon entering, Yang Kun chose a vacant corner to sit quietly, akin to the others, awaiting the commencement of the black market. Before long, 3 individuals entered the hall, one of whom was a crew-cut man, a cultivator at the 10th level of Foundation establishment. The other 2 were the gatekeepers from earlier. The crew-cut man positioned himself behind a platform, addressing the assembled crowd in a subdued tone. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Songbei auction. We have many familiar faces as well as new patrons, and rest assured, all will be treated equally. Following the auction, there will be a free trading session. However, we will not authenticate items during this exchange, so I urge you to remain vigilant." Without further ado, the auction commenced. The first item for bid is the exquisite magical artifact, the Fire Cloud Bag. With that, he unveiled a crimson pouch. The crew-cut man infused spiritual energy into the Fire Cloud Bag, causing it to swell, and a plume of fire clouds erupted forth. Under his command, the fire clouds circled the entire hall before being reabsorbed into the bag. The Fire Cloud Bag, an exceptional magical artifact, can unleash a torrent of fire clouds, inflicting both searing heat and toxic damage, an essential item for daily life. The starting bid is a mere 3,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 500. Should you lack sufficient spirit stones, you may offer items for barter, the value of which I will appraise. Let the bidding begin. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals eagerly began to place their bids. Yang Kun, however, felt no inclination to participate, and ultimately, the artifact was sold for an exorbitant 8,000 spirit stones, claimed by a woman. Though it was not as costly as the extraordinary artifact sold at the Treasure Pavilion auction, it was understandable, given that this was a black market item. The man with a flat head appeared quite satisfied. After inspecting the woman's spirit stone, he handed her the Fire Cloud pouch. He then produced a blue banner, under his control, which summoned a water dragon that brought a refreshing breeze to the stifling hall. This was a low-grade spirit artifact. The water-controlling banner, valued at 4,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 1,000 spirit stones. Upon his declaration, however, there was an eerie silence as no one dared to place a bid, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. The flat-headed man remained unperturbed and continued. "As you may have noticed, indeed, this is one of the 9 yuan water control banners. It is essential to understand that a complete set of 9 yuan water control banners constitutes a high-grade spirit artifact, and even when separated, they are undeniably low-grade spirit artifacts. While this artifact was commendable, one must possess the means to acquire and utilize it. After all, the 9 yuan water control banner is a treasured heirloom of the Ling family, one of the 8 great families. Who would dare flaunt it? Would it simply sprout in a storage pouch?" The speaker, a large man without any concealment, seemed to be familiar with the flat-headed man, exhibiting a blend of disdain and caution in his demeanor. "Zhao Xiao is correct. However, this is indeed a low-grade spirit artifact. It is rumored that during the last auction at the Treasure Pavilion, a low-grade spirit artifact fetched an astronomical price of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Acquiring it here would certainly not cost that much, making it a worthwhile investment." It was said that a certain prodigal heir from the Ling family had visited the Songyuan base city, adorned with a 9 yuan water control banner. Could this be that very banner? One couldn't help but wonder who would dare provoke such a young master, let alone possess the 9 yuan water control banner. Was it possible that the young master had met an untimely end? If one were to purchase it, would they be met with suspicion? "I dare not buy it. I dare not," Yang Kun thought, astonished that the once competitive Ling Tianjun had been robbed, perhaps even murdered for his treasures, including the very 9 yuan water control banner that now surfaced here. Yet Yang Kun harbored doubts, pondering who in Songbei province would have the audacity to affront a member of the 8 great families. There seemed to be some hidden motives at play. So he cast a glance at the flat-headed man. Although the man's expression was somewhat grim, he appeared to have anticipated this turn of events. He exerted himself to declare once more, "I shall ask again. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? The starting price is 4,000 spirit stones. If there are no further bids, we shall proceed to the next item." At that moment, a hoarse voice broke through, "For 1,000 spirit stones, I shall take it." Yang Kun turned to observe the speaker, a short, slender figure emanating a palpable aura of ferocity, unmistakably a seasoned warrior. The flat-headed man, relieved to finally have a bidder, counted the spirit stones and handed over the 9 yuan water control banner. Subsequently, over 20 treasures were auctioned, including magical artifacts, spirit devices, and elixirs. Even a rare millennium spirit herb, ultimately fetching a staggering 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which fell into the hands of the large man. It was then that Yang Kun felt the weight of his own shortage of spirit stones. Despite having acquired a fair amount, he was still far behind these affluent families. Although he desired the items, he lacked the requisite spirit stones, and none of it was the coveted violent Tinden grass that he sought. Chapter 110. The Fiery Sun Ring. Next in line for auction is the piece de resistance, the Fiery Sun Ring Talisman. It is well known that magical artifacts are the exclusive domain of Golden Core cultivators, rendering them inaccessible to Foundation establishment practitioners. However, talismans are a different matter. They encapsulate a fraction of the power of a magical artifact, yet their potency remains formidable. A man with a flat cap produced a talisman depicting a crimson circular ring, roughly the size of a bracelet. Upon his invocation, a red ring soared forth, resembling a blazing sun. Although its strength paled in comparison to that of a magical artifact, it far surpassed that of spiritual tools and implements. This talisman, while previously used 5 times, still retained 5 more uses, with a starting bid set at 10,000 spirit stones, and no restrictions on subsequent bids. Despite its prior usage, this life-saving artifact ignited fervent interest among all cultivators present. 11,000 spirit stones. I bid 15,000 spirit stones. Naive. This is a talisman, and you dare to propose a mere 15,000 spirit stones? I bid 30,000 spirit stones. The competition was fierce, and within moments, the price escalated to 100,000 spirit stones. Although it could not rival the value of the previously auctioned Millennium Herb, the price was still exceptionally high. Ultimately, the small, wiry man who had previously acquired the 9 yuan water controlling banner secured the talisman for 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. After concluding the transaction with the flat-capped man, he promptly exited the hall, likely wishing to conceal his identity as the purchaser of the 9 yuan water controlling banner. The flat-capped man observed his departure, remaining unperturbed, and addressed the audience. The auction has reached a splendid conclusion. We shall now transition to the trading session. As per tradition, each individual may present their treasures for auction or exchange, but do exercise discernment. We are not responsible for the authentication of any items. With that, the flat-capped man vacated the auction stage. The first individual from the front row approached the platform, producing a piece of darkened wood. This is a century-old lightning-struck wood, renowned as an exceptional material for crafting wood-based artifacts. I seek a spiritual herb aged 300 years or older. If none are available, spirit stones will suffice. With the highest bidder winning. Although a millennium herb had recently been auctioned, it was beyond his reach. No one was able to present a herb of 300 years or more, and ultimately, the wood was sold for 3,000 spirit stones to a woman. After the man accepted the spirit stones, he stepped down, and the next person continued. However, most participants merely exchanged elixirs for cultivation enhancement or materials for crafting artifacts, none of which piqued Yang Kun's interest, so he refrained from participating. Half an hour later, it was Yang Kun's turn to ascend the stage. He unveiled the white rainbow sword, a superior-grade artifact that had seen little use in recent times. Although it could not compare to top-tier artifacts, it still held considerable value in spirit stones. I offer the white rainbow sword for exchange. I seek 10 stalks of violent Tinden grass, or information, if available. As soon as Yang Kun's words fell, the audience erupted in a cacophony of confusion. Most were unfamiliar with this item. What is this? A type of spiritual herb? I am acquainted with the violent Tinden grass. It is a favored herb of the Bear King, utilized to fortify tendons and bones. However, I am unaware of its location. Could it be that he is a beast tamer, seeking it for his demonic beast? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd below, Yang Kun felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was somewhat anticipated. Indeed, as that individual mentioned, Yang Kun had encountered references to the violent Tinden grass within the archives of the Songyuan-based city. Yet there was no mention of its natural habitat, leaving him in the dark. Just as Yang Kun prepared to descend, a feminine voice echoed within his consciousness, revealing knowledge of the grass's whereabouts. However, It was within the territory of the violent bear clan, home to the Bear King, and possibly even ancient bears. Yang Kun glanced at the woman who had captured the fire cloud pouch and Thunderwood. She nodded and then shook her head, indicating her intention for him to engage in a private transaction later. Chapter 111. Meeting at the tea house upon exiting the black market. Yang Kun made his way directly to the Huiyuan tea house, the venue previously agreed upon. He requested a window-side seat and ordered a cup of spiritual tea, patiently awaiting his companion. Observing the bustling individuals below, scurrying about in a struggle for survival, he found himself reflecting on his own leisurely enjoyment of tea, filled with myriad sentiments. In this apocalyptic world, only those with greater strength could thrive. 2 hours swiftly passed, yet Yang Kun remained unperturbed, confident that the woman would arrive. Soon, a figure adorned in a flowing gown, her hair cascading gracefully, appeared before him. Yang Kun's eyes brightened. She appeared to be in her 20s, yet possessed a cultivation level of the 10th layer of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, he discerned that she must have some means of maintaining her youthful appearance, for such prowess could not stem from mere youth. Without uttering a word, the woman took her seat opposite him. Yang Kun lifted his cup and drank deeply, gesturing for her to partake as well. The woman regarded him with curiosity, yet refrained from drinking, instead softly inquiring, "Are you seeking information about the violent tendon grass?" Yang Kun nodded, placing his cup down, and replied, "Indeed, the celestial maiden summoned me here. There must be other conditions to discuss. Correct, if I may inquire further. Is your quest for the violent tendon grass intended for the advancement of a demonic beast? Might you be one of the legendary beast tamers?" Yang Kun gazed intently at the woman, remaining silent for a moment before responding. Perhaps sensing the abruptness of her question, she paused and continued. "We have business to attend to in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the location I am aware of is situated therein. If you are indeed a beast tamer, we could take a shortcut into the mountains. If not, the journey would be considerably more troublesome." Yang Kun nodded, then shook his head, stating, "I am not a beast tamer, and my search for the violent tendon grass is not for the purpose of advancing a demonic beast. However, I can indeed control them. Yet, the 10,000 Great Mountains are forbidden grounds for humanity. Even those of Golden Core stage would not dare enter." Upon hearing Yang Kun's response, the woman's face lit up with joy as she handed him a map. "Rest assured, my friend, our expedition will only venture into the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. We shall not delve deep within. Moreover, I possess a safe route map for our journey. And with the esteemed senior's ability to control the beasts, our safety is assured." Yang Kun unfolded the map, his brow furrowing slightly. If the lady's map is accurate, then the violent tendon grass indeed lies within the 10,000 Great Mountains, albeit on the outskirts. This endeavor may be somewhat perilous. Yet Yang Kun held a degree of confidence when confronting the beasts. After folding the map, he inquired with curiosity, "Might I ask, esteemed fairy, if you have urgent business in the 10,000 Great Mountains? If not, I would like to make a brief return to Songyuan base city." The lady did not immediately respond to Yang Kun's question. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "We have ample time. Let us set our date for the 10th of next month. After all, we are heading to the 10,000 Great Mountains. It would be prudent for you to prepare adequately. I am Qian Xinxin. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" Yang Kun cast a discerning glance at Qian Xinxin, suspecting she hailed from the Qian family, one of the 8 prominent clans. It was likely she was the one who purchased the spirit tool, the Nine Suns Furnace, at a high price from the treasure pavilion. And now she had acquired the exquisite magical artifact, the fire cloud pouch. It seemed she had refrained from purchasing the talisman treasure, perhaps due to a lack of need. Such a person could be formidable when provoked, although she was merely at the 10th level of foundation establishment. Yang Kun understood that aside from ancient beings of the Golden Core stage, few could rival her. In a one-on-one confrontation, he feared he might not prevail. But with all his hidden cards, she would not stand a chance. Yang Kun remained oblivious to her true intentions for venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet he was unperturbed by the prospect of her scheming against him. "Yang Kun, if funds are lacking, I shall cover it. Please enjoy your tea at your leisure. I must take my leave." Yang Kun subsequently exchanged contact details with Qian Xinxin, placing a spirit stone upon the table before departing from the Huiyuan tea house. Since they had enjoyed spirit tea, the payment was also required in spirit stones. Chapter 112. The truth after exiting the Huiyuan tea house. Yang Kun soared directly out of Songshi Base City. After flying a considerable distance, as he prepared to summon his celestial hound for departure, he suddenly noticed a few streaks of escape light trailing behind him. Yang Kun frowned. Was someone pursuing him? Having experienced the incident with Huang Zhong's tracking, he remained vigilant. However, he soon discerned that he was not being pursued. Rather, two groups were in a chase, one fleeing while the other pursued. To his surprise, the fleeing figure bore a resemblance to the slight man who had captured the 9 yuan water-controlling banner. Had it been anyone else, Yang Kun might have turned a blind eye, for such acts of murder and treasure-seeking were commonplace. Yet, encountering him piqued Yang Kun's interest. Previously, he had suspected that the water-controlling banner held some secrets, and now was the time to verify his conjecture. Thus, he casually set up the Azure Dragon Guardian array beneath a tree, concealing both the formation and his presence. Soon enough, the slight man arrived at a nearby clearing, producing numerous array flags and array plates, rapidly setting up a formation that concealed his presence. At that moment, 6 individuals pursued him from behind. Among them a man with a buzz cut, whose stature revealed him to be the organizer of the black market auction. Another was clad in resplendent attire, exuding the air of a young master. The 6 swiftly encircled the frail man, as the buzz-cut individual cast a glance at the elegantly dressed young master, then stepped forward. His voice dripping with disdain, "Xiao Zhantian, surrender the 9 yuan water control banner, and I shall spare your life. How dare you covet something belonging to Ling Xiao?" Xiao Zhantian shot a fierce glare at the two, his indignation boiling over. "Ling Tianjun, Wei Wuxie, you collude in treachery, auctioning off the 9 yuan water control banner, only to surreptitiously reclaim it later. Such avaricious tactics are truly despicable. You are the very embodiment of the black market." Wei Wuxie's expression tightened momentarily as he discreetly glanced at the young master. This methodology was beneath him, yet he dared not oppose Ling Tianjun. Xiao Zhantian was not the first to be deceived. Previous victims had submitted quietly, fearing the wrath and authority of Ling Tianjun. Only Xiao Zhantian remained obstinate, oblivious to the adage that sometimes relinquishing wealth is a means to avoid calamity. Thus, his silence had to be ensured, erasing any trace of the truth. Wei Wuxie advanced with purpose, his gaze icy as he declared with resolve, "Given your obstinacy, it appears I must send you to the depths of hell. With your foundation establishment at the 9th level, it would be wise to surrender and spare yourself inhumane suffering." Xiao Zhantian returned a cold stare at the 6 men, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he made the first move. With a flourish, the 9 yuan water control banner unleashed a water dragon, surging forth under his command toward Wei Wuxie. However, Wei Wuxie remained unfazed, summoning a spiritual artifact, the Rui, infused with his spiritual energy. It birthed a Pixiu that engaged the water dragon in a fierce struggle. Possessing a foundation establishment at the 10th level, Wei Wuxie's spiritual power far surpassed that of Xiao Zhantian, and soon the water dragon found itself at a disadvantage, with the Pixiu pressing forward toward Xiao Zhantian. Ling Tianjun, witnessing Xiao Zhantian wield the water control banner, felt a surge of anger, yet refrained from intervening. Wei Wuxie was sufficient. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxie charged ahead, unknowingly stepping into the formation laid by Xiao Zhantian. At that pivotal moment, a glint of malice flickered across Xiao Zhantian's lips as he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy upon the formation, activating it. A diminutive formation enveloped Wei Wuxie, echoing with the roars of demonic beasts and the furious curses of Wei Wuxie. Xiao Zhantian sneered, "You think you can kill me? I have slain more than one foundation establishment 10th level cultivator. You shall first experience the might of my beast soul 10 kill formation." With that, he retrieved a talisman from his robe, the fiery sun ring he had acquired at the auction, and stepped into the formation, vanishing from sight. For activating this talisman required immense spiritual energy, and within the formation, he was undoubtedly safest. Chapter 113, Fierce Battle Within the Formation. Wei Wuxie summoned the Pixiu, facing off against the souls of 10 formidable beasts. While these souls were not as powerful as the Pixiu, the sheer number of adversaries could overwhelm even the mightiest of foes. To complicate matters, Xiao Zhantian had sealed the souls of the 10 beast kings he had slain within the formation flags, now released and bolstered by the protective magic of the array, rendering them nearly invulnerable. Simultaneously, Wei Wuxie conjured a spirit artifact shield for his defense while commanding several flying swords, coordinated with the Pixiu in a relentless assault against the beast souls. Aware that Xiao Zhantian possessed another talisman, he was compelled to swiftly locate the nodes of the formation. Only by doing so could he dismantle its power. Otherwise, his attacks would merely strike the void, failing to breach the array's defenses. Ling Tianjun had initially believed that Wei Wuxie could effortlessly subdue Xiao Zhantian, yet he was taken aback to find Wei Wuxie ensnared within Zhao's formation. Thus, he and the remaining 4 allies desperately assaulted the array from the outside. Ling Tianjun, a cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, demonstrated the prowess of the prestigious 8 great families by carrying 2 spirit artifacts. Aside from the water-controlling flag taken by Xiao Zhantian, he unveiled a white-green ruler, a superior-grade spirit artifact. Yang Kun, in contrast, possessed only 2 items, a spirit sealing needle and a 5 poisons jar, both of which he was currently unable to utilize. The spirit sealing needle contained the golden core of Ouyang Shidu, while he lacked the cultivation of the 5 poisons true classic to wield the jar effectively. Ling Tianjuan's 2 personal guards, both at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, were compelled to unleash their own flying swords due to Ling's influence. Wei Wuxie's 2 subordinates, at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, employed a pin-shaped artifact and a flying dagger artifact. Under the combined efforts of the 5, they launched a frenzied assault on a specific point of the formation. Unacquainted with the nodes of the array, this brute force method proved to be the most rapid and effective means of breach. The formation twisted and contorted under the relentless onslaught, yet it stubbornly held its ground. Observing the 5's futile attempts, Xiao Zhantian could not suppress a cold smirk. Given their ignorance of the formation's intricacies, they would need at least 5 minutes to breach it. This time frame was ample for him to unleash his talisman. Casting a glance at the 6, he turned his focus inward, fervently channeling his spiritual energy into the talisman. Before long, Xiao Zhantian completed the activation of his talisman, and a blazing sun rose slowly from his palm. Under his control, it drifted towards Wei Wuxie, for the latter posed the greatest threat due to his formidable strength. At that moment, Wei Wuxie sensed an inexplicable terror. He wished to flee, but it was already too late. He realized that Xiao Zhantian had activated the talisman he had originally intended to keep as a safeguard. However, when Ling Tianjun insisted on selling it for spirit stones, he had reluctantly parted with it, never anticipating that he would now face its overwhelming might. Resolute, he understood that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. With this thought in mind, Wei Wuxie drew forth a sword, which turned out to be a magical artifact. The foundational cultivators are generally unable to wield magical artifacts. However, this is not an absolute rule. Wei Wuxie has mastered a blood sacrifice technique, allowing him to temporarily utilize magical treasures at the cost of his own lifespan. Yet, in the face of life and death, such concerns become trivial. Thus, Wei Wuxie plunged the magical sword into his left hand, watching as the essence of his blood was siphoned away by the artifact. Chanting an incantation, he pointed towards the source of his fear and bellowed, "Hurry!" The magical sword transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring towards the blazing sun, colliding fiercely under the control of both Wei Wuxie and Xiao Zhantian. Chapter 114. Exposure. With a thunderous explosion, the blazing sun shattered into talismans, disintegrating into ashes, while the golden light reverted back to its form as a magical sword, clattering to the ground. The clash of the magical artifact and the talisman unleashed overwhelming force, instantly dismantling the formation that had previously ensnared Ling Tianjun and his companions, revealing the 2 individuals hidden within. The destruction of the talisman inflicted a mental backlash on Xiao Zhantian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxie, having overexerted himself through the use of the artifact, found his once ebony locks transformed to white, age spots appearing on his face, and his skin becoming wrinkled and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Ultimately, Xiao Zhantian maintained the upper hand, for the toll on Wei Wuxie's vitality through the use of the artifact was far too steep. At the same time, Ling Tianjun, noting the golden glow of the magical sword, hesitated, recognizing that Wei Wuxie was essentially acting on his behalf. Thus, it would be unwise to seize it at this moment. Instead, he rallied his 4 companions and charged towards Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian grimaced slightly. Although he had nearly incapacitated Wei Wuxie, his own spiritual energy was severely depleted. Confronting Ling Tianjun would undoubtedly result in his demise. Therefore, he called out to Yang Kun, "I beseech you, fellow cultivator, to save my life. And I shall bestow upon you all the treasures here. Yang Kun couldn't help but smirk. He should have anticipated this. Given that Xiao Zhantian was adept at formations, he would certainly perceive the intricacies of the array he had set. However, Xiao Zhantian harbored ulterior motives, hoping to draw Yang Kun into the fray to distract Ling Tianjun and his associates, thereby facilitating his escape. Yang Kun stepped forth from the array, gazing at the seven before him with a roguish smile. I merely intended to observe a splendid spectacle. Since you insist on involving me, might I kindly request that you relinquish your treasures to me? Ling Tianjun furrowed his brow upon seeing Yang Kun emerge. Yet, upon hearing Yang Kun's words, he erupted in fury. You are truly audacious. Do you dare to play the role of a robber? If you wish to live, surrender your treasures and obediently allow me to place a restriction upon you, becoming my servant. Perhaps I may spare your life. Yang Kun remained undeterred, instead eyeing Ling Tianjun with amusement. So you are the esteemed young master of the Ling family, are you? I hope you won't be begging for mercy later. With that, Yang Kun unleashed 10 beast kings, while Ho and Titan had already awakened from their slumber. The celestial dogs soared into the air, leading the charge towards the 7 individuals, while a dark wind swept menacingly towards Ling Tianjun. No one anticipated the sudden emergence of such a multitude of demon beasts, nor could they fathom that they were summoned by Yang Kun. In a state of shock, Ling Tianjun found himself enveloped by the dark wind, which carried a paralyzing toxin that rendered him incapable of wielding his spiritual power. Despite holding a spiritual weapon, he was unable to utilize it as the dark wind dragged him inexorably closer to the celestial dog. Although the celestial dog was merely of 7th-tier cultivation, its bloodline value was unparalleled, endowing it with formidable strength. Ling Tianjun was instantly terrified, crying out for help. The 2 cultivators he had brought along, both at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, attempted to rescue him, only to discover a phoenix materializing above them. Despite its 2nd-tier cultivation, the flames it spewed forth were unexpectedly potent. By the time they managed to extinguish the demon fire with their spells, they realized they were encircled by 2 beast kings, the Wolf King and the Rabbit King. The Wolf King, Tianlang, unleashed a fearsome howl, known as the Tianlong's Howl, which, unlike the tiger's roar that instilled fear in the soul, caused the 2 men to become momentarily immobilized. Meanwhile, the Rabbit King sprang into action, leaping above them and urinating downwards. The liquid splashed onto them with a hissing sound, and upon hitting the ground, it corroded the earth, creating dark pits. Chapter 115. A clean sweep. The 2 men were soon rendered unrecognizable, their bodies decaying and emitting a foul stench. A gust of wind sent them collapsing to the ground, where they were ultimately reduced to pools of putrid liquid. Meanwhile, the 2 guards accompanying Wei Wuxie wielded exquisite magical artifacts, yet they could not even graze Bai Zhe, whose every appearance inflicted severe damage upon them. Simultaneously, the poised Qing Niu seized the opportunity to charge fiercely at the 2 men, its formidable horns sending their premium artifacts flying. One of the men, unable to evade in time, was impaled through the chest by the bull's horn, and with a swift flick of its head, Qing Niu mercilessly tore him asunder. The other man, attempting to flee, was unexpectedly confronted by Bai Zhe, who lunged forward and sank his teeth into the man's neck, severing his head with overwhelming force. The remaining beast kings, Qinglong, the Snake King, Dengkong, the Pig King, and Titan, the Monkey King, kept a vigilant watch on Wei Wuxie and Xiao Zhantian, preventing their escape. In that moment, Yang Kun commanded the celestial dog to release Ling Tianjun and subsequently sealed his spiritual power with a mere flick of his wrist. Ling Tianjun glared fiercely at Yang Kun, yet a flicker of fear coursed through him. No one could truly comprehend the terror of being swallowed by a demon beast, and no one understood it better than he did. He yearned to unleash a torrent of curses, but the fierce gazes of the celestial dog and the phoenix rendered him mute, quelling his defiance. Xiao Zhantian and Wei Wuxie felt a bitter taste in their mouths, their hearts heavy with dread. They understood that Yang Kun might hesitate to slay Ling Tianjun, for he belonged to one of the 8 prominent families, while they themselves had no formidable backing. Even if Yang Kun were to end their lives, it was likely that no one would seek vengeance on their behalf. Faced with the overwhelming power of Yang Kun, who commanded a multitude of beast kings, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist or even escape. In a moment of despair, Xiao Zhantian fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground, supporting his body with outstretched arms. and placing his storage bag before him, he cried out, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I am willing to relinquish all that I possess to you." Following his lead, Wei Wuxie, witnessing Xiao Zhantiger's submission, realized that their only recourse was to surrender and implore for mercy. Yang Kun nodded and commanded Qinglong and Titan to collect their spiritual artifacts, including their storage bags. Wei Wuxie felt a pang of despair as he saw Titan seize his prized golden light flying sword, yet he comprehended that he was in no position to resist. Yang Kun accepted Wei Wuxie's treasures from Titan and received Xiao Zhantiger's belongings from Qinglong. He then turned to Ling Tianjun with a sardonic smile and remarked, "Do you see this, young masterling? Shall you beg for my mercy? You cannot kill me. I am the young master of the Ling family. If you do, they will not let you go." Ling Tianjun glared at Yang Kun, attempting to utter a fierce retort. However, confronted with Yang Kun's mocking gaze, his words faltered. "What a pity," Yang Kun mused. "The last person to utter such bravado is now likely buried beneath a mound of grass." Yang Kun chuckled at Ling Tianjun's defiance and ordered Tiango to roar at him, causing Ling Tianjun to tremble in terror. In an instant, he lost control of himself, a foul stench wafting through the air, compelling Yang Kun to cover his nose in disgust and distance himself further from Ling Tianjun. Yang Kun was taken aback by Ling Tianjun's utter cowardice, finding him even weaker than Long Tianqing. At this moment, he had no desire to kill him, as it would tarnish his sword, and even the beasts would hesitate to feast upon him. However, there was no way he would let him go without witnessing a plea for mercy. Chapter 116. Intentions. Yang Kun observed the trembling figures of Wei Wuxie and Xiao Zhantiger, and an idea struck him. He approached them, a playful glint in his eyes, and inquired, "Do you wish to live?" "Yes, esteemed elder, I wish to live. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you ask," Wei Wuxie eagerly responded, his voice filled with desperation. Xiao Zhantiger quickly echoed, "I too, esteemed elder. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant, to toil tirelessly in your service." Yang Kun nodded, believing their sincerity, then pointed at Ling Tianjun and declared, "Whosoever brings me his head shall be spared." As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Zhantiger surged forward, charging at Ling Tianjun. Their history of enmity made the act of striking him down devoid of hesitation. Wei Wuxie, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated Yang Kun's serious intent to eliminate Ling Tianjun, especially by instigating him to act. He realized that once he took action, he would irrevocably offend the Ling family and become inextricably bound to Yang Kun. However, after a moment's hesitation, they charged forward, realizing that overthinking was futile. The paramount concern was survival. In no time, the two were wildly rushing towards Ling Tianjun, who, upon seeing them approach with the intent to kill, was instantly engulfed in panic. He stammered in alarm, "Do not come any closer, or the Ling family will ensure your brutal demise, and your entire clan will face annihilation. If we cannot end your life, we shall perish here." Yet, Xiao Zhantiger paid no heed to Ling Tianjun's desperate pleas, for at that moment, Ling Tianjun was utterly devoid of any spiritual power to defend himself. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxie arrived, catching up to Xiao Zhantiger, and expressed his fury, "Were it not for you, we would not have descended to this pitiful state. You shall pay." Both advanced towards Ling Tianjun's defenseless head. Despite lacking weapons, as foundational cultivators, it was a trivial task to sever the head of one who could not resist. Ling Tianjun, understanding the madness that had overtaken them under Yang Kun's life and death pressure, knew they would stop at nothing to end his life. Yet, he was unwilling to embrace death. As the heir of the illustrious Ling family, his future was filled with promise. Thus, despite the bitterness in his heart, he knelt in supplication, lowering himself towards Yang Kun's direction, pleading, "Senior, spare me, I beseech you." Though his words were few, they felt like an eternity to him. As the scion of the Ling family, he had never endured such humiliation. He vowed that if he survived this ordeal, he would avenge himself on Yang Kun with relentless fury. After Ling Tianjun's plea, Xiao Zhantiger hesitated. Initially, he had not believed Yang Kun would truly kill Ling Tianjun. It was merely a tactic to elicit a plea for mercy. Despite his hatred for Ling Tianjun, he was reluctant to act against him due to the latter's esteemed status. Conversely, Wei Wuxie showed no hesitation, understanding Ling Tianjun's nature all too well. Having already crossed him, he knew he could not retreat now without facing certain death at Ling Tianjun's hands. Moreover, without any new commands from Yang Kun. He felt compelled to fulfill the previous directive before any new orders could be issued. Having already wavered once, he could not afford to falter again, lest he incur Yang Kun's displeasure and seal his own fate. Thus, he acted swiftly, his hands clasping Ling Tianjuan's head, and with a swift motion, he spun it clockwise 360 degrees. A sharp crack resonated as Ling Tianjuan's head was severed. In that moment, Xiao Zant Tiger finally grasped the gravity of the situation, only to witness Wei Wuxie triumphantly holding Ling Tianjuan's head aloft as he approached Yang Kun. Chapter 117. The arrangement. Upon seeing Wei Wuxie present Ling Tianjuan's severed head, Yang Kun momentarily froze, yet he paid it little mind. Though he harbored no desire to take the life of Ling Tianjun, he could not allow him to escape unscathed. He understood that even if he spared Ling Tianjun, the latter would inevitably seek retribution. Given this predicament, eliminating him now would be more advantageous. Meanwhile, Xiao Zantiger felt an urgent pang in his heart. He vividly recalled the truth that whoever retrieved Ling Tianjuan's head would secure their survival. Although he had not yet acquired the head, he still had a chance. With a fierce glare directed at Wei Wuxie, he sprinted towards him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Wei Wuxie's head. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zantiger, Wei Wuxie was taken aback by his audacity at such a moment, yet he reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack and refusing to engage further, instead pressing on toward Yang Kun. Having just exhausted his spiritual energy and drawn upon decades of his lifespan, he was not a match for Xiao Zantiger at this moment. Moreover, he had no need to fight. He merely needed to reach Yang Kun as swiftly as possible, trusting that Xiao Zantiger would hesitate to act against him then. Soon, Wei Wuxie arrived before Yang Kun, cradling Ling Tianjuan's head in his hands. He knelt before Yang Kun, his knees bending, and implored, "Senior, I present Ling Tianjuan's head. I beseech you to spare my life." Xiao Zantiger followed closely behind, genuinely reluctant to take further action. He too knelt before Yang Kun, pleading, "I am not hesitant, but rather awaiting your command. I dared not act on my own, and I humbly request you to grant me my life." Yang Kun waved his hand dismissively. Since both had pledged allegiance to him and would never betray him, and given that he was not in a position to confront the Ling family directly, he required their assistance in concealing the truth. "Rise. When the Ling family inquires, you should know how to respond." In unison, they replied, "We encountered a horde of beasts outside the Songbei base city and perished in their assault, sustaining severe injuries ourselves, yet miraculously escaped with our lives." Yang Kun nodded. Whether the Ling family believed them was of no concern to him. He trusted that the two would find a way to cover the truth. "Very well. You may deliberate on how to resolve this matter. Are you acquainted with Zhao Junyan?" "Yes, he is the rotund figure infamous in the black market. A notorious wastrel in Songbei base city," Wei Wuxie affirmed. "He has wronged me. Find an opportunity to deal with him." "Understood, senior." Though both Wei Wuxie and Xiao Zantiger were curious about how Zhao Junyan had offended Yang Kun, they dared not inquire further. Once Yang Kun had spoken, they were obliged to act. "Handle these two matters, and if any issues arise, await my return," Yang Kun said casually, subsequently collecting all the monsters back into the system's beast space before riding off on the celestial dog, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. After Yang Kun departed, Wei Wuxie and Xiao Zantiger exchanged glances, then, burdened with their injuries, made their way back to Songbei base city, needing to concoct an explanation for the Ling family. Whether the Ling family would believe their tale remained uncertain, yet they could do nothing but hope that Yang Kun would indeed resolve the troubles with the Ling family. They needed to find an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Junyan. Once sworn enemies, they now found themselves akin to grasshoppers on the same string, compelled to advance and retreat together. It was believed that once they dealt with Zhao Junyan, life would improve for them after that troublesome period. Yang Kun, perched atop the heavenly dog, contemplated this, then set aside his thoughts and headed straight for Songyuan base city. After just a few days apart, he found himself missing the charming little girl, Xiaoyan. Yet, she had grown, and he could not help but wonder which young rascal might benefit from her maturity. Chapter 118. Fiery rage due to delays caused by the black market and Ling Tianjun. It was now midday. Yang Kun glanced at the sun overhead, realizing he would likely need to travel through the night. With his current strength, any beast pack he encountered after dark would pose no threat to him. Yet he had no interest in engaging with those lowly creatures, preferring instead to hasten his reunion with his sister. After a long night of travel, Yang Kun finally arrived at Songyuan base city the following morning. As before, He claimed 13 beast treasure chests, gaining 203 points of spiritual energy. He converted 100 points into demonic power, elevating his demonic prowess to the level of a 10th tier beast king. His spiritual energy now stood at 1139 points. And he resolved to first elevate his spiritual energy to the golden core stage before converting more demonic power. He obtained 62 demon fruit and distributed 30 each to both Ho and Titan, raising the bloodline value of all the beast kings to above 30 points, leaving him with 6 remaining demon fruits. Subsequently, Yang Kun recalled the heavenly dog into the beast space, drew forth the white rainbow sword, and transformed it into a beam of sword light, soaring into Songyuan base city. Upon reaching Songyuan Academy, however, he found no trace of Xiaoyan, nor even Lin Yuan, and Qihao was also absent. Yang Kun frowned, questioning the situation. Could they all be on academy missions? He understood that upon entering the academy, they would be assigned tasks. Yang Kun did not oppose this, recognizing that it was essential for Xiaoyan's growth. Therefore, instead of entering the academy, he directed a beam of sword light toward the Qi family. Inside the Qi residence, chaos reigned. Yang Kun's spiritual sense located Qi Batian, and he descended in a flash of sword light into the Qi family council hall. Meanwhile, within the council hall, Qi Batian paced restlessly, casting an angry glance at the gathering. You lot are useless. How have you not yet discovered anything? If anything happens to my brother's sister, I will have your heads. The elder of the Qi family, Qi Lin, stepped forward, saying, We have just received a report from our undercover agents in the Carefree sect. It was the Carefree sect that captured Miss Xiaoyan and young Master Qi Hao yesterday. They likely recognized Miss Lin Yuan beside her, which led to their premeditated ambush, preventing us from effectively protecting both young ladies and the young master. Qi Batian clenched his teeth fiercely. His fists tightened to the point where his nails dug into his flesh. The Xianyao sect, very well, you have truly provoked my ire. Relay my command. Gather all members of the Qi family and launch a full-scale assault on the Xianyao sect. We shall spare no effort to bring Miss Yang back. Just then, Yang Kun descended from the heavens, having overheard the conversation. Observing the furious Qi Batian, Yang Kun felt no anger. He understood that it was not the Qi family's failure, but rather the Xianyao sect's premeditated scheme. Thus, if there was to be wrath, it should be directed at the Xianyao sect. Brother Qi need not blame himself in fury. Allow me to visit the Xianyao sect, eradicate them, and then I shall return to reminisce with you. With that, he unsheathed his sword and departed the Qi residence alone. Qi Batian was left in shock. The last time they parted, Yang Kun was merely at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and now, after such a brief separation, he had ascended to the 10th level. Although he recognized Yang Kun's intent to confront the Xianyao sect, he understood that one man alone could not hope to challenge them. This would be akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. Subsequently, he organized the Qi family members and took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the Xianyao sect. While Yang Kun often rode upon the back of the celestial dog, his current speed surpassed even that of the beast, augmented further by the swiftness granted by the azure dragon battle robe. The celestial dog, now merely a 7th tier canine king, would certainly outpace him if it achieved the 10th tier. Among the 4 10th tier beast kings, speed was not their forte. The saber-toothed tiger was likely the fastest, yet its lineage paled in comparison to that of the celestial dog, rendering it slower. At this moment, Yang Kun's fury surged within him, leaving him unable to wait even a moment longer, as he could scarcely bear to contemplate the plight of Xiaoyan and her companions. Chapter 119. Su Dui. Meanwhile, atop the Tianyang peak of the Xianyao mountain, Tianyangzi glared angrily at the 3 captives bound below, Yang Xiaoyan, Lin Yuan, and Qihao. He was the mastermind behind their capture and had since clarified the events that transpired. However, he was perplexed by the relationship between Yang Kun and the Qi family. The destruction of the Long family held little significance for him. The Yuan and Qin families could easily meet the tributes required by the Xianyao sect. Yet, the loss of Song Lei and Long Tianqing, along with several disciples, left him feeling utterly humiliated in the presence of the 3 peaks of the Xianyao sect. The root cause of this turmoil lay with the young girl before him, who was merely at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. While he felt a twinge of disappointment at failing to capture Yang Kun, he had not anticipated that Yang Kun could slay the 7th level Qi master, Qin Yu. However, he believed that with this girl, he would eventually lure Yang Kun out. Initially, He had no intention of harming Chi Hao, but the latter's desperate resistance forced him to take him as well. Once he had dispatched Yang Kun, he would release him. He was confident that when Yang Kun appeared, he would surely be able to strike him down and then dismember him, offering his remains as tribute to the spirits of Qin Yu, Song Lei, and the other disciples. At that moment, a disciple entered and reported, "Greetings, Mountain Master." The master of Hahuan Peak, Hahuan Daoist, along with Su Dawei, the eldest son of the Su family, has come to visit. Tian Yangzi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the intentions of these two individuals. Although he harbored a dislike for Hahuan Daoist, he felt compelled to meet Su Dawei. As he prepared to greet them, he noticed the two intruders had entered uninvited. The man in the scarlet robe with a dubious appearance was indeed Hahuan Daoist Zhou Tong, while the elegantly poised gentleman was Su Dawei. Su Dawei had visited the Xiaoyao sect 3 days prior, ostensibly as a guest, but in reality, he was assessing whether the sect was worthy of the Su family's alliance. Uncertain of why Su Dawei had come to Tianyang Peak, he nevertheless maintained a composed demeanor as he approached. Tian Yangzi acknowledged Su Dawei. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Dawei replied, "No need for formality. I've heard that the Mountain Master has captured 2 stunning beauties. Summon them for me to see. If they are indeed as beautiful as rumored, rewards shall not be lacking." Upon hearing Su Dawei's words, Tian Yangzi's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a fierce glare at Hahuan Daoist Zhou Tong. Realizing that the latter had undoubtedly instigated this visit to curry favor with Su Dawei. However, he dared not offend Su Dawei. As he escorted Su Dawei into the room, he remarked, "They are inside, but they are the very culprits who murdered my disciple and the deputy mountain master. If you wish to do anything, I kindly ask that you allow me to deal with the mastermind before you proceed." Upon seeing Yang Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan, Su Dawei's eyes lit up with excitement. He was astonished to encounter such exquisite beauty in this remote place. Yet, upon hearing Tian Yangzi's words, Su Dawei shot a cold glare at him and retorted angrily, "Are you suggesting that these two, one at the 5th layer of Qi refinement and the other at the 10th layer, were capable of killing your foundation establishment disciple and the deputy mountain master at the 7th layer? Surely, Mountain Master Tian, you do not think me blind?" Realizing Su Dawei's ire, Tian Yangzi hurriedly replied, "I would never presume to offend. The true murderer is Yang Kun, the brother of Yang Xiaoyan. However, I do not wish to hear any more nonsense. Since the debt must be settled with its rightful owner, it was Yang Kun who committed the crime. If you seek to confront him, I have taken these 2 with me. If you dare to obstruct me further, I assure you, I will not hesitate to end your life." As soon as Su Dawei finished speaking, 2 guards at the 10th layer of foundation establishment entered, their eyes fixed firmly upon him, ready to strike him down at the slightest provocation. Tian Yangzi seethed with rage, but dared not express it. He could only watch as Su Dawei departed with the 2 women. Despite understanding that Su Dawei's rescue of the 2 was purely motivated by their beauty and not out of any altruistic intent, he realized that seeking Yang Kun would now prove challenging. After taking the 2 women, Su Dawei left the Xiaoyao sect without delay. He intended to bring them back to the Su residence. Although he had encountered many beautiful women, he had never before met someone as pure and enchanting as Yang Xiaoyan, stirring feelings within him that he had not experienced before. This sensation was unlike anything other women had evoked in him. He recognized it as the feeling of love. Chapter 120. A reunion with Zhao Wu. On the following day after Su Dawei's departure from the Carefree sect, Yang Kun finally arrived at Carefree Mountain. Nestled in the eastern part of Songbei Bay City, Carefree Mountain is in close proximity to the city, yet not within its confines. Although its expanse pales in comparison to Wulong Mountain, it boasts steeper and more treacherous terrain. Moreover, the Carefree sect has established a formidable protective array atop the mountain, enveloping it entirely and rendering it exceptionally defensible. This is one of the reasons the Carefree sect has remained steadfast, even in the face of a tide of 100,000 beasts, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. However, they now stand against Yang Kun, a man who has slain Golden Core elders, a man accompanied by 12 beast kings, a man consumed by fury. Yang Kun had conducted an investigation into the Carefree sect, discovering its master had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, surpassing Qi Batian in strength with a spiritual energy exceeding 5,000, while Qi Batian possessed only a little over 1,000. There are also 3 mountain lords at the 9th level of foundation establishment, alongside 5 vice mountain lords at the 7th level, and approximately 18 disciples at the foundation establishment stage, with 500 at the Qi refinement stage. While their overall strength is formidable, they rank as the weakest sect within Songxi province. Nevertheless, the Qi family remains no match for the Carefree sect. Yet, the sect that looms over the Qi family is the Medicine King's Valley, which compels the Carefree sect to tread carefully around them. The previous Yang Kun would have hesitated to provoke the Carefree sect. However, the current Yang Kun is undaunted. Upon reaching Carefree Mountain, he placed the beast summoning grass at its base, intending to summon beasts to besiege the sect and exact vengeance for his sister. However, before the beasts could arrive, he needed to breach the sect's protective array. Otherwise, the horde of beasts would be rendered ineffective. To dismantle the array, it is most easily accomplished from within. Conversely, attempting to forcibly break through from the outside would require an assault far exceeding the array's endurance. Yang Kun estimated that to dismantle the Carefree sect's grand formation through external force would necessitate the strength of a Golden Core practitioner, a level he currently lacks. Even though the Celestial Dog, having consumed the Beast Rampant Pill, can approach Golden Core strength, it still cannot match the power of a true Golden Core attack. To breach the array from within, he would need to infiltrate the Carefree sect, but this seemed implausible. His likeness had already circulated throughout the sect, making entry more challenging than a direct assault on the array. Just as Yang Kun grappled with this dilemma, a familiar figure suddenly soared towards him from the distance, Zhao Wu, who had previously fled. To Yang Kun's surprise, Zhao Wu had advanced from the 3rd level of foundation establishment to the 4th. This indicated that he must have some influence within the Carefree sect. Upon noticing Yang Kun, Zhao Wu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yang Kun's audacity to appear at the foot of the mountain. Realizing the peril, Zhao Wu summoned his sword light, ready to flee. For he was acutely aware that even his master, Qin Yu, at the 7th level of foundation establishment, had fallen to Yang Kun's might. Though he had regained his cultivation and made further progress, he was still no match for Yang Kun. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Yang Kun, from a distance, cast 2 incantations, the Chaotic Spirit Seal and the Illusionary Divine Seal. With Yang Kun's cultivation at the 10th level of foundation establishment, how could Zhao Wu possibly withstand it? When Zhao Wu regained consciousness, he found himself in a cavern, his spiritual energy unrestrained. As he prepared to escape, Yang Kun appeared before him, a bemused smile gracing his lips, leaving Zhao Wu inexplicably uneasy. Zhao Wu, it's been a long time. It seems you've been living rather well. Do you know why you are still alive? Zhao Wu remained silent for a moment, coldly regarding Yang Kun. You wish for me to commit some treachery against the Xiaoyao sect, don't you? Go ahead and kill me. I will not betray my sect. In Yang Kun's hand rested a white silkworm, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he replied, Excellent. I admire your fortitude. I hope you can maintain it for a while longer. Chapter 121. Breaking the formation. Yang Kun directed the Golden Mother Silkworm to command the offspring silkworms to consume Zhao Wu's internal organs. This was a type of golden silkworm poison Yang Kun had acquired from Ouyang Shi, possessing even greater potency than that used by Huang Zhong. He had previously inserted the offspring silkworms into Zhao Wu's body. Consequently, Zhao Wu's expression transformed instantaneously. He writhed in unbearable agony, tears mingling with sweat as he let out anguished cries. Yang Kun did not intervene, for he had ensnared the area within a formation, no matter how loud Zhao Wu screamed. His voice could not escape. You boast of your ability to kill me and torment me. What worth is that? Just kill me. Zhao Wu desperately slammed his head against the ground, banged against the walls, unable to endure the excruciating pain gnawing at his heart. In merely half an hour, he succumbed. His clothes drenched, his body marred with wounds from his futile resistance. It was not a lack of spirit, but rather an overwhelming inability to endure. Stop. Please stop. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Just cease this. Yang Kun commanded the mother silkworm to halt. A flicker of admiration in his gaze as he observed Zhao Wu. This was the first time he had encountered someone so resolute. Had it been him, he would likely have faltered within 3 minutes. I need you to disable the protective formation of the sect. Whatever means you employ, ensure it cannot be restarted within a day. Zhao Wu collapsed to the ground, and upon hearing Yang Kun's demand, his immediate thought was that Yang Kun had gone mad. He was intent on assaulting the Xiaoyao sect. However, regardless of Yang Kun's intentions, he resolved to comply. All he needed to do was to disable the formation. If I disable the formation, you will spare me, and remove the silkworm from my body, yes? You have no choice, do you? Yang Kun shook his head with a smile. If Zhao Wu had not possessed such tenacity, he might have considered sparing him. However, now Yang Kun aimed to cultivate him as a formidable ally. Very well, I shall find a way to disable the protective formation, ensuring it cannot be restarted within a day. With that, Zhao Wu mustered his strength to stand and departed. Yang Kun gazed at Zhao Wu's figure with increasing satisfaction and casually reminded him, I need it shut down within an hour. Zhao Wu remained silent. Yet Yang Kun paid no heed. He was confident that Zhao Wu would fulfill the task. Even if Zhao Wu contemplated betrayal, Yang Kun would be aware in an instant and would ensure his demise. The golden silkworm poison was not merely a tool of torment, but a lethal weapon. Should he eliminate the mother worm, the offspring within Zhao Wu would perish as well, releasing a deadly toxin in an instant. Even a trace of this toxin would suffice to claim Zhao Wu's life. Of course, Yang Kun had not relied solely on this measure. He had previously dispatched 12 Beast Kings to Linshan City to incite a beast tide. Merely relying on the summoning grass to attract beasts would yield scattered results. And given the distance from Linshan City, Yang Kun doubted the grass's effective range. Calculating the time, he anticipated their arrival, and indeed, half an hour later, a multitude of beasts entered his perception, drawn towards Xiaoyao Mountain by the summoning grass. At that moment, Yang Kun noticed the protective formation enveloping the summit of Xiaoyao Mountain had vanished, revealing the mountain within. The disciples of Xiaoyao sect were thrown into chaos. Not only had the protective formation inexplicably failed, but countless beasts were also surging toward them. Concurrently, the long-secluded sect leader, Xiaoyao Zi, emerged from his retreat. Observing the approaching tide of beasts and the suddenly compromised formation, he realized that someone was intent on annihilating the Xiaoyao sect. However, he could not fathom who the sect had offended to warrant such calamity, prompting him to summon all the mountain masters and foundation-building disciples. In the assembly hall of Xiaoyao sect, Xiaoyao Zi surveyed the gathered crowd, his voice icy as he inquired, what caused the abrupt closure of the protective formation? Have we determined the reason? At that moment, the master of Xiaoyao Peak, Wu Sui, stepped forward. The protective formation had always been managed by Xiaoyao Mountain, and as its master, he typically delegated such matters to his foundation-building disciples, who had never faltered until today. In response to the sect leader, our disciples guarding the formation were assassinated, and 5 formation nodes were violently destroyed. To repair and reactivate the formation will take at least 2 days. This incident falls squarely on Xiaoyao Peak, and I, Wu Sui, will bear full responsibility. You may not be able to shoulder such a burden, Xiaoyao Zi retorted, his expression grim. With a casual yet forceful slap, he sent Wu Sui crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. With spiritual power exceeding 5,000, the 10th level of foundation building was terrifyingly potent. Wu Sui, at the 9th level, had no means of resistance. Xiaoyao Zi's action seemed effortless, and as he cast his gaze around, everyone lowered their heads. He then turned to Tian Yangzi, asking, have we identified the perpetrator? Tian Yangzi emerged with a tingling sensation on his scalp, while Tian Yangfeng, responsible for the enforcement and external affairs of the Xianyao sect, had already dispatched individuals to investigate the recent incident. Despite the brevity of time, it was evident that no conclusions could be drawn. However, he understood that in the eyes of the sect leader, such explanations held no weight. Nothing has surfaced yet, but we have exerted our utmost efforts to investigate, he stated. Xian Yaozi glared fiercely at Tian Yangzi, pausing in silence before ultimately refraining from further aggression. You fool, there is no need for further inquiry. We must first devise a strategy to address the beast tide. Prepare the entire sect for battle, and you shall investigate the situation regarding the beast horde. Yes, sect leader. With that, Tian Yangzi vanished from his location, needing to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the beast swarm, suspecting that this calamity could only have been incited by malicious intent. As he summoned the sword light and departed from Xianyao Mountain, he encountered the already waiting Yang Kun. Tian Yangzi, where are you headed? Upon seeing Yang Kun, Tian Yangzi clenched his teeth in fury, exclaiming, Yang Kun, I never anticipated it would be you. You have destroyed the protective formation of our sect, inviting the beast tide upon us. Yang Kun nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was I. Surrender my sister, or today, the Xianyao sect shall cease to exist. You insolent wretch, your arrogance knows no bounds. Since you are the culprit, you deserve to perish. Return the lives of my disciple Songlei and Vice Mountain Master Qinyu. Enraged, Tian Yangzi thrust a hand towards Yang Kun, unleashing a palm strike imbued with his spiritual energy. However, he failed to perceive that Yang Kun's cultivation had already reached the 10th level of foundation establishment, effortlessly dissipating Tian Yangzi's powerful palm strike with a mere wave of his hand. Simultaneously, activated by the Azure Dragon Battle Robe, Yang Kun's figure vanished, reappearing directly before Tian Yangzi, who then recognized Yang Kun's formidable cultivation level. Yet, he was not slow to react. He swiftly produced a spiritual weapon, the Thunderous Hammer, wielded by a fierce bear spirit, and hurled it towards Yang Kun. In tandem, dozens of flying swords followed suit, aimed to ensnare Yang Kun. Chapter 123. Unarmed against spiritual weapons at that moment, Yang Kun sought to test the might of his demon transformation and indestructible golden body. Channeling the Azure Dragon demonic energy within him, a serpentine shadow enveloped his form, radiating a brilliant golden light as he met the Thunderous Hammer with a punch. With immense force, Yang Kun was struck down to the ground by the Thunderous Hammer, his feet sinking deep into the earth. Yet, he received the attack from a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator unscathed, while the Thunderous Hammer was sent flying from his grasp. Nonetheless, it was quickly redirected by Tian Yangzi, continuing its relentless descent towards Yang Kun. Yang Kun stomped the ground fiercely, using a swift kick to shatter Tian Yangzi's flying swords, and in a blink, he dodged the Thunderous Hammer, propelling himself towards Tian Yangzi. The Thunderous Hammer, meanwhile, crashed down where Yang Kun had just stood, creating a pit resembling a small pond in the earth. In a tense moment, Tian Yangzi witnessed Yang Kun evading the Thunder Hammer, anticipating that he would soon attack. She hurriedly sought to control the Thunder Hammer once more, retreating towards the confines of the Xiaoyao sect. However, Yang Kun was prepared, producing a white and green measuring tool, the celestial measuring ruler, which he had obtained from Ling Tianjun. The spiritual artifacts belonging to Ling Tianjun's 2 foundation establishment guards had been corroded and rendered unusable. Although he still possessed a 9-yuan water control flag, he refrained from using it, as doing so would mean engaging in a deadly conflict with the Ling family. In terms of sheer capability, the celestial measuring ruler surpassed the flag. Under Yang Kun's command, the celestial measuring ruler transformed into an immense tool, intercepting the Thunder Hammer. Concurrently, Yang Kun pursued Tian Yangzi, only to be confronted by a white-bearded elder clad in a purple Taoist robe who blocked his path. Realizing he could not eliminate Tian Yangzi, Yang Kun halted, sealing the Thunder Hammer with the celestial measuring ruler and retracting it into his possession. Before him stood the venerable Zaiyozi, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Zaiyozi regarded Yang Kun with a cold gaze, surprised that someone so young had reached the 10th level of foundation establishment, albeit with merely over 1,000 spiritual energy points, which he deemed insignificant. The disparity among practitioners at the 10th level of foundation establishment was substantial. A practitioner with 1,000 spiritual energy points paled in comparison to one with 5,000. In the presence of 9,000 spiritual energy points, those below 5,000 were barely distinguishable from ordinary individuals. To Zaiyozi, eliminating Yang Kun seemed a trivial task, yet he was perplexed by Yang Kun's audacity, given his modest spiritual energy. Thus, Zaiyozi scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, finding no other presence, which caused him to furrow his brow. He surmised that there must be others backing Yang Kun, yet he could not detect anyone. The youth should not presume that reaching the 10th level of foundation establishment grants him the audacity to challenge the Xiaoyao sect. Yang Kun, undeterred by Zaiyozi's disdain, understood that he was not a match for the elder, yet his strength had never solely rested upon his own prowess. Hand over my sister, or today I shall raise the Xiaoyao sect to the ground, leaving no disciple alive, he proclaimed, his words brazen yet backed by genuine power, though Zaiyozi remained unconvinced. Chapter 124. Zaiyozi injured initially. Zaiyozi had no intention of provoking Yang Kun, recognizing the terrifying potential within him. Achieving the 10th level of foundation establishment at such a young age indicated a strong possibility of advancing to the golden core stage in the future. However, he was taken aback by Yang Kun's audacious rhetoric, especially considering that such petty grievances could incite a beast tied against the Xiaoyao sect. Filled with anger, he declared, "You are truly presumptuous. I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With a swift motion, a hand was thrust towards Yang Kun. Though it lacked the formidable and resplendent aura of force, Yang Kun felt an undeniable sense of being locked in, unable to evade this strike. Yet, accepting that evasion was futile, he resolved to meet force with force, retaliating with a punch aimed directly at the palm of the man known as Zayayozi. The moment their fists and palms collided, Zayayozi remained steadfast, while Yang Kun was sent sprawling to the ground once more. Despite Zayayozi's superior spiritual power, the impact he inflicted was still not as devastating as that of the heavenly hammer, thus causing Yang Kun no significant harm. However, with Zayayozi having taken action and refusing to surrender the girl, Yang Kun decided to abandon any restraint, especially with the celestial dog leading the beast kings charging towards Xiaoyao Mountain behind him. Yang Kun swiftly consumed a beast spirit pill and, with a powerful leap, charged into the fray of the monstrous tide. Observing that Yang Kun remained unscathed, Zayayozi was momentarily taken aback. Just as he prepared to strike again with the intent to eliminate Yang Kun, he noticed the latter rushing towards the oncoming horde of beasts. Although he recognized that Yang Kun had summoned these creatures, he believed the tide would treat all equally, showing no favoritism towards Yang Kun. To his astonishment, the beasts did not attack Yang Kun upon sight, and instead, Yang Kun pointed towards Zayayozi, prompting a dozen beast kings to surge forth in his direction. While Zayayozi was unafraid of the beast kings, he was startled to see that among them were 4 level 10 beast kings. Faced with such a formidable assault, the risk of severe injury was palpable. Without hesitation, Zayayozi transformed into a beam of sword light, intending to retreat to the Xiaoyao sect to rally its members against the monstrous tide. However, a level 7 dog king soared from the horde, unleashing a black wind towards him. Zayayozi smirked dismissively, underestimating the dog king's intent to hinder his escape. Yet, in an instant, the black wind enveloped him, a paralyzing toxin seeping into his body, coupled with a powerful force attempting to draw him into the dog king's maw. He never anticipated that such strength could emanate from a mere level 7 dog king. Remaining composed, Zayayozi drew forth a branch from a peach tree, which also served as a spiritual tool. Under his command, the branch released a flurry of peach blossoms that effortlessly dispersed the black wind emitted by the celestial dog, continuing onward with unrelenting momentum towards the beast. Simultaneously, a massive stone plummeted from above, hurled by the Titan Monkey King. Zayayozi regarded the stone with disdain, swatting it away with a single palm. However, as he made contact, his expression shifted dramatically. The stone, though ordinary, was imbued with immense force, injuring his hand upon impact. At that moment, a relentless barrage of stones descended upon him. Despite his high spiritual power, his physical resilience was lacking. Confronted with the overwhelming might of the stones, his ordinary spiritual shield proved inadequate, prompting him to summon a circular shield for protection. Chapter 125. The death of Tianyangzi under his command. A colossal shield was formed, encircling him in a protective circle that repelled all stones. At that moment, however, an immense force surged forth, propelling him away, as the Azure Bull charged fiercely at him. Had it not been for the shield, the bull's hard and sharp horns would have surely pierced through him. At that instant, 3 esteemed leaders from the Xianyu sect, accompanied by 5 deputy leaders and numerous disciples, arrived on the scene. Meanwhile, Yang Kun stood aloft above the beast tide, observing the onslaught led by the beast kings, nodding in satisfaction. In addition to Yang Kun, there were 12 beast kings and 22 others, albeit all were of lower rank, the highest being merely a 5th level dog king. However, this was more than sufficient to contend with the foundation establishment disciples of the Xianyu sect. Alongside the 22 beast kings, there were 100,000 ferocious beasts, heralding a terrifying calamity for the 500 qi refining disciples. Zayayozi fell clumsily before the assembled disciples of the sect but emerged unscathed, as the defensive capabilities of his spiritual artifact shield were indeed formidable. Such defensive artifacts were rare, and the existence of a defensive spiritual tool in Zayayozi's possession demonstrated that, despite the sect's apparent weakness, its foundation was still deeper than that of ordinary cultivators. Although he was unharmed, being sent flying before his disciples left Zayayozi feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, his expression unwavering as he rallied his followers to confront the impending beast tide. Under Yang Kun's direction, the Tian Dog and Tian Wolf engaged with Liu Yiyi, while the Azure Dragon, Deng Kong, and Bai Zhe confronted the three mountain leaders, Tian Yangzi, Hehuan Dao Run, Zhou Tong, and Wu Suwei. The saber-toothed tiger, Phoenix, Azure Bull, as well as Ho and Titan faced off against the 5 deputy mountain leaders. The 22 Beast Kings clashed with the 18 Foundation Establishment disciples of the Xianyu sect, while the 100,000 ferocious beasts overwhelmed the 500 Qi refining disciples. The 3 battlefields above the Foundation Establishment level maintained a semblance of equilibrium, showcasing a fierce struggle. Yet the confrontation between the 500 Qi refining disciples of the Xianyu sect and the 100,000 ferocious beasts was overwhelmingly one-sided. Although the disciples formed defensive formations, they were unable to withstand the relentless assaults of the myriad beasts, many of which were high-level predators. Simultaneously, on the battlefield of the 18 Foundation Establishment disciples, Zhao Wu, under Yang Kun's orders, suddenly launched a surprise attack, slaying 3 additional Foundation Establishment disciples, thus shattering the balance of that battlefield in an instant. The upper echelons of the Xianyu sect, who had been observing the entire conflict, could not contain their fury, particularly Tian Yangzi, whose heart shattered as he bellowed in anguish. Zhao Wu, I never would have imagined that the one who disrupted the formation was you. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wu withdrew from the fray, stepping into an open area where he knelt before the enraged Tian Yangzi, saying, Master, I am sorry. In his moment of betrayal, Tian Yangzi's mind was thrown into disarray, allowing the Azure Dragon to swiftly unleash a toxic mist and dart upwards in a sudden assault. Originally, Tian Yangzi's spiritual artifact was claimed by Yang Kun, and with only the cultivation of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, he was no match for the Azure Dragon. Faced with the toxic mist of the Azure Dragon, he could only continuously unleash various spells to disperse the noxious vapor. However, once the mist cleared, the Azure Dragon swiftly lunged at him, coiling around him tightly from below. He found himself powerless to break free, and then the Azure Dragon opened its jaws wide, biting into his neck, injecting venom from its fangs into his body. The potency of the toxin was so overwhelming that Tian Yangzi succumbed to poisoning and perished almost instantly. Chapter 126. The disappearance of Yang Xiaoyan Wu Suwei, like Tian Yangzi, was merely at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment and had previously been injured by Liu Yiyi. He was no match for Bai Zhe. At the moment of Tian Yangzi's demise, Bai Zhe seized an opening, evading Wu Suwei's spiritual artifact, the spirit binding rope, in a flash of space, appearing beside him. The sharp horn of Bai Zhe viciously thrust into Wu Suwei's abdomen, piercing through him and pinning him to the ground. Just as Wu Suwei was attempting to ensnare Bai Zhe with the spirit binding rope, Bai Zhe vanished once more. Suddenly, Bai Zhe reappeared beside Zhou Tong, sinking his teeth into Zhou Tong's left leg and severing it cleanly. Meanwhile, the colossal figure of the Pig King, with its tough hide and thick flesh, withstood Zhou Tong's flying sword attack from the Hehuan Daoist, charging towards him. How could Zhou Tong hope to withstand the Pig King? He was swiftly knocked to the ground, with the Pig King's terrifying weight pressing down on him, repeatedly thrusting and rolling. Though he still clung to life, his end was surely near. Subsequently, Bai Zhe materialized beside Wu Suwei once more, continuing to charge at him. In another battlefield, 22 Beast Kings scattered the remaining 14 Foundation Establishment disciples, shattering their last vestiges of confidence. After all, once the demon beasts drew near, there was no way for them to stand against them. As the Bull King trampled a Foundation Establishment disciple, more and more disciples fell under the onslaught of the Beast Kings. Yang Kun observed that several battlefields were nearing victory, with only Liu Yiyi's battlefield still holding out. Although Liu Yiyi possessed over 5,000 spiritual power at the 10th layer of Foundation Establishment, the strength of the Celestial Dog was already perilously close to that of the Golden Core stage, bolstered by the assistance of the Celestial Wolf. Had he not possessed the defensive spiritual artifact, the Wood Spirit Escape, and the superior grade spiritual artifact, the Peach Tree Branch, he would have already perished at the jaws of the Celestial Dog. Then, Yang Kun stepped forward, deploying the Chaos Spirit Seal and the Illusionary God Seal against Liu Yiyi. Simultaneously using the superior grade spiritual artifact, the Celestial Measurement Ruler, to knock away the Wood Spirit Escape that had been shielding him. Although the Chaos Spirit Seal and the Illusionary God Seal had little effect on Liu Yiyi, the tide of battle hinged on that very moment. The celestial wolf let out a deafening howl. Invoking its innate skill, celestial wolf howls at the moon. Zayayozi found himself momentarily immobilized, and in that instant, the celestial dog lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Zayayozi's leg. However, Zayayozi quickly regained control of his body, raising the peach tree branch to strike at the celestial dog, only to have the celestial wolf leap into action, seizing the peach tree branch in its jaws. With the assistance of the celestial wolf, the celestial dog forcefully yanked, toppling the carefree master to the ground, while a paw rested menacingly upon his neck. "Spare me, esteemed elder, spare me," he pleaded. Yet, Yang Kun harbored no intentions of mercy. The celestial dog's claw traced a fatal path across the carefree master's throat, extinguishing his life. Subsequently, Yang Kun disregarded the ongoing conflict within the mountains and ascended directly to the realm of the carefree sect. At this juncture, only a few scattered disciples remained to guard the sect. Upon Yang Kun's arrival, they promptly surrendered. He paid them no heed, extending his consciousness to scour every corner of the sect, yet he found no trace of Yang Xiaoyun. He did, however, locate Qi Hao, but after rescuing him, Qi Hao too was unaware of the whereabouts of the two women. In a fit of rage, Yang Kun struck the grand hall of the carefree sect with several powerful blows, causing it to collapse instantly, leaving Qi Hao in shock. Afterward, Yang Kun sought out the surrendered disciples once more, yet like Qi Hao, they too had no knowledge of Yang Xiaoyun's location. In a surge of anger, he took to the skies on his sword, bringing Qi Hao to the battleground where the monstrous beasts clashed with the carefree sect. Observing the disciples struggling for survival, he bellowed, "Who among you wishes to live? Reveal the whereabouts of my sister, Yang Xiaoyun, and I shall spare you. Fail to do so, and you shall all perish." At that moment, Zhou Tong, half constrained beneath the weight of Dang Kong, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and shouted desperately, "I know, esteemed elder, I know where they are." Acting on Yang Kun's command, Dang Kong released Zhou Tong, while Yang Kun's sword light fell before him, piercing through with a frosty gaze as he coldly demanded, "Speak swiftly, and know that if I find you deceiving me, you shall face a most terrible demise." Confronted by Yang Kun's chilling stare, Zhou Tong trembled and began to speak. "Esteemed elder, Yang Xiaoyun, or rather, Miss Yang, has been taken by Su Dawei, the heir of the Su family." Hearing this, Yang Kun turned to Qi Hao in confusion, who shook his head, stating, "I am also in the dark. I was unconscious at the time, only awakening after you rescued me." Yang Kun's gaze hardened as he turned back to Zhou Tong. "Su Dawei is a debauched heir of one of the 8 prominent families. Explain how they came to be in his possession, and do so truthfully." Zhou Tong, omitting his own motives to curry favor with Su Dawei, recounted that upon hearing of the capture of 2 stunning women by Tian Yangzi, Su Dawei had immediately taken a liking to them, and subsequently brought them to the Su household. Yang Kun discerned the insincerity in Zhou Tong's account and, in a fit of fury, delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Just then, a sword light streaked in from afar, revealing Qi Batian, the head of the Qi family, who effortlessly dispatched Zhou Tong with a single stroke. Amidst the devastation of Carefree Mountain, surrounded by those on the brink of death and the menacing horde of beasts, Yang Kun, though perplexed by the nature of the beast tide, understood its undeniable connection to him, particularly those formidable beast kings and the phoenix among them. During the last beast tide assault on the Songyuan base city, an unexpected beast king emerged, driving away the monstrous creatures. Among them were several beast kings that approached Yang Kun, who was eager to express his gratitude. But he noticed that only Qi Hao was by his side, with no sign of Yang Xiaoyun or the other girls. "Brother Qi, please enlighten me about the 8 great families in the Su clan, particularly Su Dawei," Yang Kun requested. Upon seeing Qi Batian arrive, he could no longer contain his emotions and tears streamed down his face. A man rarely sheds tears unless truly heartbroken. Yang Kun had believed that vanquishing the Xiaoyao sect would save his sister. Yet now Yang Xiaoyun had fallen into the clutches of Su Dawei from one of the 8 great families. Moreover, having heard the words of He Huan Daoist Zhou Tong, Yang Kun understood Su Dawei's character all too well. It was possible that Yang Xiaoyun had already faced dire consequences. Qi Batian remained silent, quietly observing Yang Kun, aware that he needed to release his pent-up feelings. At that moment, all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, including the foundational disciples led by the mountain leaders, met their demise at the jaws of the beasts. However, Qi Batian, Qi Hao, and Zhao Wu had not consumed the beast spirit pills, and thus the beast tide, under the leadership of 22 beast kings, charged towards them. Fortunately, they were intercepted by the likes of the Tian dog and Tian wolf. Due to the significant disparity in their bloodline levels, the 22 beast kings, along with the remaining 100,000 beasts, were held at bay by 12 beast kings. Occasionally, a few ferocious beasts would attempt to break through, only to be repelled by the trio. After half an hour, all the monstrous creatures were subdued, and the system automatically synthesized a 7th-level dog king, 3 5th-level cat kings, and 3 5th-level bull kings. Soon enough, Yang Kun emerged from his sorrow. He recognized that mourning was futile and that his immediate priority was to devise a plan to rescue Yang Xiaoyan. Subsequently, he fused the 7th-level dog king with the Tian dog, elevating it to an 8th-level dog king. The 3 5th-level cat kings were combined with the saber-toothed tiger, while the 3 5th-level bull kings were merged with the green bull, resulting in the saber-toothed tiger and green bull becoming 7th-level cat king and bull king, respectively. Yang Kun then retracted all the beasts into the beast space. Although Qi Batian was curious, he refrained from asking further questions, waiting until Yang Kun's spirits were restored to speak again. The 8 great families possess comparable strength, each with its unique specialties: the Ling family, the Su family, the Qian family, the Li family, the Zhang family, the Ouyang family, the Sun family, and the Wang family. Chapter 128. Without achieving Golden Core. Ultimately, just a pest through Qi Batian's elucidation, Yang Kun gained a detailed understanding of the 8 great families for the first time. Beyond their possession of Golden Core stage experts, the families also boasted pure bloodlines, granting them single attribute, celestial spiritual roots, and a lineage of inherited cultivation techniques, rendering them immensely powerful. The Su family possesses metal attribute, celestial spiritual roots. The Zhang family has wood attribute roots. The Ling family is aligned with water. The Ouyang family with fire, the Sun family with earth, the Li family with wind, and the Wang family with lightning. Among the 8 prominent families, only the Qian family has amassed its wealth through commerce rather than relying on spiritual roots. They stand as the wealthiest lineage within Songxi province and are even ranked among the most affluent families nationwide. The Su family, in particular, boasts formidable strength, including the formidable Golden Core elder Su Hu, alongside 5 elders who have reached the 10th level of foundation establishment, perilously close to the Golden Core stage, and numerous disciples who have just attained the same level. The number of disciples in the foundation establishment stage is even greater. Furthermore, the Su family possesses countless spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and magical treasures. Given that the 8 families must contend with ferocious beasts in the Songxi Valley, they undoubtedly possess beast hunters and advanced super mechs. Moreover, they likely harbor undisclosed depths of strength. At Yang Kun's current level of power, he is hardly a match for the Su family, although he previously vanquished the Golden Core cultivator Ouyang Shidu. It is worth noting that Ouyang was nearing the end of his lifespan and had already lost 99% of his combat capability due to the siphoning of his venom by Wu Linger. Even with the remaining 1%, Yang Kun had to exhaust all his means to barely defeat Ouyang's corporeal form, and he dared not touch Ouyang's Golden Core, suspecting that the latter's soul still resided within it. Thus, while a future Yang Kun might not fear the Su family and could possess the power to annihilate them, his present self remains outmatched and would be easily crushed by the Su family. As for Su Dawei and Qi Batian, their understanding of Yang Kun is limited. This individual walks the line between righteousness and wickedness, holding the title of the most notorious scion among the 8 families, even eclipsing Ling Tianjun in infamy, while also possessing considerable strength. Yet, Yang Kun is unwilling to succumb to despair. Aware that the Qi family is backed by the Medicine King Valley, he kneels before Qi Batian, pleading, "Brother Qi, might I request the Medicine King Valley to intervene? I do not expect them to assault the Su family. I merely wish for the return of my sister. I am prepared to pay any price." "All right, Brother Yang, please rise. I shall find a way to enlist the Medicine King Valley's aid." Qi Batian replies, though internally he sighs, knowing full well the improbability of such a feat. Each of the 5 base cities is home to a sect, with the Songxi base city being the weakest. The most formidable among them, the Xiaoyao sect, could be eradicated by Yang Kun, while the Wanjian sect boasts the greatest strength, filled with powerful sword cultivators. Following them are the Lingyue sect, Tiangong sect, and Medicine King Valley. Though these three sects may not surpass the Wanjian sect, each possesses its unique strengths, rendering them untouchable. The Lingyue sect excels in talisman crafting, able to unleash potent spells instantaneously without expending any spiritual energy. The Tiangong sect specializes in artifact refinement, with the majority of spiritual artifacts and magical tools used by cultivators originating from them. Mo Yunzi, a renowned master of artifact crafting unique to the Tiangong sect, is rumored to have an intricate connection with the sect. The Medicine King Valley is adept in alchemy, with nearly all elixirs sourced from there, and the esteemed Qingyan Shangren, known as a master alchemist, is merely an inner disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Thus, while these three sects may not excel in combat, they boast a vast number of supportive cultivators and have attracted many powerful rogue cultivators to join their ranks as outer disciples. Although the Valley of the Medicine King holds a prestigious status, it remains an inadequate match for the 8 great families. While the 8 great families may show respect towards the valley, they would never concede. Without attaining the Golden Core stage, one is perpetually insignificant. Families with Golden Core cultivators are incomparable to sects lacking such power. At this moment, Qin Yu and Yu Wenshuan, leading their respective factions, hurried to the Songbei base city. Initially, they feared an impending beast tide would assault the city, only to discover they had been lured to the Xianyao sect by Yang Kun. The notoriety of Qi Batian was considerable, thus both were familiar with him. Upon meeting Qi Batian, they grasped the situation in its entirety. However, facing a colossal entity like the Su family, which even the Xianyao sect could not rival, they found themselves at a loss. Thus, they directed their disciples to tidy up the battlefield of the Xianyao mountain and ultimately uncovered the hidden treasury within the sect. Yet, they refrained from taking anything, instead placing all the items into 2 large storage bags, which they had discovered in the Xianyao sect. Yang Kun accepted the storage bags and extracted a portion of the spiritual stones and artifacts, including the Xianyao master's artifact, the peach tree branch, and a spiritual shield. He then tossed the 2 storage bags to Qin Yu and Yu Wenshuan, as these magical items held no value for him. It was far more beneficial to bestow them upon the 2 families that were close to him. In the future, as their power flourished, they could assist him in other ways. As for the Qi family, these items were beneath their notice. Simultaneously, Yang Kun contemplated daringly venturing to Misty Mountain to expedite the transformation of the celestial hound into an ancient beast, as achieving ancient beast status necessitated a bloodline value exceeding 100 points, a requirement met solely by the celestial hound. Yet, he feared that upon his return from Misty Mountain, even if he possessed the strength to annihilate the Su family, he would forever lose his sister. He understood that should his sister be violated, she would undoubtedly take her own life, a fate he could not bear to witness. At that moment, his communication device emitted a series of beeps. Yang Kun initially intended to silence it, but discovered it was a communication request from his sister, Yang Xiaoyan. Consequently, he activated the device. The communicator projected a screen before him, revealing the figure of his sister, Yang Xiaoyan. Upon seeing her face, tears streamed down Yang Kun's cheeks. "Xiaoyan, how are you? Has Su Dawei done anything to you?" he inquired, worry etched across his features. "Brother, I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. Su Dawei has treated me well. He didn't make things difficult for me. He rescued me from the Xianyao sect. We're playing at the Su family now, and when we're done, we'll head back. I want to eat the delicacies. Goodbye, brother." With that, Yang Xiaoyan ended the call. Perfectly in line with her playful and gluttonous nature, Yang Kun stood in stunned silence after hearing her words. Unable to articulate the threats he wished to direct at Su Dawei, he harbored no doubts about Xiaoyan's words. Otherwise, she would not have appeared so joyous. However, Yang Kun held no faith in Su Dawei's character. At present, he had not taken any action against Yang Xiaoyan, yet he was still contemplating how to win her heart. Should he lose his patience, he might resort to more drastic measures against her. Therefore, Yang Kun recognized the urgency in bringing Xiaoyan back. Yet, gaining entry into the Su household would likely prove challenging. In that moment, he recalled Qian Xinxin, a member of one of the 8 prominent families. Not only was she a woman of influence, but she was also someone Yang Kun knew, and they shared a mutual arrangement. Thus, he reached out to Qian Xinxin, explaining his predicament and requesting her assistance in arranging a meeting with Su Dawei and Yang Xiaoyan. To his relief, Qian Xinxin readily agreed, instructing him to wait for news at the Songyuan base city. Subsequently, Yang Kun bid farewell to Qin Yu and Yuan Xuan, returning to Song Yuan with Qi Batian and Qi Hao, among other Qi family members. On the journey back, Yang Kun seized the opportunity to claim the beast treasure chest from the day, having postponed it until now due to his preoccupations. In the 13th chapter, he discovered that he had acquired 203 points of spiritual power and 62 demon essence fruits from the 13 chests. Consequently, his spiritual power rose to 1342 points, while his stock of demon essence fruits reached 68. This recent battle had fully consumed the essence of the Azure Dragon's blood he had previously gathered. Upon returning, he would need to replenish his spiritual energy, opting for the more robust Kong Kong, whose defenses surpassed those of the Azure Dragon. When Yang Kun departed from the Xiaoyao Mountain with the Qi family, it was already noon, leading to their return to the Qi family estate the following afternoon. During this time, Yang Kun claimed another treasure chest, albeit this one contained only 11 items. To his astonishment, despite the increased strength of the demon beasts, both his spiritual power and demon essence fruits had diminished. He found himself with only 179 points of spiritual power, a decrease of 24 points, and merely 54 demon essence fruits, down by 8. Yang Kun was left speechless, uncertain of how to react. Yet he remained determined to elevate the levels of his demon beasts, understanding that their prowess would directly enhance his own strength. His own strength was not a pressing concern, as he could acquire it daily, whereas the beasts could not strengthen themselves at the same frequency. Ultimately, Yang Kun's spiritual power reached 1521 points, and his stock of demon essence fruits rose to 122. He distributed the demon essence fruits among 8 demon beasts, each requiring 30 points of bloodline value, resulting in their bloodline values climbing to 38, leaving Yang Kun with just 2 fruits remaining. Not long after Yang Kun arrived at the Qi family estate, he received news from Qian Xinxin, informing him that Su Dawei would be attending the auction at the treasure pavilion with Yang Xiaoyan that evening. After bidding farewell to Qi Batian, Yang Kun set off alone for the treasure pavilion to meet Qian Xinxin. Upon his arrival, he found that Qian Xinxin had yet to arrive. However, he possessed some items he wished to auction. With his purple gold card, he was entitled to entrust the treasure pavilion with his items for sale and could also request a private box within the establishment. After Yang Kun presented the purple gold card, a beautiful attendant guided him into the treasure appraisal room. Within, an elderly man sat, and after Yang Kun submitted several items for evaluation, he received a baseline appraisal price. Satisfied with the assessment, Yang Kun completed the necessary documentation, and the attendant then escorted him to the private room designated as Re. The treasure pavilion boasted a total of 16 private rooms, named after the elements of heaven and earth, the cosmos, and celestial bodies. Access to the first 8 rooms required not only strength, but also influence and prestige. Lacking these, one could gain entry with a black gold card, which Yang Kun did not possess. Nonetheless, being in the Re room was still a commendable achievement. Shortly after his arrival, Qian Xinxin informed Yang Kun via communicator that she had arrived, and he instructed her to proceed directly to the Re room. Upon her arrival, Qian Xinxin regarded Yang Kun with newfound respect, surprised that he had acquired the prestigious purple gold card. However, upon noting his age, her astonishment diminished. Although she held a black gold card, it was not a personal achievement, but rather a privilege afforded to members of the 8 prominent families. Understanding Yang Kun's needs, Qian Xinxin wasted no time and pointed towards the Tian room, stating that Su Dawei and his sister, Yang Xiaoyan, were inside. She cautioned him not to create a disturbance within the treasure pavilion. Yang Kun nodded, acknowledging her words. While both the Qian family and the treasure pavilion engaged in commerce, the Qian family was merely the wealthiest clan in Songxi province, with their resources primarily aimed at enhancing the strength of their descendants. In contrast, the treasure pavilion ranked among the foremost commercial sects in the nation, purely focused on amassing wealth. The influence and financial power they wielded far surpassed that of the Qian family and the 8 prominent clans. However, the treasure pavilion valued harmony and typically avoided conflicts. Thus, although Yang Kun longed to see his sister immediately, he had to quell his impatience until the auction concluded. Ironically, this auction presented an excellent opportunity to confront Su Dawei. Although he had not harmed Yang Xiaoyan, Yang Kun's anger was palpable. Chapter 131. The Flowing Silk Phoenix Hairpin. After a brief conversation between Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin, the auction at the treasure pavilion commenced. Presided over by the rotund auctioneer, Every item was depicted as a rare treasure, unparalleled in the world, and the excitement in the room was palpable, even for Yang Kun. However, his interest remained waning until an item of personal significance began its bidding. Next up for auction was an exquisite magical artifact, the flowing silk phoenix hairpin, renowned not only for its stunning design, but also for its formidable offensive capabilities, making it an ideal gift for female cultivators. The starting bid was set at 3,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 300. This exceptional artifact had originally been acquired from Ling Tianjun, intended as a gift for his sister, Yang Xiaoyun, but through this auction, he could achieve the same end. While such artifacts were not exceedingly rare, many would vie for the chance to win a smile from their beloved. I bid 4,000 spirit stones. I wish to present it to my dearest Qianqian. Ha ha ha, for my beloved Hong Hong. I shall acquire it. I am willing to offer 5,000 spirit stones. Soon, the price of this exquisite magical artifact soared to 8,500 spirit stones. Meanwhile, in the VIP box labeled Heaven, Su Dawei glanced at Yang Xiaoyun, who was fiercely contending for spirit fruits. After gifting her this artifact, he anticipated winning her favor and promptly bid 10,000 spirit stones. The plump auctioneer, with a broad smile, cast a glance at the Heaven box, though internally he was sweating, fearing Su Dawei might exert pressure like Ling Tianjun, dominating the auction. Unexpectedly, that was not the case. Instead, the bidding for this exceptional magical artifact climbed to such a lofty price, ensuring him a substantial commission. 10,000 spirit stones. Anyone willing to raise the bid? Finally, the moment arrived. Yang Kun, eyeing the Heaven box, revealed a triumphant smile. This was the least valuable item Yang Kun had consigned for auction, yet he was confident he could sell it for an exorbitant price, specifically to ensnare Su Dawei. He understood that, regardless of circumstances, Su Dawei would undoubtedly bid, as he believed Yang Xiaoyun would share this unspoken understanding. 12,000 spirit stones. Indeed. After Yang Kun made his declaration, Su Dawei in the Heaven box furrowed his brow, while Yang Xiaoyun abruptly ceased her consumption of fruits. Both simultaneously glanced toward the Sun box, though their thoughts diverged. Yang Xiaoyun pondered why her brother had bid on this artifact, and to whom he might gift it. The mere thought of her brother presenting this artifact to another female cultivator was unbearable for her. No, this artifact must not fall into her brother's hands. It must be Su Dawei who acquires it. However, she concealed her thoughts and remained focused on the auction. Su Dawei, on the other hand, held little regard for this artifact. Had it not been for the intention of gifting it to Yang Xiaoyun, he would not have considered purchasing it. A price around 8,000 seemed reasonable, and his initial bid of 10,000 was already above the fair value. He was astonished that someone was still raising the price. Nonetheless, he could endure it and thus announced a new bid, 12,500 spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Kun raised the bid, 15,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing Yang Kun's bid, Su Dawei hesitated, finding him utterly foolish for willing to spend such an amount on a worthless artifact. Though he was not short of money, he refused to act so recklessly, unlike the imbecile in the Sun box. Chapter 132. Divine Assistance. Just then, Yang Xiaoyun eagerly observed the artifact. Not explicitly stating her desire, but simply remarking, "This artifact appears quite impressive." Although she did not express her longing, Su Dawei interpreted her words as a sign of her interest. Thus, he glared at the Sun box, gritted his teeth, and declared, 18,000 spirit stones. "Brother, the price of this artifact has already doubled. Will you still raise the bid?" Yang Kun wore a subtle smile, for the bait had been taken. Thus, he felt no remorse when placing his bid. 20,000 spirit stones for such an exquisite magical artifact bestowed upon a fair lady was indeed a remarkable offering. If the esteemed private room could not afford the price, then they should refrain from raising the bid, for this artifact was something he was determined to possess. Within the esteemed private room, Su Dawei glanced at Yang Xiaoyun's eager expression, gritted his teeth, and raised his bid, 25,000 spirit stones. "If my brother adds just one more spirit stone, I shall concede to him." Since the brothers in the esteemed room were so earnest, willing to spend 25,000 spirit stones on a premium artifact, he decided to withdraw. Spending such a sum on a rather mediocre artifact was hardly worthwhile. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Su Dawei struck his leg with a clenched fist, glaring fiercely at the sunlit private room. Convinced that the individual was only inflating the bid without genuine intent. "Let him not discover my identity. lest I mete out a punishment so severe that even his parents would struggle to recognize him. At that moment, the portly auctioneer was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that such a lackluster artifact would fetch such a high price, ensuring a handsome commission for himself. The esteemed private room has bid 25,000 spirit stones. Is there any further bidding? Once, twice, thrice, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed private room for acquiring the exquisite artifact, the flowing fringed phoenix hairpin. With a decisive bang of the gavel upon the table, the deal was sealed, irrevocable by any party. Soon after, a beautiful attendant entered the esteemed private room, presenting the flowing fringed phoenix hairpin. Though Su Dawei felt a pang of regret, he ultimately paid for the item and dismissed the attendant, as he was accompanied by Yang Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, and could not entertain the presence of another woman. Once the attendant departed, Su Dawei handed the flowing fringed phoenix hairpin to Yang Xiaoyun, saying, "Xiaoyun, since you admire it, I shall gift this hairpin to you. Please accept it." To his surprise, Yang Xiaoyun did not accept it and, in astonishment, replied, "Su Xiao, I had no idea you were so extravagant. I merely mentioned that its design was quite clever, combining decoration with a magical artifact. However, I truly do not wish to have it. It is rather lackluster." Lin Yuan chimed in. Indeed, Su Xiao is the heir of the Su family, possessing countless resources beyond our imagination. 25,000 spirit stones is but a drop in the ocean. It hardly matters to him. Hearing the words of Yang Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, Su Dawei felt as if he had suffered 1,000 blows to his pride. While it was true he was not short of money, had Yang Xiaoyun accepted the gift, he could have claimed it was merely to elicit a smile from a beauty, casually throwing away a fortune. Yet her rejection left him feeling intellectually defeated. Though he forced a smile and replied, "Indeed, I am not concerned about money." He then cast a fierce glance at the sunlit private room, inwardly vowing, "Should I discover you desire anything else, I shall raise the bid to your detriment." Meanwhile, Qian Xinxin regarded Yang Kun with curiosity. In her recollection, though Su Dawei was indeed a scion of privilege, he possessed a level of intelligence that was markedly superior to that of Ling Tianjun. Why on this day was Yang Kun so evidently ensnared, yet still fell into the trap? Faced with the curious gaze of Qian Xinxin, Yang Kun refrained from providing an explanation. To him, this was merely an instance of his unspoken connection with Yang Xiaoyun, who seemed to comprehend his intention to deceive Su Dawei, and thus sought ways to lead Su into the pit. However, he did not anticipate that Yang Xiaoyun would be surprised by his intention to gift another woman something, ultimately culminating in an unexpected assist. Chapter 133, Mutual Deception. The exquisite artifact, the flowing Su Fei Feng hairpin, was auctioned off for 25,000 spirit stones. And after deducting the commission for the treasure pavilion, a considerable sum remained. Soon, another item entrusted to the auction by Yang Kun appeared, the thunder hammer, a spirit weapon obtained from Tian Yangzi at the Xianyao sect. Although it was decent, Yang Kun did not regard it with favor, nor was it suitable as a gift for either Yang Xiaoyun or Lin Yuan. Thus, he decided to auction it off, but this time, he needed to take the initiative. Next up for auction was a low-grade spirit weapon, the thunder hammer, known for its terrifying offensive capabilities and enhanced by the spirit of the ferocious bear, which augmented the weapon's power. Bidding commenced at a low price of 5,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, Yang Kun, determined to win, immediately raised the bid to 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, effectively barring others from participating. He intended to keep this auction between himself and Su Dawei. As expected, with Yang Kun's declaration, the majority of attendees withdrew, understanding that Yang Kun was resolute in his pursuit and evidently not lacking in resources. However, after Yang Kun placed his bid, Su Dawei's eyes lit up. Although the thunder hammer was commendable, he found it lacking compared to his own superior spirit weapons. Nevertheless, he cast a fierce glance at Yang Kun's private booth and exclaimed a bid of 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing Su Dawei take the bait, Yang Kun continued to raise the stakes, 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Dawei was secretly gauging Yang Kun's limit. Recalling that the last spirit weapon auctioned by the treasure pavilion, the Jiang furnace, fetched a staggering price of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Observing Yang Kun's determined demeanor, he estimated that Yang Kun's limit was around 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and perhaps a bit more would also be acceptable. Thus, he raised his bid to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet, After he placed his bid, Yang Kun refrained from further bidding. He realized that Su Dawei was undoubtedly attempting to ensnare him, and while he was uncertain of Su's limit, he understood that he had reached his threshold. Although the Thunder Hammer was indeed a spirit weapon, it could not compare to the Zhuyang furnace auction previously, leading him to predict that this weapon's value would be no more than 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. His bid of 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones was already generous. Upon Su Dawei's bid, noticing Yang Kun's silence, he stood up in anger, ready to vent his frustration, but awkwardly sat back down as two women remained in the booth. Furiously glaring at Yang Kun's booth, Su Dawei thought to himself, "You rascal, are you deliberately trying to deceive me? Just wait until I discover your identity." At the auction platform, the rotund auctioneer beamed with uncontainable joy as he struck the gavel upon the table. The Tianhao private box bid 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Once, twice, thrice sold. Congratulations to the Tianhao box for acquiring the low-grade spirit artifact, the Thunder Hammer. Shortly thereafter, a woman delivered the Thunder Hammer to the Tianhao box. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyan realized the implications. Yang Kun must have known she and Su Dawei were in the Tianhao box, deliberately setting up Su Dawei for a fall. Reflecting on this, she understood that the previous item, the flowing silk phoenix hairpin, was not a gift for another, but merely a ruse to ensnare Su Dawei. Her spirits lifted considerably. In stark contrast, Su Dawei felt utterly despondent. Having been duped by Yang Kun not once but twice, he discovered that, after paying for the Thunder Hammer, he had expended nearly 70% of his spirit stones. He had come seeking the final prized artifact, but now the remaining funds were insufficient. All due to the machinations of those in the Rihao box. He cast a fierce glare toward the Rihu box, lost in thought. Chapter 134. The noble spirit bird Yang Kun understood Su Dawei's predicament, thus refraining from participating in his subsequent auction items. Otherwise, he would surely infuriate Su Dawei, and reconciliation would become impossible, especially since Su Dawei had not wronged Yang Xiaoyan. In fact, he had rescued her. Yang Kun's earlier antics at the auction were merely a momentary lapse of frustration. Consequently, the auction resumed its previous atmosphere, devoid of the earlier fervor. Before long, the event reached its climax. We now present the star item of this auction, the Noble Spirit Bird. Much like the Noble Spirit Car, it is a mode of transportation crafted by the Noble brand, yet it boasts far superior speed. Utilizing mid-grade spirit stones, it can rival the flight velocity of a second-layer golden core cultivator. With high-grade spirit stones, it approaches the speed of a sixth-layer golden core cultivator. And with top-grade spirit stones, it can compete with the flight capabilities of a 10th-layer golden core cultivator. Lacking the offensive capabilities of the Noble Fighter Jet, it possesses formidable defensive strength, able to withstand attacks from golden core cultivators without sustaining damage. Most importantly, it can transform in size, akin to a magical artifact, allowing it to be stored in a spatial pouch for ease of transport. Upon enlarging the Noble Spirit Bird, the auctioneer marveled at its lifelike appearance. Reminiscent of a true spirit bird, Yang Kun was instantly captivated. He had previously declined Qi Hao's Noble Spirit Car due to its cumbersome nature, as it could only be ridden within the city, proving less advantageous than riding a magical beast. However, the Noble Spirit Bird was not only robust in defense and swift in speed, but also convenient to carry. Yang Kun had also heard of the Noble Fighter Jet, a unique aircraft in this world that utilized spiritual energy as propulsion, capable of firing spiritual cannons and missiles. It is said that the spirit power cannon can injure the shape-shifting ancient beasts, while the spirit power missile can track them from a distance. Thus, the Haojue fighter jet remains firmly in the hands of the state, inaccessible to the common populace. However, for Yang Kun, it merely serves as a means of transportation. At present, the speed of creatures like the Tengu feels somewhat sluggish to him. The journey from Songyuan Base City to Songbei Base City would take over a day, whereas the Haojue spirit bird requires less than half a day. He is not short of spirit stones and does not need them for cultivation. Upon inspecting his spirit stones, Yang Kun discovers he possesses a total of 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones, a sum that would have been greater had he not previously distributed half to the Qin and Yuan families. Additionally, from the items he sold at the auction, after accounting for the commission taken by the Treasure Pavilion, he estimates he will still acquire around 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones. There is also news that due to material and technical limitations, the Haojue spirit bird cannot be mass-produced like the Haojue spirit car. Only 10 units have been manufactured. Thus, this may be the only auction for the Haoju's spirit bird, commencing with a starting bid of 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent raise no less than 500 medium-grade spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, countless individuals began to vie for it, many, like Su Dawei, having come solely for this purpose. While the initial price of 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones deterred most, there remained many with ample wealth. In a matter of moments, bids surpassed the previous 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and the price continued to escalate. Yang Kun remained unhurried in his bidding, understanding that the price of this item would continue to rise. He recognized that only those in the 16 private boxes could truly afford it, with his primary rival being Su Dawei. Thus, he intended to gauge Su Dawei's threshold, wary of any malicious attempts to inflate the price. In the VIP box labeled Tian, Su Dawei gazed at the Haoju's spirit bird with gleaming eyes, convinced that only this magnificent creature could be worthy of him. He had initially intended to secure the Haoju's spirit bird for himself, yet he had been previously ensnared by Yang Kun. The current bid stood at merely 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, far from the final price. Nevertheless, he was determined to compete and promptly raised the bid to 15,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Following closely, the box marked D made a counteroffer of 16,000 medium-grade spirit stones, though Su Dawei responded without hesitation, raising it to 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Then, the box labeled Huang interjected with a remark, suggesting that continually escalating the bid was exhausting. They offered 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones, adding that if anyone exceeded that price, they would concede and allow the others to have it. Upon hearing this, it became clear that 99% of those attending the auction were deterred. In the luxurious VIP room, Su Dawei seethed with indignation. Had he not been deceived earlier, he too could have participated in the bidding. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Meanwhile, the individual in the ordinary room continued to raise the stakes. Why the cowardice? It is merely 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. My limit is 55,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Indeed, after the bid from the ordinary room, silence enveloped the auction. Even the yellow room refrained from further offers. However, Yang Kun awaited this very moment. He comprehended that Su Dawei's threshold was 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thus he proclaimed, 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I am determined to acquire this noble spirit bird. Upon seeing Yang Kun's bid, Su Dawei couldn't help but recall the previous deceit he had suffered at Yang Kun's hands. Consequently, he countered with 61,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, Yang Kun refrained from bidding further, biding his time for Su Dawei's anxious reaction and gauging the limits of the ordinary room. It appeared that their ceiling was merely 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Just then, Fatty Yu gripped the auction hammer tightly, excitement coursing through him as he regarded Su Dawei, his very own fortune bringer. The VIP room has bid 61,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Once, twice. Su Dawei, teeth clenched, regarded the ordinary room, perplexed. Was he not resolute in his intentions? Why had he ceased to bid? Realizing the impossibility of producing such a sum of spirit stones, he called out, "Hold on. Why has the ordinary room stopped bidding?" Yang Kun, with a sly smile, replied, "I only possess 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Since the VIP room's offer surpasses mine, I must concede." Su Dawei, upon hearing Yang Kun's words, felt the urge to curse. How could Yang Kun feign such determination with merely 60,000 spirit stones? Yet, he was compelled to soften his tone. Otherwise, he would be forced to procure the funds, leading to severe repercussions from the Su family. "Brother, if you could just raise your bid a little, I would gladly yield the noble spirit bird to you. What do you say?" Nevertheless, Yang Kun chose to ignore him, refraining from further dialogue. Su Dawei was left bewildered, unable to fathom how he had fallen prey to Yang Kun once again. Chapter 136. A clean slate. Meanwhile, on the auction stage, Fatty Yu was beset with frustration. Observing the situation, he surmised that Su Dawei had intended to deceive the ordinary room, only to find himself outwitted by Yang Kun. Yet, he could not linger indefinitely, so he lifted the auction hammer, preparing to strike for the third time. 61,000 mid-grade spirit stones, going thrice. As the stout fellow was about to announce the deal and congratulate the distinguished guest in the Tian private room, Su Dawei quickly interjected, "Hold on a moment. How about this? I will cover the cost of the 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and the rest can be taken care of by my brothers. This magnificent Haojue spirit bird can belong to my brothers as well. What do you think? Yang Kun, observing Su Dawei bowing his head, understood that this was the final resolution. One must know when to cease pushing their luck, lest they completely offend Su Dawei. I have no objections. What say you? Treasure Pavilion? Naturally, the stout fellow dared not voice any dissent. Thus he promptly declared, deal. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in the private room for acquiring the Haojue spirit bird. At this point, the auction proceeded smoothly to its conclusion. Qian Xinxin gazed at Yang Kun with astonishment, for who would have anticipated that it would be this young man who so deftly outmaneuvered Su Dawei? Subsequently, a beautiful attendant brought forth the Haojue spirit bird. Yang Kun refrained from accepting it, instead addressing the attendant. I previously entrusted several items for auction at your esteemed pavilion. Therefore, let us settle the total price together. The beautiful attendant then guided Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin to the office of the treasure pavilion, where they encountered a middle-aged man named Lin Chun, a foundation establishment cultivator at the 6th level. Upon seeing Yang Kun, Lin Chun greeted him warmly with a handshake, then remarked, esteemed senior, you have entrusted us with 5 treasures for auction, totaling 25,000 middle-grade spirit stones. You acquired the Haojue spirit bird for 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones, so you need only pay an additional 35,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Yang Kun, naturally, had no issues with this and happily settled the remaining balance, subsequently storing the Haojue spirit bird within his spatial ring. Afterward, Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin exited the treasure pavilion and awaited the arrival of Su Dawei, Yang Xiaoyan, and Lin Yuan at the entrance. Shortly, the three appeared before Yang Kun. Upon spotting him, Yang Xiaoyan dashed over and leaped into his arms. Brother, it's been ages. I've missed you so much. Did you miss me? Yang Kun looked at his sister, her innocence and joy still radiating, and smiled while nodding. Of course. How could I not miss such a lovely sister? Following this, Yang Kun exchanged pleasantries with Su Dawei, who, upon recognizing Yang Kun's voice, felt a surge of discontent. He extended his hand to shake Yang Kun's, intending to humiliate him. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Yang Kun's body had already reached the pinnacle of the indestructible golden skin, granting him unparalleled strength far beyond Su Dawei's capability. No matter how Su Dawei exerted himself, he could not inflict any pain upon Yang Kun. Instead, a mere gentle squeeze from Yang Kun caused Su Dawei unbearable discomfort. Yet, Yang Kun was mindful, applying only a light pressure before releasing his grip. The grievances regarding your abduction of my sister are hereby resolved. Su Dawei, at this moment, comprehended the roots of their previous animosity. It was undoubtedly his forceful abduction of Yang Xiaoyan that displeased Yang Kun, leading to his retribution during the auction. Now, he was even more cautious not to offend Yang Kun, for he realized that if he wished to win Yang Xiaoyan's heart, he must first gain Yang Kun's favor. All right, however, I shall not relinquish my pursuit of Yang Xiaoyan. I shall continue to seek her, and you cannot impede me. Chapter 137. The Origin of Xiaoyan, then let us see your capabilities. In response, Yang Kun smiled knowingly. Had it been a normal pursuit of his sister, he would not have intervened. However, Yang Kun was acutely aware that Su Dawei was not to Yang Xiaoyan's taste, and his sister would never harbor affection for him. Nonetheless, Yang Kun held a different perspective on Su Dawei's character. Subsequently, Yang Kun bid farewell to Qian Xinxin and Su Dawei, taking his sister Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan with him as they prepared to return to the Qi residence. At that moment, a young gentleman clad in splendid attire obstructed their path. Noticing the wary glances from Yang Kun and the others, he pointed at Yang Xiaoyan and smiled gently, saying, "Greetings. I am Wang Lin, and I wish to inquire about this young lady." Yang Kun recognized the voice as belonging to someone from the recently vacated private room, but he was uncertain regarding Wang Lin's intentions in approaching Yang Xiaoyan. "Please, speak plainly. I trust there is nothing we cannot hear," Yang Kun replied, his skepticism apparent. Undeterred by Yang Kun's wary gaze, Wang Lin continued, "I wish to ask if the necklace around this fairy's neck is indeed hers. My inquiry is not born of doubt regarding her character, but rather a desire to ascertain certain matters, for I possess a similar necklace." As he spoke, Wang Lin removed the necklace from his own neck and handed it to Yang Kun. Upon receiving it, Yang Kun observed that it bore a striking resemblance to Yang Xiaoyan's necklace. Both were crafted from mysterious iron. However, Wang Lin's pendant was shaped like a lightning bolt, while Yang Xiaoyun's was fashioned in the form of a tree. Indeed, Xiaoyun had worn her necklace since childhood, suggesting its authenticity. Yet, what could possibly be amiss with it? Yang Kun returned Wang Lin's necklace, gazing at him with curiosity. Wang Lin offered an awkward smile before articulating, "If there are no discrepancies, she may belong to the Jiang family. I hail from the Wang family, one of the 8 prominent clans, and our family's heritage is rooted in the thunder element. Hence my pendant. In contrast, the Jiang family's legacy is tied to the wood element, which explains her tree-shaped pendant. I wish to inquire if her spiritual root is indeed of wood attribute." Yang Kun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she possesses a wood attribute spiritual root. Does this necklace hold any significance? Wang Lin regarded Yang Xiaoyun with a meaningful glance, then fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "If my conjecture is correct, she may be my betrothed, as this necklace was established as an engagement token between her parents and mine." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Yang Kun found himself half convinced. He understood that Wang Lin had no reason to deceive him, particularly given the implications concerning Yang Xiaoyun's lineage. However, Yang Xiaoyun was incensed. She pushed Wang Lin away forcefully, sending him stumbling 5 meters back, and exclaimed vehemently, "Nonsense! I do not bear the surname Jiang. I am Yang Xiaoyun. In this life, I have but one kin, and that is my brother, Yang Kun. You deceiver, attempting to trick me into marriage. Never shall I wed you. Begone." After speaking, she suddenly squatted down on the ground, as if all her strength had evaporated. Yang Kun gestured for Wang Lin to leave, then gently helped Xiaoyun to her feet. Although Xiaoyun had reached the 5th level of qi training, her eyes were still swollen from crying. Yang Kun embraced her and softly comforted her. Understanding that while Xiaoyun yearned to find her family, she was also terrified that her parents might have forsaken her. The revelation of an engagement arranged by her parents was simply too much for her to bear. Despite his empathy, Yang Kun realized that, although ignorance of Xiaoyun's background might have sufficed, now that he was aware, he was determined to ensure she had a mother and father. Only those who have never experienced parental love can truly comprehend the depth of their longing for it. Chapter 138. A Homecoming. Subsequently, Yang Kun escorted Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan back to the Qi family. He entrusted Lin Yuan with a foundational elixir and instructed her to offer comfort to Xiaoyun. Yang Kun resolved to help Xiaoyun find her parents the following day. Although he too struggled to accept the notion of the engagement, he believed that with his presence, change was possible. For the 3 of them, the night was sleepless. Lin Yuan continuously reassured Xiaoyun, while Yang Kun realized that once Xiaoyun departed, he would feel utterly unmoored. Whether in the old city or on Wulong Mountain, he had always understood that his home was with his sister. But now that she had found a family, she could no longer wander by his side, leaving him truly alone. Yet, he recognized that returning his sister to her family was the right course of action. He could not selfishly keep her with him. The night felt interminable, as if a century had passed for the 2 of them. The next morning, Yang Kun was too distracted to collect the beast treasure chest, only mustering some energy once Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan emerged. "Xiaoyun, today your brother will take you to find your parents, all right? I don't want my parents. I just want to be with you, brother. Please don't take me away." Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, tears streamed down Xiaoyun's face, a testament to a night spent weeping, her eyes red and swollen. "We cannot be selfish, Xiaoyun. I believe your parents did not mean to lose you. They must be heartbroken without you. The best outcome would be a family reunited, do you understand?" Yang Kun gently stroked Xiaoyun's hair, perhaps for the last time. "I want you to come with me. I don't want you to leave me." Xiaoyun gazed at Yang Kun defiantly, refusing to let her tears fall. Observing his sister's brave facade, she had never been one to pretend. Yang Kun smiled and nodded. "I will accompany you, and I promise I will visit you often." "All right, it's a promise. And Sister Lin Yuan must come with us too." "Of course, wherever you go, I shall follow," Lin Yuan replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Yang Kun, accompanied by Yang Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, made their way to Songbei Valley. Yang Kun was uneasy about leaving Yang Xiaoyun alone at the Jiang family home. Although her parents would surely recognize her, there was the risk of others mistreating her. Lin Yuan would provide her with some support. Songbei Valley serves as a pivotal junction between Songbei Province and the vast Wanshan Mountains, located in the southeastern region, where the Songdong and Songnan bases converge. Behind Songbei Valley lies an endless expanse of plains. Should the monstrous beasts not be contained here, Songshi province would inevitably become their playground. In comparison to the beast strongholds at Wulon Mountain and Wulong Mountain, the Wanshan Mountains represent the true paradise for these creatures, teeming with greater numbers and formidable strength. Among them are countless beast kings, with hundreds or even thousands at the 10th level, and a dozen or so ancient beasts capable of transformation. The 8 prominent families have established a permanent presence in Songshi Valley to fend off the incursions from the Wanshan Mountains. Otherwise, the province would cease to exist. This is the very reason behind the immense prestige of the 8 families. In this regard, their contributions are monumental. The Jiang, Wangli, and Ouyang families are stationed on the eastern side of Songshi Valley, while the Ling, Su, Sun, and Qian families are situated to the west. Having prepared for their journey to Songshi Valley, Yang Kun had gathered some insights from Batian the previous night, allowing the trio to proceed directly to the eastern side of the valley. Chapter 139. The encounter after spending half a day traveling. The 3 of them arrived at Songshi Valley, utterly astonished by the sight before them. Before them stood a magnificent great wall, grander than the city walls of Songyuan Base, stretching an impressive 5,000 meters from east to west, in stark contrast to the mere 1,000 meters of the Songyuan city defenses. Towering at a height of 15 meters, it dwarfed the 5-meter height of the Songyuan walls, creating a clear distinction between the colossal and the diminutive. The Great Wall was adorned with formidable formations, seamlessly integrated into its structure, while a towering luminescent barrier extended skyward, dividing Songshi Valley into northern and southern sections, the north housing the monstrous Wanshan Mountains, and the south, the human-inhabited Songshi province. As the trio marveled at the grandeur of the Great Wall, a squad of patrolling soldiers from the 8 prominent families approached, mounted on unicorns. The unicorns are the only equine beasts that humans can control, providing exceptional speed, gentle temperaments, and commendable combat capabilities. However, they are not within everyone's reach. Only the 8 families possess the means to equip them, clad in battle armor and wielding swords and knives. With bows and arrows strapped to their backs, each soldier was equipped with top-tier artifacts. Their 8-member unit demonstrated a coordinated formation that, despite all being at the first level of foundation establishment, could likely overpower even a 10th-level practitioner when united in combat. Among them, a 3rd-level foundation practitioner, evidently the team leader, rode forward on his unicorn. Observing Yang Kun and his companions, he furrowed his brow, sensing they did not appear to be malicious, and coldly issued a warning. "Who are you? Do not linger beneath the Great Wall, or face dire consequences." Yang Kun bowed respectfully to the 8 individuals and then pointed to Yang Xiaoyan, stating, "I have the honor of introducing this esteemed military figure, who is the daughter lost to the Jiang family for many years. We seek to reunite with her kin. May I inquire about the path forward?" The captain, having scrutinized Yang Kun and his companions, turned his gaze toward Yang Xiaoyan and asked, "Are you of the Jiang lineage?" Yang Xiaoyan, feeling displeased by the captain's skepticism, nevertheless nodded and replied, "If I am not mistaken, I am indeed a member of the Jiang family. I am the captain of the patrol team, Jiang Xian. Given the circumstances, I shall escort you," Jiang Xian declared. After assigning the remaining 6 members to continue their patrol, he led Yang Kun and his companions into the Jiang family's territory. Under Jiang Xian's guidance, the trio navigated through numerous sentinels, ultimately arriving at a series of brick and wooden structures, undoubtedly the domain of the Jiang family. The premises were fortified with various protective formations, ensuring their security and resilience. Upon reaching the entrance to the reception hall, Jiang Xian instructed the 3 to wait outside while he entered to make an announcement. Shortly thereafter, he re-emerged, ushering them inside. Within the hall sat a man and a woman, the current head of the Jiang family and his wife, who were also Xiaoyun's biological parents, their faces aglow with anticipation. Despite being women, both Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan instinctively recognized Xiaoyun among the trio. It was a visceral connection born of blood. Though no formal tests had been conducted yet, they understood that Xiaoyun was indeed their long-lost daughter. Yang Kun cast a glance at the head of the Jiang family and his wife, instantly comprehending that Xiaoyun was their offspring, a perfect reflection of them. Thus, he, accompanied by his sister Xiaoyun and Lin Yuan, bowed deeply in respect. "We pay our respects to the head of the Jiang family and his esteemed wife," he proclaimed. The Jiang family head and his wife swiftly rose from their seats and approached, assisting the 3 to their feet. They then gazed at Yang Xiaoyun, exclaiming, "Xiaoyun, my precious daughter, Chapter 140. Discontent. The Jiang family head and his wife subsequently led Yang Xiaoyan away for testing, leaving Jiang Xian to keep Yang Kun and Lin Yuan company in the hall. Through conversation with Jiang Xian, Yang Kun learned that he was Yang Xiaoyan's cousin. The head of the Jiang family was named Jiang Shanha, while his wife, the daughter of the Ouyang family, was called Ouyang Ruoxue. The four families to the east of Songshi Valley maintained a cordial relationship, particularly Jiang Shanha and Wang Yu, the head of the Wang family, who shared a brotherly bond. From a young age, a betrothal had been arranged between Yang Xiaoyan and Wang Lin. However, a tragic incident led to Yang Xiaoyan being separated from her parents, rendering them unable to locate her. To their astonishment, Yang Xiaoyan had survived and had come to them today. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Shanha and Ouyang Ruoxue had completed the testing with Yang Xiaoyan, confirming her identity as their daughter, Jiang Xiaoyan. Ouyang Ruoxue enveloped Jiang Xiaoyan in her arms, weeping profusely, and it was only through Jiang Shanha's gentle persuasion that she eventually released her daughter. Xiaoyan, how did you grow up, and how did you find your way back? Jiang Xiaoyan then recounted her childhood, growing up alongside her brother Yang Kun, and ultimately discovering her true identity, which led Yang Kun to guide her back to the Jiang family. Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaoyan had met Wang Lin, Ouyang Ruoxue was immediately delighted and exclaimed, "So, you have indeed met Wang Lin. How do you feel about the suitor your parents have chosen for you?" At Ouyang Ruoxue's words, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a surge of anger. Although she had acknowledged her parents, the bond of affection had yet to form. Did they truly intend to dictate the course of her marriage at this juncture? "I do not like him. I refuse to marry him. I wish to annul the engagement between our families." Understanding her urgency, Ouyang Ruoxue quickly replied, All right. I will respect your wishes. I recall you mentioning that Su Dawei was also pursuing you. Our precious gem is so exceptional. Many would be enamored with you, and we should take our time to choose wisely. Jiang Xiaoyan furrowed her brow and instinctively distanced herself from her mother, her tone icy as she declared, "I do not like Su Dawei, nor do I fancy any member of the prominent families. Do not presume that your status as my parents grants you the power to control my marriage." Jiang Shanha stepped forward, gently patting Ouyang Ruoxue's shoulder, offering her a comforting glance. With a warm smile directed at Jiang Xiaoyan, he remarked, "Our daughter has grown. She possesses her own thoughts and perspectives. It seems she has someone special in her heart. Might she share who that person is?" At his words, Jiang Xiaoyan fell into contemplation. This was a question she had never considered before, but if there were someone in this world meant to accompany her for a lifetime, she hoped it would be her brother, Yang Kun. She realized that even after gaining her parents, her closest bond remained with Yang Kun. The line between love and familial affection blurred, yet all she desired was to be with her brother. Thus, when she lifted her gaze to meet her father's gentle expression, she understood that her words would likely encounter her parents' opposition, yet she felt compelled to speak. "This is a question I had not pondered before, but if I were to choose a husband, it could only be my brother, Yang Kun." Jiang Shanha's reaction was measured. He had anticipated this revelation. However, Ouyang Ruoxue was incensed by Jiang Xiaoyan's declaration, erupting in fury. "Impossible. Does he truly believe he can marry my precious daughter?" Chapter 141. Rejection. Jiang Xiaoyan regarded Ouyang Ruoxue coldly, her demeanor returning to calm as she silently observed her mother's outrage. Conversely, Jiang Shanha painstakingly worked to restore Ouyang Ruoxue's composure. He turned to Jiang Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, do not hold it against your mother. Her overwhelming love for you causes her to react so vehemently. It is our unfamiliarity with Yang Kun that prompts your mother's opposition." Jiang Xiaoyan cast a disdainful glance at Ouyang Ruoxue before retorting with a cold smile, "Do not sugarcoat it. Is it not simply because you look down upon my brother for being poor? Do not forget, for me, my brother is my closest kin, while you are merely my nominal relatives. Do not attempt to bind me under the guise of familial ties and the pretense of goodwill." Exposed ruthlessly by Jiang Xiaoyan, Jiang Shanha's face flushed slightly as he said, "Xiaoyan, why not let us first understand his character before making any decisions? Moreover, you are still young, and there is no need to rush into matters of marriage. We need not make any decisions at this moment. What do you think? That is your concern, not mine. I came here to acknowledge my kin only to ascertain whether my biological parents are still alive and to understand why I was abandoned. I wish to contemplate nothing else, especially since you are the ones proposing the engagement. However, since you insist, let it be so." After finishing her words, Jiang Xiaoyan was the first to leave the room. making her way directly to the reception hall of the Jiang family. Upon her entrance, Yang Kun and his companions ceased their laughter, and Jiang Shaoyan grasped Yang Kun's arm, gently shaking it as she said, "Brother, shall we return? I do not like it here." Observing the distress on Jiang Shaoyan's face, Yang Kun hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter, Shaoyan? Have you upset mother and father? You've only just acknowledged your parents. Do not be so willful." Yet, as they wished for Jiang Shaoyan to hear Yang Kun's words, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, rendering her unable to complete her sentence. It was only in the absence of her brother that she would feign strength. Simultaneously, Jiang Shanha and Ouyang Ruoxue entered, and for the first time, they scrutinized Yang Kun closely. Jiang Shanha was taken aback to discover that Yang Kun had attained the cultivation level of the 10th stage of foundation establishment. Though it paled in comparison to his own over 9,000 spiritual power, such prowess at this age was rare, even among the 8 great families. His previous focus had solely been on his daughter, Jiang Shaoyan, oblivious to Yang Kun's cultivation. Such talent at a young age could indeed be worthy of his daughter. Concerned that Ouyang Ruoxue might not perceive the potential, he discreetly pointed it out and politely remarked, "Our family reunion seems to have overshadowed you, young Master Yang. I did not expect someone of your youth to have already reached the 10th stage of foundation establishment. I wonder if you have joined any clan or sect. What do you think of the Jiang family?" Yang Kun understood that Jiang Shanha suspected he had backing. Otherwise, his cultivation level would remain inexplicable. If Yang Kun truly had no influence behind him, Jiang Shanha sought to entice him into the Jiang family, believing it could be an excellent choice if Yang Kun lacked a system. Regrettably, there were no ifs. "No, I have always relied solely on my sister Shaoyan, and I have yet to join any sect or family. The Jiang family is indeed commendable, but I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom. I do not relish constraints, hence my regret." Jiang Shanha nodded, choosing not to press further. He understood that Yang Kun undoubtedly harbored secrets, yet he would not impose. However, Ouyang Ruoxue furrowed her brows slightly, feeling disheartened by her husband's attempts to ingratiate himself with Yang Kun, who appeared to be rather unappreciative. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Aside from her daughter, she maintained a demeanor of grace and propriety. Chapter 142. An Omen Mother. "I've heard that my sister Shaoyan has been found. Where is she? Please bring her out. I wish to see her." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man bounded into the room, calling out loudly. Following closely behind him were a middle-aged man and a woman. The man bore a resemblance to Jiang Shanha. Though lacking his steadiness, he exuded an air of cunning depth. The woman appeared slightly older than Jiang Shaoyan, dressed in a mature fashion, but as she glanced at Yang Kun and the others, a fleeting look of disdain crossed her features, which she quickly concealed. Yang Kun, who was also observing the trio, caught this expression and frowned momentarily before relaxing. He was confident that with him present, no one could harm Shaoyan. Ouyang Ruoxue cast a fond glance at the young man, adjusted his attire, and then gestured towards Jiang Shaoyan, saying, "Mind your appearance. We have guests. This is your sister, Jiang Shaoyan." Then, Ouyang Ruoxue pointed to the young man and introduced him to Jiang Shaoyan, saying, "This is your younger brother, Jiang Jingwei, who is 3 years your junior. You two should get along well." "Sister," exclaimed Jiang Jingwei, as he dashed towards Jiang Shaoyan and embraced her. Jiang Shaoyan, touched by the innocence and purity of Jiang Jingwei, smiled gently and patted his head. Afterward, Jiang Shanha introduced the middle-aged man and the mature woman to Jiang Shaoyan, saying, "This is your uncle's son and daughter, my elder brother Jiang Guozhu and sister Jiang Churan. You should get to know each other." Though Jiang Shaoyan could not discern their true intentions, she felt little affection for them and merely inclined her body slightly, acknowledging their presence. Jiang Guozhu returned a polite smile, while Jiang Churan nodded slightly. And thus the family members became acquainted. Jiang Shanha then introduced Yang Kun, noting that despite his youth, he shared the same foundational cultivation level as Jiang Guozhu, both at the 10th level of qi refinement. Although there was mutual disdain beneath the surface, they exchanged pleasantries. Yet, this calm was soon disrupted when Ouyang Ruoxue proposed a duel between the two. Jiang Shanha frowned slightly, although he was not in favor. He understood Ouyang Ruoxue's intentions and was curious to ascertain Yang Kun's capabilities, so he refrained from intervening. "Youthful brother Yang, with such prowess at a young age, you truly are a dragon among men. In that case, shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Jiang Guozhu remarked, casting a surprised glance at Yang Kun. His thoughts concealed as he stepped into the center of the hall. Yang Kun harbored no objections. In fact, he was inclined to reveal some of his prowess to intimidate Jiang Guozhu and Jiang Chuan of the Jiang family, thereby safeguarding Xiaoyan from potential harm in his absence. Very well, let us engage in a duel to enliven the atmosphere, he declared, rising from his chair and stepping into the center of the hall. He casually glanced at Jiang Guozhu and said, "Let the contest begin." However, Jiang Guozhu waved his hand and chuckled. "This seems rather dull. Why not add some stakes?" With a half-smile, Yang Kun met his gaze, producing the golden light sword, a treasure he had previously acquired from Wei Wuxie, and remarked, "That sounds agreeable. I shall use this as our wager. You may proceed as you wish." Upon witnessing Yang Kun draw the golden light sword, Jiang Shanha's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yang Kun could so effortlessly summon a magical artifact. Jiang Guozhu, recognizing the treasure himself, expressed his surprise but then produced a jade bottle filled with talismanic energy, stating earnestly, "Brother Yang, you are indeed formidable, able to summon a magical artifact with such ease. While I may not possess one, this jade talisman bottle, which has never been used, is still quite remarkable. However, I shall be serious in our duel and will not hold back. Do be cautious, Brother Yang." Chapter 143. The Leaf. Yang Kun nodded, tossing the golden light sword to Jiang Shanha. "Excellent. Then let Uncle Jiang serve as our referee." Jiang Guozhu levitated the jade bottle before Jiang Shanha, who, pleased with the two artifacts, nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall officiate your contest, but remember to keep it light. Do not inflict serious harm upon one another." Jiang Guozhu took the initiative, pointing a finger at Yang Kun and unleashing the Jiang family's wood-based techniques. Vines erupted from beneath Yang Kun's feet, swiftly wrapping around his legs and climbing upward. Simultaneously, he summoned a low-grade wooden sword to strike at Yang Kun. He was confident that if Yang Kun could not free himself within 3 seconds, he would be defeated. These were no ordinary vines. They were iron wire vines, resilient as iron, and few could escape their grasp. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yang Kun relied not on formidable spells but on the strength of his physique. To him, these seemingly unbreakable vines were akin to mere paper. As the wooden sword was about to strike, Yang Kun activated his indestructible golden body, a glimmer of golden light enveloping him. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, effortlessly snapping the iron wire vines, which fell to the ground. In the same fluid motion, Yang Kun delivered a powerful punch to the wooden sword, sending it flying. With a decisive stomp, he instantaneously appeared before Jiang Guozhu. While Jiang Guozhu was taken aback by Yang Kun's physical prowess, he had encountered other practitioners of body cultivation before, yet none matched the extraordinary strength of Yang Kun. Though astonished within, his outward response was one of discontent. He wielded the wooden sword once more against Yang Kun, while simultaneously retrieving a leaf that appeared to be a magical artifact, launching it at Yang Kun with the finesse of a hidden weapon. Yang Kun, taken aback, cast a glance at Jiang Guozhu, surprised to witness such an unconventional use of a leaf. However, he refrained from attacking with his fists as he had before, opting instead to draw the celestial measuring ruler and strike fiercely at the leaf, all the while charging towards Jiang Guozhu. Upon the celestial ruler's contact with the leaf, Yang Kun was astonished to observe that the leaf seemed to parasitize the ruler like a seed, absorbing its spiritual energy to grow. Moreover, it severed Yang Kun's control over the celestial ruler, which fell to the ground as the leaf began to advance towards him along the lines of spiritual energy. Yang Kun effortlessly deflected the approaching wooden sword and subsequently produced the 5 poisons jar, capturing the leaf within. It was uncertain whether the jar's potent toxic energy could still be absorbed. At that moment, a wooden cage materialized around Yang Kun, ensnaring him within. To his dismay, the cage sprouted wooden spikes, and its confines were continuously shrinking. Yang Kun struck the cage with his fists, yet found it impervious to even the slightest damage. He then retrieved the 7-star sword, forming the 7-star sword formation, only to find that the myriad of sword lights were absorbed by the wooden cage. With a swift motion, Yang Kun unleashed 2 palm strikes, the Chaos Spirit Seal and the Phantom Deity Seal, which pierced through the wooden cage to strike Jiang Guozhu. Although the seals caused a brief disarray in Jiang Guozhu's spiritual energy and consciousness, he quickly regained composure. However, That moment was sufficient for Yang Kun to invoke the demon transformation, revealing a spectral pig that enveloped his form. With a single punch, he shattered the wooden cage and surged towards Jiang Guozhu, disregarding the incoming wooden sword. Shielded by the spectral pig and bolstered by his formidable, indestructible golden skin, Yang Kun no longer feared the assault of this inferior magical artifact. As the wooden sword struck him, the spectral pig absorbed 90% of the damage, leaving the remaining 10% insufficient to breach his golden skin's defenses. When Yang Kun stood before Jiang Guozhu, victory in this confrontation was nearly assured. Chapter 144. Departure. Jiang Guozhu could only hastily cast the spell of iron vine tendrils to ensnare Yang Kun, yet it proved futile, dissipating upon contact. As Yang Kun's hand rested upon him, Jiang Guozhu ceased his resistance, fully aware that Yang Kun's formidable physique could inflict harm or even death at any moment. His own attempts to attack Yang Kun were ineffectual. Thus, he conceded. Simultaneously, Yang Kun retracted the indestructible golden body and the demon transformation techniques. Clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect, he said, "I concede." As he turned to leave, Jiang Xiaoyan gazed at him with stars in her eyes, marveling at her brother's strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Shanha regarded Yang Kun with admiration. After witnessing that battle, he deemed Yang Kun worthy of his daughter. He casually handed over the magical artifact and talisman, stating, "You have triumphed. These talismans and the golden sword rightfully belong to you." Although Ouyang Ruoxue still did not acknowledge Yang Kun, her resistance had notably diminished. However, Jiang Guozhu and Jiang Chuan were filled with astonishment, for they understood that as long as Yang Kun remained alive, Jiang Xiaoyan was not someone they could easily provoke. Yang Kun received items from Jiang Shanha, stowing them away in his spatial ring, casually engaging in conversation and laughter with everyone. He realized that from this moment onward, as long as he continued to live, no one would dare offend Jiang Xiaoyan, and indeed, Jiang Shanha proved to be a reliable father. Thus, Yang Kun spoke highly of her parents, persuading Xiaoyan to ultimately remain, while Lin Yuan chose to stay by Xiaoyan's side. By the time Yang Kun had arranged everything for Jiang Xiaoyan, the day was drawing to a close, prompting him to decide to rest for the night before departing the following day. Despite the impending separation causing a sleepless night, it did not significantly affect Yang Kun's health, and he rose before dawn. He claimed both the uncollected treasure chests from yesterday and those from today, totaling 22 chests. Yang Kun amassed a total of 358 points of spiritual energy and 108 demon essence fruits, thereby elevating his spiritual energy to 1879 points. With 2 demon essence fruits remaining, he now possessed a total of 110 fruits, which he distributed as follows: 3 to the Phoenix, and 7 each to the other 8 Beast Kings, excluding the Tengu, raising their bloodline values to 45 points. Ultimately, Yang Kun retained 51 demon essence fruits. Without bidding farewell to his sister, Yang Kun took his leave from Jiang Shanha and prepared to exit the Jiang residence. Just then, however, Jiang Xiaoyan and Lin Yuan unexpectedly appeared at the door, their eyes red and tear-streaked. Yang Kun stepped forward to embrace Jiang Xiaoyan before striding away from the Jiang family home. Upon leaving, he summoned the majestic spirit bird, entering through the hatch beneath its belly, which closed automatically behind him. The interior was not particularly spacious, but it allowed Yang Kun to lie comfortably. He replaced his spirit stones with 20 medium-grade ones, and then directed the majestic spirit bird to ascend. With wings flapping like a bird, it soared higher and higher, reaching an altitude exceeding 500 meters. Only cultivators at the Golden Core stage could achieve such heights, and under Yang Kun's guidance, the majestic spirit bird flew toward the Songyuan base city at the speed of a Golden Core cultivator. Having contacted Qian Xinxin the previous day to arrange an early visit to the 10,000 Great Mountains and receiving her agreement, Yang Kun needed to return to the Songyuan base city to meet her. After half an hour, he arrived above the Songyuan base city, directing the spirit bird to descend, which immediately drew envious gazes from the onlookers below. This marked the majestic spirit bird's first appearance among the crowd, causing quite a stir. Noticing someone approaching to strike up a conversation, Yang Kun promptly retracted the spirit bird and swiftly departed the scene, silently chuckling to himself. While the spirit bird was indeed remarkable, it consumed quite a bit of spirit stones in that brief half hour. It had depleted 2/3 of the energy from the 20 spirit stones. It appears that only the exquisite spirit stones serve as the source of power for this ethereal bird. Subsequently, Yang Kun made his way directly to the fortune tea house in Songbei City, where he had arranged to meet Qian Xinxin. Chapter 145. The Golden Essence Pill. Upon Yang Kun's arrival at the fortune tea house, he found Qian Xinxin already waiting. Having ordered a cup of spirit tea for him, taking a seat opposite her, he lifted the cup and consumed the tea in one swift motion. Lacking the patience to savor such fine brew, he had yet to properly express his gratitude to the fair Qian for her previous assistance. So he raised his cup in a toast, offering tea in lieu of wine as a gesture of respect. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Even in my absence, your sister would have been unharmed. Though Su Dawei may be a dandy, he possesses a commendable character, Qian Xinxin remarked nonchalantly, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Kun. However, you still call me Qian Fairy, which suggests you still regard me as an outsider. Haha, that is indeed my oversight. How about I drink another cup as self-punishment? He replied, pouring himself another cup and downing it in one gulp. Observing Yang Kun's antics, Qian Xinxin couldn't help but smile, covering her mouth as she laughed. If you desire tea, you need not go to such lengths. If you truly wish to atone, merely offer me a few thousand spirit stones. Yang Kun gazed at her in disbelief, rubbing his forehead and rolling his eyes. You are the wealthiest young lady around. Do you truly lack for spirit stones? Qian Xinxin tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and cast a knowing glance at Yang Kun, grinning. Who would ever complain of having too few spirit stones? I would gladly claim all the spirit stones in the world as my own. Upon hearing her words, Yang Kun chuckled, then turned serious as he inquired, now, can we discuss the purpose of our journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains? Qian Xinxin nodded, glancing around before casting a soundproof barrier around them. Noticing her caution, Yang Kun adopted a more earnest demeanor. You can control magical beasts. Thus, you must have heard of beast tamer pill master Wang Chongxin? Yang Kun nodded, recalling that he had learned about the profession of beast tamers during his studies at Songyuan Academy, where Wang Chongxin's name had been mentioned, albeit briefly. The location we are headed to is indeed the lair of beast tamer pill master Wang Chongxin. However, he is not merely a beast tamer. He is also a master alchemist. Among his most renowned creations is the Golden Essence Pill, which enhances the physical form of magical beasts and increases their chances of transformation. Remarkably, it also benefits us humans by elevating our chances of condensing the golden core. At our level of cultivation, our singular aspiration is to break through to the golden core stage. When we discover the Golden Essence Pill, we shall share it equally. And the information regarding the beast tamer may prove useful to you as well. As she spoke, Qian Xinxin cast a teasing glance at Yang Kun with her enchanting apricot-shaped eyes, seemingly conveying, see how considerate I am towards you? Yang Kun harbored no doubts regarding Qian Xinxin. However, he was acutely aware that opportunity often accompanies peril. Should Wang Chongxin successfully concoct the Golden Essence Pill, it would imply that his beast had attained the formidable status of a transformed ancient creature. With their current capabilities, they would be far from adequate to confront such an entity. Nevertheless, fortune and misfortune frequently intertwine, and since he sought the violent tendon grass, a journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains became inevitable. He expressed his gratitude, inquiring if she was prepared. He himself had little to ready, and if she was set, they could depart together. I was prepared yesterday, but we must wait for one more person, she replied. Wang Chongxin's cavern is protected by formations, and his expertise lies in such arrays. Without him, we might not even gain entry. Chapter 146. Selling rice. Yang Kun nodded, engaging Qian Xinxin in light conversation. After approximately an hour, two men appeared within their line of sight. Upon seeing two figures, Yang Kun turned to Qian Xinxin and asked, why are there two of them? Qian Xinxin furrowed her brow, her charming nose slightly wrinkled, and coldly remarked, I do not know. I only invited you and the formation master, Wan Zheng. I am unsure why he has brought along Li Ruabai from the sword sect. With her guidance, Yang Kun recognized the individual clad in a green robe as Wan Zheng, the formation master she had invited, while the other, a young man in white, was Li Ruabai, a core disciple of the sword sect. The two soon approached Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin, who fixed a frosty gaze on Wan Zheng and demanded, Wan Zheng, why did you invite someone else? To her surprise, Wan Zheng scoffed, gesturing towards Yang Kun. Are you permitted to invite others? If I were to falter in the formation and be ensnared by you, who would know? Qian Xinxin, incensed by Wang Zheng's insinuation on her character, stood up in fury, her cold glare silencing her words. Meanwhile, Li Ruobai, exuding familiarity, smiled at Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin, saying, "Do not be upset, fair lady. Although the 10,000 great mountains hold great opportunities, they are fraught with peril due to the countless beasts within. However, with me, the sword immortal Li Ruobai, you shall be well protected." Yang Kun, interjecting to prevent Qian Xinxin from losing her temper, stepped forward to Wang Zheng and Li Ruobai, wearing a congenial smile. "Xinxin, do not be angry. Having another companion is beneficial. With the multitude of beasts in the 10,000 great mountains, our unity is essential for a safe return." He simultaneously conveyed a thought through his spiritual sense to Qian Xinxin, urging her to allow them to join, for they would face the consequences later. Indeed, this brother speaks wisely. With me, Li Ruobai, even if we encounter a transformed ancient beast, we can certainly contend with it, he declared. Yang Kun nodded in agreement, looking at Li Ruobai with admiration. "That is splendid. We shall rely on you, Dao friendly, to lead the way." Li Ruobai's pride briefly faltered, yet he remained undeterred. As long as he was invited, guiding them was a trivial task for one of his prowess. Subsequently, Qian Xinxin, accompanied by Yang Kun, with Wang Zheng and Li Ruobai following closely behind, ascended on their swords, heading towards the Songbei base city. As Wang Chongxin's cave abode was situated not far from Wulan Mountain, their first destination was Wulan Mountain, from which they would then venture into the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. All four were cultivators at the 10th level of foundation establishment. Thus their speed was remarkable. They reached Linshan City after a day of relentless travel. Once there, they rested briefly within the formation set up by Wang Zheng. Yang Kun produced 2 servings of breakfast, handing one to Qian Xinxin. The breakfast spread was lavish and delectable, with both Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin enjoying their meal so much that Wang Zheng and Li Ruobai couldn't help but salivate. Although they had reached the foundation establishment stage and could sustain themselves solely on spiritual energy without consuming food, witnessing the enjoyment of the two made them yearn for a taste. After Yang Kun finished his meal, he noticed the two eagerly swallowing their saliva. Although he had done so intentionally, he feigned embarrassment and said, "My apologies, I almost forgot about the two of you. However, I have prepared only a limited amount of food, so it wouldn't be fair to provide it for free. Perhaps you could offer some spiritual stones?" Before Yang Kun could finish, Wang Zheng retorted angrily, "This formation was set by me. I shouldn't have to contribute spiritual stones." Yang Kun merely shook his head, retrieving a protective formation from his spatial ring. This formation was specifically designed to avoid attracting demonic beasts, unless you wish to provoke them. I can also set up a formation. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Wang Zheng was momentarily speechless, while Li Ruobai, indifferent, asked, "How many spiritual stones would it take to purchase a serving?" Noticing the expectant gaze of Li Ruobai, Yang Kun coldly smirked internally. He then produced an array of foods, including crayfish, beggar's chicken, fried rice, noodles, aged tofu, and fried dough sticks, along with various fruits such as bananas, apples, coconuts, and peaches. He pointed at them, stating, "That depends on your choice. Crayfish costs 100 spiritual stones, beggar's chicken 80, Yangzhou fried rice 50, and each fruit is 10 spiritual stones. Feel free to choose." As Yang Kun unveiled such an abundance of food, Wang Zheng and Li Ruobai's faces paled, casting unfriendly glances at him. However, it was not the time for confrontation. They still needed Qian Xinxin to guide them. Thus, both spent a significant amount of spiritual stones to procure an assortment of food, indulging heartily in their feast. Even Qian Xinxin bore a black line of exasperation on her forehead. Just moments ago, Yang Kun had confidently claimed he had little to offer. Yet now he revealed such a bounty and priced it so steeply. Still, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Yang Kun accepted the spiritual stones and subsequently collected 11 treasure chests from demonic beasts, acquiring 179 points of spiritual energy, bringing his total to 2058 points. He also obtained 54 demonic essence fruits, totaling 105, which he distributed 10 each to the 9 beast kings, enhancing their bloodline values to 55 points. In the end, Yang Kun retained 15 demon fruit for emergencies. After everyone had eaten their fill and rested, Wang Zheng retracted the formation, and they all concealed their presence, cautiously infiltrating Misty Mountain. True to its name, Misty Mountain was shrouded in a dense fog that obscured vision. However, since the four possessed divine perception, they were undeterred. Still, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The mountain was home to numerous demonic beasts, yet they were currently in the periphery, where only low-level ferocious creatures roamed. And the presence of beast kings was scarce, alleviating their fears of discovery. Nevertheless, some reckless beasts did approach, but before Yang Kun and his companions could intervene, they met their demise at the hands of Li Ruobai. With a mere flick of his finger, Li Ruobai unleashed a stream of sword energy that obliterated a second-tier dog king. Witnessing this, Yang Kun cast a serious glance at Li Ruobai. He had previously heard Qi Batian describe the sword sect, noting that their practitioners were true sword cultivators. They devoted their lives to mastering a single weapon, swordsmanship, where the sword and the wielder became one. If one perished, so did the other. Yang Kun, initially perplexed, now perceived Li Ruobai as the embodiment of a sword itself. Every motion, be it a hand gesture, a kick, or even a breath, seemed to resonate with the essence of the sword. The might of a sword cultivator was indeed formidable, explaining why the sword sect stood as the most powerful among the sections. Thus, under Li Ruobai's guidance, the four advanced deeper into Misty Mountain with relative ease. At this juncture, even Yang Kun and Li Ruobai had to remain vigilant, for the beasts here were formidable, predominantly beast kings of levels 8 and 9, with many at the 10th level. Should their presence be revealed, they would face an onslaught from a horde of beasts, likely leading to their demise. Even if they miraculously escaped, reaching Wang Chongxin's lair would be impossible. Their sole objective was to traverse Misty Mountain and not retreat at the first hurdle. Chapter 148. The Eagle King. Should Misty Mountain harbor shape-shifting ancient beasts, their fate would be dire. Having experienced the ordeal at Wulong Mountain, Yang Kun exercised even greater caution. However, sometimes, the more one fears trouble, the more it seems to arise. Despite their vigilance, they could not evade detection. Above them soared a massive black eagle, an impressive 10th-tier Eagle King, circling the four and occasionally emitting a piercing cry. This marked Yang Kun's first encounter with a flying demonic beast. Yet it was hardly a fortuitous event. The presence of such a creature posed significant challenges. Not only was its offensive capability formidable, but its agility was also a concern. If they mishandled the situation, they could find themselves besieged by a swarm of beasts. Therefore, they had to ensure a swift and decisive strike while employing formations to ensnare the Eagle King and muffle the sounds of combat. Thus, the four exchanged glances. Embarking on their inaugural collaboration, they adhered to a strategy of remaining motionless, biding their time as they awaited the Eagle King's assault. Indeed, after observing them for a while, the Eagle King descended like a bullet, its sharp talons aimed fiercely at Qian Xinxin. In response, Qian Xinxin summoned a spiritual shield to protect her head. The talons struck the shield, leaving only faint white marks, failing to breach its defense. At that moment, Wanzheng swiftly activated a formation, enveloping the four and the eagle within, ensuring that their battle would not reach the outside world, while simultaneously luring other beasts to their location. Yang Kun unleashed the Chaos Spirit Seal and the Illusion God Seal, causing the Eagle King's spiritual energy to falter and its consciousness to waver momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruobai opened his mouth and expelled a white sword pellet, which instantly pierced the Eagle King's body. The sword energy cleaved through the Eagle King, reducing it to fragments and scattering its feathers across the ground, rendering it utterly lifeless. Though the trio did not voice their concerns, they harbored a wary respect for Li Ruobai, whose sword pellet had effortlessly slain the formidable 10th-level Eagle King, instilling trepidation in them all. Li Ruobai, sensing their wariness, remained unfazed. A true stronghold does not concern itself with the thoughts of the weak. He was confident that he could prevail even against 3 adversaries, perhaps even dispatching 1 or 2 in the process. Subsequently, the 4 divided the spoils from the Eagle King, with Li Ruobai claiming the finest pair of talons, Qian Xinxin acquiring a pair of eagle eyes, Wanzheng obtaining the beak, and Yang Kun collecting all the feathers and flesh. After the distribution, they cautiously continued on their journey. As their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, they traversed the Misty Mountain without incident. Along their path, they not only vanquished beasts but also gathered numerous spiritual herbs, elevating their spirits considerably. Although Yang Kun had yet to encounter the coveted violent tendon grass, his confidence remained unshaken, for they were not far from the marked location of the herb. As the sun set, the four emerged from the misty mountain, wary of continuing their journey through the night. The 10,000 great mountains were fraught with peril, teeming with beasts, and an encounter with a predatory ancient beast could spell doom for them all. Consequently, Liu Yiyi carved out a cave at the mountain's base with his sword energy, while Wang Zheng shielded the cave with a protective formation, rendering them invisible beneath its cover. Yang Kun, too, fashioned a reasonably spacious cave using his flying sword, then retrieved the Azure Dragon Guardian formation, entering alongside Qian Xinxin. Qian Xinxin produced a luminous pearl, radiating warm white light, illuminating the cave as brightly as day. Despite their seamless collaboration during the day, they understood that during meditation and cultivation, an unexpected attack could lead to dire consequences, ranging from minor setbacks to fatal outcomes. Thus, it was prudent to maintain separation. Trust was best placed in those closest to them. Chapter 149. The Hidden Card. As only Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin remained in the cave, an air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Upon entering, Qian Xinxin retrieved a mat, closed her eyes, and began to meditate, evidently to alleviate the discomfort. Observing her dedication to cultivation, Yang Kun refrained from disturbing her, choosing instead to exit the formation and consume a beast spirit pill. When he first acquired this item, he would have never considered ingesting it. However, its frequent use had now reduced his supply to merely 4. Each consumption had indeed taken its toll. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since Yang Kun had obtained any treasures, as he had neither synthesized new beasts nor produced new beast kings. His daily loot from the beast chests contained only spiritual power points, beast essence fruits, and an abundance of uneaten food. Subsequently, Yang Kun quietly returned to Misty Mountain, releasing Tengu and 9 other beast kings. He intended to utilize the night to swiftly elevate the beast levels. Additionally, he planned to synthesize 1 or 2 new types of beasts, as this was the only means to acquire system treasures. Soon, Yang Kun found himself before a pack of dogs. Under his command, the beast kings, including Tengu, surged forward, rapidly synthesizing 3 level 8 dog kings. These were then merged with Tengu, elevating it to a level 10 Tengu. Simultaneously, Yang Kun sensed some unrest among the beast horde that night. Information relayed from Tengu and the others indicated they were searching for the perpetrator responsible for the death of the Misty Mountain Lord's son. However, Yang Kun chose to remain inconspicuous, directing the beast kings in their synthesis of ferocious beasts. The night swiftly passed, and upon Qian Xinxin opening her eyes, Yang Kun had already returned. Utilizing the previous night's time, he had successfully upgraded the levels of Tengu, the saber-toothed tiger, and the Azure Bull to level 10 beast kings. Notably, with Tengu reaching this pinnacle, its strength, bolstered by its bloodline, could now rival that of ancient shape-shifting beasts without losing ground. With a level 10 Tengu, Yang Kun's safety on this venture was assured. The only regret was the absence of a mythical chicken and the lack of new beast synthesis, which meant no random treasure chests would materialize. Nevertheless, Yang Kun felt content, particularly since the ascension of Tengu and others to level 10 would also increase the quantity of spiritual power points and beast essence fruits. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received Beast Treasure Chest 11. Please claim your reward. After claiming it, Yang Kun received several food items, 187 points of spiritual power, and 56 beast essence fruits. His spiritual power reached 2,245 points, and the total count of beast essence fruits climbed to 71. Noticing that Qian Xinxin had awakened, Yang Kun took out breakfast, and they shared a meal together. Once they had eaten their fill, Yang Kun retracted the formation, just as Wang Zheng and Liu Yiyi emerged from it. However, they made no mention of needing a meal. As the group deliberated on their departure, a figure suddenly appeared before them. The figure before them possessed sharp, eagle-like features and was clad in black attire. Although he exuded no discernible aura, the countenance of those present shifted dramatically. For this individual was no mere man, but rather a transformed ancient beast. None could fathom the reason for the presence of such a creature in this location, nor why it had fortuitously encountered the four. The being sniffed the air, fixing its fierce gaze upon the quartet, declaring, "You bear the scent of the black eagle. You are the ones who slayed my son. At long last, I have found you, and you shall pay with your lives." With a sudden tremor, countless black sword feathers cascaded down, transforming into an array of ominous blades that surged toward the group. Chapter 150. The escape. In an instant, the sword feathers were upon them. Wan Zheng promptly activated the formation, shielding himself and Li Ruobai, while Li Ruobai directed his fingers at the incoming feathers, each gesture releasing a stream of sword energy to strike them down. Meanwhile, Qian Xinxin summoned her spiritual shield to protect herself and Yang Kun, then produced a spiritual fire and wind fan, vigorously fanning the air to unleash a torrent of flames and gusts that met the sword feathers head-on. In the blink of an eye, all the sword feathers were incinerated, though a few managed to slip through, only to be intercepted by Yang Kun's swift hand. Despite their success in neutralizing the sword feathers and barring the path of the humanoid ancient eagle, a grave tension lingered among them. For though the beast had assumed human form and wielded spells, its most formidable state remained that of its true beastly nature. Before their eyes, the humanoid ancient eagle morphed into a colossal eagle, its talons the size of 2 men. As it soared into the sky, it obscured the sun itself. With a powerful swoop, it lunged toward them, its left claw aimed at Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin, while its right claw targeted Wan Zheng and Li Ruobai. Without hesitation, Li Ruobai unleashed a sword pellet from his mouth, directing it toward the eagle's abdomen. The massive bird made no effort to defend itself, instead swiping its claw at the formation controlled by Wan Zheng, which was swiftly shattered by the eagle's might. Yet, Li Ruobai's sword pellet was no ordinary projectile. It carved a significant wound in the eagle's belly, though to the creature, it was but a trifling scratch. The winds and flames that had vanquished the sword feathers were scattered by the eagle's talons, which then struck the spiritual shield with such force that it was rendered useless. As Yang Kun witnessed the talons descending upon them, he utilized his azure dragon cloak to offer some semblance of protection, pulling Qian Xinxin away from the impending blow. He called out to Wan Zheng and Li Ruobai, urging, "Split up and flee. We shall regroup at the designated location." As the giant eagle prepared to seize Wan Zheng and the others, its talons lunging toward them, Li Ruobai, with remarkable swiftness, transformed himself and Wan Zheng into a beam of sword light, vanishing from the spot. Qian Xinxin had previously informed the trio of their escape route, making their decision to separate an astute one. Meanwhile, Yang Kun summoned his magnificent spiritual bird, whisking both Qian Xinxin and himself away with a powerful flap of its wings, disappearing into the ether. Li Ruobai's sword light moved with astonishing swiftness, surpassing even Yang Kun's noble spirit bird in speed, though it likely bore a cost akin to Zhao Wu's blood spirit escape technique. Previously, Yang Kun had subdued Zhao Wu and thus inherited this technique, which he had taken the time to learn. After Yang Kun dealt with the Xiaoyao sect, he dispatched Zhao Wu to seek information on other medicinal herbs. The 4 individuals fled in 2 separate directions, while the giant eagle, observing their retreat, opened its fierce eyes and flapped its wings in pursuit of Yang Kun. Feeling the looming presence of the eagle behind them, Yang Kun's expression soured, though the flying speed of the noble spirit bird was impressive. It paled in comparison to that of the giant eagle. Despite being merely a first-level ancient beast, the eagle was a formidable flying creature, and it was closing in on the two. The crucial factor was that Yang Kun possessed only mid-grade spirit stones. Had he been equipped with high-grade or even top-grade spirit stones, he could have easily outpaced the eagle at the speed of a 6th or even 10th level golden core cultivator. Thus, Yang Kun turned to the inquisitive Qian Xinxin beside him and inquired, "The eagle is gaining on us. Do you possess any high-grade spirit stones?" Without hesitation, Qian Xinxin produced 25 high-grade spirit stones and handed them to Yang Kun. He regarded her with surprise, acknowledging her as a true little heiress. Upon swiftly replacing 20 mid-grade spirit stones with the high-grade ones, the speed of the noble spirit bird more than doubled, allowing them to swiftly vanish from the eagle's sight. However, Yang Kun sensed a consciousness still tightly focused on them, indicating they had yet to escape the eagle's perceptive grasp. With control over the noble spirit bird, Yang Kun propelled them forward, and after a considerable time, they finally evaded the giant eagle's pursuit. To his astonishment, they had arrived at the location marked for the violent tendon grass. Gradually, he guided the noble spirit bird to land. Chapter 151. Poison Spirit Bees and the Bear King. As the two disembarked from the noble spirit bird, Qian Xinxin marveled at the bird shrinking under Yang Kun's command, exclaiming, "Had I known the noble spirit bird was so exceptional, I should have bid for it myself. Though your spirit stones are plentiful, I doubt you possess as many as I do." She cast a playful glare at Yang Kun, leaving him in a state of exasperation. How could he compete with someone like Qian Xinxin, who carried 26 high-grade spirit stones? He could only manage a wry smile, recalling that he had previously possessed not a single spirit stone. True, it is impressive, but it consumes spirit stones at an alarming rate. In just half a day, it expended much of the energy from 20 high-grade spirit stones. Only someone of your wealth could afford such a luxury. Qian Xinxin blinked her beautiful eyes at Yang Kun, her tone laden with implication as she remarked, "So, you are in need of spirit stones. That's easily resolved. If you join the Qin family, I could provide you with 20 high-grade spirit stones each month. I appreciate your kindness, but I am not fond of the constraints of familial obligations. However, as friends, we can certainly assist one another," Yang Kun replied, shaking his head. Having previously declined even Xiaoyan's family, he had no intention of aligning himself with the Qin family. Initially, Yang Kun merely intended to engage in polite conversation, for given the influence of the Qin family, it was unnecessary for them to seek his assistance. However, Qian Xinxin gazed intently at Yang Kun and earnestly stated, "We agreed upon this, and I shall not go back on my word." "Very well," he replied. "This elixir will ensure that ordinary beasts will not attack you." Simultaneously, Yang Kun consumed a beast spirit pill, and, after glancing at the map to confirm their destination, he and Qian Xinxin ventured toward the Bear King Ridge. The violent bears, drawn to the violent mussel grass, undoubtedly inhabited an area abundant with it. Before long, the pair arrived at Bear King Ridge, where the landscape was teeming with the presence of violent bears. Yet, upon sensing the aura of the two, the bears refrained from launching an attack, allowing Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin to stride confidently into the vicinity. As they searched for violent mussel grass, they found that most had been devoured by the bears, leaving only seedlings for their efforts. However, these fledgling plants were of little use, prompting them to delve deeper into the ridge. Despite their failure to locate suitable grass, they stumbled upon a colossal beehive, the nest of the poison spirit bees, which surely contained honey. Unfortunately, it was surrounded by countless poison spirit bees. Although the worker bees lacked a queen, the sheer number of them would make it exceedingly difficult for even a golden core cultivator to harvest the honey, leading Yang Kun to contemplate a strategy of diversion. After 10 minutes, Yang Kun finally discovered some violent mussel grass outside a cave belonging to the Bear King. Not only was this grass fully matured, but it also boasted over a decade of medicinal age, enhancing its efficacy. Without hesitation, Yang Kun gathered all of it, but at that moment, an 8th-level Bear King appeared before him. Enraged at the loss of the grass he had nurtured for years, the Bear King roared, slamming its enormous paws down upon Yang Kun with the force of a mountain. In response to the Bear King's mighty blow, Yang Kun stepped forward, channeling all his spiritual energy into his right arm. A golden fist met the bear's paw with a resounding clash. Yang Kun was sent staggering back several paces, while the Bear King remained unmoved. Indeed, the violent bear held the title of the strongest among beasts, despite Yang Kun's belief in his own formidable physique. He found himself lacking in comparison to the Bear King. Nevertheless, he emerged unscathed and swiftly made his way toward the poisoned spirit bee's hive, with the Bear King roaring in pursuit. Chapter 152. Subduing the Bee King and Bear King. As the 8th-level Bear King was lured to the vicinity of the poisoned spirit bee hive, Yang Kun exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Xinxin, who stood by the formation. She skillfully commanded the spirit tool shield to push the massive hive toward the Bear King, while Yang Kun, empowered by the speed of the Azure Dragon Battle Robe, dashed into the formation in an instant. Meanwhile, the colossal beehive came crashing down upon the 8th-level Bear King, who retaliated by slamming his enormous paw onto the hive, sending it hurtling toward the formation nearby. Countless venomous spirit bees erupted from within the hive, launching themselves at the Bear King. In an instant, the Bear King found himself completely surrounded by the bees, forming a massive bear-shaped swarm. With his eyes shut tight, he recklessly swatted at the bees with his paws. Although he managed to crush dozens, an even greater number would swiftly replace them. Bees crawled over his paws and even his eyelids. The venomous bees stung the Bear King, sacrificing themselves in the process, only for more to come rushing in. Despite the Bear King's tough hide, his entire body became inflamed and swollen, more than doubling in size from the relentless stings. Once the swarm dispersed, Yang Kun emerged from the formation, retrieving the now vacant hive. He used his white rainbow sword to slice open the hive, revealing a treasure trove of honey, countless larvae, and over 100 queen bees. Despite the aggressive nature and potent venom of the spirit bees, the queen bees themselves possessed little offensive capability. Yang Kun then pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the queen bees while reciting a spell to subdue demons, successfully taming them all and ultimately synthesizing them into a single 10th-level queen bee. Ding! A new demon beast has been synthesized for the host. A random treasure chest has been awarded. Will the host claim it? Claim. An orange-yellow treasure chest appeared on the screen, which Yang Kun casually clicked to open. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received 5 spirit power points. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the technique, Transforming Countenance Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of heavenly spirit milk, capable of instantly restoring spirit power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the formation, Minor Spirit Sealing Array. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received food items, 10 servings of braised beef noodles, 10 steamed carp, 10 apples, and 10 bottles of mineral water. Yang Kun did not take the time to examine the system rewards, for he had previously taken the hive, allowing the venomous bees to spare the Bear King and turn their frenzy against the formation. Thus, after subduing and synthesizing the 10th-level queen bee, he commanded her to halt the bees' assault on the formation. Subsequently, he retracted the formation, and under the queen bee's control, all the venomous bees returned to the hive, which Yang Kun then retrieved into the demon beast space. At that moment, the Bear King lay unconscious on the ground. The potency of the bee's venom was formidable, especially in such great numbers. Yang Kun extracted a drop of blood and let it fall onto the Bear King, reciting the demon-subduing spell once more. With ease, he successfully subdued the Bear King. After tossing an antidote pill into the Bear King's mouth, he brought the Bear King back into the demon beast space. Qian Xinshin gazed at Yang Kun with a face full of curiosity, refraining from interruption until he stored away the Bear King. Only then did she fix her gaze intently on him, exclaiming, "So you truly can control magical beasts. You are not a beast tamer? What is this technique that possesses such power? I wish to learn it." Yang Kun, observing Qian Xinshin's earnest expression, offered her a bemused glance and replied, "Certainly. But you must become my disciple first, and I shall teach you." Chapter 153. The Breaking of the Forbidden Talismans and the Demon Illuminating Mirror. Upon hearing Yang Kun's words, Qian Xinshin pouted and retorted, "How naive. To become your disciple would make me your junior by a generation. I refuse." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her face brightened as she looked at Yang Kun and suggested, "How about I agree to be your wife, and in return, you teach me? Would that be acceptable?" Yang Kun raised her chin with his hand and leaned down so that she could gaze into his eyes, flashing a charming smile as he said, "That sounds good to me. The surroundings here seem quite pleasant. Shall I exercise my privileges as your husband now?" Qian Xinshin promptly pushed Yang Kun away and retaliated with 2 firm punches, exclaiming in indignation, "You lecherous scoundrel. What is so impressive about that? Even if you beg me to learn, I wouldn't. Humph, I refuse to converse with you any longer." Yang Kun chose to disregard Qian Xinshin's youthful antics, understanding that taking certain matters too seriously equates to losing. He then summoned the Tengu, clearing the area of the rampaging bears. With his efforts, he fused the bears into 3 level 8 Bear Kings, which, combined with the previous Bear King, culminated in the creation of a level 10 Bear King. Ding! New magical beast synthesis detected. A random reward package is available for the host to claim. He accepted the reward, and a golden treasure chest appeared on the screen, which Yang Kun casually clicked open. Ding! Congratulations! Host has gained 5 points of spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations! Host has received a bottle of beast spirit pills. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired a rare treasure, Demon Subduing Bell 4. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained a high-grade talisman, Breaking Forbidden Talisman. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired a rare treasure, Demon Illuminating Mirror. Ding! Congratulations! Host has received food items, Lamb Hot Pot 10, Spicy Boiled Meat 10, Roasted Sweet Potato 10, Orange 10. Subsequently, Yang Kun took Qian Xinshin aboard the luxurious Spirit Bird, heading towards their destination. Still nursing her anger over the earlier incident, Qian Xinshin chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Yang Kun reclined on the soft couch within the Spirit Bird, reviewing the rewards from the random treasure chest. Among them was an orange-yellow package and a golden treasure chest, containing quite an abundance of valuable items. The 10 points of spiritual energy, though modest, elevated Yang Kun's total to 2,255 points. However, he remained unperturbed, recognizing the value of incremental gains. Upon mastering the technique transforming faces and forms, he would be able to assume the appearance of any individual. While it may seem trivial at first glance, its potential applications are indeed substantial. The earthly spirit milk could instantly restore spiritual energy, even reversing life and death in the midst of battle, demonstrating its considerable utility. The minor sealing formation was the second array acquired by Yang Kun. This formation has the capability to seal the spiritual power of all individuals or demon beasts that enter its confines, compelling them to rely solely on their physical prowess in combat. However, it indiscriminately restricts both allies and foes alike. Anyone who enters the formation will have their spiritual energy sealed. Moreover, it can only restrict cultivators beneath the Golden Core stage, as those at the Golden Core level possess the ability to communicate with the heavens and cannot be confined. For Yang Kun, who commands a multitude of beast kings, this formation is perfectly tailored to his needs. The Beast Spirit Pill and the Demon Suppression Bell have already demonstrated their extraordinary efficacy. The high-grade talisman, the Breaking Sealing Talisman, can dismantle most formations, proving to be immensely useful. The extraordinary treasure, the Demon Illuminating Mirror, reveals all ancient beasts that have transformed into human forms, rendering them unable to conceal themselves before you, while also exposing their weaknesses. Although its utility may seem limited, Yang Kun believes that this mirror is, in fact, the most valuable treasure he has acquired this time. After organizing all the treasures, Yang Kun distributed a demon essence fruit each to the Bee King and the Bear King, eagerly awaiting the awakening of their bloodlines. Soon, the Imperial Spirit Bird arrived at their destination, the cave of Wangchongshin, nestled within the verdant peaks of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 154. The Primordial Light Sealing Formation. Upon disembarking from the Imperial Spirit Bird, Yang Kun and Qian Xinshin were greeted by Wan Zheng and Li Ruobai, who had been waiting in anticipation. As they spotted Yang Kun and Qian Xinshin, they immediately rose to their feet, casting curious glances at the Imperial Spirit Bird. Although they had not attended the previous auction, they had heard tales of the Imperial Spirit Bird and its final selling price. Given their combined wealth, they could not fathom affording such an extravagant creature, making them wonder how Yang Kun had managed to acquire it. Speculations arose regarding the nature of the relationship between Yang Kun and Qian Xinshin, with the possibility that she had funded the bird's purchase, as Yang Kun was relatively unknown, while Qian Xinshin was the daughter of the esteemed Qian family, a prominent household among the 8 great families and renowned for her wealth in Songxi province. As Qian Xinshin arrived, Li Ruobai promptly inquired about the location of Wang Chongshin's cave. We have thoroughly searched the entire Chui Ping Mountain, yet we have not identified any areas that are arrayed, he remarked. Wan Zheng, too, looked at Qian Xinshin with a puzzled expression. As an expert in formations, he should have been able to detect any array present in the vicinity. Qian Xinshin chose not to elaborate further and headed toward the base of Chui Ping Mountain, with Yang Kun and the others following closely behind. Before long, the 4 reached the foot of Chui Ping Mountain, named for its towering wall resembling a magnificent screen. Subsequently, Qian Xinshin rotated a stone pillar at the mountain's base counterclockwise, revealing a stone door that gradually opened within the massive stone wall. It turned out that the cave had been concealed within the rock face, cleverly hidden using mechanisms, which explained why Wan Zheng had been unable to locate it. The 4 individuals swiftly entered the stone door, only to discover a vast space hollowed out within. The walls were adorned with countless luminous beads, illuminating the cavern like daylight. Upon crossing the threshold, Yang Kun realized that the stone door behind him had sealed shut, likely due to an automatic mechanism. As he extended his consciousness forward, he found it obstructed by a formation, indicating that he would need to decipher this enchantment. Qian Xinshin, pointing at the resplendent formation before them, furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is the Yuan Guang Forbidden Formation. The essence of Yuan Guang pervades the array. Anything it touches is sealed and turned to stone, plummeting to the ground." As she spoke, she retrieved a low-grade magic sword and casually tossed it forth. The sword, after traversing a short distance, was struck by the Yuan Guang, and the section exposed to its light began to petrify, ultimately transforming the entire blade into a stone sword that fell to the ground. Witnessing the petrified flying sword, Both Yang Kun and Li Ruobai were taken aback, astonished by the formidable power of the Yuan Guang Forbidden Formation, one of the top 10 formations. If they were to enter, they would likely be ensnared and turned into stone beings. The three then turned their gaze to Wang Zheng, who smiled with a hint of pride and stated, "If it were any other formation, it would certainly pose a greater challenge. But I possess considerable confidence in the Yuan Guang Forbidden Formation." With that, he produced a formation flag and, under his guidance, inserted it into one of the formation's nodes. After channeling spirit stones and reciting incantations, he proceeded to insert formation flags into several other nodes. Once all the nodes were equipped with flags, Wang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow, declaring, "I have succeeded. While I cannot dismantle this formation, I have arranged a controlling formation that can temporarily manage the Yuan Guang, allowing us to pass through with ease." He then retrieved a circular formation plate, which seamlessly integrated into the Yuan Guang Forbidden Formation. Wang Zheng infused a strand of spiritual energy into the newly established formation, and the previously chaotic Yuan Guang began to align in an orderly fashion, creating a pathway in the center. Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin tested the waters by maneuvering their flying swords back and forth, confirming that the Yuan Guang no longer attacked their blades. "Let us hasten our pace. This formation can only be controlled for an hour. If we dawdle, we may find ourselves trapped," Wang Zheng admonished as he observed Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin standing still. He then proceeded forward with Li Ruobai. However, Yang Kun felt an unsettling apprehension. What if Wang Zheng were to use the Yuan Guang to launch a covert attack against them? Though he possessed a dispelling talisman, it was a singular-use item, and he was reluctant to employ it prematurely, lest he find himself in a predicament. Thus, Yang Kun resolved to follow closely behind Wang Zheng and Li Ruobai, remaining vigilant against any potential ambush. Wang Zheng gazed at the two figures charging towards him from behind, ultimately refraining from taking action. After all, they had yet to glimpse any treasures, and should danger arise, he would be left without allies. Thus, the four of them swiftly broke free from the formation, only to encounter a massive stone door. The door was exceedingly heavy, and it required their combined strength to push it open. Beyond the door lay an even grander hall, within which another formation was laid out. However, this formation was merely an ordinary one, allowing the four to dismantle it collectively. Subsequently, Li Ruobai unleashed a flurry of sword energy, while Yang Kun and the others employed their spiritual artifacts to bombard a specific node of the formation. Soon enough, the formation was shattered, revealing a startling scene within. Before them stood an exquisite pavilion, accompanied by a small fish pond. Behind the pond grew several rare tree species, one of which bore numerous golden glowing spiritual fruits, the nature of which was unknown. The moment Qian Xinxin laid eyes on that tree, she gasped in astonishment. "It is said that Wang Chongxin possesses a golden spiritual fruit tree. I never imagined it to be true. These golden spiritual fruits enhance physical strength. There are so many here. Let us divide them equally." Upon hearing Qian Xinxin's words, Yang Kun and the others voiced no objections. They proceeded to harvest the golden spiritual fruits, which amounted to 24, allowing each person to claim 6. The group then dug up the precious tree species. Although these trees held no value for them individually, they served as exceptional materials for crafting wood-based treasures. Yang Kun acquired a longevity cypress, estimated to be over 300 years old, a splendid material for concocting elixirs or forging artifacts. Afterward, Yang Kun approached the edge of the fish pond to investigate. The water emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy. However, as his consciousness delved deeper, he discovered the pond was devoid of any creatures, leaving him to ponder their whereabouts. Furrowing his brow, he harbored suspicions but chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Wang Zheng and the others gathered the tree species but found nothing of note. The four then advanced towards the pavilion, which boasted 3 levels. Upon entering the first floor, they beheld an immense shelf resembling a bookcase, laden with countless treasures that radiated a mesmerizing spiritual light, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. Nevertheless, neither Wang Zheng nor Li Ruobai succumbed to reckless impulses or folly. All four managed to temper their eager hearts as they approached the shelf. They discovered it was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier housed various top-grade and exquisite artifacts and spiritual tools, totaling 16 pieces. The second tier contained an assortment of elixirs, all aimed at enhancing magical power, though none were the coveted Jin Sui Dan. The third tier was a hodgepodge of items, featuring various precious materials, but predominantly included the insights and summaries of beast taming techniques by Wang Chengxin. The four individuals agreed that Qian Xinxin would be responsible for evaluating the efficacy of the elixirs and spiritual artifacts before their distribution. In Chapter 156, titled Dividing the Treasures, Wan Zheng and Li Ruobai, although not directly handling the items, scrutinized their value with keen eyes in anticipation of their selection. Yang Kun, however, displayed little interest in the elixirs and artifacts. Instead, he knelt down to meticulously peruse a collection of notes. These notes detailed the cultivation of bonds with magical beasts and training techniques, which he skimmed through. But he found particular fascination in the methods and aspirations for enhancing the strength of these creatures. Noticing Yang Kun's engrossment, Li Ruobai and Wan Zheng also crouched down to examine the notes. However, upon encountering sections on how humans should foster relationships with magical beasts, they exchanged puzzled glances with Yang Kun and subsequently turned their attention elsewhere. The two then resumed their search for other treasures and, to their delight, discovered some intriguing items. In a corner, Wan Zheng stumbled upon a pot of an unusual herb known as tiger tooth grass, whose leaves resemble tiger fangs and is essential for concocting many elixirs. Meanwhile, Li Ruobai uncovered a floating dust particle behind a door, which turned out to be a remarkable premium artifact. After Qian Xinxin completed her assessment, she divided all the treasures into several portions based on their value and presented them before the group. We shall take turns selecting one item each until all treasures are claimed. I will go first, followed by Wan Zheng, Yang Kun, and lastly Li Ruobai. Is there any objection? Li Ruobai raised no objections, as he had somewhat intruded into the gathering, and nothing particularly enticing caught his eye. Being a pure sword cultivator, he had no use for the artifacts, and he was already well supplied with elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Although the materials were rare, they held little significance for him. Qian Xinxin made the first selection, surprisingly opting for a copper ancient coin as her artifact. Wan Zheng then chose a mirror artifact, the purpose of which remained unclear. Yang Kun casually picked a parasol-shaped artifact, presumably designed for defense, with some offensive capabilities. Li Ruobai didn't even glance at the options and claimed the final artifact, which turned out to be a rather impressive flying sword. Subsequently, the four continued to select 3 premium artifacts, 3 vials of elixirs, and some materials until all treasures were allocated, with the floating dust ultimately falling into Yang Kun's possession. He also took the unclaimed diary notes, which drew no dissent from the others. After thoroughly searching for any additional treasures and finding none, the four ascended to the second floor. The decor of the second floor starkly contrasted with that of the first. While the first floor resembled a study, the second floor bore the ambience of a bedroom. Dominating the space was a stone bed, crafted from a natural high-grade spirit stone, which promised to enhance the efficacy of meditation and cultivation. In the center of the stone bed lay a meditation cushion, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. In the corners of the bed were placed 4 jade boxes, clearly containing precious items. Beside the bed stood a table, upon which rested a diary and a brush holder filled with numerous writing brushes. On the opposite side of the table stood a small tripod, within which was inserted a half-burned sandalwood incense stick, now extinguished. Across from the table hung a painting, presumably a self-portrait of the beast tamer alchemist, Wang Chengxin. In the painting, Wang Chengxin donned a green robe, standing within a small pavilion. Yang Kun noted that Wang Chengxin's demeanor exuded a remarkable presence, yet he had unexpectedly chosen to become a servant to beasts. The four exchanged glances, each picking up a jade box and subsequently opening it. Yang Kun's box contained a solitary orb, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Li Ruobai and Wan Zheng discovered within their boxes a tome of martial arts and a golden wool talisman, respectively. Meanwhile, Qian Xinxin's box held a vial of pills, specifically the coveted golden essence pill. Thus, Li Ruobai and Wan Zheng turned their attention to Qian Xinxin, with Yang Kun following suit. Chapter 157. Negotiation. Under the expectant gazes of the trio, Qian Xinxin slowly unscrewed the vial containing the golden essence pills, revealing merely 2 within. Simultaneously, the others' spiritual senses also discerned the contents, discovering the disappointing quantity. Li Ruobai and Wan Zheng's expressions soured instantly. While the martial arts tome and talisman were commendable, they paled in comparison to the golden essence pill, known to enhance the chances of forming a core. Hand over the golden essence pills, or I shall not hesitate to seize them from you. Wang Zheng glared fiercely at Qian Xinxin. Their objective was to acquire the pills. And had there been enough to share, he would have preferred not to offend Qian Xinxin, the youngest daughter of one of the 8 prominent families. However, with only 2 pills available, the prospect of equitable division seemed bleak, especially since Qian Xinxin was clearly allied with Yang Kun. Therefore, it was inevitable that one pill would ultimately end up in Yang Kun's possession, leaving neither Wang Zheng nor Li Ruobai with any. In an instant, the 4 had divided into opposing factions, Yang Kun and Qian Xinxin on one side, and Li Ruobai and Wang Zheng on the other. In this tense moment, Yang Kun observed the 4, each wielding spiritual artifacts, and suddenly chuckled. Is it wise to turn against one another when we have yet to ascertain whether there are additional golden essence pills hidden above, with 3 more levels yet to explore? Wang Zheng shot Yang Kun a cold glance before turning back to Qian Xinxin, addressing the pills in her possession. Now that the pills are in your hands, you surely feel emboldened. However, if we do not uncover new golden essence pills shortly, it may be too late for you. Indeed. Thus it is imperative that you relinquish 1 pill to us, and we shall keep 1 for ourselves. Otherwise, we will not hesitate to confront you, Li Ruobai remarked. His brows furrowed, casting a pointed look at Yang Kun. Upon hearing Li Ruobai's proposal, Qian Xinxin turned to Yang Kun, seeking his opinion. For if they failed to procure a new Jin Sui Dan shortly, reclaiming it from Li Ruobai would prove arduous. Yang Kun nodded, but then, pondering something, he looked at Wang Zheng and provocatively remarked, however, you are but 2. To whom shall this precious pill be entrusted? Wang Zheng, poised to retort at Yang Kun's provocation, was unexpectedly met with Li Ruobai's nonchalant response. Simply hand the pill over to fellow Taoist Wang Zheng. Naturally, Wang Zheng had no objections to this arrangement. Upon seeing Yang Kun's consent, Qian Xinxin produced a Jin Sui Dan and entrusted it to Wang Zheng, subsequently storing it in her spatial pouch. After Wang Zheng accepted the pill, the 2 parties momentarily reverted to their earlier harmonious state, as if the prior discord had never occurred. Subsequently, Yang Kun approached and picked up the notes on the table, casually flipping through them. To his astonishment, he discovered a recipe for the Jin Sui Dan among the pages. Maintaining an impassive expression, he addressed the others. This is Wang Chongxin's compilation. I trust none of you are interested? Both Li Ruobai and Wang Zheng feigned generosity, declaring, this item naturally belongs to fellow Taoist Yang. We have no objections. Without a second glance, Yang Kun placed the notes into his spatial ring. The 4 of them divided the remaining items in the room into 4 portions. Li Ruobai acquired the most valuable stone bed, while Wang Zheng obtained a meditation cushion and several brush artifacts. Qian Xinxin received a small cauldron, and Yang Kun secured the sandalwood and a brush holder artifact. Finally, after inspecting the self-portrait, they concluded it was merely an ordinary painting and chose to disregard it. Yet, as Yang Kun gazed at the portrait, he felt an uncanny realism in the depiction, as if the figure within were alive and scrutinizing him in return. However, upon seeing the other 3 depart, he shook his head, dismissing the implausible notion, and ascended to the 3rd level with them. Chapter 158. The Qian Kun vase unbeknownst to Yang Kun. After the 4 departed, the figure in the painting smiled, then leapt from the canvas, leaving behind only a pavilion within the frame. After folding the scroll, it followed the 4 to the 3rd level, unnoticed by any of them. Meanwhile, upon reaching the 3rd level, Yang Kun and the others discovered an alchemy chamber, containing a massive alchemical furnace, beneath which lay an array of medicinal pills. As they approached, they realized that most of these pills were intended for beast consumption, with only a few meant for cultivators. Moreover, they found no trace of the new Jin Sui Dan. At that moment, Li Ruobai pointed a finger at Qian Xinxin, unleashing a streak of sword energy towards her, which she deftly deflected with her prepared spiritual shield. However, Li Ruobai remained unfazed. Coldly regarding Qian Xinxin, hand over the last Jin Sui Dan, or do not blame me for taking drastic measures. Given your current abilities, you might not yet qualify. Allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of my universe pot. Despite Qian Xinxin's threat, Li Ruobai remained unperturbed. Instead of retrieving her fire and wind fan, she produced a universe pot, an exquisite high-grade spiritual artifact. The recently acquired copper coin spiritual artifact could not yet be employed as it had not undergone the necessary rituals. Yang Kun was not surprised by the multitude of spiritual artifacts possessed by Qian Xinxin, suspecting that she also possessed numerous talismans. given her status as the wealthiest woman in Songbei province. The universe pot contained both solar essence fire and lunar heavy water, two treasures of considerable potency. As Qian Xinxin infused her spiritual energy into the pot, the solar essence fire began pouring forth in a continuous stream, sweeping towards Li Ruobai under her command. The force of this solar essence fire was remarkable, seemingly far more potent than the true fire of a phoenix. Although Yang Kun understood this was due to the phoenix's relatively weak capabilities. As the phoenix's strength grew, so too would the might of its true fire. Once it reached level 10, its power would rival that of the solar essence fire. Li Ruobai's expression remained unchanged as he countered the solar essence fire with a flurry of sword qi. However, the sword qi only succeeded in slicing the fire into countless fragments, failing to extinguish it, as the pieces swiftly reformed. As the solar essence fire neared him, Li Ruobai let out a cold laugh and deftly unleashed a barrage of sword qi, forming a sword array that ensnared the oncoming flames and gradually extinguished them. Subsequently, he released a sword pellet towards Qian Xinxin. This pellet had previously slain a level 10 Eagle King with a single strike, demonstrating formidable power. Qian Xinxin's expression grew serious as she summoned a swirl of black water from the universe pot, which began to encircle her. This was the lunar heavy water. With the solar essence fire on the offensive and the lunar heavy water on the defensive, the sword pellet slowed significantly upon entering the heavy water, becoming ensnared in its swirling depths. Seeing this, Li Ruobai sneered and pointed at the sword pellet, which transformed into a beam of sword light. Spinning at a velocity surpassing that of the heavy water, swiftly breaking free and hurtling towards Qian Xinxin. Observing that Li Ruobai and Qian Xinxin were evenly matched, Wang Zheng turned to Yang Kun with a sinister grin. "Boy, will you take your own life, or shall I assist you?" Yang Kun looked at Wang Zheng with a slight smile, his tone calm as he replied, "I was just about to say the same to you. Hand over your elixir, and perhaps I might spare your life." Chapter 159. The wedding night. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kun took the initiative, employing the illusionary spirit seal and the illusionary god seal, charging towards Wang Zheng. However, the momentary impact on Wang Zheng quickly dissipated as he remained unfazed, producing a treasured flag from his Array Master's collection, the 100 Array flag. The 100 banners are inscribed with numerous formations, capable of being deployed in an instant. Although their power may not be particularly formidable, their rapid assembly is noteworthy. Subsequently, Wang Zheng waved the flag towards Yang Kun, and a multitude of formations materialized around him. Concurrently, Wang Zheng produced a set of 7 kill formations, a purely lethal array whose potency far surpassed that of the previous formations. As Wang Zheng inserted the array flags around Yang Kun, a menacing formation enveloped the others. At this moment, Yang Kun had already dispelled 5 of the formations, but remained ensnared within a minor 5 elements formation. This formation was suffused with 5-colored spiritual light, with countless sharp blades and massive wooden entities launching assaults upon him. Although even the defenses of his Azure Dragon Cloak could not be breached, Yang Kun's expression darkened as he swiftly navigated through the formation, searching for its core node to break free. While he could not discern Wang Zheng's actions, he understood that Wang Zheng was undoubtedly establishing a formidable formation, one that was beyond his capacity to withstand. The profession of a formation master is indeed a terrifying one. Given sufficient time, the formations they create can easily annihilate several individuals of equivalent cultivation level, and even hold their ground against those of greater prowess. Soon, Yang Kun located the core of the minor 5 elements formation and promptly struck it with his heavenly measuring ruler, swiftly dispelling the array. Just then, Wang Zheng waved the 100 banners to retract the remaining formations, and Yang Kun found himself within the 7 kill formation. Qian Xinxin, who had been locked in a fierce battle with Li Ruobai, cast a glance and then diverted her gaze, reassured by her knowledge of Yang Kun's capabilities. Li Ruobai, however, looked at Qian Xinxin with a mocking expression, advising her that it would be wise to surrender and hand over the golden essence pill, as doing so might spare her life. Otherwise, once Wang Zheng dealt with Yang Kun, her fate would likely be sealed. Evading Li Ruobai's sword pellet attack, Qian Xinxin commanded the sun's essence fire to charge at Li Ruobai, simultaneously fanning the flames with the wind and fire fan, merging the two forces into a tempestuous blaze that surged toward him. "Oh, I beg to differ. I actually believe that young Taoist is on the verge of victory," Li Ruobai retorted, directing his sword pellet, which coalesced into a colossal sword of myriad sword energies, rushing toward the roaring flames. At that moment, Yang Kun's surroundings shifted dramatically, and he found himself in an opulent bridal chamber, illuminated by the warm glow of red candles that cast a festive ambience. Dressed as the groom in a splendid red wedding attire, he was puzzled as to when he had held a wedding ceremony. To his astonishment, there were 6 brides seated in a row upon the bed. With excitement, he lifted the veil of the first bride, revealing Qian Xinxin. Clad in a red gown with subtle makeup, she exuded an enchanting femininity that stirred his heart. He then unveiled the veils of the others, discovering Qin Yao, Yuan Qianqian, Lin Yuan, and even Xiu'er, whom he had only met briefly, each a rare beauty, astonishingly chosen to be his brides. The last woman, however, startled him, for she was none other than Zhang Xiaoyan. As he lifted the red veil from her face, Xiaoyan blushed, gazing at him shyly, sweetly calling him Brother Kun. From this day forth, I shall be your wife. Are you happy? Yang Kun, however, remained unmoved, standing in a daze. Zhang Xiaoyan chuckled softly, rising from the bed to leap into Yang Kun's embrace, holding him tightly. In chapter 160, the array of joy and anger, Yang Kun drew the white rainbow sword, thrusting it into Zhang Xiaoyan's back. In return, a dagger appeared in Xiaoyan's hand, aimed at Yang Kun's chest. Yet, Yang Kun's white rainbow sword effortlessly pierced through her body, revealing that Zhang Xiaoyan had transformed into Wan Zheng, the sword embedded in her back. The dagger aimed at Yang Kun did not even break the skin. Concurrently, Qian Xinxin and the others, along with the bridal chamber, vanished from sight, revealing that the previous scene was merely an illusion conjured by an array. You shall pay for this. How dare you conjure my sister's likeness? Wan Zheng sneered coldly. Withdrawing the white rainbow sword from his back and fixing a fierce gaze upon Yang Kun, he then unleashed a spear-like spiritual weapon, charging towards Yang Kun. At that moment, a shape-shifting ancient beast suddenly appeared, lunging at the four. The beast opened its massive jaws and devoured Qian Xinxin, while Li Ruabai, frightened by the battle, transformed into a beam of sword light and fled. Subsequently, Wan Zheng utilized the 100 array flags to manifest a pair of array wings, swiftly escaping the cave. Due to the ancient beast's unexpected assault, Yang Kun could not save Qian Xinxin and had no choice but to flee with the others. However, upon returning to Songbei Base City, he discovered that his prior offense against the Lord of Wulanshan, Guiying, had provoked a beast tide that obliterated Songbei, resulting in the deaths of Qin Yao and Yuan Qianqian as well. Upon arriving at Songyuan Base City, Yang Kun learned that one of the 8 prominent families, the Ling family, had discovered he was responsible for the slaying of Ling Tianjun. Consequently, they annihilated the entire Qi family, with whom he had been allied. Ultimately, Yang Kun found himself at the Jiang family, desperately hoping for his sister's safety, yet ominous news continued to pour in. Upon reaching the Jiang family, he discovered that Jiang Guozhu and Jiang Charan had allied with the Su family to oust Jiang Shana, with Jiang Guozhu ascending as the head of the Jiang family, while Zhang Xiaoyan had become a pawn in the Su family's machinations. At that moment, he learned that Zhang Xiaoyan had been forced into marriage with the Su family. When Yang Kun appeared at the Su residence, he was met with the devastating news that Zhang Xiaoyan, having been coerced, had taken her own life. In a fit of rage, Yang Kun's eyes burned with fury, and a chilling desire for vengeance consumed him, contemplating the annihilation of Su Dawei, the Su family, the Ling family, and all the creatures of Wulanshan. Yet, in that instant, Yang Kun refrained from acting, instead striving to regain his composure. Had it not been for the fact that he had not unleashed his beasts until this moment, he would have fallen into a trap. As Wan Zheng was unaware of the presence of Yang Kun's beasts contained within the system, Yang Kun gazed upon Su Dawei, who was so near that he seemed poised to be slain at any moment. With a mournful smile, he remarked, "Indeed, this formation is formidable. I never anticipated that I would remain ensnared within its grasp. Initially, I was met with the joyous occasion of my wedding night, only to be disrupted, and subsequently, I found myself entangled in a second formation. Is this formation designed to incite my fury? However, now that I have discerned the intricacies of this 7 emotions killing formation, it is time to dismantle it." As he spoke, Yang Kun struck out with a palm, executing the chaotic spirit seal. Instantly, Wan Zheng was expelled from the void, and in an instant, the scene shifted back to the inner chamber. Wan Zheng regarded Yang Kun with trepidation, astonished that Yang Kun had survived such an encounter. Yet, this had also granted him access to numerous secrets. The most significant revelation was that Yang Kun had slain Ling Tianjun, a member of the prestigious 8 great families. Even now, he and Li Ruobai had never dared to contemplate the assassination of Qian Xinxin, for the repercussions were far too great, while Yang Kun displayed such audacity. Who would have thought you had the audacity to slay Ling Tianjun? Wan Zheng exclaimed loudly, prompting Li Ruobai and Qian Xinxin to turn their astonished gazes towards Yang Kun.